This handsome and impressive young man is the protagonist of our story. After 3 years of grinding views for BunRv, he finally awakened with a strange system that specialized in making others want to punch him. Whenever he provoked someone, sure enough, rage points would automatically be added to his account. Thanks to the rage points, the young man could do many cool things, such as easily breaking through even the spectacular and earth-shattering formations of powerful female masters. The powerful female masters quickly took a liking to him, and made him their direct disciple. The first master possessed an overbearing cultivation technique that everyone had to defer to. The second master was famous for her worldly sword technique. The third master used superb illusion techniques that left others dazed and seemingly brainless. The fourth master was famous for not fearing anyone. Anyone who provoked her would immediately receive a beating. Enough talking. Let's dive into the story right away. The story begins on a beautiful morning, with Hetri leisurely planning to go to the library alone to study hard, and enjoy some private time. Just then, a group of unappealing and impolite fellow disciples blocked his path, sneering, "Look, talented Hetri is going all the way to the library to read again. Are we, in this outer sect? Who else dares claim to be the smartest if not Hetri?" Another added fuel to the fire. "I heard a rumor, Hetri, that you've already read every single book in the scripture pavilion word for word, right? Why don't you show us a few sentences to broaden our horizon?" Deep down, Hetri just shook his head, thinking these seniors were truly too idle. He remained silent, not replying at all. Hetri's silence only emboldened the disciples, who continued their volley of scornful remarks. "Oh dear, how could you be so difficult with him? He doesn't have a single bit of spiritual energy in him. How could he possibly debate or demonstrate techniques? Even if he memorized everything by rote, it wouldn't be of any use." After teasing him thoroughly, they pretended to be serious young men, and apologized. "Oh, sorry, we completely forgot. Please don't get mad at us." Hetri Hein, poor thing. Hetri was handsome like a heartthrob and incredibly level-headed. He couldn't be bothered with these boastful small fries. He just listened superficially before gliding past, not showing the slightest bit of anger, as if their words were completely irrelevant. This made the two fellow disciples so angry their blood boiled. Although he had only been here for 3 years, Hetri knew the patient's level of Leviathan and his effective henchman inside out. Compared to the struggles he had experienced, these petty bullying tactics were like a mosquito biting stainless steel, completely ineffective. Immediately, Leviathan's face turned as red as a jackfruit. Enraged to the extreme, he aggressively ran over, grabbed Hetri's collar, and put on the airs of a cool gang leader. "Do you know why this old man keeps trying to bully you relentlessly? It's exactly because of this annoying face. Why are you pretending to be strong and calm? You're actually shaking like a leaf. Alright you, hurry up and kneel down and beg for mercy. Afterward, maybe he'll reward you with some sweet benefits." Hetri didn't say much, only coldly uttered, "Let go." His face remained unchanging amidst the changing tides of life. As for Van Men, he was completely exasperated. He immediately put on a lecturing expression, and boasted about his important position. "Hey, Hetri, this old man here is the famous young master of the Thiendao Alliance. If you dare offend me, prepare to pack up, and get out of here. After all, you've been cultivating for 8 years, yet you're still stuck at the Linksu first level. A pig is much better than you." Despite the taunting remarks, the protagonist waved his hand to dismiss him, replying coldly, "My affairs are none of your concern." Just then, the master landed in time, intervening and reminding them, according to the rules of the Alliance, disciples are absolutely forbidden from striking fellow disciples. Van Men was so furious his face darkened, but he had no choice but to let go of Hetri's collar. He immediately turned around, his face brightening like a sage as he said to the master, "Master, I was just lightly sparring with senior brother for a moment. It's nothing. Who knew senior brother would be so weakened?" Before he could finish his sentence, the master's eyes turned sharp as razors, and he coldly replied, "If there's nothing going on, then good. Hurry up and go back to the training grounds to cultivate diligently." And so, those 3 hateful disciples had no choice but to swallow their bitter pill and dejectedly leave. In the scene with only the master and disciple remaining, the master anxiously asked the disciple if he had planned anything for his future yet. Hetri replied blandly, as if he had never thought about it. The master looked at Hetri, and advised him that he had been cultivating continuously for 8 years, yet his realm was still stuck at the Bloodling first stage. He told him there was no need to waste any more time in this place. The master said he wanted the best for Hetri, advising him to leave this sect soon, in case he found a brighter path for himself. Hetri thanked the master for his kind intentions, but he still held firm to his own beliefs. He said he would arrange everything himself, then said goodbye to the master and went straight to the scripture repository. The master watched Hetri retreat back, thinking to himself, "This kid, does he really think he can break through the southern wall?" Our main character also recognized his own problem. On the way to the scripture repository, contemptuous words echoed in his mind. This kid has cultivated for 8 years, and is still barely at the Bloodling first stage. His appearance was ordinary, even a little rustic. Standing alone in the scripture repository, the male protagonist recalled 3 years ago when he transmigrated to this world. After waking up, he only inherited a portion of the original owner's memories, yet he didn't receive any golden fingers or cheat codes. It seemed Hetri truly was an unlucky and unfortunate young man. The spirit root he inherited in his body was not suitable for pursuing the path of cultivation. Although he knew clearly that cultivation was hopeless, he kept thinking about the all-inclusive board and lodging he received here. Hetri decided to just pretend to cultivate and stay for now, then figure things out later. He took out a thick red book. After finishing this book, Maybe he should read all the remaining classic texts in the outer sex scripture repository. 3 years have passed, and 3 more years will pass quickly, whether a good spy or a bad spy. Hetray still needs to make a living. Hetray recalled his master's teachings. But I have clearly listed the specific operational theory of dual spirits on the blackboard. Do you understand? For Hetray, his cultivation ability ranked last on the list, but his theoretical knowledge ranked first. It seems that one day I can create a cultivation genius using my theories. As he thought of this, Hetray smiled smugly. While concentrating on reading, Hetray suddenly had a thought. On the first day of next month, the Thingmint Tin will hold the 135th selection event for true disciples, which happens only once every 3 years. After hundreds of years, both the inner and outer sects have almost given up their right to challenge, not to mention the Lai Chan Nuvdi Thiet formation. No one dares to challenge, even the Hekuthian Kiep Diet formation with the 99 Jade Heavenly platforms. I am a cultivation failure at the Bloodling first stage, so don't even think about joining the excitement. This is truly beyond my capabilities. Hetray continued reading that red book for several hours. He finished reading it only when dusk arrived. After finishing reading, he jumped up excitedly because he had finished reading all the books in the outer sex scripture repository. While extremely happy, a system notification suddenly appeared before Hetray. Rage system activated. The system notification clearly stated, "You have completed the new user hidden quest. Read all classic texts in the scripture repository." The system has now officially been activated. Rage is an organic substance collected from other people's anger value, used to unlock system missions and items. Hearing this, our protagonist flew into a rage. Why didn't you say so sooner? Do you know how miserably I've had to live these past 3 years? The system began listing 5 important categories. There is an old saying, in books, there are golden mansions. In books, there are thousands of bushels of grain. In books, there are people like Jade. Now I must add, in books, there's also a golden finger for the main character. Because he was so shocked at the time, he didn't hear the categories clearly, thinking that a system acquired after 3 years of reading would surely be very refined, very proper and cultured, but he had to wait until he realized the truth. For example, 3 days later, our protagonist had to endure all kinds of criticism from every direction. Hetray, you scum, I want to tear your mouth to shreds. Go die. I have never seen anyone as foul-mouthed as you. Finally, the young man realized the truth. This was the side effect of the trap that the system had set. While the protagonist was deep in thought, the system sent the first mission, offering 2 choices, accept or reject. Hetray asked curiously, what if I refuse? The system replied curtly, you will be erased immediately. Hetray's face darkened, and he gave a bitter smile. If that's the case, why offer 2 choices at all? It's completely meaningless. The system stubbornly insisted, it's not entirely meaningless. If you cannot complete the mission, the result is also an immediate erasure. Hetray was helpless, and could only give a thumbs up in appreciation for the system's excellent logic. Without hesitation, the system immediately urged Hetray to make a choice, beginning a countdown from 10. At 8, the protagonist cried out in lament, Big bro, we just met for a moment, and you're already starting the countdown. The protagonist deliberately asked again to stall for time. So what exactly is this mission? The system displayed the objective, become a core disciple of the 4 sages of Thuong Men. This was something the protagonist wouldn't have dared to dream of. His expression of astonishment was completely contorted. The Thuong Men holy realm was established by the 4 sages themselves, but no disciple had ever set foot on the peak of the 99J heavenly steps. No one had ever overcome the 9 heavenly calamity of dust annihilation established by Empress Li Chan either. But one thing was certain, history would have to be rewritten. To conquer this formation, he needed to consume 2333 anger value points. Hetray was standing right in front of the array, proceeding to break the formation. Having reached ET, he gathered all his strength, launching a powerful move aimed directly forward. The entire array suddenly caught fire, blazing intensely red. After that, fragments from the formation scattered in all directions. The protagonist vaguely saw a stream of golden light appear after the array was destroyed. This light gradually spread, dyeing the surrounding space golden. Hetray's face was also completely enveloped by the stream of light. Suddenly, a powerful counterforce surged in from nowhere. The beam of light was accompanied by terrifying speed. The reverse pressure caused Hetray to tumble backward. The male protagonist lay flat on the ground, and sighed. I'm completely exhausted. This should be enough to pass the 4 immortals assessment. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, asking, well, how did you manage to overcome this challenge? Hetray racked his brain trying to figure out who it was. Standing right in front of the Thingmin Great Hall like this, it must be the famous 4 immortals of Thingmin themselves. He wondered if she was one of his 4 future masters. She didn't look much older than him. The girl sternly replied, answer my question first. The young woman was very puzzled, because a Heitlin first stage cultivation level should make it impossible to climb the Jade Heavenly Thorns, and there's certainly no way to pass the eldest sister's 9 Heavenly Leaf Tribulation formation. Scratched his head awkwardly, and answered foolishly, didn't you just witness it with your own eyes, miss? The system immediately sent a warning, urging the host to speak carefully, lest heavenly punishment strike him down instantly. Hetray quickly replied, I know, they'll keep this secret. The girl worriedly wondered to herself, could it be that those formations on the Jade Heavenly Thorns have broken down after being unused for so long? Hetray smiled innocently again, and looked around. Had the young lady asked Hetray to stay put while she went to inform her 3 elder sisters. Just stand right here, don't wander off. At that moment, the male protagonist was still engrossed in looking at the immortal master, thinking to himself that her clothes were extremely form-fitting. The immortal master hurriedly disappeared in the blink of an eye. In just an instant, her figure had completely vanished. Victor sat in a daze, wondering how to explain breaking the formation to the four masters. Just then, the system prompted, "Host, look, that's the Nennington Pond." What he was seeing was actually an ancient divine spring, formed from the essence of cold moonlight. It takes 10 years to condense a single drop, and it helps solidify the foundation while containing abundant spiritual energy. Seeing such a bargain right in front of him, Victor didn't hesitate at all and stripped off his clothes. Immediately after, he jumped into the water to bathe, and thanks to this, his levels skyrocketed, jumping straight from height Lin first stage to third stage. On the other side, the young immortal master landed safely on the ground. A voice rang out asking, "Nkaitni, have you seen the new disciple yet?" The girl replied immediately, "Yes, I have. He looks quite handsome and dashing. There's just one problem." The elder sister looked curious and asked, "What exactly is going on?" Another elder sister with a stunning figure, who was lying down resting, chimed in, "Nkaitni usually speaks very fluently, so why are you stuttering now?" The elder sister wearing white, standing next to her, also looked clearly confused. Little Nkite stated, "That new kid is really strange. For an insignificant low-level blood spirit stage 1 disciple to climb all the way to Nanfithan Gay, and even destroy the ancient tribulation formation, it sounds completely preposterous." The second sister joyfully remarked, "It seems our disciple here truly is a case of luck favoring the simple-minded. This kind of fortune probably only happens once every 10,000 years. Little sister, hurry, and tell me more." Una tossed her head up, snorted, and refused to answer, maintaining an arrogant demeanor. I bet he either cheated, with that ancient tribulation formation must have broken down from being left without maintenance for so long. The third sister gently interjected, "That formation definitely isn't broken. It's just that little sister Team Guyet means to say that the kid is simply too ayuyul." The eldest sister, without much concern, made a blunt statement, "If he passed the assessment, then he is obviously our disciple." The second sister hugged Team Guyet tightly, overjoyed. "I can't wait anymore. I must go immediately to see our new disciple." A moment later, Team Kite returned to her original spot, but Hitra was nowhere to be found. Annoyed and frowning, she muttered, "Where's that kid? I clearly told him not to wander off." A dark shadow appeared and disappeared beneath the water surface, and bubbles began to rise. Trim emerged from the water, slicking back his hair with a charming gesture. Demon Guide's face turned completely red with anger. She could only stammer, "Do." The male protagonist flexed his bulging muscles and smiled brightly. "Aim back, ma'am." "Oh, have the other two masters arrived as well?" Kite was fuming with rage. "How dare you bathe indiscriminately in the condensing immortal pond?" Her annoyance index increased by 500 points. "Are you angry now? It looks like you have quite the temper." Just then, Hitra seemed to have a new idea. He chuckled and said, "Sorry, master." He deliberately provoked his master. "So what if I'm bathing in the spirit pond? I'm naturally a clean person. I have to wash every day. Not only do I want to bathe, but I also want to wash my taro root." The system frantically warned, "Host, you are risking your life to provoke her. Don't waste my efforts." Following Hitra's provocation, Master Tunigite exploded with another 500 points of anger. The system happily announced to Hitra, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully angered Seulai Dalth and Dominikite." The host received 9,000 anger points. Additionally, because you demonstrated unparalleled brazenness, the system rewards you with the divine technique Empty-Handed Instant Kill, which can completely block any attack. Cooldown time, 7 days. Duration, 1/4 hour. Hitra thought to himself, Empty-Handed Instant Kill, a divine level technique. Sounds awesome. The system asserted firmly, "Absolutely correct. Just use it and you'll know." Hitra muttered, "Big brother, does the system even know how to generate aggro now?" The reward size depends on the anger level. Don't make me keep provoking the 4 immortal masters like this. At least give me a decent technique, like the Divine Emptiness Heaven Center, for example. The system immediately replied, "Don't underestimate the system's assessment." Master Teamguide shouted loudly, "What are you muttering about? I'm giving you time to quickly get out of the condensing immortal pond right now." Hitra obeyed the command, stepping Ashura completely nay. The other two masters glanced over and commented awkwardly, "It's not small, actually, pretty decent." Master Teamguide covered half her eyes. "Who gave you permission to stand there, Starkmate? Put some clothes on right now." The male protagonist cunningly replied, "But you told me to get up. I'm just following orders." Teamguide was so angry her face turned purple, breathing heavily in frustration. "I absolutely cannot have a disciple like you," she growled as she lunged forward. This display of anger appeared much more serious than before. The male protagonist still stood there stark-naked, showing no intention of moving. "Lil you worthless turtle, just die." Second sister must use all her strength to mediate this horrific battle. She could only exclaim "Oh dear" with a dumbfounded expression, completely unaware of what was happening. The sharp sword blade streaked away like a flash of lightning, aimed straight at Chiachi's position. The male protagonist sighed inwardly. "That's it. Looks like I have to fight with everything I've got." He shouted a powerful incantation, preparing to unleash the bare-handed instant iron technique. A blinding, intense light suddenly appeared, completely overshadowing the surrounding scenery. Little Yu's mouth was agate. She couldn't believe her eyes. How could this be? The system announced that the bare-handed instant iron technique activated by the male protagonist had a remaining usage time of 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. The eldest sister disciple appeared with a magnificent aura, and immediately gave an order. "Little Yu, retreat immediately." Both Master Second Sister and Master Third Sister received the command in unison and left, simultaneously. She gasped for breath. "Master, that was so dangerous. Your disciple was almost burned to ashes." Little Yu was still stunned. "No way. How could Height Lunmet seize my sword?" Eldest Sister Disciple Ring Ye called out Demigite's name loudly to warn her. In the end, she reluctantly bowed her head in obedience. The sword from earlier suddenly streaked away as fast as the wind. As a result, the male protagonist lost his balance and tumbled headfirst into the water before he could react. All the sister disciples must respect and obey the authority of the eldest sister. Do you take this venerable one's words lightly? Go back and copy the heart-calming sutra 500 times as punishment. Little Yu sadly accepted, her heart filled with indignation. The system sounded again. Congratulations, boast. Thanks to the future female protagonist's rage, you are destined to become the invincible sovereign of all heavens. The system will unlock the epic reward, Cosmic Divine Body. The Cosmic Divine Body, foremost among all constitutions, increases comprehension and cultivation speed by 100-fold, turning the possessor into the sovereign of the three realms. Most importantly, this indirect contribution will be credited to the host. The male protagonist thought helplessly, whatever, as long as there's a reward, anything goes. The eldest master announced, she has successfully reached the peak and passed the test, officially becoming a true core disciple of S4. Furthermore, you are also the venerable master of the Azure Mystic Land. This decision will be announced to the entire sect immediately. Follow us back to the Azure Mystic Divine Palace. The second master smiled and said, my good disciple, from now on, I will definitely take care of you very carefully and protect you thoroughly. The third master also wanted to help. Just study the demon classics. I will make thorough preparations for you. Then she turned and scolded, you short little you, and you eye-catching male protagonist. What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and follow. Jiachi eagerly ran after them. Incoming, masters. The scene shifted to the Cloud Mist Pavilion within the Azure Mystic Divine Palace, which was where the masters regularly received important guests. The Grand Master sat comfortably in her chair and ordered that before the formal master-disciple ceremony, Dimnigayat would be responsible for mentoring the new disciple. Dimnigayat immediately reacted, frowning and looking grumpy, shouting, what? Making me mentor him? Little Ngite's frustration level suddenly skyrocketed by 500 points, almost causing her to spontaneously combust on the spot. She stammered a refusal. Eldest sister, you know me well. I am not very good at teaching. Don't push me into a deadly situation. Eldest sister, truly deserving of her position as the head, maintained her decision, explaining that precisely because the two didn't get along, they needed to practice mutual mental cultivation. This matter is settled. Take her to familiarize himself with the Thing-Min Divine Palace. You don't need to do the homework I assigned for the next few days. Little Ngite's face fell, but she reluctantly nodded. Yes, man, since eldest sister has said so, Dimingite will comply. Following eldest sister's order, the fourth master came over to Chur and rudely shouted, hey, kid, get up and follow me. Chur obeyed, answering obediently, yes, master. Our main character silently followed the fourth master, but in his mind, he thought, duds, you better watch out. That's right, just like that. That little bean girl is about to lose her temper. She's about to lose her temper. After the fourth master and Chur left, the third master looked after them, wearing a puzzled expression. She asked, eldest sister, Dimingite has such a straightforward and simple personality. Will she really be a match for that little disciple? Eldest sister sighed, saying that the Thing-Min Divine Palace had been too quiet over the past few years, and this opportunity would bring a breath of fresh air. After listening, third sister gradually understood and nodded in agreement. That's fine then. The second master showed interest and said, our little disciple has quite a few secrets. Life from now on will definitely be very interesting. The second master's eyes lit up with longing, and she continued with a smile, in really looking forward to it. Alright you. Eldest sister looked at second sister with a puzzled look, unsure what to say. She thought to herself, this woman gets excited over handsome men. She's beyond help. The two, Chur, and the fourth master, moved towards the entrance of the military formation area. One walked ahead, and one followed behind. But Master Dimingite was extremely flustered by the barrage of questions from Chur. Fourth master, who built the Thing-Min Divine Palace? Fourth master, when did you become one of the four immortals? Fourth master, is the second master really a fox spirit? Fourth master, why do you keep ignoring me? Fourth master, Dimingite felt like her head was going to explode and shouted, I don't know. The fourth master introduced her to the location of the library pavilion. When our male protagonist saw the library pavilion, he thought softly to himself, I've practically read all the books here already. It just so happens that I can look through newer scriptures. Finally, he wanted to be sure, so he asked again, fourth master, can I go inside now? The master was frustrated and didn't want to show Chur around anymore, so she pushed him inside to read books to get rid of him. Fine, you go look around. I still have homework to do. I don't have time to wait for you. Chur was overjoyed and exclaimed, whoa, the master, seeing that the male protagonist seemed confused, continued, the Nine Heavens Meditation Hall. The fourth master explained to the clueless Chur that Ding was the private residence of the sisters. The male protagonist's thoughts drifted. I feel like my thoughts are flying off somewhere. Before leaving, Little Ngite didn't forget to mock Chur. The sisters call you the child of fortune, but I don't believe it at all. Just as the young man was about to blabber, the system immediately popped up to warn him, saying, I'm always watching you. Don't spout nonsense, forcing him to quickly compose himself and turn to ask Dimingite, isn't the main objective of this trip to visit the divine land? The fourth master explained calmly, that's right, but only for true disciples. If you cheat on the test, the consequences will be unpredictable. She even boasted, the Blitzspire first segment technique is mine, and I have trained it to the divine realm, which is 6 realms higher than you. Are you looking down on me? The protagonist scratched his head and mumbled to himself, after all, I am a darling of fate. He thought, she must suspect my Western vein iron technique, but the important thing is that she has no evidence. The Unionite curled her lip into a sneer, replying in an indifferent tone, is that so? The male protagonist just vaguely nodded, replying blandly, Yes, with that, Dinuba turned and walked away, calling back. We have plenty of time for verification. I'm very curious to see how long this so-called darling of fate can remain lucky. With his nature of loving to tease others, True wouldn't let the fourth master leave in peace. He seized the opportunity to add one more sentence. Girls who get overly angry too often will quickly reach early retirement and premenopause. Upon hearing this, Demiguide immediately turned around, frowning as she asked in confusion. What is that premenopause thing? True was very earnest with the fourth master. He began to explain the illness in great detail. It's a difficult-to-treat illness where the patient is always melancholic, suffers from insomnia, gets a face full of pimples, and even experiences baldness. What else? Yes, they also grow beards, and their chest becomes completely flat. Having said this, the protagonist stretched out his hand to measure the master's chest, adding an extremely lethal teasing remark. Fourth master, your size isn't very big to begin with. If you add an unstable temper to that, it will surely be very difficult to find a husband. The system announced an addition of 5,000 rage points. The fourth master officially fell into Tri's teasing trap. She began to stutter in rage. The day that thing of mine shrinks, will also be the day that thing of yours shortens. As soon as she finished speaking, Hyungai drew her brilliant fire sword from its sheath, ready to rush into battle immediately. Seeing this, Tru was a little panicked, but he chose to threaten his master instead of kneeling to apologize. Fourth master, don't forget the Grand Master's instructions. Be careful she gets angry at you. A slight smile appeared on Hyungai's face. Well done. You already know how to use the Grand Sister Master to threaten me. You truly are my obedient disciple. Our protagonist was already accustomed to teasing others. Regardless of the method, he would simply use it. As long as it works, that's fine. The young man thought to himself. This girl is clearly very concerned about the size of that thing. Just mentioning that thing, he immediately gained another 5,000 points in the system, so she cares about her physical attributes this much. The male protagonist snapped his fingers confidently. He secretly affirmed with certainty that he had grasped the fourth master's deadly weakness. The young man said in an arrogant tone, Fourth master, even if your chest shrinks, it doesn't matter. Anyway, no one looks at it anymore. He spoke and laughed, a behavior that drove people mad with rage. The master's eyes were filled with killing intent. She tightly gripped the large sword in her hand. Really transformation technique. The master shouted, This time, no one can save you. Our adventure continued the next morning. Right in Shiechi's room, the fourth master appeared powerfully, stumped with deadly force, and shouted loudly, Get up right now. The male protagonist, in a deep sleep, started awake, startled to find he was dressed. He quickly used his leg to cover himself, stuttering, Fourth master, I told you already. Why did you burst in without knocking? After witnessing this offensive scene, the fourth master quickly backed away as if meeting a monster, trying hard not to look at the painful sight. Her words echoed back. Yesterday's sightseeing progress didn't even reach halfway. Get up quickly and let's continue. Shiachi obeyed, quickly put on his clothes and shoes, pretending to be proper. Shiachi emerged looking flustered, but secretly plotted. Wait a moment, you stinky kid. Let's see how I provoke you. Shiachi continued teasing, not forgetting to bring up yesterday's flat chest incident. Fourth master, you're not still angry about me calling you flat-chested, are you? The fourth master frowned. The system immediately announced, add 1,000 points. She was so angry she was speechless, only managing to report to the third master, I can't teach this person anymore. Seeing this, the third master gently advised little Yu, is still young and foolish, don't bicker with that child. The protagonist nodded in agreement. Exactly, I'm still a child. It's wrong for adults to make things difficult for children. Yu stopped to think. He's not an ordinary child. Just wait and see what tricks he pulls. Yu smirked and thought to herself, just you wait. The third master didn't forget to remind Yu of the eldest sister's advice. Cultivation requires maintaining a stable state of mind. Little Yu immediately and obediently agreed upon hearing this. After reminding little Yu, the third sister turned to instruct Shiachi, good disciple, don't forget to respect your teacher and revere the teachings. Has the disciple clearly understood? Certainly, because the third sister was too beautiful. Shiachi stared intently with sparkling eyes that wouldn't leave her. Noticing that the sightseeing progress of her fourth martial sister and disciple wasn't going smoothly, the third sister spoke up. It seems your fourth master has failed in her mission. In that case, let me lead the disciple. Yu and Shiachi glared at each other with sparks flying, as if about to devour one another. Shiachi muttered teasingly, Fourth master, look at the third master. That's the proper demeanor of a master. The fourth master replied, too bad for you. In this life and in this lifetime, I am destined to be your master. Yu continued, hey, out of kindness, I'll remind you of something. Stop provoking the third sister. The reason is, Shiachi was extremely curious. What's the reason? Hurry up and tell me. Little Yu decided to keep it secret. I won't tell. I enjoy watching you get angry. The fourth master's teasing made Shiachi, who had never known how to be angry enough to frown. The system immediately reported, congratulations to the host for getting angry for the first time. No penalty this time. Next time if you get too angry, your anger value will be heavily deducted. The male protagonist immediately thought to himself, this must be a supportive feature to help me cultivate my mind and nature. The third sister led the two of them to a place, and said, today we will start by visiting this place first. But just as they had stood there for a moment, the third sister's stomach rumbled loudly. The place the third master led them to was called Einhaan. Seeing this strange name, Shiachi curiously asked the third master, is Einhaan a place for making fireworks? The third master kindly replied, no, it's a place for us to perceive the vitality of all things. Little Yu knew this disciple had a goldfish brain and couldn't understand the problem. She sighed, explaining further, it seems you still don't get it. The male protagonist was still as innocent and confused as a fawn. What exactly did he need to realize? The fourth master broke the ice and revealed that he didn't realize this was a test. As soon as he heard the word test, the male protagonist's head spun like a pinwheel, and he lost all awareness. What the fourth master wanted was nothing else than for the male protagonist to go into the kitchen and show off his cooking skills. The disciples found it funny. The fourth immortal has already cultivated to immortality, yet still craves regular mortal rice. The third sister explained to the disciple that it wasn't necessary. They just wanted to play the role of mortals and experience a bit of human life. Sister Yu added, with your cultivation level and lifespan, explaining this in detail is very difficult indeed. The third master began introducing the family's favorite menu items. She said, the eldest sister likes chicken stewed with ginkgo. The second sister loves roasted chicken with potatoes. I prefer salt roasted chicken. And the fourth sister likes steamed chicken with sauce. Sister Yu also secretly revealed to her that previously, all the cooking had been the third sister's responsibility. However, now she wanted to focus intensely on her breakthroughs, so she handed the kitchen duties over to him. Since it was Hitra's first time being assigned kitchen duty, he was extremely flustered. Scratching his head, he asked, does everyone want to eat chicken? Whilst Hitra was still bewildered, the fourth master quickly grabbed a chicken. She handed the chicken to the male protagonist, instructing him, stop pretending now. Hurry up, it's almost time for dinner. Looking at the chicken in his hands, the male protagonist felt a rush of emotions, nervous and unsure of what to do. But immediately after, his expression changed to one of confidence. He thought, this is exactly my specialty. The two masters prayed silently, hoping this disciple would perform well enough to save their lives. They hoped so. If it doesn't taste good, we'll teach you a proper lesson, they thought to themselves. The male protagonist was arrogantly confident. Just leave everything to me. Before taking action, he even prayed for the poor chicken. May you die quickly, be reincarnated swiftly, and may you soon escape this life as livestock. The scene of Hitra preparing the chicken was incredibly cool. He swung the knife skillfully like a performance artist, even with his eyes closed. This made people eagerly anticipate the dishes he was about to prepare. At this moment, the male protagonist had only one thought, prepare the chicken, prepare the chicken. The male protagonist confidently declared, this is my specialty, dishes made by the high-class chef Hitra. Before long, Hitra had finished preparing the dishes and offered them to the four masters. He carried them over, shouting loudly, dinner is served, please enjoy your meal. Everyone, Hitra dedicatedly brought the food to each of the four masters' positions, serving them attentively. He invited the four masters to taste the food. Just as the pot lids were opened, a brilliant stream of golden light appeared. Sparkling golden light radiated from the four bowls of food. The four masters were also surprised that they were petrified and rendered speechless. The dishes were outstanding in both flavor and presentation. The second master saw Hitra's rice dish radiating a strange light, so he curiously asked, little apprentice, what was that sparkling light just now? The young man didn't bother with complicated explanations, merely making a polite gesture with his hand, saying, please, everyone, enjoy. The eldest sister calmly ordered her younger siblings, well then, let's start the feast right away. Immediately after the command, everyone simultaneously picked up their chopsticks and scrambled to grab some food. The eldest sister gently put a piece of the delicious food into her mouth. The second sister also felt extremely satisfied upon tasting it. Everyone present was simultaneously shaken by the unbelievably delicious flavor. The eldest sister nodded in praise, saying, this is quite good. It's been a long time since I last tasted such a unique flavor. The second sister, already infatuated with a try, became even more enamored with the dish he cooked. She cheered happily. Oh my god, this is truly explosive. A warm flow of energy spread across her face, as if a phoenix were reviving from the ashes. Even the third sister exclaimed in surprise, just one bite makes my entire body tingle, as if I'm about to break through to a new cultivation realm. Tiun Guyet gently closed her eyes to savor it, saying, I understand now. This dish truly brings endless joy to everyone. The eldest sister pressed him, asking, where did you get these dishes from? The protagonist glibly said it was thanks to love, but secretly thought that to get the best chicken, one needs subtle massage touches to awaken all the most essential flavors in every fiber of the chicken meat. Because of infusing feelings into it, even with extensive seasoning, the chicken meat retained its original sweetness without losing quality due to the sauce. The second master approached and affectionately patted Hitra's chin, saying, good little apprentice, I am truly very satisfied with you. Receiving praise, he grew conceited, even deliberately teasing the fourth master for recognition, asking, Master, do you think I did well? The master, being inherently stubborn, quickly brushed him off, saying, just hurry up and eat, then go back to your room and practice properly. Suddenly, footsteps were heard approaching from outside. The young man sitting in the room muttered to himself, I get points for infuriating others, but I get penalized if I get angry myself. Does this system want me to become a monk or something, forcing me to maintain pure sixth senses like this? Looking at the function level panel, the young man wondered to himself, I don't know how long it'll take before I'm good enough to unlock this cool feature. Hey system, what domineering powers do I actually possess? The system immediately responded with a robotic voice, host, for all basic features, please go to the store to unlock them. After hearing this, Hitra's eyes lit up like headlights. He asked excitedly, everything is really sold in the store. That's great. Could it be that things from the old world, like ancient secret techniques or atomic bombs, are also available in the catalog? The system was confused and asked what the host intended to do, while the protagonist was excited to check if his favorite toys were available. From 7 steps away, a gun shoots accurately, and within 1 step, it's fast and dangerous. I wonder if technology or immortal techniques are superior. Tell me quickly if you have them in stock. The system reported that they had stock, but required points to exchange. For example, an atomic bomb is an extremely powerful destructive weapon and costs tens of thousands of points. He then stupidly asked whether the bomb or the Great Master was more powerful. The system was forced to admit defeat by this absurd question, stating there wasn't enough comparison data and suggesting the host experience it themselves later. While both sides were chatting happily, the Great Master unexpectedly appeared at the door and coldly asked, "What is an atomic bomb?" Hearing the strange voice, the young man was startled, quickly turned around, and stammered, "Oh my god, what did you say?" Seeing his apprentice's face had lost all color, the Great Master calmly waved his hand to ease the tension, saying, "It's nothing." My disciple is still concerned about Grand Master, wondering if he's overthinking things, or if Grand Master truly has some other motive. It turns out Grand Master had a clear purpose for coming today. He said, during the previous meal, "I intended to give you this blood charm. I didn't expect the dishes on the table to mess up my plans. This charm is proof. It proves you are the true hair disciple of the four of us. Beyond doubt, during critical moments, it will fully protect you. Don't worry about anything." Chi let out a sigh of relief and reassured himself, "Phew, I really was overthinking things. How could that happen?" The protagonist immediately changed to a grateful expression, saying, "Thank Master." Grand Master added, "An atomic bomb is not as powerful as me. If I get the chance, I will broaden your knowledge further. Remember to work harder. You just rest well. I know you still have many questions, but I need time to think first." Having finished speaking, Grand Master vanished without a trace. Chachi sat back down in the room, wondering blankly, "An atomic bomb, not as powerful as me. Broad knowledge. What exactly does that mean?" Master probably doesn't know what an atomic bomb is, does he? Or am I misunderstanding? Standing in front of a nebula pavilion door, Chachi scratched his head in confusion. He muttered, "Yesterday Master said something about the library pavilion, and nebula pavilion. This must be the place. Obviously Demigite's directions were useless." He grumbled, unaware that Demigite was planning to infuriate him. She said to Third Sister, "I have thought of some phrases that will provoke that Chiachi to death." Third Sister replied profoundly, "I'm only afraid a certain master will die of anger first. It's best for you to sit down with me and calmly drink some tea." She prepared to open the door to the Nebula Pavilion, a place where he had long yearned to enter the library pavilion of the Fengming Divine Palace to explore. Hopefully this time is correct. The door quickly opened. The scene before Shi was incredibly confusing. A red tail appeared out of nowhere, spinning around in the space. Shi was also pulled in by the tail's gravitational force, completely losing his bearings. He struggled in vain. Second Master asked curiously when she saw Shi, "Little disciple, are you looking for me for something?" Shi became flustered upon seeing Second Master. Second Master, I made a mistake." Second Master turned her head to look, slowly speaking, "Judging by your tone, you seem to be quite disappointed." Seeing Second Master say that, the protagonist quickly denied it. Not at all. I originally intended to go to the library pavilion to look for some books. I wasn't careful with the directions yesterday, so I came to the wrong place. But this place is also very good. It was part of my sightseeing plan anyway. Second Master twisted her alluring body, her arm gently moving closer. She feigned a question. "My good disciple, why are you so eager to study?" The protagonist had a bad feeling but still tried to respond. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Really? Second Master moved even closer, placing her hand on Chi's lips. "Why are you running away from me? Am I really that unpleasant to look at? Am I scaring you?" The protagonist was not flustered at all. On the contrary, he praised her. "Second Master, you are as light as a startled swan, graceful as a swimming dragon, and glorious like autumn chrysanthemums, blossoming like spring pines. You can truly be described as a beautiful woman with a face like a hibiscus flower, capable of toppling a city with one glance, and a state with another." Before he could finish his words, Second Master's figure lunged towards him. Hachi was so intensely curious his face was flushed. He blinked and asked, "Second Master, so you also have such a unique accessory. It looks absolutely adorable." The Second Master explained thoroughly. My tail automatically appears whenever I'm in a good mood. I never expected my disciple would have such a talent for activating it. Come on, hurry and praise me. If I'm pleased, we'll show off all 9 tails and let you try out some treasures." As soon as Hachi heard treasures, his eyes lit up like car headlights, and he quickly asked, "How valuable are these treasures?" The Master enthusiastically pointed to the shelf behind them, which was stacked high with prepared spiritual elixirs, bragging, "All the elixirs on that shelf were refined by my own hands. Some enhance health, some prolong life, and others help you break through realms. In short, whatever you desire, I will grant it." The male protagonist suddenly coughed once, chuckled, and replied, "Then this disciple asks permission to compose a poem first to win Master's favor." Before reciting the poem, he wondered internally, surely this world doesn't have Li Bei, right? The familiar verses poured out non-stop. Her clothes are clouds, her face is flowers, the spring breeze brushes the railing, dew-thickened flowers are fragrant. If not seen atop the jade mountain, a gentle breeze passed by, carrying a soft fragrance. After listening, the Second Master exclaimed that the poem was truly beautiful, but she continued to flatter. "Second Master, the poem is beautiful, but you are far more beautiful." Receiving the praise, the Second Master smiled shyly. "You stinky brat, are you trying to tease me?" Just then, the protagonist was immediately wrapped up by the soft tail. He asked, curiously, "Is Master so embarrassed that they want to do something to their disciple?" The Master stated his position, speaking such sugary words. "It seems I need to re-educate you on how to respect your teacher and uphold morality." The protagonist refused to yield, replying, "Second Master, grant the reward first, then teach. Your disciple will study harder." That actually sounded quite reasonable. The tail slowly retracted, releasing Hechi onto the ground. The protagonist's body was still slightly dizzy from being spun around. The master suddenly rushed over and hugged the protagonist from behind, saying, "In that case, I shall reward you first." During this time, she continuously offered incentive. "You can have any of those purple bottles on the shelf. Why would a little disciple like you need to learn that transference technique? How about I teach you illusion arts next?" The illusion arts of the nine-tailed fox are very interesting. Upon hearing this, our protagonist's spirit lifted instantly. Even if he was sleepy, he felt he had to learn it. Just as things were getting interesting, the fourth master walked in, hands on her hips, and asked, "Second sister, what exactly are you doing?" The scene on the ground showed the protagonist writhing, twisting from side to side, looking like he was performing ballet. Guyet was extremely puzzled. Why is Hechi's face so blank? Don't tell me you used an illusion technique on him again. The second sister immediately denied it. Of course not. I was just imparting cultivation methods to them. Do you want to learn? Did you come here suddenly for a reason? Guyet advised. No need. Please don't. Practicing cultivation like this, I'm afraid he'll suffer cultivation deviation. Eldest sister said Hechi is at the Star Pattern Pavilion, and told me to take him to familiarize himself with the surroundings. As soon as she finished speaking, Guyet approached the lying protagonist, angrily yelling, "Wake up," and delivered a powerful punch to Hechi's back. The protagonist groaned in pain internally. Oh my heavens, my back. Master's spiritual power is truly potent. If I'm not careful, he'll fall into a trap instantly. The protagonist's eyes were vacant. He didn't know what he had experienced while under the illusion technique. He couldn't help but feel regretful for having been too excited. Guyet's eyes, full of annoyance, remained fixed on her. At that very moment, the system announced, "Boast, because it serves as the backing for the family, one of the three major families, and then Q and illusion arts Thought are their foremost skill." The fourth master curiously pressed her about what he saw in the recent illusion, but the young man simply shook his head, stating that everything was cut short before he could see anything at all. Our young man, looking wary, requested permission to take his leave from the second master, hoping to receive further guidance on the illusion arts another time. "Make sure to pass on all the secret techniques to me. Second master, he'll be taking my leave now." As he left Tingvinci with the fourth master, she remained preoccupied, contemplating the red bottles that could be taken freely versus the purple ones that were forbidden, wondering what spiritual elixir they contained. The master and disciple had now stepped outside the gates of Tingvinci. Seeing his disciple's regretful expression, the fourth master loudly admonished him not to pine after those bottles anymore, and to hurry up. The following events continued to revolve around that familiar setting. Suddenly, the fourth master spoke up to praise her. "Hey, that chicken dish you cooked yesterday was truly delicious." Upon hearing this, Hechi put on a smug face, and asked if the fourth master was trying to befriend him. The master grumbled irritably, "Who would want to befriend you? I'm simply being magnanimous, and don't want to argue with such a petty disciple anymore." Seeing Hechi continue to stare intently at her, she brushed him off by asking what he was looking at. He thought to himself, "This is getting interesting," and eager to respond, "Now, there's nothing at all, but clearly, there's something fishy going on here. It must be an intentional ploy to make me wait." After pondering for a moment, he turned and made a request. "Fourth master, I'd like to go to the scripture library, and see, please take a moment to guide me there." As Guyet followed him, she nagged constantly about how strange he was today, and asked if he was plotting something. He secretly laughed to himself, letting her guess to her heart's content. Despite his inner calculations, he still offered a reasonable explanation. "I just want to get to the library early. Fourth master, please lead the way. Didn't the first master entrust you with guiding me?" Hearing that urging made the master begin to feel exasperated. The system immediately announced that her anger points had increased by 50. Guyet glared at her with fiery eyes and yelled, "You truly are an idiot. I already showed you around yesterday, and you don't remember anything. How are you supposed to learn like this?" He casually replied that he was clumsy and had troubled his master, but in his heart, he thought, "Warfare is unpredictable. With my level of deception, manipulating people is a simple matter." Before long, the two stood before the entrance to the scripture library in Kinfi. The fourth master reminded him that this place housed books, but cautioned that the volumes here were not as easy to understand as those outside, especially for someone with mediocre abilities like someone she knew. He proudly asserted that he knew his own limits, causing Guyet's frustration level to increase by another 50 points. She gritted her teeth, and stared at him with burning eyes. The two slowly pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The entrance to this treasure trove of knowledge was covered in a glossy coat of paint. The space inside was magical and ethereal. Guyet suddenly noticed the silhouette of the third sister present in the room. The third sister, possessing peerless beauty, was sitting on a chair located quite high up. She was engrossed in studying the book in her hands, her demeanor radiating wisdom and intellect. Standing below, Hechi spoke up in greeting, remarking that the third master truly possessed an elegant soul, but he didn't hear any response. Because once third senior sister enters a state of deep concentration, no one can interrupt her. Looking at third senior's incredibly focused demeanor, everyone in our group couldn't help but feel admiration. Guyet reminded the Melody, "Don't bother her. When third senior sister concentrates, she doesn't pay attention to anyone else. Follow me." Although I don't frequent this place, I'm quite familiar with it. Hechi remained skeptical, replying, "Really, I don't believe you." As they moved, the male protagonist repeatedly looked back, filled with longing and reluctance to leave. Suddenly, fourth senior master shouted excitedly, "Oh, I found it. I remember leaving my Svidlay blade technique manual right here." Tr looked at fourth senior master with a wary gaze. We have been searching for almost half an hour just for this, and you still dare to claim you're familiar with this place. Everyone's efforts from earlier had gone to waste. Demi-Guy was so frustrated she practically wanted to explode. You've said enough already. Take it and hold on to it first. This is called prevention being better than cure. This remark made Tr laugh and mumble. You even know idioms now. Suddenly, Tr looked towards the other side with a look of astonishment. An alarmed voice rang out. Why can't I find it? I definitely placed it on this bookshelf. Maybe it's on a higher shelf. The book being mentioned was specifically the beginner's edition of the Silai Tulai Blade technique. Demi-Guy was still fumbling around, searching for it. Oh no, did it vanish? I carefully copied it down. Meanwhile, the male protagonist, holding the book, covered his mouth in disbelief and sighed. Fourth senior, you threw it on the ground. That's awful. Just then, third senior sister appeared, and immediately warned, you absolutely must not look at this book. Tr was startled and quickly spun around, stammering incoherently. The third senior master, you're here. Third senior master spoke. I was so engrossed in reading just now that I didn't notice you were here. That book in your hand. At that moment, Tiungut saw her and immediately shouted, third senior sister has arrived. You arrived just in time. Did you see my book? I remember putting it on this shelf. Seeing her junior sister's anxious appearance, third senior master replied, your book, is it that Silai Blade technique book? Demi-Guy suddenly recalled. I think that really is its name. Third senior sister added, I have absolutely no recollection of it. Someone must have taken it away. While the male protagonist was still bewildered and unsure what was happening, fourth senior master quickly brushed it aside, saying, is that so? Then let's just forget about it. Third senior sister asked curiously, what brings you here? Demi-Guy quickly replied, Tr wanted to find some books, so I brought him over here. Over on the other side, Tr was hastily hiding the book, while simultaneously, the system's light flashed. Third senior master asked the male protagonist, Tr, what kind of book are you looking for? Scriptures or cultivation methods? The male protagonist was stunned for a moment, then turned and stammered, I want to find some high-level cultivation methods. Hearing the request for high-level cultivation methods, third senior master genuinely seemed a bit confused and unsure what to do. After pondering for a moment, third senior master's arm extended forward. An extremely dense stream of spiritual energy light immediately appeared. The light in the study was suddenly as bright as if someone had turned on a powerful flashlight, radiating everywhere. Third master pointed to the pile of books and gently said, well then, just take all these precious books home to read first. Facing this entire fortune of knowledge, that she had no choice but to accept his fate and respectfully bowed in thanks to his master. The third master also thoughtfully added, if there is anything you find confusing, feel free to come to me for clarification. The male protagonist quickly clasped his hands and bowed, promising, I guarantee I will be as obedient as a kitten, and never dare to disturb the third master. But immediately, fourth junior sister pulled young Hechi away. He asked in surprise, hey, didn't you say you wanted to study intensely? What urgent matter do you have that makes you run off so quickly now? Fourth junior sister quickly moved out of sight of third sister, muttering softly, oh, third sister, I'm taking this nuisance away right now. Before she left, third sister didn't forget to remind her, Demi-Guy, you must concentrate on your studies. Don't let people ridicule you anymore for making so many spelling mistakes. As soon as he stepped outside the library, Hechi couldn't help but mock her. Oh my dear fourth master. Did you cancel all my plans just because third master criticized your bad handwriting? Fourth master explained. Didn't you pick up on third sister's hidden signal? That sentence was a secret command. Get out immediately. If you lingered for another half second, she would have frozen you into an artistic statue. And don't ask me how I know. Hachi rolled his eyes in exasperation. You sound a bit paranoid, don't you? Demi-Guy firmly asserted. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try. Being frozen into an ice pop would be considered very lucky. Third sister always ignores things she considers nonsense. At that point, she'll definitely just leave you to fend for yourself. That she thought to himself. Judging by fourth master's stressed demeanor, it looks like she isn't joking at all. Fourth master continuously presented ironclad evidence to support her point of view. I warned you long ago not to provoke third sister, especially when she's highly focused. She then thoughtfully instructed her student. You absolutely must not reveal my secret about writing mistakes to anyone. If you dare utter a single word, they'll turn you into delicious grilled chicken and throw you into a den of spirit beasts. Having grasped fourth master's fatal weakness, Hachi chuckled threateningly. Off it, fourth master. If you want me to keep quiet, you'll need to pay a ransom. Otherwise, you'll spread this story throughout the entire holy sanctuary. At that point, you'll have no choice but to hide underground. Fourth master flew into a furious rage. She growled. Fine, go ahead and choose your own death anniversary date. I guarantee I won't bother stopping you from enjoying death. The system popped up again with a notification. Congratulations hosts, for diligently provoking Demi-Guy continuously and collecting enough special anger points. The system quest has officially been activated. This time's challenge is, Kachen must pass the intersect examination. The reward will be a heaven tier cultivation method or a random treasure, while the punishment remains an unknown variable. Staring at the notification panel, Hachi frowned and wondered, what exactly is this punishment all about? Seeing Hachi distracted, fourth master snapped like thunder. Hey, what the heck are you mumbling about? Did you hear my threat just now? But the mischievous system continued to deliberately tease the male protagonist, letting him nervously play the guessing game for now. That guy Hachi, with his blank expression, was deep in thought, calculating something. Although the system had bestowed upon him many generous newbie rewards, this habit of toying with the host was truly too cruel and rude. Hachi suddenly remembered the terrifying moment when he first activated the system. At that time, it introduced itself like this: "Hello, lucky one. I am your system. I will elevate you to the position of CEO, marry a beautiful and wealthy wife, and advance straight to the peak of worldly glory." In that very moment, Pechi happily believed he possessed a golden finger. He was also excited to check the user manual immediately, but the harsh truth was that this was a system dedicated solely to trolling and humiliating Hechi. It never bothered to tell him how many reward points he had. All information had to be figured out by the male protagonist desperately experimenting. No wonder, ever since the male protagonist first set foot in this world, life has crushed him and slapped him awake from his dream countless times. The system started buzzing with alarms again. "Host, there are only a few days left until the intersect assessment, and you still haven't met the requirements to participate." The male protagonist, Pechi, looked wary, frowned, and replied lazily, "I'd already know." After a period of disorganized thought, Pechi turned his head to look at the fourth master, his eyes completely vacant. The fourth master's words were like wind passing by. He didn't pay any attention. She thought to herself in frustration, "Forget it. Trying to reason with this idiot is like casting pearls before swine." The protagonist Pechi remained indifferent, completely disregarding the master's attitude. He was deep in thought. "No good. I have to find a way to participate in the intersect assessment at all costs, or else this system will start causing trouble again." Pechi's blank, soulless gaze suddenly made the fourth master jump to conclusions. She thought he was looking at her intently. The fourth master asked suspiciously, "What are you doing staring at me like that, you rotten brat? Did you just realize that I am your beautiful master?" Still with that soulless gaze, Pechi stammered in response, "Well, about that." Before finishing his sentence, Pechi sank into contemplation again, no longer paying attention to the person across from him. His eyes were full of questions as he wondered about something. The fourth master still couldn't understand what this rotten kid was doing. She asked irritably, "You keep looking all around. What exactly are you looking for?" Undisturbed, the protagonist continued to think. Pechi really preferred thinking over talking. He thought, "Cultivating here doesn't fit the system's method of collecting rage points to increase my realm level. This isn't good. I must find a way to get off this mountain immediately." The fourth master was already fuming. She pointed directly at him. "Hey, are you deliberately pretending not to listen to me?" The protagonist, startled, explained, "Because I suddenly realized something important." "What is it?" Pechi, the protagonist, began to speak crudely. "Women are only things that hinder my sword drawing speed." He thought triumphantly. First master's arrangement was brilliant. Just one taunt made her angry. "She's really charging me up now. 100, 200, 300 rage points." The fourth master was so angry that her face turned red, and her whole body trembled. The fourth master yelled loudly at the protagonist, "Pechi, do you feel like hindering your cultivation time? Is that right? How would your disciple dare? Your disciple just thinks that fourth master is too lively and beautiful," he said, grinning widely, but inside his head, he was overjoyed. Yes, this expression is exactly what he needed. Driving his master insane had become a daily routine for the protagonist. The blazing moon sword was drawn, and immediately, rage points continuously increased by 200, 300, 400 points. But she understood the fourth master's weakness clearly. These offensive words were effective, because she was unaccustomed to interacting with men and became shy at the slightest provocation, so she wanted to draw her sword and slash him to hide her embarrassment. As the confrontation grew tense, the system spoke again. "Congratulations, master, for once again successfully angering Fairy Demigod. The system specially awards the one fell swoop gift package." The protagonist was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Good stuff. A bright future awaits. I must become even more formidable." To continue paving his path, he continuously launched hurtful words. "Fourth master. First master really saw you correctly. He must have known your Dao heart was becoming restless, so he gave me to you for guidance. Actually, having a few fantasies about love in the wind, flowers, and moon at your age is completely understandable. Your disciple will definitely keep your secret." The fourth master could no longer restrain herself. Her anger value continuously increased, exploding completely out of control. She raised her blazing sword height and yelled, "Pechi, do you like cultivation that much? So today, I will pass on the secret manual of the Scarlet Training Blade technique to you. Prepare yourself." The Scarlet Training Blade technique is the introductory lesson in the Nine Heavens Separation Flame says. "Get ready to begin immediately." The young man exclaimed in panic, "Fourth master, wait a minute, let's make a bet." "Stop right there." Having just dodged the sword strike, the young man let out a sigh of relief, feeling like he had escaped disaster. "Oh, thank goodness, I nearly died." Fourth master retracted her sword, frowned, and asked, "Bet on what?" The protagonist spoke while panting. "I need to participate in the intersect assessment next month. Let's make a bet on whether I can pass." Okay. Even during this stressful situation, his mind was still leisurely thinking about how many chives were growing at the foot of the mountain, making them easy to harvest. Fourth master looked at Hechi and said, "You must know that becoming an intersect disciple requires at least the original sea realm cultivation level. Although you secretly used the mirror immortal pool that day to advance to the wolf blood first stage, even Presley Chan took 3 months to break through that level. You are no longer just overly ambitious, but clearly, your head has taken a knock." Fourth master's meaning was that this kid had become stupid. The young man put his hands on his hips and smugly said, "Fourth master, I think it's more accurate to say that you don't dare to bet with me. Ha. The result of winning or losing is already so obvious. Why would I not dare to bet? I just want to know what conditions you propose. If the conditions don't satisfy me, I will continue teaching you this blade technique until you learn your lesson." The protagonist continued to bargain. "If I don't pass the intersect assessment, I will automatically leave the Azure Alliance holy domain." Dame Ningayat thought that being her disciple was every disciple's dream. "Have you thought this through carefully?" the protagonist confidently replied. Of course, I've thought carefully about it. Then I won't stop you. But what if you pass the assessment? She wondered to herself. Where does this kid get all his confidence? That she seized the golden opportunity and made his condition. If I win, then fourth master must agree to become my wife. Upon hearing this, fourth master flinched violently and screamed, "What?" At this moment, that she felt triumphant and laughed, asking, "What's wrong? Don't you dare to bet?" Fourth master was suspicious. Could this pervert have lost his mind after breaking through the nine heavens fear-extinguishing formation? But in just 1 month, let alone passing the assessment, he wasn't even qualified to register for the exam. Because she completely looked down on this kid. Fourth master agreed. Fine, a promise is a promise. The protagonist still wouldn't let up. That's right, fourth master. I still have one thing I'd like to bother you with. What request now? Pache inquired. To leave the Azure Alliance Holy Domain. Do I just need to go down from Jade Heavenly Peak? Gayet replied. Oh, why do you ask? What more trouble now? Fourth master thought to herself. Jade Heavenly Peak isn't a place one can simply ascend just by wishing for it. I'll go up there. This kid Hechang must have spent a considerable amount of spiritual energy to get here. Hechi, with an innocent look on his face, pleaded. Otherwise, master, could you see me off on a trip? I don't have time. Fourth master replied definitively. This sentence was like a knife plunging straight into Hechi's heart, causing his expression to change instantly. With his cunning and devious nature, the protagonist threatened. If you don't help me, I will kiss you immediately, thereby ruining my future. Daiminkaya became furious and shouted his name. Hechi then immediately launched a palm strike. Get out of here, you mischievous brat. You're in for it now. Ouch, my old back hurts so much. Haze fell freely from the Jade Celestial steps. I explicitly said I wasn't ready to descend yet. Tanagite girl, I swear I will never coexist peacefully with you. From somewhere unknown, a streak of brilliant golden light suddenly appeared. The fellow disciples standing below were bewildered, not knowing what that red streak flashing past was. It turned out to be our protagonist, lying flat on the ground in an extremely cool, arms crossed posture. Two fellow disciples chattered excitedly. Do you remember the legend of a magical technique that fell from the sky? Could this be the long-lost ultimate art? Ace tumbled through the air, shouting loudly, make way for your big brother, please. With a resounding thud, the young man landed, causing everyone nearby to curiously gather around to see what happened. Ace struggled to sit up, having just had a direct impact with the ground. His eyes were filled with reproach and grievance. Master is truly too cruel. Oh heavens, it hurts right to the bones. A disciple approached with sarcasm. Oh, isn't this the notoriously useless Haze? Why was he thrown down like this? I thought he had already surpassed the Jade Celestial steps and broken through the nine heavens tribulation array. When it comes to being clear-headed, our protagonist ranks second, and no one dares claim the first spot. The young man handled the situation very smoothly, then turned to retort. Hey, Vinten, why do you always insist on looking for trouble with me? Before, you always gathered your gang to come here and mock me. Now you're verbally teasing me, probably because you couldn't even reach the 30th level of the Jade Celestial steps, right? Vinten became furious upon hearing that. The system immediately collected 100 points of rage from his fit of anger. He laughed loudly with a smug demeanor. How ridiculous. You have already been expelled from the Divine Hall by the Four Immortal Alliance, and you still have the nerve to hang around here rambling. The protagonist replied calmly. Being kicked out by those old men, and me failing to climb are two completely different matters. However, Haze was secretly pleased. Exactly right. It's best if you all just believe I was driven out, which suits my intentions. Instead of meddling here, you should focus on practicing for the intersect assessment. With your meager skill level, I doubt you'll even qualify to register. The system's voice sounded again, reporting. Host, the current accumulated rage points have reached 100,000. The system store is officially open for your service. Welcome, esteemed customer, to our shopping experience. The protagonist muttered internally. Is there a coat? Give me a can first. Vinten became agitated, grabbed Haze's shoulder, and shouted. Did I say you could leave? Stop right there. The protagonist paid no attention. He was only focused on what the system was announcing. You wish to purchase a coat that will cost a hefty 5,000 rage points. Seeing that price made the young man break into a cold sweat. Heavens, what the heck did I just blurt out? The system added an announcement. Consuming it grants destructive power. The protagonist lamented. This can of drink is too expensive at 5,000 points. The system reported that disabling or exchanging items that do not belong to this world requires paying an extremely high price. The male protagonist pouted and muttered. Oh my god, why didn't you tell me sooner? Annoyed by the tiny can of coat, the young man shoved away the hand of his teasing fellow disciple and grumbled. Ew, this is incredibly annoying. I feel like killing someone to vent. Li Yuanxing saw that He dared to resist defiantly, and growled angrily. Ha, now even a piece of trash dares to defy me. If I don't teach you a lesson, how will this young master save face later? Having said that, he lunged forward and threw a punch at the protagonist, shouting, go to hell. However, before the punch could even land, it was swiftly caught by our protagonist. The male protagonist gripped the opponent's hand so tightly that he cried out in pain. He then calmly opened the can of Coke and took a sip. In his mind, the protagonist thought, this 5.0 Coke really is delicious. Although it was just a tiny 5.0 can of Coke, it helped Ichi recover what he had lost. It was truly worth it. The protagonist thought after finishing his drink. He suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. Someone once said that if you lose something that belongs to you, you must find every way to get it back. Immediately after drinking the can of Coke, the male protagonist was enveloped in a halo of blue light. Everyone around him was astonished. How can this be? You're already at the Wolf-Blood 7th stage. Clearly, before you went up the Jade Celestial ranks, you hadn't even reached the Wolf-Blood 1st stage. The protagonist smugly patted his chest, showing off his achievement. Everyone buzzed with discussion. What's going on? It must be that the Four Heavens Commerce Alliance rewarded him with cultivation. That must be it. But even with the reward, he only reached the 7th stage. He is still just a piece of trash, which is why he was chased off the mountain. Seeing this, that fellow quickly sneered. I know what happened now. It must be compensation for the Four Heavens kicking you off the mountain. They certainly don't need lucky, useless trash without talent like you. The smug fellow secretly thought, you really are lucky, but even if my cultivation realm isn't as high as yours, this great young master here is the young master of the Heavenly Blade Alliance. The Heavenly Blade Alliance can stand firm among the various sects without collapsing precisely because of a secret medicine. It can increase one's cultivation by 3 stages in a short time. Today I will definitely make you kneel and beg for mercy. Our protagonist calmly replied, I don't care if you're the Heavenly Blade Alliance or the Beggars sect. Stop wasting words. Come here immediately. Our protagonist thought to himself, I fear you won't be able to withstand this technique of mine. Seeing the opponent's contemplative expression, he thought, does he think he's the only one who knows how to take medicine? He pulled a pill out from inside his robes. His arm struggled to pop open the medicine bottle's cap. The medicinal liquid was guzzled down straight into his throat. Our protagonist looked on in bewilderment, wondering if taking medicine while gaming counted as cheating. Jing suddenly became incredibly strong, surrounded by red fire, looking like Superman about to transform. At this moment, Xiaoqi's hair stood on end. Where is the referee? I want to report this. Someone here is using banned substances during the competition. In an instant, Jing rapidly leveled up, reaching the realm of high bloodthirst. The male protagonist was visibly annoyed, thinking, this skid has already surpassed me by 2 levels. What a joke. Openly cheating in front of everyone. Truly shameless. Yuanjing rushed forward, screaming, Bye. Intense red flames of hatred erupted around him. Nevertheless, the male protagonist calmly waved his hand. You are still far behind me. Don't even dream about it. Yuanjing, filled with fighting spirit, gathered all his strength and charged straight toward Shichi. Our male protagonist smiled calmly, but secretly thought, if this guy can't kill me, he probably won't give up. Right at the critical moment, the system reappeared, falling out to the Great Master. Immediately exchange 5,000 rage points for 15 seconds of invincible golden body. Limited time offer. Buy it, and win. Hurry up. Are you exchanging or not? The male protagonist muttered. Why now? This is clearly taking advantage of a chaotic situation. The system immediately reminded him. Please host, be careful what you say. Do not be rude. Over there. Jing was still charging, trembling with rage, roaring. How dare you ignore and look down on me? Turn into a pile of minced meat and just die already. Witnessing Yuanjing's terrifying power and jumping ability, Jiachi was somewhat alarmed. The male protagonist quickly yelled, exchange everything for me. The system replied instantly, understood. Host has acquired the invincible golden body. A powerful surge of energy rushed in. The energy permeated Jiachi's body, causing the surrounding spiritual power around him to suddenly blaze brightly. The bargain of the invincible golden body began to exert its full effect. Yuanjing now appeared extremely powerful and full of vigor. He exerted all his strength to punch the male protagonist, but it had no effect. The male protagonist was smug. Is this what you call tickling me? Great master. Just as the two sides were confronting each other, a stream of pink light unexpectedly permeated the scene. The male protagonist himself had no idea what the heck was going on. Even Yuanjing's fist was covered in a deep pink color. This strange change turned out to be because Second Master had appeared. Second Master spoke. Under the laws of the holy domain of commerce, no one is allowed to attack fellow disciples within the sect. I thought everyone had completely forgotten about it. Our protagonist looked up. He kept muttering, Second Master, you appeared just in time. Losing 5 points was truly worth the price. Li Yuanting tried to injure the protagonist, but made no progress. He just stood still, rigid as a statue. The Second Master warned Yuanting, telling him to curb his recklessness, while inside the Heavenly Saber Alliance sanctuary. I shall only reward you with this light punishment. As soon as she finished speaking, the Second Master immediately deployed a dragon formation to suppress Yuanting. Just one palm strike from the Master sent Yuanting flying far away. A spatial crack gradually closed, swallowing him whole. The protagonist watched the vanishing hole, his face slackening like an idiot. The Second Master then whispered sweet nothings to Xiaoqi. My disciple certainly has a lot of nerve. Don't you worry about being beaten to death. The protagonist raised his hand and whispered to the Second Master. Master, I am pretending to be poor and miserable in the outer sect. I was just expelled from the Divine Palace. If you act, my entire plan will be ruined. The sight of the two master and disciple whispering intimately was completely witnessed by the fellow disciples nearby. Suddenly, the Second Master started acting, pretending to push Xiaoqi away, and then dramatically fell to the ground. The master cried out loudly, You are breaking my heart. Our protagonist froze. This level of dramatic acting was truly unmatched under heaven. The disciples, thinking Xiaoqi was bullying a woman. How dare you make our goddess Nivi cry? Have you no shame? She clearly just saved you, and now you repay kindness with hostility. Everyone's face was filled with murderous intent. The protagonist hadn't expected this trick to be so effective, but it seemed the effect was a bit excessive. The Second Master winked at the protagonist. Well, is my acting skill acceptable? You want here. Second Master, is this your character setting? The Second Master smiled enchantingly and replied, Is there a problem with that? Do you need any more help? Wiping sweat, the protagonist replied, yes, that is more than enough. The second master then asked coyly, you find just this much sufficient? The young man confirmed, I can handle the rest. The second master instructed, hurry up and help your master up, but she actively rushed forward and hugged Xie. Master, what are you trying to pull now? The surrounding disciples were furious. Their anger stat continuously soared. The second master replied to Xie, it's simply because your master hasn't finished playing yet. The girl ran and wailed, I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. At this moment, Diage's stunned face displayed a million questions. The disciples roared, brothers, quickly avenge Goddess Mevi. Attack. A tree frantically ran for his life to escape that group of people. The second master was extremely delighted. If you're going to commit, you must see it through to the end. It's truly exhilarating. The misty mountain landscape appeared. Down below, a group of people was intensely chasing each other like children. He hid behind a rock, drenched in sweat, worried because the system kept forcing him to make enemies of all sorts of people. He had to carefully calculate his score to upgrade his system skills if he hoped to escape disaster. If he accidentally lagged behind, that aggressive group would surely torture him to death. While sitting listlessly, the young man suddenly heard the gentle sound of water flowing right beside him. He stared blankly at the waterfall, muttering to himself that he didn't know where he had wandered off to. The young man subtly shrugged, looking completely clueless about what was happening, so the protagonist secretly lurked behind the grass to eavesdrop on strange happenings. It turned out this was Bichi Pond, near the Archives Pavilion, and he couldn't understand how he had strayed here. Bichi Pond was originally a forbidden area of the Thuongmin, and no one was allowed near it without permission. He suddenly noticed the figure of a beautiful woman innocently bathing in the middle of the stream. The beauty slowly moved toward the bank. Our young man suddenly let out an accidental sound of surprise. Unbelievably, it was the third master in a state of complete nudity. When the master saw Hatri, she gently called his name. Come here immediately. Faced with the provocative scene, the protagonist trembled, kneeling before the third master, while she calmly asked why he had sought her out. Hatri frantically explained that he had only accidentally wandered in, and had no intention of spying. He immediately guessed this was the second master's doing, and at the same time, he wondered why the third master was in this place. She said this was her private place of cultivation. Anyone who dared intrude would be severely punished, even though the young man was inherently fond of beautiful women. However, now he didn't dare look, only softly reminding his master to put on clothes lest the cold wind affect her. The master pondered for a moment. She unexpectedly requested the young man to personally help her put on her clothes. A beam of magical light suddenly appeared. That beam of light brought the garment closer. The piece of clothing suddenly landed neatly in the male lead's hands. Hurry up, put it on for me. Hachai blushed shyly, but had no choice but to accept this sweet punishment. So he stepped forward to help third master put on the clothes. While helping to put on the clothes, the male lead didn't dare to look up at third master even for a second. Afraid of accidentally meeting his gaze, he focused intently on the task, not daring to be careless. Third master's perfect physique was revealed right before his eyes. The clothing was gradually put on completely, skillfully covering up the blood-draining scene. Third master wondered about Hachi wanting to take the assessment, so he asked, I heard from Time Nikayat that you want to participate in this month's intersect assessment. The male lead obediently nodded in reply. Yes, that is exactly right. Third master was surprised by Hachi's decision and said, you are already our true disciple, all four of us. Why go do these unnecessary things? Hachi evasively explained, actually, disciple doesn't want others to doubt my abilities, so I want to take the test. The outer sect disciples keep thinking I don't qualify to be a true disciple. In reality, Hachi participated in the assessment according to the system's requirements, but this secret absolutely could not be revealed. Third master stared intently at the male lead, seemingly seeing through all his hidden thoughts. His sharp, cold eyes seemed capable of seeing through all secrets. The male lead felt uneasy, thinking to himself, third master's gaze feels like he's trying to see right through me. Third master patted his shoulder and instructed, third master knows everything, you can go. I will keep quiet about you sneaking into the forbidden area. The male lead breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally passed this challenge, and the person believed his words. Disciple requests permission to leave now. The system popped up another notification. Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment of pissing off 1,000 outer sect disciples. Upon hearing this, Hachi was so surprised that he gasped. 1,000 people. The system quickly updated the information, unlocked the function of traversing dimensions. The specific time for dimension traversal will be chosen by the system. The host can practice in other worlds and receive unique props and skills. The male lead exclaimed excitedly, oh my goodness, now I finally see that your system has some use. The scene cuts to the next morning. At the mountain meditation area, a space anomaly cracked open, accompanied by a resounding thud. It turned out to be Viante. He coughed while trying to get up, fall hurt to the bone, but he didn't forget to curse. Hachi, just you wait. This time, either you die or I die. At the Spirit Cultivation Palace, in front of a special formation created by Empress Li Chan exclusively for disciples of the Saint Realm Thuong Men to cultivate, the protagonist thought to himself, it is rumored that each floor of this spiritual cultivation palace makes people endure spiritual pressure 10 times greater than normal. In this very place, the spiritual pressure way up on the 18th floor can reach a terrifying figure of 180 times the normal level. That's truly terrifying. Old man Zhang Tilan was holding a roll call book, taking attendance one by one. He cleared his throat and called for the next person to step forward. It was finally our protagonist's turn. He happily stepped forward and greeted Deacon John. The old man looked indifferent and asked, let's quickly state your name, cultivation level, and length. Our young man cursed under his breath. How annoying. Asking that in front of everyone makes me so embarrassed. He decided to just answer. Head sheet, links you grade 1, 5.5 they. The old man dazedly looked up to confirm again. What did you say? Really 5.5? At that moment, Hachi finally realized. Oh, he muttered to himself. If he wanted to ask for my height, he should have just said so. Why use the word length and cause confusion? The old man declared that since his cultivation level was linked to grade 1, he should go to floor 2. If you can hold on, retreat immediately. Don't push yourself too hard, or you might end up crippled or explode. But Hachi wondered, just floor 2? That seems a bit too easy. His goal for next month was to pass the intersect examination, so he needed to at least break through to the U1 higher realm to have any hope. Diakonjong reminded him, saying that last year's top genius only dared to climb to floor 3. You are only linked to grade 1. You should protect yourself. Don't sacrifice your life just for the sake of advancement. The fellow disciple behind started to mock him. It's better to die than be abandoned by everyone. He deserves to lose face now for trying to climb too high. Being kicked out of the city means his life is over. Hachi angrily thought to himself. These 3 lackeys truly inherited every bad habit from their master Li Yuanjing. Li San eagerly ran up to mock him. Oh, dear, he's only relying on a bit of cheap cultivation that someone else bestowed upon him. I'm afraid he can't even make it past the first floor. Telling him he can reach floor 2 must be showing him a great deal of respect. Wang Si quickly added fuel to the fire by mocking him. This kid has always been just a piece of trash. He probably doesn't even understand the basics of body tempering. I'm afraid his little life will be gone before he can even use his cultivation. Zhang Zhuoixoi, who was preening in front of the mirror, also joined in. You guys, stop talking so much. How can he compare to us when we all had to work hard starting from scratch? Our protagonist calmly replied. You guys are really something, cultivating for so many years, and still stuck at the early stage of Linkseem. And you, Zhuoixoi, stop looking in the mirror. Your chin is almost touching your bottom. If you keep looking, the mirror will get scared and bray. Since you brought yourselves here for me to scold, I won't hold back. After hearing that, the 3 guys completely froze, not knowing how to argue back in a cool way. The protagonist was extremely pleased. That's right, just get angry. Only then can I collect accumulation points, he thought. He turned to question the 3 guys. Why are you all so quiet? Did you run out of things to say? Contrary to Hachi's prediction, these guys didn't bother getting angry. Instead, they laughed back at him. Look at him. The kid can't win the argument, so he's resorting to personal attacks. Does he think we're stupid? Does he even understand aesthetics? This guy Xoa's appearance is deadly charming. The whole group laughed heartily together as they spoke. The protagonist's face changed immediately. Oh, how come these guys still aren't getting angry? I've only been baiting them for a few days, and these chickens have already gotten smarter. Or have they developed immunity to my words? Just then, the system announced again that it was activating the space-time teleportation feature to transport him to a new land. Fetch's jaw dropped. What in the world is going on? The next notification appeared immediately, preparing to bring the master to the Thunder Ancient Mountain area right now. This was extremely unexpected. Could Thunder Ancient Mountain be the mountain from the movie Demigods and Semi-Devils? Before he could utter another sound, young man Hachi was completely swept away. In the blink of an eye, the system chime rang out, signaling that the teleportation process was completely finished. The majestic scenery of Thunder Ancient Mountain gradually emerged before the viewer's eyes. Here, a crowd was surrounding Old Man Shok to watch him play chess, but Old Man Shok's soul had been usurped by a High Monk, and this High Monk was Longshan Babu 18 Dragon Tears, the future palace master of Ling Shao Palace, participated in this traversal with the strange goal of accumulating 5.0 rage points. The original host accidentally solved the chess problem. The High Monk was supposed to be taught the Northern Darkness Divine Art, but he immediately ran into trouble. Upon hearing Northern Darkness Divine Art, the High Monk inhabiting Shok's body immediately became greedy, his eyes shining brightly. He thought to himself, if I could learn the Northern Darkness Divine Art, wouldn't I be able to neutralize the spiritual pressure of the 18 levels of the earthly spirit realm? Suddenly, the protagonist heard cautious footsteps approaching from behind. It turned out to be the master. The protagonist hurriedly ran over, talking volubly. My beloved master, I am your obedient little disciple. The master immediately stopped walking. The master is actually an ugly mon. He scared me to death. It's you, kid, who solved my chess problem. It seems you have some skill, but why are you so ugly? The master judged, wondering if ugliness would affect the cultivation of the Northern Darkness Divine Art. The protagonist muttered angrily, his truly malicious, mocking others' flaws. The old master kept criticizing. So what? I'm about to pass on the Northern Darkness Divine Art to you. What's wrong with complaining a little about having such an ugly successor? The system displayed a glaring red warning. Danger, danger. Wu Yazi is a beauty enthusiast. Old Wu Yazi kept staring at the bald head, grimacing. How can someone be this ugly? Truly a beauty enthusiast. So picky. The master looked at the protagonist's appearance and sighed heavily. The protagonist grumbled. What are you sighing about? I haven't even sighed yet. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Meeting you now confirms that you truly live up to your name. The protagonist said, challenging the master. Blind, bald donkey, tell me what kind of person I am. The High Monk in Shok's body mocked unrestrainedly. I always wondered what your name meant. It turns out, you have no teeth. The master's face turned red with anger upon hearing this. The system announced, 500 rage points. He roared, damn bald donkey, what did you just say? The High Monk did not let up and continued to taunt. I'm saying you lean on a stick while eating gruel. The rage value kept increasing. The master pointed and shrieky, you ugly bald donkey, what do you mean? The High Monk thought to himself, I must make him so angry he dies. If I say it, and he dies of anger, he'll suffer a big loss. He quickly changed the subject. Can we discuss the transmission of the art first, and then talk about hair and leaning on a stick while eating gruel? The old master stopped being angry, and nodded. Right, the High Monk had anticipated this situation. He thought, the destructive power of that sentence is too strong. If we say it, and he dies of anger, it'll suffer a huge loss. He quickly changed the subject. Can we discuss the transmission first, and then talk about hair and leaning on a stick while eating gruel? The old master stopped being angry. He nodded. Right. That book with the bright blue cover contains the entire treasure trove of martial arts experience this old man has accumulated throughout his life. Take your time and savor it. The old man warned that this technique requires decades to master. With your stunted aptitude, even learning it would take at least 30 years. If you needed my guidance due to complications, by then, I would likely already be dust and bones. But if you are willing to admit you are an ugly donkey, I will pass the technique directly to you, sparing you the need to use that bald head to think. Hearing this, Chachi silently held up 4 fingers. He immediately rebutted. 4 years. This old man probably won't even wait that long. Tutibik bowed him, waved his hand, turned his back, and walked away, thinking, that's enough. I might have already said too much. So, the male protagonist decided to leave, not forgetting to take the book with him. Patting the book, he secretly thought, I possess the primordial sacred physique, capable of learning skills 1,000 times faster. Old man, you've fallen into my hands today. The old master also thought proudly, ugly donkey, just wait until you're kneeling and begging me. The old master began the process of subjugating Xiechi, calling him Little Mon. So many people out there desperately wish they could learn even just a few minor moves from this technique, and be satisfied. Just tell me what leaning on a stick to eat porridge means, then admit you are an ugly donkey, and praise me as handsome, and I will immediately transmit the technique to you. Considering it the fulfillment of my life's last wish, the male protagonist didn't want to listen, and interrupted halfway. Stop it, old man. If you tell me to go west, it'll go east. Besides, I've already chosen 4. Hearing this, the old master burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. I meant 4 hours, not 4 years. Did you damage your whole head when you shaved it? Chachi began to offer a counter condition. Then, if I learn it shortly, you must agree to one thing for me. The old master laughed heartily, and replied, don't say one thing, I'll agree to 10. Hiachi said resolutely, his eyes determined. Then you must solemnly promise it. The old master was stunned, seeing the green halo surrounding the bald head. He exclaimed, what? The Northern Darkness true fact. Even novels wouldn't dare write something like this. After 4 hours of practice, Hiachi slowly lifted himself off the ground. The master shouted in astonishment, his flying. Why isn't anyone stopping him? He choked, swallowing saliva anxiously. How come I never knew cultivating the Northern Darkness divine technique allowed one to fly? The male protagonist's eyes suddenly lit up. Chachi confidently declared, I have finished learning it. Furthermore, there were many errors in the text written by the author, which I have already revised. The old man showed disbelief. Learning the Northern Darkness divine technique requires knowledge of internal energy. Otherwise, it will cause conflicts between various techniques in the body, leading to immediate internal injury, vomiting blood, and blocked meridians. Little Mon, I don't know what your ancestors taught you, but keeping one's word is the teaching of our ancestors. Seeing you don't believe me, it seems I must show you a move so you'll believe it. The male protagonist counter. Let me ask you, if I cultivate this technique, can you use all martial arts under heaven? Can every acupoint on my body absorb others' internal energy? Moreover, can I cultivate both yin and yang concurrently? Currently, I am immune to 100 poisons and can possess true Kai defense. The master nodded upon hearing this. Yes, that is correct. Stiatune humorous request. How about you poison me then, old man? Today you've truly fallen into my hands. The male protagonist smirked and declared, then watch this. A green light enveloped the surroundings. Everything seemed to be gradually sinking into the all-encompassing light. The old master gaped in astonishment, his eyes wide and his mouth agape, unable to believe the truth before him. It turned out that our Xiechi was too excited. When told to destroy the stone table, he accidentally used too much force and completely collapsed the master's house. Witnessing this scene, the old man finally had to believe that this was the Northern Darkness divine art. He wondered what formidable background this young man possessed, as his skill level far surpassed that of a genius, making him as mighty as a top grandmaster. Xiechi smugly asked if the old man thought he was lying. The master turned his face away, and softly said, everything I have promised, I will certainly fulfill. I will never go back on my word. Our young man eagerly rushed over to the old master's side, and began to flatter him incessantly. Originally, only one thing was required, but you insisted on adding 9 more conditions. Seeing this, the master pretended to rage, saying that his words should be considered as fleeting as the wind and clouds. Hearing this, the young man immediately dropped all pretense and retorted, if senior prefer such bluntness, then you truly are the type who bites the hand that feeds them. Utterly despicable. Leaning on a cane means relying on a wall. Shamelessness means losing one's teeth, and being despicable is like a bowl of porridge poured from high up to low down. The master's expression grew increasingly furious. The system immediately added 1,000 points of rage. The old man bellowed, well done. You insult people without using vulgar words. How is it that I have become despicable and shameless? Delight was clearly visible on the protagonist's face as he began to expose all the master's vices and flaws. First was his passion for romantic escapades. Furthermore, he caused people to suffer Kai deviation, and he even dared to juggle multiple lovers, including the beauty Li Qiushu. He even secretly harbored affection for someone else's younger sister. Is it appropriate for a senior figure of your standing to behave this way? Everything I've said is correct. Said it. The master was sweating profusely at this point and reluctantly admitted that it was true. That is why he was consumed by endless regret, and decided to close up his mountain cave and live in seclusion, as he had no face left to meet the world. the young man began assigning tasks to the old master, saying that the first mission was to sequentially find those 3 people and apologize, and to stop dreaming of building a harem. The second task was concerning his good brother, Buffing, a poor man who was framed by his own father. After you leave here, you must protect him, because this fellow's head is occasionally a bit troubled, and his thinking is rather simplistic. Remember not to let him do anything foolish. The old master seemed largely unconcerned by these troublesome matters. He only cared about the beauty of women. These trivial matters were not even worth his attention. He even asked curiously if the guy was handsome, and upon hearing this, our young man was utterly infuriated. He had to click his tongue in resignation, ignore it, and continue his presentation. As for the third requirement, it is this. From now on, you must proclaim to everyone you meet that it was because Shu was so exceptionally handsome that you willingly transmitted your cultivation to him. If anyone dares to look down on Shu, they are slapping this Wu Yazi in the face. The old man roared in vehement protest, stating that he could agree to anything but this one absurd demand. Seizing the opportunity, the protagonist continued his sarcastic remarks. You truly are an old man who loves to renege on his word. You are so advanced in age, yet you don't know how to keep your promises. The master had to grind his teeth loudly in frustration. Fine, I agree, he conceded. You truly are brat obsessed with handsome men to the point of madness. The two walked out together, chatting animatedly like close friends. The master said, let's go. We can discuss any other requirements at our leisure, as I haven't left this place in decades, and really want to hear about the outside world. Throughout the journey, Chia meticulously explained all worldly affairs to Wu Yizi, even revealing the plot of the next 20 episodes, which moved the old man to tears and prompted him to vow to sweep away all wicked factions so that righteousness would forever prevail in the martial arts world. Wu Yizi, looking hurried, glanced nervously around, taking advantage of the crowd. Chiachi secretly earned some bonus points from the system. Meanwhile, the master led him to meet the assembled heroes and boldly declared that the Zhenlong chess formation was merely a pretense. Yuchi was the most handsome man of the era and his only true direct disciple. A new notification appeared on the system. Congratulations, Master. You have completed the mission and learned the Northern Darkness divine art. This is the great bargain I'm bringing back to my old residence. In just 5 seconds, I will be moved back to the old place. Master, please prepare yourself. He looked at the control panel, his heart filled with deep concern, unsure how this place would change after his departure. I guess I've managed to reverse the flow of time, haven't I? Bao Feng, my idol since childhood. This younger brother has truly exhausted all his strength to help you. A completely foreign expanse of space is gradually materializing before his eyes. A faint azure glow is completely enveloping the young man's body. Petre suddenly opened his eyes. He seemed utterly astonished by everything around him. The young man immediately understood. It turned out that time here was still standing still. This ability to move freely is truly an excellent training tool. Just taking a few more traps will guarantee wealth and prosperity. That swirly guy maintained his contemptuous attitude, saying that since they trained under the same master, he felt compelled to remind Hatrai to be careful and know his place. Allowing you to train on the 2nd floor is already a great sign of respect. If you stubbornly try to push beyond your limits, you will only bring disaster upon yourself. The young man angrily retorted. That's hilarious. Who said I cared about that tiny 2nd floor? I am aiming straight for the 18th floor. The whole group stared at each other dumbfounded. What? Did we hear that wrong? The 18th floor? Seriously? They mocked him relentlessly, sarcastically asking if he intended to sacrifice his life, reminding him that only a few days ago, he was still a bottom-tier weakling whose muscles and bones had not been tempered at all. The moment he sets foot on that 18th floor, they'll be instantly crushed by the guards. The Trade challenged loudly. If they return from there unharmed, then that swirly guy shouldn't dare look in the mirror again, and the other two must announce publicly that his chin has grown a butt. The crowd didn't bother to stop him. Go ahead and take the rift, they said. If you want to die, we won't stop you. We'll talk once you manage to crawl back out. The Trade turned to request manager Jam to help him register for the 18th floor. The old man was skeptical and tried to advise him, warning Hatrai not to be foolish and waste both his future and his life just because he was angry with his friends. His eyes shone with determination. Please just process the paperwork. Sir, my mind is made up, and I won't change it. The swirly guy sneered when he saw him muttering incessantly, saying that this method of seeking death was truly unique. Manager Chime, if he wants to die quickly, just let him go. Just fill in his name. That resolute voice belonged to none other than Manager Lin. The manager grimaced with worry, asking what would happen if something went wrong. She replied nonchalantly that training was inherently difficult. If everyone had smooth sailing, where would the challenge be? If he dared to choose the most difficult floor, he must certainly be prepared mentally. The old manager sighed deeply, then reluctantly picked up his pen and hastily wrote a few lines of approval into the ledger immediately. Tried eagerly ran over to thank Senior Lin. He thought to himself, what a coincidence to run into her here. I heard she is very reserved outside of class hours and is also a master healer in this area. If they run into trouble, she will surely lend a hand. The plan is completely under control. As he prepared to leave, Hatrai waved goodbye, saying, see you later. Meanwhile, that swirly guy glowered, waiting to see how miserable Hatrai would become. The manager extended his hand and instructed, please step onto the teleportation platform. You will be instantly transported straight to the dwelling on the 18th floor. A column of azure light suddenly flashed right in the center of the room. An abundant source of power was slowly sweeping our young man away to another location. Petra's gaze was following the space ahead. His 2 hands stretched out, and he pushed forcefully. Elder Lin was growing anxious on this side. What was she actually going to do? How did he plan to confront that terrifying spiritual pressure, which was 180 times greater? The process of progression was still bustling and swift, and everyone kept their eyes fixed on the spectacle. Archieachi determinedly stepped onto the ground. He slowly advanced deeper inside. Outside, the crowd buzzed with discussion. Look at that young Archieachi. He probably doesn't know he's about to die a horrible death, does he? He looks so naive, completely clueless. He wants to maintain his dignity even in death, yet he must endure this experience. I heard that Tule Lion Ho, the Azure Palace Master, is incredibly ruthless, completely opposite in character to Fairy Yan Yu. It's even better that they are incompatible. If Tula Lion Ho knew Xiaoqi was a disciple of the Four Immortals, he would definitely die a death infinitely worse. When Xiaoqi reached the 18th floor, he immediately reached out his hand, intending to turn the doorknob. Then a strange voice echoed from the door, which unmannered brat crawled out from some hidden corner and arrived here. Immediately take your filthy hand off the door. Startled and terrified, Xiaoqi quickly withdrew his hand. On either side of the door were two red-headed doorknobs. They called each other brothers. One knob said, eldest brother, he'll scare the brat if you do that. The other knob snorted. He doesn't know the rules. This old man must teach him a lesson. Xiaoqi angrily exclaimed, are you living objects? The red-head immediately retorted, you stinking brat. Everything in this world is lie. How dare you come here for a challenge when you don't even know this basic fact? The door also grinned and laughed. You old devil. You're enjoying this too, aren't you? It's been many years since a newcomer arrived here. Let's quickly let him in. The two demon doorknobs, the elder and the younger, were extremely chatty, taking turns speaking continuously. Hey, you rotten brat, let me give you a warning. Your frail body cannot withstand the challenge set by our mistress. If you die here, no one will bother picking up your corpse. The other doorknob chimed in, grinning broadly. But I don't think his appearance is bad. Maybe the mistress will like him. Xiaoqi maintained his composure, ignoring the ridicule. He firmly stated, I will certainly overcome the challenge. Please open the door and let me enter. The two doorknobs remained arrogant and sneered. This reckless brat. I like it. You can only be reckless for this moment. If you want to seek death, we certainly won't stop you. A clicking sound echoed, and the door slowly opened, suddenly enveloped in brilliant golden light. As Xiaoqi gradually stepped inside, the sound echoed back. What a pity. The scene revealed behind the door appeared to be full of mystery. A celestial scene unfolded before his eyes. Crimson cranes soared and circled across the sky. Xiaoqi was immersed in the magnificent scenery, his heart filled with enchantment. While Xiaoqi was still absorbed in the peaceful environment, a voice echoed from somewhere. Hurry and go inside. Go deeper inside. Xiaoqi began to ponder. This scene had absolutely nothing to do with the name Tule Lion Ho. On the contrary, it resembled an immortal paradise on earth. Xiaoqi carefully took his first steps into this paradise. Suddenly, a girl appeared before Xiaoqi, sitting under a tree, surrounded by a pile of stuffed animals. It turned out that this girl was Tule Lion Ho, the famous palace master of the Azure Palace. Xiaoqi called out softly, little girl. The girl's eyes slowly turned toward him, her face showing clear surprise. Are you the one who came for the challenge? Xiaoqi confidently replied, that is exactly right. Cher was politely presenting, yet just as he was about to introduce himself, before his words were out, the young lady kept waving her hand, unleashing countless blood-red streams of light. Those beams of light shot towards Cher like lightning, their radiating power making people marvel in admiration. That terrifying power made Cher sweat profusely. It even cracked a large section of the ground right before his eyes. Cher secretly thought to himself, this girl seems to be anything but gentle. The scowling young lady said in an extremely stern voice, did I tell you to step forward? When I ask a question, you answer it. If I haven't given permission, you absolutely must not move. The bears surrounding her were also living creatures, and extremely aggressive. Mistress, this brat truly knows no manners. Let me teach him a lesson. Me too. I want to go too. The young lady stroked the bear's head, her voice gentle and doting. You are the best to me. You are all Lion Ho's most cherished treasures. After doting on them, she turned sharply to Cher and asked coldly, which sect in the Thenmin sacred domain are you a disciple of? What is your cultivation realm? Cher introduced himself. I am an outer sect disciple, at the 7th level Lingxu realm. When it comes to changing sides quickly, no one is faster than me. The young lady looked confused and surprised, asking, what, Lingxu realm? Cher proudly replied, it seems there's no rule forbidding those in the Lingxu realm from entering the Azure Palace to participate in challenges. The girl reminded him again, I told you, when I ask a question, you answer it. If you still don't follow the rules, any foot that dares to step forward, I will cut it off. He'll ask again, who is your master in the outer sect? Cher bowed slightly and replied politely, young lady, it is the Four Immortals of Thenmin. Lian He nodded, seeming to understand. So it's you, the one whom the Four Immortals personally took as a true disciple. No wonder you're only in the Lingxu realm yet dare to come to the Azure Palace. If that's the case, I won't go easy on you, lest I tarnish the illustrious reputation of the Four Immortals. Cher vaguely realized that the relationship between the Azure Palace and the Four Immortals seemed a bit contradictory. While he was busy worrying, the surrounding creatures kept chanting, no leniency, like master, like servant. Lian He ordered decisively, quickly follow me. The challenging confrontation officially began. Cher was led by the young lady from earlier to the Azure Palace's arena, a place that was indeed incredibly noisy and bustling. Lian He, standing below, called up, it's been so long since anyone dared to come to the Azure Palace for a challenge. Everyone must be feeling very bored, right? The bustling creatures noisily replied, so bored. That's right, no one comes. They began to buzz with discussion about those who had come to challenge before. Do you remember that child who came to challenge 4 years ago? He was just a little bit away from succeeding. The genius who almost passed the biggest trial in 100 years. What a pity. Young Lady Lion He couldn't believe that the Four Immortals would actually take in such a small true disciple, only at the 7th level Lingxu realm. However, he seemed to have great backbone and spirit, not at all like that brat demigod who only knew how to cry. The young lady below clapped loudly. Oh well, the one challenging on the platform shouldn't lose heart too quickly. Anything can happen unexpectedly. After all, you are an esteemed disciple of the four immortals. I am extremely eager to see, secretly calculated in his mind. This girl is definitely planning to send someone to launch a preemptive strike on me, isn't she? It'll be completely useless, though. Lian Ho officially inaugurated the match. Alright, no need for any more superfluous words. The challenge officially begins right now. Tru was still bewildered and hadn't had time to make a move yet. Suddenly, the emerald green water surged powerfully. Tru observed in astonishment, his face expressing such confusion that he couldn't utter a word. Miss Lin He reassured the male protagonist, explaining that everything in this place was her personal treasure. They could not withstand the damage caused by the spiritual pressure link, so they reluctantly had to participate in the challenge within this curtain of water. At this moment, Tru quickly requested system support, wanting the details of the Tula challenge. The professional system reported that the challenge consisted of 4 parts, with the spiritual pressure increasing consecutively by 3 times, 6 times, 12 times, and 18 times, restricted by the spiritual cultivation hall's enchantment. Maximum points must be achieved in each section to advance the cultivation realm. Quitting halfway would result in irreversible damage and yield no benefits whatsoever. The male protagonist then asked the system if the Daisy Mint divine art would be useful in this spiritual pressure challenge. The system replied, it could be, but the activation times must be separated by 2 minutes, and it is limited by the host's cultivation realm. When the Daisy Mint divine art is activated, the system's other functions will be frozen for 2 hours. Tru demanded that the system cancel this time freeze limitation. The system immediately refused, asking, how could that possibly be done? This enraged the male protagonist. Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be this easy. Advancing my realm must be the priority. Otherwise, the next time the system's functions are limited, who knows what else it'll have to face. Miss Lin has shouted, asking if he was ready. Tru let out a long, heavy sigh. He replied weakly, saying that he was ready. He told himself, he'll cross that bridge when I come to it. As long as he mastered the timing, skills, and how to use them, there would definitely be no major problem. Linha began the introduction. This is part 1. The surrounding blue light symbolized strength and mystery. When Tru saw his opponent, he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Linus secretly laughed with glee, thinking that the Wolf Blood 7th realm would have a distinct advantage in the first section. Even triple spiritual pressure wouldn't cause too much damage. But starting from the second section, Tru also launched his first palm strikes in response. Looking at that girl made him feel nauseous. Tru muttered to himself, it's only 3 times the force. I must be able to endure it. The system announced, as per the instructions of the Kangming Divine Hall, it is suggested that the host spend more time immersing himself in this place. Tru sighed, that pool belongs to Demgite. They'll have another half-day headaches later. He urged, continue. Lin had designated. Part 2. The Kinagam Lotus Step. The blue silhouette reappeared. This time it was. Falling flowers encircle the startled, shadowless tree. Returning snow follows the wind, secretly observing affection. The arm rotated with incredible fineness. He violently launched his move, completely lacking control. Tru dropped to his knees, struggling to resist. He had to exert all his strength. This power had increased 6-fold. The fight was breathtakingly intense. The system announced, this 6-fold multiplier is 6 times the pressure of part 1. Upon hearing this, the male protagonist flew into a rage. What the hell? Why didn't you say that earlier? The system replied, you didn't ask. Lian Fu warned that if he stopped now, he could retreat safely, but if he charged ahead, in less than 16 seconds his body would self-detonate, and he would die. Hurry up and give up. Chi resolutely decided to activate the ultimate skill, the Northern Darkness Divine Art. A brilliant golden light erupted from the Northern Darkness Divine Art technique. Chi bravely faced the enemy directly. Our guy's fighting style always looks incredibly fierce. Lian Fuad and her companions were utterly astonished, exclaiming, oh my goodness, what is happening? Bleeding profusely, Chi declared that he had managed to endure this section. In his mind, he was also calculating flexible moves, realizing that based on the first 2 parts of the trial, that powerful spiritual energy pressure could only be withstood for less than 2 minutes. This third level has spiritual power pressure 12 times stronger. If I don't utilize the Northern Darkness Divine Art, I will definitely be crushed in the blink of an eye. However, the Northern Darkness Divine Art has already been activated. If I had prolonged the time before entering part 3, it might have been easier to overcome, and with a similar strategy for part 4, the danger would be insignificant. Lianfu looked at Chi with admiration. Truly, this disciple of the 4 immortals possesses real skill. This kid is extraordinary. It looks like he just absorbed all the spiritual energy from the water array. It seems Chi underestimated the Azure Hall. I didn't expect part 2 to be this terrifying. I'm actually starting to feel a little scared now, but I possess the universe sacred body, and I understood the uses of the Northern Darkness Divine Art long ago. Lian Fua cupped her hands in admiration toward Chi, saying, that truly was an excellent and spectacular performance. I greatly look forward to seeing what you will demonstrate next. Chi responded. Just after escaping the arena, our guy clutched his head and muttered, clearly, I had absorbed 9 times the spiritual energy pressure just now. What kind of addition is this? This is clearly multiplication. Part 3 is 12 times stronger than part 2. Standing before the scoreboard, Chi pondered and calculated deeply. After careful consideration, he finally figured out the answer. The actual spiritual power pressure of part 3 is 18 multiplied by 12, meaning it amounts to 216 times the spiritual pressure. Our guy suddenly erupted in fury. His voice boomed loudly. Is this a trial or an execution ground? Stop trying to glorify murder. Alright, he cautiously reconsidered. Last time, I only used half the time to pass part 4 of the test, but it wasn't nearly this terrifying. This is Azura hell. Even the luckiest person would struggle to avoid assassination. Fortunately, we still have my golden finger. As for this system, if details leak out later, I need to make sure I explain it clearly. From now on, I must be much more cautious. Manhwa impatiently waited, asking, are you finished yet? Can we start now? Suddenly, his face pale. The young woman asked in surprise, but I haven't even started yet. Our guy grimaced and replied, I think I have a stomachache. May I please go to the restroom for a moment? The young woman Lin Ho was very firm. This place is strictly forbidden. You think you can just leave whenever you want. There is absolutely no casual entry or exit. Exactly. Just to go out for a little while. Please understand my suffering, he pleaded. She secretly sighed. This person knows perfectly well that tomorrow morning is a tough test, and yet, the night before, he still dared to eat and drink carelessly, causing chaos everywhere. The young man insisted, if you won't let me leave, then I'll just have to relieve myself right here. Just pretend you don't see anything. Okay. The young woman Lin Ho frowned in annoyance, pointing directly at him, and shouted, you only get to choose one. Either relieve yourself here, or continue the test. Petrai was unbothered, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The test. I choose the test. He truly deserves the title of the most shamelessly unbeatable person in the world, all things considered. This is quite outrageous. In any case, thanks to this performance, he managed to gain 30 precious seconds. The young woman Lion Ho mumbled something, roughly resembling the tune of a bamboo flute. A sound, seemingly piercing through clouds and rocks, echoed. The upright jade flute began to tell its elegant story. As soon as she revealed herself, the melodious flute sound immediately began. Each time breath was blown into the flute, a stream of emerald energy erupted, shining brilliantly, and they all simultaneously rushed straight towards the position of the poor Hetrai. As part 3 began, Hetrai realized the suction power from the Backman divine skill was surging, making his body abnormally dense. Whether it was the Huakong Great Method or Dojuan Sin Yai, both had to rely on the foundation of the Backman divine skill. That senior named No Teeth, although he copied countless details incorrectly, must still be acknowledged as a rare genius in the world. The brilliant golden light of the Backman divine skill radiated, completely overwhelming his opponent. The male lead let out a resonating roar. 100 rivers flow into the great sea. The sea contains 100 rivers. How people treat me, I will reciprocate exactly the same way. Although the internal energy within his body had been completely transformed into that unpredictable type of power, it was still ultimately a huge source of energy. His task now was to combine these two streams of power. The young woman Lion Ho looked at Hetrai with a sympathetic expression, completely unlike the coldness she had shown in part 2. However, it seemed the young man could not hold on for much longer. Why did Hetrai need to risk his life for such a meaningless challenge? He only needed to open his mouth and declare it over right now. He would no longer have to endure any terrible torment and suppression from that stream of spiritual energy, even standing on the brink of the abyss. Our young man still resolutely affirmed, I can still fight. The battle was entering its most intense phase, with two energy sources continuously opposing, suppressing, and conflicting with each other. Atri's eyes were bloodshot. He roared in anger. How can I possibly accept defeat in this place? He used great force, stomping hard on the ground. Sadly, all the clothing on Atri's body had completely vanished. The young woman Lion Ho was alarmed, her face showing clear worry. Hey, have you overloaded on energy? If you keep going, your body will explode. Our young man replied warily, my body is fine, but my arms are itching to the point where I can't stand it anymore. His arms were striving hard to hold on, almost completely exhausting their full potential. A brilliant golden color emanated from his body, enveloping and overshadowing everything around him. Inside the Tulip Palace, several fellow disciples were watching Hitra's battle and discussing animatedly. How can he possibly pass part 3 of this test? Is it his level too low? Even if spiritual power accumulates, it can only reach that level. You can conclude like that. Are you sure? I have to look at it try with completely different eyes. Stop it right now. Aren't you just jealous because he's the true disciple of the 4 immortals? Another person spun around, pretending to analyze thoroughly. Are you all blind? He definitely pulled tricks and manipulated something during the previous 3 parts of the test. Oh right, I just remembered something. Do you all remember the previous test of the 4 immortals? At that time, the female emperor's tribulation annihilation formation was inexplicably destroyed. This kid is definitely a treacherous person, always resorting to deceit. Elder Yin saw the disciples behind him being too noisy, and turned back to reply. Oh, so that's how it is. You saw him cheating, but do you think the 4 immortals wouldn't have noticed? The disciple panicked and hurriedly waved his hands. No, I didn't mean that. Elder Lin interrupted. Everyone should be quiet for a moment. Let's just see if Hachi can pass this 4th trial first. Aunt Lin had strong faith that Hachi would pass. Why do I feel like he was already certain he'd pass the trial? Which is why he dared to declare he'd choose the 18th level. I have enough time to calmly observe everything. The handsome disciple folded his arms with a look of contempt. His acting as if he could actually pass. But one's luck cannot last forever. Let me see how the spiritual pressure of the 18th level crushes him into minced meat. He truly deserves it. At that moment, the girl who had been in disguise earlier suddenly appeared behind the handsome guy, standing behind someone's back, and bad-mouthing them is not the behavior of a gentleman. The handsome guy stubbornly argued back. What he say is my business. What does it have to do with you? This young lady was no pushover. She didn't let the handsome guy off, and even threatened him. Despising a disciple of the four immortals is no different from despising the four immortals themselves. The handsome guy casually dismissed her words as nonsense. If the four immortals truly valued him, they wouldn't have sent him down the mountain like that. If Hachi were actually accepted as a core disciple, then these four immortals of Thuongmin would be nothing special. This young lady seemed truly angry now. So the four immortals are just mediocre like that. The handsome guy looked at the girl curiously. Why do I feel like you look familiar? Which sect do you belong to? Just as he asked, Dang Hyatt started and stepped back, hurriedly waving her hands. Familiar. You have the wrong person. And not, I didn't. The sight of the fourth master hurriedly running away left several fellow disciples standing there in a daze. The fourth master hid behind a nearby pillar, while panting. He muttered, even though I've disguised myself like this, I can still be recognized. A sly glint flashed in his eyes. Staring at the board tracking Hachi, Bananghite thought to herself, Hachi, you want to die, right? At this moment, Lil Ninkite was feeling extremely confused and conflicted. She reassured herself with her thoughts. Demudist only came here to see Hachi become a laughingstock. It's better if he dies. Someone like him, who doesn't respect his master, and causes trouble everywhere, has no standing at all. The master's mind was as tangled as silk thread, his mouth constantly muttering, he won't die, will he? To risk so much just for a game of chess. Daminghi had suddenly paused as curiosity rose within her. Could it be that is he doing all this because he wants to marry me, knowing his lowly status and lack of qualification to wed me? Is that why he's taking such a roundabout way? Psych, what on earth is happening? Is this guy's head filled with water? If you want to marry me, just say it directly. Even if you're rejected by the four immortals, there's nothing shameful about it. Hachi is putting all his effort into the battle. The young man's face shone with ironclad determination. Suddenly, that girl Hachi let out a loud sneeze. Her head suddenly started buzzing as she thought to herself, oh my goodness, I wonder if someone is plotting something behind my back. The sneeze was so powerful it felt as though her head was about to fly off her neck. Lady Lionho praised Hachi, remarking that anyone capable of breaking the heaven-slaying tribulation formation is certainly no ordinary person. She even managed to progress to the third part of the challenge. After her praise, she did not forget to add a reminder, whether it was mostly due to luck or her innate strength. The upcoming fourth part would make it clearer. Hachi was in a precarious situation. Yet his habit of provoking others never ceased. He immediately retorted, is it possible that you can't even defeat my fourth master? Upon hearing this, Lian Ho became furious and immediately demanded an answer in a loud voice. Hearing the praise, the fourth master felt a secret surge of joy, thinking, my, being praised in front of so many people is truly embarrassing. However, Den Gaia was lost in somber reflection. Between that person and me, it is nothing more than an unrequited love, like drifting flowers on flowing water. In the end, we can never be together. Lady Lionha asked, back with a bewildered and searching look. Could it be that I am not even a match for little Ngai? Are you joking with me? That blockhead. He is nothing more than a lucky beggar who managed to become an immortal. How could you even dare to compare him to me? Hachi grinned mischievously. She had indeed taken the bait. Hachi continued to taunt Lionho. Regardless of whether I passed the fourth part of the trial or not, at least I have successfully completed the previous 3 parts in their entirety. Aha, if my beloved fourth master were here, just one of his moves would be enough to turn me into dust. Think about it. Between making me stronger and my fourth master being more powerful, which one is more important? Upon hearing this, the master's mind became clouded with confusion, wondering what kind of nonsense the boy was spouting. He had clearly blocked one of my strikes back then, but then again, that is true. If he had truly unleashed an attack, he would have surely disintegrated instantly, but there was no need for him to boast about it here. Or perhaps he guessed that I would come here to check on him, not that I care about him, and deliberately said those things for me to hear. I must teach him a lesson later about his loose tongue. This habit of babbling nonsense everywhere needs to stop. Let us return to a time long ago, to a place with a majestic waterfall, where the heavens, earth, vegetation, boulder, air, and spiritual energy all bestowed their blessings. The origin of all things is said to be water, an element both powerful and gentle in the water spirit bestowed blessings upon all living creatures. At the sacred lake within the Thuongmin holy realm, the spirit who governed the waters gave birth to an infant. This child was blessed by the celestial waters and received the love of all living things. But the story does not end there. This kid is absolutely delighted by violent brawling. The mother was a bit concerned, wondering if this boy's personality was of the water element or the fire element. That little girl shyly told her mother, Mom, I like playing this game. The helpless parent wondered, did I somehow take the wrong child? The mother whispered to her little princess, Lianu Hua, you are growing up, and you will soon take over my position. Before that, why don't you go down to the mortal world and have a look? The child was overjoyed upon hearing this, her round eyes wide with surprise as she asked, really, Mom? That would be absolutely wonderful. Meanwhile, in the present, the kid was boiling with rage, eyes red and neck strained. He hissed, keep your voice down. You had better watch your mouth. How dare someone like you, whom nobody cares about, compare yourself to me? She was so furious she was bursting into flames. Her rage level jumped by 3,000 points. As she stood tall, chest out, looking down and spitting out insults to provoke the audience. Whether anyone cares or not is not up to you to decide. In short, I see the test on the 18th floor of the Azure Palace as nothing more than a paper tiger. It looks majestic, but a gentle poke and it tumbles down. He thought to himself, I truly am starting to set the trap for the naive ones now, just because of a few words from that young man. Her rage points skyrocketed from 4,900 to 5,000. Manhwa irritably retorted. Of course I've calculated it. Water is the source of all things. I see through much more than you do. But she still wouldn't let up, stating bluntly, oh dear, you are also a rambling chatter, relying on the notion that you can see through all creation via the flow of water. What a truly depraved hedonist. Upon hearing that, Miss Manhwa froze completely stiff. Hearing this, Hachi was even more smug, thinking, I hit a nerve, didn't I? Your face is red like a monkey's rear. My fourth master is not like that. He has the right to Joe. Manhwa retorted, who was sneaking glances. Explain yourself clearly. I only sense things, and I have no time to care about the affairs of you mortals. Hachi laughed loudly, and continued to mock. Don't try to defend yourself anymore. It's too late. When I go out later, I will expose your true face to the whole world. The classmates watching via the screen discussed among themselves, saying, we've probably never seen anyone so arrogant and shameless before. Twirling his finger, he announced loudly, he is clearly just a cultivator who has only reached a minor realm, yet he dares to insult Palace Lord Manhwa. This is the arrogant fool who disregards heaven and earth, relying on his water spirit ability. The fourth master's gaze remained fixed, monitoring Hachi's every move. Let's return immediately to the arena. Manhwa threw shit at Hachi. Listen, Hachi, I originally intended to retain a bit of kindness for you, but now it seems that's no longer necessary. The young man's eyes were full of confidence. I came here to compete, not to find a close friend in you. Don't act overly familiar. Miss Lion's eyes flashed with a cunning look. The system added 30,000 rage points, she exclaimed. This special examination also includes part 4, the challenge of the water spirit. The young man watched intently as the examination system began counting down from 4 seconds. 3 seconds now. Borrowing some of the opponent's prestige to strengthen himself only took a few seconds. The stream of water poured back in an instant. The violent waves surged forth extremely powerfully. That young man casually viewed as mere grandstanding. A selection panel displayed several options, ranging from treasure troves to martial arts techniques. The young man merely lifted his finger and instantly clamped down on the opponent's sword blade. The sharp sword suddenly stopped short, unable to advance further. Both the young woman and the master were utterly stunned and speechless. He displayed a supreme technique, blocking the blade attack with his bare hands. Just a few seconds later, the opponent was utterly defeated and destroyed. Shimmering green lights scattered all over the martial arts arena. Manhwa stared blankly at everything that was happening. The group of henchmen were so astonished that they all fainted simultaneously. An announcement sounded as he broke through to a new realm, receiving additional gifts, and his strength soared to another level. The people from the same sex simply couldn't believe the sight before their eyes. Both annoyed and jealous, they couldn't understand how he got so lucky to both overcome the challenge and level up so quickly. The formation was completely broken, and water splashed everywhere. Water spread everywhere, causing the few pets to flee in panic, constantly crying out to each other to run quickly before the flood hit. Manhwa was splashed directly in the face, freezing in place from the sheer shock. She secretly wondered in her heart how this could have happened. The male protagonist's figure was standing toweringly right in front of her. A sly and triumphant smile was clearly visible on his face. He thought, I expected more, but those renowned figures turned out to have nothing but empty reputations. The poor little girl's lips were pursed in sadness. 2 streams of tears immediately started falling. Manhwa's cries grew louder and louder over time. She yelled loudly for everyone to hear, which confused our young man as well. She and her attendants competed to scold him, calling him wait, and even the bears joined in, cursing the bad man who hurt women. Seeing the girl cry, he became flustered and quickly explained that he was only competing and meant no harm. Nevertheless, she continued to sob and complain about being mistreated, leaving him flustered and unsure how to comfort her to make her stop crying. When his fellow disciples saw the beautiful girl crying, they grew furious and relentlessly pointed and cursed at the young man. Revered Master Ngayat spoke up again, mocking him and laughing that he still had the same old habits, always weeping whenever trouble arose, without any new tricks or strategies. However, when the fourth master observed the situation, he found himself confused, but remained silent. He somehow managed it, actually succeeding in passing the trial of the Hall of Azura. This lad is definitely hiding some secret that he hasn't revealed to me yet. She questioned the assistant, asking if the shop could be used yet. The mechanical voice hesitated, saying it was still on cooldown. But, so what are you looking at? The system reported that completing one rapid traversal challenge would allow him to immediately activate another skill. Host, please let us know if you accept this challenge. Chichi eagerly confirmed his acceptance. Of course, he replied. Before leaving, Chichi looked at Manhwa with exasperation, thinking that if he didn't appease this girl, the Hall of Azura would be flooded with tears. Instantly, she felt that being human was truly difficult. Quickly, increase the intensity for me. The assistant replied. The timeline in this dimension will pause when you perform rapid traversal. Starting the challenge, the host will be transported to Chenbaha's house. The objective is to conquer all 8 wives. When our protagonist heard that he had to go on a conquest, he felt this was difficult to accept. The scenery instantly transformed into something unfamiliar. 2 women were arguing loudly. The woman in yellow shouted about the 5 supremes, while the woman in red screamed about the 8 horses. And finally, they demanded to split the money. Right at that moment, Chichi suddenly pushed the door open and rushed straight inside. The young man saw the fierce argument unfolding among the ladies, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. These women were too noisy, making Chichi feel unprepared to step deeper into the situation. Suddenly, a woman slapped him hard on the back from behind. The older woman called out, "Son, so many people dream of having your life, so what more are you dissatisfied with?" The subsequent developments of the story were unfolding in a very complicated manner. "Since life has handed me this role, why shouldn't I play it?" he replied. "Mother, I am not dissatisfied at all. I am very happy." Finishing his sentence, he ran toward his wives with a smirking face, calling out, "My ladies, Hugh is here." The old woman looked at her son with dismay. The protagonist's gesture of sticking out his tongue at that moment looked truly bizarre, and even quite terrifying. The instructions stated that he had to conquer 8 wives. She couldn't help but frown at the challenge. Is this really a challenge? It looks more like a welfare package. The system immediately and vehemently denied the accusation. The young man jumped into the game and shouted loudly, "My ladies, how much shall we bet on this round?" Shiachi instructed the assistant. "Calling you system all the time sounds unfamiliar. From now on, I will call you Hisiri." The system nodded knowingly. "All right, Hisiri." The wife in the fur coat widened her eyes in surprise. "My husband, are you in such high spirits today that you invite us to play board games and gamble?" Try replied. "I was too naive before. I've only just realized that with beautiful women by my side, and also, so many exciting forms of entertainment, no wonder I was slow to enjoy them sooner." The board games and gambling officially began. The wives cheered excitedly, and offered endless praise. "Oh, my lord, you are truly talented. From literature and poetry to even these entertainment games, you are an absolute master." The sound of their laughter and chatter was constant, truly worthy of the title of the most talented man in the Jiangnan region. Hatrai felt proud. "Easy peasy," he said. "Now, what game shall we move on to next?" Hatrai excitedly asked. "Does anyone know how to play BunRv? And what about replay poker? Are any of you proficient?" Sari was suspicious. "How is playing these games related to your illustrious reputation for talent? Is this truly the host's real nature?" Hatrai replied to Sari. "When I used to play chess, I rarely met a worthy opponent. Even Master Gaotain had to yield a few points to me. After a long, 300-round match against the 8 wives, they were all panting heavily. Their faces flushed bright red. Their cheeks were rosy. The sight of them exhausted and lying piled on top of each other was truly irritating. Seeing this sight, Sari became annoyed. Why are their faces glowing red? It was clearly just a game of chance. Was it really necessary to go that far? The pink-haired wife exclaimed, "Oh, husband, how do you possess such extraordinary stamina?" Hatrai replied nonchalantly, "Haha, what's wrong? I haven't even used all my strength yet." The wife added, "Please allow us to rest for a moment, and then we will return to fight you again." Hatrai leaned in close, touched the small wife's face, and said, "Let's try switching to a different kind of fight, shall we?" The small wife blushed with embarrassment. "I hate you. In broad daylight. Do you even remember that you are a scholar?" Upon hearing this, Hatrai teased her with a few poetic lines. "Although books possess P like J, they cannot compare to my 8 wives." Just as Hatrai reached the peak of excitement, Sari reminded him, "Host, I am afraid time is running out." The male protagonist considered the problem, nodding slightly. You have a point. After all, these are 8 wives." He mumbled, "Certainly, there isn't much time left." Sari helplessly clarified, "That is not what I meant." The system confirmed, "You have completed the challenge. In 3 minutes, you will be transported back to the Azure realm." Hatrai showed disappointment. "Only 3 minutes. I still haven't felt satisfied in this world." He immediately turned to ask the 8 wives for their opinion. "My dear wives, your husband has an urgent matter, and needs your help." They answered in unison. "Just say the word." Hatrai frankly posed the question. "How do you cheer up a woman, especially when she is crying loudly and incessantly?" Each wife offered an opinion, painstakingly preparing delicious dishes for her. "This satchel has the power to cure all diseases." They selected the most magnificent outfits to present to the beauty. Of course, they had to give money, and also make up for her. Arshachi listened for a while and felt dizzy, and lightheaded. The wife wearing the dragon-embroidered dress questioned the male lead. "Husband, do you still intend to take on more wives and concubines?" A group of wives simultaneously flew into a rage. "What is this? You truly are as formidable as that fellow Tang Bohu." Nevertheless, the wise tossed Chichi a bright red notebook featuring a drawing of a young woman. He quickly stretched out his hand to grab it. It turned out that these were Tang Boga's 36 stratagems for conquering women. A continuation of the previous fragmented line. The mother suddenly materialized and shouted loudly, "Have you completely forgotten the book you wrote yourself?" Our male lead quickly memorized all 36 stratagems. He thought to himself, "Whoa, that Tang Bohu really left behind a treasure." The system announced, "Preparing to transport you back to the original world. Please, host, be ready." Before leaving, Chachi left his parting words. "My dear wives, meeting was difficult, but parting is even harder. If fate allows, we shall meet again." The surrounding wives were bewildered and confused. "Husband, what are you mumbling about? We can't understand you." As soon as he finished speaking, the transspatial system immediately sent Shiachi back to the present. The scene before them was just an ethereal vortex, and the group of wives stood stunned, not understanding what was happening. On this side, our Shiachi had safely completed the transition. Looking around, he murmured, "So, I have finally returned." The young girl over there was still sobbing and weeping. She cried and wailed, "This is truly outrageous bullying. I don't want to live anymore." Even though the people around tried hard to dissuade her, she continued to scream and cry hysterically. Chiachi began to demonstrate some new techniques and asked the system, "Hey assistant, the system's permissions have been unlocked." "Right," the machine replied, "they have been unlocked for you, sir." Our guy exclaimed, full of confidence and excitement, "Excellent, let's see if these 36 stratagems for pursuing women are truly effective." The male lead slowly strode forward towards Miss Lion. He gently sat down next to her and comforted her. "Sweetheart, please stop crying. If you keep sniveling like that, your beautiful eyes will surely swell up. The familiar scene gradually unfolded before his eyes again. As soon as she received the comforting words from Shi, the young woman instantly changed her demeanor. Try had just activated his flirting skills, muttering under his breath, but his words were full of calculation. In reality, while taking the assessment, he had secretly observed her every move. He was just trying to understand her. He had absolutely no intention of bullying her. This is the most popular style of clothing right now. Who agrees, and who raises their hand to object? That dashing fellow stared intently at the screen, and clicked his tongue, muttering, "This outfit looks a bit weird." However, there are still people who favor novelty. The others chimed in. Exactly. A short skirt like this is completely immodest. Miss Lionho definitely won't like it. Truly, man proposes, but God disposes. When Landowner Lionho saw the pile of clothes and dresses, she cried out happily, "All of this is mine," she thought to herself. It turns out everything this guy has been doing was aimed at analyzing me. He truly is a serious person. The fellow disciples standing behind them had to concede it, feeling ashamed of their own words. Patray solemnly turned and asked Miss Lionho, "Would you like to try on these outfits?" Lionho asked back, bewildered, "Why are you giving me these clothes?" The male protagonist stepped closer and gently stroked her cheek. "I want the whole world to know that I have purchased all the clothes for you. Do you understand? I acted improperly before. I hope you can forgive my lack of tact." The scene unfolding before them was no different from everyone watching a romantic movie. Lionho, eager after receiving new items, said excitedly, "All right, I'm going to go change now. Wait for me here, and absolutely do not leave this spot." As soon as Atrai finished his sweet words, he collapsed from exhaustion. With a proud smile, he declared, "It's done. I wish I could use these 36 seduction strategies on my 4 masters. That would be fantastic." The male protagonist couldn't hold back his laughter, his eyes squinting shut as that thought occurred to him. His previous thought caused the group of fellow disciples to frown and pout unhappily. Miss Lionho stepped out. She said shyly, "I have finished changing into one outfit." Atrai feigned indifference, but in reality, he secretly glanced at her. Lionho awkwardly asked, "Doesn't this outfit look good? This is the first time I've worn this style of clothing." The young man remained cold and silent, yet he swallowed hard. Lionho felt the silent atmosphere and grew worried. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Atrai was about to give a thumbs up, thinking to himself, "This finger looks a bit too rough." Haha, but out of a bit of shyness, she quickly withdrew her hand. Her pretty face blushed, and she looked quite good. "So how about trying on some other outfits?" Lionho cheered joyfully. "Sure, this is absolutely perfect." Although he remarked that Lionho resembled the person Atrai was thinking of, the 4th Master Lionho, and Daimi Gaet's figures were actually nearly identical. As he imagined how Daimi Gaet would look in these outfits, his face went blank like a steamed bun while he was lost in thought. Lionho stepped out in a new outfit and complained to Atrai, "This skirt is way too short. I'm going to have to go hit someone." Atrai waved his hand in disagreement, saying this outfit was a bit too weird. She changed into a red outfit, and he immediately showered her with praise, feeling very satisfied. Switching to a black outfit, Atrai gave another thumbs up in approval. Finally, there was an outfit in the style of a high school girl. Atrai's jaw dropped as he raised his thumb in admiration. Atrai had spent 12,689 rage points to buy clothes for Lionho. She jumped for joy. "Are all these clothes really for me?" I could only raise my hand to confirm. "Yes, that's exactly right." Lionho was overjoyed. "You are truly so good to me." Right after saying that, Lionho ran over to me and said, "I like you most in the whole world." The developments of the story began to unfold gradually. After being gifted a pile of beautiful clothes by Atrai, Lionho was over the moon. She thanked him profusely. "To think you would be generous enough to give me so many beautiful things." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly ran off, saying, "Then I must have a return gift for you. Please follow me." The gate leading to their destination slowly opened. The male lead was still suspicious, wondering if such a good thing could really happen. The young lady revealed that the gift she prepared for Atrai was something extremely precious and would certainly be very useful. However, the upcoming gift-giving scene was blocked by those 2 bears, preventing Elder Lamb and the fellow disciples from watching. They declared that the following images require a fee. No free viewing allowed. Seeing this, the group of friends began to gossip noisily, whispering, "Oh whoa, we can't see it. This Atrai is so lucky. A gift from the palace master is bound to be special. It's truly enviable." The fellow disciples weren't satisfied with just criticizing the gift. They even dared to add, "I think this trial doesn't seem difficult at all. Maybe even I could do it." In Lionho's room, which was filled with pink from the walls to the teddy bears, blankets, and scented candles, she told the male lead to wait for her for a moment. Meanwhile, she began rummaging through a drawer, looking for something. After rummaging around for a while, she finally found it. Here it is." The young lady explained that this gift was a keepsake her mother had given her. It is no longer useful to her, so she is giving it to him to show her gratitude. It was a ring called "The Ocean Embraces All Streams." According to her, it could neutralize the spiritual pressure exerted by an opponent. It was a saint-grade artifact, which usually requires reaching the void integration realm to be used. This artifact was blessed by her mother, so it can be used in any world. The protagonist would never refuse such a valuable gift, especially since it was extremely useful for his upcoming cultivation path. He smiled and said, "Since the hall master has offered it with such sincerity, I would be remiss to decline." Lionho hesitated and hummed, not knowing how to speak properly. Before she could continue, the protagonist interrupted her. "We are friends, hall master. Please speak plainly." Lionho suddenly blushed. "Friends? Have you truly considered me a friend?" She thought to herself. "I was actually planning to ask if you would be my friend." She thought he had misspoke. and hurriedly corrected himself. Was I being too abrupt? Lian Hua joyfully ran over and whispered in the protagonist's ear. Of course not. I am very happy to be friends with you. The gift-giving was not over yet. The young girl lightly turned her hand and conjured another object. It was a sparkling blue jade, enveloped in abundant spiritual energy. Lian Hua handed it to Ichi, which surprised him greatly. As soon as the jade was touched, it automatically merged into Ichi's body. The surrounding spiritual energy became increasingly abundant. Lian Hua explained the jade. If you encounter danger in the future, just whisper my name 3 times in your heart. As long as there is water present, I will immediately appear before you. A strange sound rang out, and the protagonist's legs automatically lowered. He maintained a cold and composed expression. The old deacon gasped in surprise. Congratulations on passing the trial of the Shura Hall. Today has truly been an eye-opening experience for me. I never expected the outer sect to have such an outstanding genius as you, and must quickly report this good news to the Holy Domain. In response to everyone's joy, the protagonist replied coldly, it was just a bit of luck. Some mischievous fellow disciples began to criticize him. Isn't it just because of luck? They shouted incessantly. Anyone can see that Hall Master Lian Hua is in a great mood today, which is why she spared your life. Other fellow disciples chimed in as well. That's right, you're covered in good items, and you even hid plenty of clothes earlier to flatter the Hall Master. How despicable. Having endured many instances of mockery and ridicule, his character was now as firm as a rock. He replied, indeed, I only received the gifts after the trial was over. I refuse to accept this despicable label. If you do not believe I could pass the trial, then feel free to come and verify it yourselves. At that very moment, the system announced an addition of 1,000 rage points, which turned out to be from the fury of a man named Shui Shui. He growled, who knows if you colluded with the Hall Master or not. Then Elder Lin witnessed these foolish disciples shouting such nonsense that her head was about to explode. She roared, shut your mouths. How could the Hall Master be so insulted by you? Do you take this spirit cultivation hall for a joke? So many people witnessed Hitch's competition. The truth is clear and undeniable. You there? Do you still dare to deny your guilt? Hearing this, the handsome fellow looked visibly irritated and was about to snap back, but his teammates quickly pulled his sleeve to stop him. Come on, calm down. Talking too much only brings trouble. It's not worth it. There's still a long way to go until victory. Following his friend's advice, he reluctantly nodded and admitted his fault, though his face was still full of resentment. I misspoke. Alright. After silencing the roadie crowd, Elder Lin turned to Hechi with a smile and congratulated him. You have passed the challenge and earned the right to participate in the selection round for core disciples. In the upcoming selection round, I will be keeping a special eye on you. Receiving Elder Lin's praise, Hechi replied, thank you for your favor. Deacon Lin. While he spoke those words, he was secretly sizing up the elder in his mind. Don't think that luck will always smile upon you. Damn it, his acting all high and mighty again. On the other side, his fellow disciples swarmed Hechi, cheering and teasing him. Hechi, what did you and the Hallmaster do in the room? Hechi, are you free tonight? Come watch the stars with me. Upon returning to the Commerce Sacred Realm, the master ran to see the second sister with an elated expression. As soon as the second sister saw her, she said, you're back, Bottle. You look quite refreshed. Something good must have happened. Right. It turned out that the reason the fourth master was so happy after the trip was that she had personally witnessed that kid, Hechi, being mistreated and beaten to a pulp. Of course I'm in a good mood. I feel like I'm walking through a spring breeze. However, the second sister wasn't very pleased to see the fourth master visiting the Ashura Hall. She questioned, since you went to the Spirit Cultivation Hall, what bother coming back here? When the second sister's expression shifted, the fourth master immediately grew fearful and stammered. I went to see Achia. Oh, it's nothing. The second sister was naturally curious. Hearing only half the sentence made her itch with curiosity, so she was determined to force Xiao Yu to confess everything. Since you've already let it slip, just spill the whole story. Keeping secrets from your own sister, you really have grown up, haven't you? Xiao Yu shyly told the second sister that the brat had suddenly demanded a challenge against the Azura Hall, and she was afraid he would be tortured to death. Since big sister gave me the task of being his introductory master, I had no other choice. Listening to Xiao Yu, the second sister, with her vast experience, immediately understood her feelings and could only let out a weary sigh. You're grown up now. It's only natural to have different thoughts. Why do you have to blush so embarrassedly? The scene shifts, and a new image appears. Inside the room, Azestein fills the air, revealing the seductive figure of a woman. Her legs slowly step forward. In the blink of an eye, the fourth master had finished changing, and was standing tall and majestic. She was holding something in her hand, humming a few tunes, and leisurely preparing to step outside. Right then, Hechi rushed over and shouted, Fourth master. This startled Yan Yu, who exclaimed, what the hell is going on? I didn't do anything. Don't go making wild assumptions. Ignoring his master's attempt to hide it, Hechi mischievously snatched the item from Diam Ni Gaiet's hand. What kind of new martial arts manual is this? Let me take a look. The master frowned in annoyance. I order you to redraw this picture for me immediately. After looking at it, the male lead's eyes widened as he muttered, so it turns out this is a girl's comic. Tiun Kaiet snatched it back, looking furious. How annoying. Give it back to me right now. The male lead let go, but his eyes twinkled mischievously as he continued. Fourth master, you're acting strange today. The manual you gave me before was much more intense than this. Tiun Kaiet suddenly blushed, realizing her drawing wasn't very good. Right, I heard my master was about to say something, so I curiously asked, what is it? After all, the master awkwardly explained, oh, it's to congratulate you on qualifying for the intersect examination. Hearing that, I muttered, news from the Azure Merchant Sacred Region travels fast. I was planning to tell you myself, The fourth master's eyes widened in surprise. Tell me yourself. That is. The male lead was also a bit puzzled as to why Ningayat was stuttering today. Ningayat hurriedly explained. Don't worry about the bet. What on earth are you doing? While changing clothes, and mentioning the bet, Ningayat thought I understood her meaning and hurriedly covered her mouth, stammering. Is it too fast? That she teasingly replied. Is it that fast? My undressing speed is usually this fast anyway. The fourth master muttered. At the very least, things should be done properly. We must have a wedding ceremony first, with a matchmaker and parental consent. While I simultaneously jumped into the water, underwater, I still didn't understand. What the hell are you talking about? The fourth master turned away and muttered, in a woman of my word. Besides, you dealt with that lion ho girl for my sake, but regardless, I'm still your master. A romance between master and disciple is just. I must go ask the first, second, and third senior sisters for their opinions first. He surfaced and said, Fourth master, this frozen immortal pond is truly of the immoral grade. In just a moment, I feel incredibly refreshed. Hearing this, Dame Ningayat stood there in a daze. With my handsome six-pack and charming eyes, I looked directly at her. The master couldn't take it. Her jaw dropped, and her heart began to race. But, what on earth is happening to me? Right when the situation was getting intense, second sister suddenly appeared. Was fourth you busy instructing her young disciple in practice? You just finished the test for the Azura Hall. Why don't you take a break? Little Yu's eyes, full of surprise, looked back. Does second sister have something she needs to talk to me about? Second sister asserted firmly. She was looking for both of them. The following day was the grand ceremony for accepting new disciples. Atri asked curiously, do I need to prepare anything? The second master replied, you don't need to prepare anything yourself, but there are a few things I need to instruct you on thoroughly. Atri looked extremely attentive upon hearing this, saying, your disciple will certainly remember everything. Yu's alluring gaze drifted towards the stack of papers the male protagonist was holding, silently praying he wouldn't turn to the next page. Before leaving, the second master reminded them that during that grand ceremony, all the sect leaders of the 6 branches would be present. These 6 sect leaders are definitely not easy to deal with. The Sacred Merchant Alliance Temple is comprised of 6 sectarian branches, the Outer Sect God Hall, and other vast territories. Under the watchful eyes of Empress Lei, maintaining an outward composure was truly not easy. The fact that Purple Immortal accepted a disciple was unprecedented, especially since this core disciple passed the Azura Hall trial even before officially entering the sect. The second master gently lifted her teacup, letting out a wisp of faint steam. She said excitedly, it's certainly going to be a lively scene tomorrow. Finally, the important day for accepting new disciples arrived, and people were bustling and crowded together. Quite a few eyes were glued to the scene, observing closely. The sound of chattering and murmuring echoed everywhere, making the whole area noisy. A loud voice grumbled, why did you two drag me here just to watch the spectacle? After all, they aren't recruiting us as disciples. Another friend replied, besides, didn't Brother Tang instruct us earlier to keep ourselves hidden in the lower area? Brother Tang is currently pondering matters related to the Heavenly Saber Alliance. When he returns, there definitely won't be a lack of benefits for us. Our boss is the young master of the Heavenly Saber Alliance. If he's bullied by outsiders, someone from above will immediately step in to help him. That kid Atreya won't be able to swagger around for long. Then we just need to wait patiently for that day. A person needs to have persistent determination. Why should we wait until later? He will definitely be taught a proper lesson today. That overly arrogant kid has already attracted the attention of those inside the sect. Not to mention what the sect leaders of the remaining branches will think. That sect leader Guo of the Thunder Control Gate is certainly not someone easily fooled. A pair of feet suddenly stepped forward casually. The faces of those fellows were filled with mischievous interest, while the person themselves was cold as ice. These individuals include Sun Kao Duan, Mutkan Duman, Quach Sak, and Loying Guman. The mighty group strode into the main hall, while Quach Sech wore a scrutinizing look, surveying the entire room. His mind was filled with extremely complicated and intricate calculations. Suddenly, Bo Bai Ling spoke up. Master Quach, why do you look so glum? Is it possible that Loying Guman lacks delicious food, making you malnourished? The chef at my Feng Guman is very talented. Would you like to try some? Quach Sach closed his eyes and replied, Section Head Bo, you should take a look at what date it is today. You should be a bit more sensible. Bo Bai Lin maintained a serene expression, and replied, it's merely the 4 immortals accepting a disciple. What is so significant about that? They only take one person every few years. Quach Sach's eyes were icy cold. This new disciple is excessively arrogant. We in the inner gate are already familiar with his name. Someone like this will cause trouble for the sacred domain sooner or later. A loud voice rang out. The 4 immortals have arrived. The eminent master slowly appeared. Quach Sach respectfully paid his respects to the 4 immortals. When the 4 masters entered, the scene immediately became eerily silent. Ningayat glanced at the others, thinking to herself, what a bunch of old and withered boars. The second master could only pray silently that her disciple would be a little more obedient. As for the third sister, her thoughts were difficult to guess. Her eyes were fixed straight ahead. The eldest master sister commanded authoritatively, everyone, please sit down. The eminent master slowly approached her seat, and sat down with a measured demeanor. The eldest sister's gaze swept over everyone present, assessing and judging each individual. The space inside gradually became more crowded, and she saw that the time was right. The eldest sister finally began to speak. I naturally dislike formalities, so I request that we skip all those cumbersome procedures. If this disciple acceptance ceremony did not require the witnessing of the 6 gate heads, I would not have bothered asking you all to come here. The protagonist's feet slowly stepped inside. He advanced with a composed demeanor, completely unfazed. He lowered his head, his expression solemn. Your humble disciple, Atreya. Pays respects to the 4 masters and the 6 gateheads. The predecessor's masters had thoroughly instructed Hachi, and the second older sister immediately explained everything clearly. Even though this thin Holy Land has impressed Lee-chan as its master, the 6 sects still prefer to decide everything themselves. In this major disciple selection, Master wants you to keep a low profile and avoid unnecessary trouble. The 4th Venerable Master also didn't bother to say much. That old man has always yearned to move into the Thingmen Holy Land, but he harbors terrible schemes. He never dared to accept my challenge. In reality, he's just a cowardly old man, timid as a mouse, who only likes to put on airs of grandeur. Bashlin looked intently at the male protagonist. As soon as the words were spoken, this appearance is exactly my type. I wonder if he has someone in his heart yet. Do you have a lover yet? Or why don't you just stay permanently in my palace? Eat to your heart's content, and forget about everything else. After hearing those words from the demons, Hachi's mouth fell open in surprise, completely speechless. Honba chimed in, saying that men must be slightly dark-skinned to be truly robust. The kid's skin is too soft. He doesn't look like a real man at all. Baxlin shook her head vigorously, saying, as for skin as dark as your group of water monsters, I can't stomach that. I prefer fair-skinned people. Old man Quacksack, having heard those nonsensical words, immediately shouted loudly, saying, what kind of behavior is this? The male protagonist's expression remained confused, as if he didn't understand what was happening. Old man Quacksack shouted loudly right in the solemn grand hall where Empress Lee-chan was reigning. How can the two of you shout and cause such disorder? Hachi frowned thoughtfully, thinking, this action seems to have crossed the acceptable limit. He truly has ambition. Just turn into a bad guy already so I don't have to keep kissing. The great 4 immortals also spoke up, stating that people in the Thingmen Holy Land must be united and cooperate, and requested everyone to speak frankly about their concerns. Old man Quacksack suddenly jumped up from his seat. He approached Hachi with a meaningful expression. We 6 sects naturally always support the 4 immortals, he began, but we must also be wary of certain individuals with malicious intentions, lest they tarnish the reputation of the 4 immortals. Hachi lowered his gaze, saying, I understand now. The person you are mentioning is me, isn't it? With old man Quacksack's cold demeanor and non-stop words, he said, people rumor that you climbed the heavenly jade staircase and easily passed the tribulation of the 9 heavenlies destruction shock. The 2 recent exams also passed the strict examination of the Azure Palace, but this old man still cannot understand how an outer disciple of the spirit blood realm could accomplish such great things when he only just broke through to the nascent sea realm. The male protagonist still maintained an innocent expression, saying, this disciple completely doesn't understand anything. The 3rd Venerable Master then spoke up to explain. Perhaps he means that someone cheated right in front of everyone. Headmaster Quach has also previously suspected the Empress of similar things. The 4th Venerable Master also nodded in agreement. Headmaster Quach's intentions toward the 6 sects naturally lead him to think more deeply about these matters. Old man Quacksack was exposed, and his eyes revealed clear jealousy before he lowered his gaze. The big sister spoke up to reassure everyone. Today, you have all seen Hachi with your own eyes. If there are still any doubts, let the intersect core disciples clarify everything. Well, he shrugged. That sounds plausible. However, the kids competing in the inner round are all top talents from the last 3 cohorts. It's going to be very stressful. If, by chance, he gets expelled from the sect then, won't we lose all our prestige? Hachi guaranteed loudly. 4 masters and 6 heads of the sect. Please rest assured. I swear I will not let anyone down. Guosi was livid with anger, but still tried to ignore the male protagonist. The 2nd master smiled secretly, and murmured, my dearest disciple is truly obedient. Guosi turned his back and walked away, leaving a challenge. I will wait and see. The eldest senior sister looked into the distance, her eyes full of contemplation. The 2nd senior sister was utterly exhausted, yawning repeatedly. Well, this ceremony ends here. How about everyone plays a few more rounds of the face sliding game before leaving? Guosi angrily refused. I refuse to play the face sliding game with a cheating fox like you. Everyone disperse now. The scene shifts to the outside. As Guosi was walking, he heard a voice call out, Headmaster Ghoul, why are you walking so fast? That old man's eyes are truly cunning. What exactly is going on? Boba Lin stated frankly, I know you like to gamble, and I happen to quite like this youngster, Hachi. Therefore, I want to make a wager with you involving a treasure. Guosi thought to himself, do you want to take my Dinjuan pearl? Boba Lin replied, you just acquired 2 of them. What's the harm in sharing one with me? It's no big deal. Guosi began to hesitate. Do you think that youngster can pass the assessment round? Boba Lin frowned. Heaven knows. We're just playing for fun. Half a month before the intersect examination, a carriage was speeding like it was flying. Hachi, who was inside, slowly pulled back the curtain. Hachi looked around as he spoke. This seems to be the Shu region. It's as hot as a sauna. The 1st master asked curiously, do the people of Shu like to eat spicy food? The male protagonist looked at the 1st master in surprise. 1st master, how do you know that? The senior master spoke slowly. This valley has high humidity. The fact that the vegetables don't get soggy when eaten, isn't that common knowledge? Everyone in the house began to turn their gaze toward the great master. As soon as the words were spoken, the young man thanked the master, feeling that the effect truly hit with the power of an atomic bomb. If you get the chance, I want to experience that feeling once too. You must try to keep up your strength. It was exactly the same last time. I distinctly heard her mention the 3 words atomic bomb. Could it be this great master? It's most likely correct. That system cannot possibly verify other people's identity. She must be in a similar situation. While the young man was still lost in thought, the master approached and gave him a sharp pat. Hey, why are you zoning out? Later, let's go up the mountain estate and spar a few rounds with me. Oh, fourth master, if I were just an ordinary person, that punch just now would have shattered my internal organs. Little Yu turned a blind eye, figuring they could deal with the damage later. In her head, she was still speculating. Did this kid possibly forget all about the bet? Several days have passed, and he hasn't even mentioned it. Are you kidding me? She was absolutely furious, her level of anger rising rapidly without stopping. The second master gently nudged his shoulder, sat closer, and spoke slowly. A few days ago, he said you wanted me to teach you some magic tricks. I was just about to come up with some new ones for you. You must practice very diligently. Understand, if you don't study well, you must accept punishment from this master. That little girl obediently said yes. I will definitely strive to study hard, he said, while simultaneously, the terrifying image of being hung up on a tree by the second master flashed through his mind. The second sister looked over at Little Yu and asked, Little Yu, is something bothering you? Little Yu looked a bit flustered. What worries could I possibly have? I don't have anything on my mind. However, second sister's gaze seemed to see through everything. 2 days ago at the Immortal Pavilion, the two of you still hadn't finished talking, right? Little Yu hurriedly shook her head in denial. We finished talking a long time ago. The old matter has already passed, right? Hachi, the young man mumbled, suddenly realizing, it seems we're talking about the bet. Finally, he suddenly remembered, and his eyes lit up brightly. Of the bet, the fourth master lost. A loud shout rang out. Eldest sister, please teach me how to strike hard. The eldest sister replied seriously, even between master and disciple, you must take responsibility for your actions. Lil Yu blushed at those two words. Take responsibility. The scenery changed to another location, where the incessant sound of horses' hooves galloping quickly echoed on the ground. Right before our eyes, a large gate suddenly appeared. The second sister poked her head out and said, the guests have arrived. Once you two have finished settling in, we'll talk about the bet. Right after the eldest sister, Pachi, and the fourth grandmaster also appeared. The third sister slowly approached last. Suddenly, the eldest sister called out loudly, ban him. The third sister turned back to comfort the eldest sister, saying, and fine. Upon hearing this, the eldest sister felt a bit more at ease. The scene on the other side was extremely noisy. The fourth grandmaster brandished a blade and chased after Hachi. The sound of weapons clashing was constant. Hachi, you better watch your mouth. This blade has no eyes. One claimed that those who play must face the consequences, while the fourth teacher complained about a broken promise. The second sister watched in boredom and exclaimed, these two are truly an odd pair. Seeing the third sister's face grow pale, the second sister reached out to support her. Worried, the eldest sister cast a spell, and a deep purple aura of power shimmered. The second sister assessed the situation and remarked, our little sister's illness has flared up again. Calming down, the eldest sister told Teng Ham, I'm taking you to the Dongthang hot springs to recover. Bug Vi, stay here, and look after Truong Dai Migayet and Hachi. The second sister immediately agreed. Don't worry, sister. And so, the eldest sister and Teng Ham departed. Everything was left for the second sister to manage. The scene shifted to the main courtyard of Ban Sun Manor. The second sister told the little fourth immortal, alright now, that's enough. Stop causing a scene. Little Ngayat shouted heatedly, let me go. I have to chop this brat to pieces. The second sister reminded her, don't forget the main reason we came here. Little Ngayat quickly brushed it off and asserted, that guy isn't even that strong. If he could easily pass the Linho exam, then that intersect test is nothing. I think we should just treat this trip as a leisurely outing to relax. As she spoke, she glanced around curiously. By the way, where are the eldest and third sisters? The second sister explained. Tin Ham is having an episode again. Little Ngayat avoided her gaze, and then gradually realized, have we arrived at Dongthang Valley? The second sister nodded in confirmation. That's right. That she spoke up. Two grandmasters. Where are the first and third masters? The second grandmaster quickly replied to avoid suspicion. They suddenly had urgent business to attend to. His eyes began to wander as he became lost in thought. He pondered to himself, the reactions of the fourth and second grandmasters are indeed strange and unusual. After all, as the Empress, the eldest grandmaster naturally has 1,000 tasks to manage. The third master was originally an assistant, so he always followed closely behind the eldest sister, which made the remaining two just nod their heads, seeing how busy they were. The fourth honored master chuckled heartily, and pulled Tetra out onto the courtyard to spar a few moves. The male protagonist's gaze gradually confirmed his suspicions. There was clearly a hidden complexity, but he would soon clarify it. The fourth master urged his disciple loudly, hoping he could be a bit quicker. The second honored master's eyes suddenly revealed a look of deep contemplation. Nim's matter remains a secret that only the four of us hold. Please forgive us for this suffering. Truthfully, we also have an unspeakable hidden complexity. On the palace steps, the fourth honored master was standing directly face to face, ready to spar with the male protagonist. While the master's gaze was very cold, Chu maintained an extremely calm demeanor. Impe spoke first, skipping the cumbersome pleasantries, and demanding to start immediately. The young man slightly curled his lips into a smile and respectfully invited the fourth master to step forward and offer guidance. The honored one's arm slowly lifted, drawing a strong convergence of golden-orange spiritual energy. The surrounding space suddenly became heavy, as if enclosed by invisible iron chains. That aura shone brighter and stronger with every passing moment. Human Gut's demeanor exuded absolute confidence in the technique she was about to unleash. She said that she had suppressed her cultivation level down to the prime ocean 3rd stage to ensure fairness. Nevertheless, they still have a few words of warning for you. If you want to comprehend the 9 heavens separation fire, then stop using those petty, cheating tricks. As Teacher was concentrating, the system suddenly reported that it could provide a secret technique to overcome the challenge. However, the male protagonist was very calm and requested the system to just stand by and watch this time. The system warned that Dimnigite was originally the strongest blade master, holding the title of 9 miles blade deity. Boast, are you absolutely sure? Frankly confirmed. Absolutely. The treasured saber in the young man's hand began to be slowly drawn from its sheath. This weapon was actually a small gift that the master had given to Chur. It bore the imposing name of Heavenly Timthin. The master further instructed him to hold the saber very firmly, and absolutely never let go. Following the instructions, the male protagonist immediately received the treasured saber from his master's hand. Abundant spiritual energy instantly enveloped him, causing his aura to powerfully flare up. The treasured sword in his junior's hands suddenly felt unusually heavy. Looking at her elder sister's eyes, she understood everything. The sister had even given up the Heavenly Tim to someone else, clearly showing she was in love. With a resolute expression, the master asked whether or not he was finally ready. Atri's hand, struggling to hold the sword, felt an ever-increasing sharp pain. The essential energy and teleportation force continued to flow through the transmission. The tribe replied politely, inviting them to come in. The first steps of the confrontation began to unfold. Toyulaya leaped off the ground. Punches were thrown with extreme speed and power, aimed straight at Atri. Fortunately, he managed to dodge the opening strike. Atri himself never imagined that the 4th master would resort to such a ruthless move. Even before the opening moves were finished, the 4th master was burning with killing intent, delivering each strike with immense power and ferocity. This body had to exert every effort to withstand the blows. Occasionally, he was sent flying backward out of control by the master's deceptive techniques. Confusion began to show into Atre's eyes as he realized he was completely outmatched by the master. The situation was as tense as a bowstring. Chadhu showed no mercy. With every move intended to take a life, Atre's facial expression changed in an instant. He decided to abandon his defense and charge forward for a direct confrontation. However, all he received in return was a look of jaw-dropping astonishment. A massive pillar of fire erupted. If he stubbornly continued to charge, he would surely lose his life. I beg for my life. Someone please save me. The confrontation between the master and disciple showed no signs of coming to an end. The 4th master declared powerfully, where there is pain, there is that person's presence. The blade is right here, and that other person is also present at this very spot. As the pain surged and merged with the fierce blaze, Atri had to memorize that agony to overcome his opponent. Nevertheless, the master reminded him that a bladesman's weapon is not bound by cultivation levels, but by the heart that holds it. Atri suddenly performed a very strange type of teleportation. That technique left the 4th master momentarily stunned and dazzled. Atri stealthily evaded the master's lethal strikes. In the next moment, he charged forward like lightning to launch a counterattack. The 4th master was shaken, thinking to himself that this brat must have secretly learned his ultimate techniques. The protagonist's face glowed with satisfaction. Fortunately, it was his powerful cosmic spiritual body that allowed him to comprehend those soul manuals. The little girl, Gaiet, spoke softly, although she was the one who gave him the celestial Tim. The matter of the saber would definitely choose the one who possessed it. After all, his conduct was still not lofty enough to truly deserve being the real master of that gift. Well then, we should just wait patiently. When his teacher first received Atri, he actually felt a bit cowardly inside. After escorting hundreds of guests across the river, he finally understood that he could not rely entirely on that controller. Atri's gaze was the key. In a fit of anger, he wondered if his cultivation level was truly stuck at the 3rd stage of nascence C. As this strength far exceeded the norm, the current situation still seems to be developing. There are no signs of it ending yet. The two sides were locked in fierce contention amidst an extremely tense atmosphere, with everyone concentrating their minds entirely on the fight. Aischi sustained an injury, breathing heavily, and with difficulty. The 4th martial uncle roared in fury. My saber was originally meant for you to master and wield as you see fit. Ultimately, do you even know how to exploit its power? The techniques of the martial uncle are always extremely fierce and formidable. The male protagonist could not help but admit that even though his cultivation level was being suppressed, nevertheless, his saber techniques had reached a marvelous realm, showing no decline. The 4th martial uncle demanded that our side expend all their life force and fight until the last breath. Only then would one be worthy of the title of a terrifying monster saber expert. A raging fire of anger flared up violently, seemingly capable of incinerating everything around. Aischi felt that her resistance was exhausting, and her body unconsciously retreated. She murmured to herself that she had already merged with the saber into one entity. Even without a superior realm, she could maintain the demeanor of a powerful expert as before. At that moment, the 4th martial uncle suddenly appeared behind the male protagonist and questioned him. What are you still contemplating? Aischi flinched abruptly, her face showing obvious confusion. Yan Yu kept edging her teammate, reminding him to focus intently. The male protagonist's arm stretched out extremely long, snatching the saber in an instant. A terrifying aftershock spread, followed by a blanket of white dust covering everything. In the sky, streaks of yellow, red, and gray light mingled together. As the 4th martial uncle watched intently without looking away, the saber in his hand was glowing a brilliant fiery red. It seemed that some kind of aura was continuously being absorbed by it. Little Yu maintained her displeased expression, arguing with the male protagonist without restraint. If that had been a real battle for survival just now, your life would have already flown to the heavens while you were distracted by such trivial thoughts. Hei's face clearly showed fatigue. She coughed a few times. The martial uncle approached, rousing the male protagonist from his daze. Stop pretending. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Hei's clasped her hands respectfully. Fourth martial uncle, please teach me the technique. Raising the phoenix fire Zhu Xiaoli Hu. Those words stunned Yan Yu, and her eyes suddenly shone with a glistening luster. Her face flushed red, and she replied somewhat awkwardly, actually, I was already planning to pass it on to you. Why are you suddenly being so incredibly serious? What exactly is it that you want to do? The young man suddenly acted strangely, tightly grasping the fourth master's hand. A gentle voice spoke up. Oh, master, please teach me. Teach me. That slashing move you just performed from the air was truly magnificent. The fourth master pulled his hand away from the student and said, you must thoroughly master the fundamentals before we proceed. She was still blushing and pondering. Why did he suddenly grab my hand like that? It's completely improper. He stepped forward assertively and declared, I have grasped a part of it. I will demonstrate it for you to see. His arm slowly felt for it, then gradually attempted to lift the saber, but his body had the opposite reaction. His eyes suddenly went wide. What kind of weird thing is happening? This saber was stuck fast, and even though he used all his strength, he couldn't move it. Seeing this, Hidao Yu offered an assessment. It seems like the Heavenly Tomb hasn't accepted you as its master yet. Jiachi was sweating profusely and panicked. Then what should I do? The master immediately offered him a suggestion. Show it your capabilities. He was still bewildered and couldn't figure it out. How do I prove it? Do I have to coax and flatter it? The fourth master yawned lengthily and said, although it is undeniable that you lost miserably today, you actually possess some innate talent. Diligently read my secret manual, and am sure you will find inspiration. Jiachi nodded repeatedly just to finish the conversation. Yes, immediately. The master gave instructions. I have to go out for a trip. It's been a long time since I visited Manjijin. I definitely must visit Dongtang Valley once. I wonder how third sister is doing now. He looked into the distance, his face contemplative. He thought to himself, did she realize that I was practicing the secret manual? Before he could finish his thought, the second master rushed over and hugged him tightly. My dear student is so talented. The young man replied sadly, second master, I lost so disastrously. Please stop teasing me. The second master comforted him. You are one of only 3 people in this world who have ever been recognized by the 9 separation saber divine technique. What do you still have to be dissatisfied about? Hichi awkwardly scratched his head, feeling visibly weaker. The master smiled and said, you have passed that painful blade training. Now I will teach you mystical arts. The protagonist yawned slightly, sighed heavily, and replied, it's too late to be afraid now. The master frowned curiously. What's wrong? That blade training didn't damage your kidneys, did it? The protagonist immediately explained. I only have a slight backache. Master. The master breathed a sigh of relief. That is very fortunate then. I have a whole warehouse of elixir pills to treat these injuries. Just in time. Try this elixir pill that I have just finished refining. The scene faded as words of gratitude echoed. Thank you for the medicine, second master. My body has truly recovered. I would like to excuse myself. The protagonist hurriedly ran away, slamming the door shut decisively. With a red nose, he breathed a long sigh of relief. The second master's illusionary techniques are truly formidable. If I study it a few more times, I will surely lose too much blood and die. But it seems the second master is troubled by something. Otherwise, his face would not have shown such a contemplative expression. Sari suddenly appeared, and immediately announced a quest. The quest appeared. Protect the messenger Kun Mak of the Holy Land. Rewards for a successful mission. 100,000 rage points. If the mission fails, the penalty will be wind exposure. The protagonist widened his eyes, focusing all his attention on reading every word of the quest. He began to mutter to himself, why is the Holy Land's messenger here in Thuong Traijiang? Shouldn't he have headed straight to the Thuong Min Temple to pay his respects to master? Sari explained immediately. Kun Mak hid his identity upon arrival, posing as a foreign merchant. His purpose remains a mystery. He frowned in confusion. Even the system did not clearly understand what his goal was. The human heart is truly unpredictable. Even the system cannot speculate on it. So, where is the mission location? The system responded, currently synchronizing mission details into the host's brain. Synchronization successful. According to the records, this world has 3 most prosperous continents. Those are the Holy Land, the Free Union, and of course, Thuong Minsk. The protagonist suddenly accelerated, rushing forward with great speed. The capital of the Divine Land, governed by a queen, has isolated itself from the rest of the world for a very long time. Legend has it that the leader here used to be a gentle person, known as the gentle white dove of the entire sacred land. However, all of a sudden one day, her temperament became erratic, and she ordered the palace gates tightly locked, simultaneously closing the country, and not appearing before the people for a continuous 15 years. The male protagonist's foot has reached the area named Lam Thuong village. The young man watched everything intently from a high position. Muttering to himself, he wondered, the country has already closed, so why on earth would they still send envoys outside? Unfortunately, the system cannot provide any data related to this question. While thinking, Tachi suddenly jumped down and declared bluntly, this definitely isn't anything good. Concealing their identities, they blended in with the merchants, not daring to reveal themselves as envoys to meet anyone. They were clearly hiding a secret that they couldn't conveniently disclose. Unexpectedly, the scene here was strangely quiet. Only one location was bustling with activity. Boss, drink this glass of my wine, boss, or else he'll get angry. The young girl pouted sulkily, but you clearly promised to drink my wine first. The plump gentleman burst out laughing heartily. He quickly appeased her. Don't be jealous. This gentleman will drink every last drop of it. This gentleman was embracing 2 beautiful girls in his arms. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed outside the door, accompanied by a small voice calling, Master. The the person is here. A servant quickly ran out to open the door. The young girl reported trembling. Master, this is all the money that has been collected. I hope you will examine and check it. The servant immediately ordered. All right, you may step down. The girl replied softly, yes, but her appearance still wasn't carefully hidden. The gentleman's eyes immediately lit up as he paid attention to the girl. Wait a moment. The short old man quickly walked closer to the girl. A little girl, what is your name? The girl bowed her head low and replied, my name is Ling Dang. The old man continued to inquire, have you gotten married yet? Ling Dang replied softly, I am an orphan. That fat guy's appearance looked just like a wicked beast that had turned into a human, calling her an orphan. Hey orphan, well then, I remember that the maid who brought the money here was Dai Lang. Where has she gone now? Ling Dang replied in a low voice, saying that Dai Lang's family had an urgent matter and she had to return immediately, so she had asked her to come and collect the money instead. The fat man reached into the bag of gold and said, so that's how it is. Here, I'm rewarding you with this gold bar. Dai Lang won't need to come here anymore. Just let her focus on taking care of her household properly. I'm awarding this position to you. As long as you serve this old man well, there will certainly be no shortage of generous rewards. Ling Dang cried out in surprise. Oh Mei, why is there so much? I can't possibly accept this. The fat old man chuckled. This isn't considered much at all. Just take it. Ling Dang bowed deeply and thanked him profusely. Thank you very much, master. The girl was extremely happy to receive such a significant reward. The fat man's coarse hand lifted Ling Dang's hand. He kept caressing and fondling it. This girl's hand was truly as smooth as fresh milk. The surrounding scenery remained eerily silent. Hetri was hovering on a tree branch to observe everything. His face looked as though he was extremely annoyed with everything that was happening. However, the old man's eyes suddenly lit up because he caught sight of something. A young lady named Ling Dang appeared, her eyes darting around as she looked everywhere. The fat man's wide feet walked heavily, swaying as he went. He growled, this little girl has some personality. I really like this type. Hetri curiously asked, tries hitting the levels of those two bodyguards behind that guy. Sari quickly carried out the request. After a moment of checking, the result was 72. Both bodyguards standing behind him had reached the Void Realm. The male lead remarked, they've reached the Void Realm, yet they are willing to serve as someone else's servants. Sari reminded him, when faced with immense benefits, people will do anything for that power. My gaze suddenly turned to Valuta. Sayers, I've noticed you've changed a bit lately. Sari was so frightened that it almost vanished. The explanation was given, because you gave me a name. I thought perhaps you would prefer a natural way of communicating, just like a friend. The male lead encouraged with satisfaction. Doing that is very good. Keep up this style. Let's go see how that girl is doing. Sari reminds him that the mission this time is to protect Kunma. Upon hearing the command, the male lead immediately rushes forward. A voice rings out. If there is a master who is cultivated to the void-piercing realm by his side, how could he die so easily? Under the dark night, a small stream appears. The sound of water trickling. A pair of hands is rubbing and scrubbing back and forth beneath the flow of the water. It is Ling Dang, who is focusing intently on scrubbing an object. The fat old man behind her flushes a gruesome smiley smile that is currently haunting Ling Dang. The male lead stands at a distance, silently monitoring every move. That girl is scrubbing so hard that she is about to peel the skin off her hands. Tell me what just happened in the room. Let me try to guess. On our end, our imaginations begin to take flight. A girl from a poor background becomes a servant in the house of a cruel landlord. He glares at her, making her indignant yet afraid to speak out, forced to endure his coarse hands tightly grasping her own. Siri wonders, host, it seems you are right there at the scene. According to Chi, this is nothing more than a familiar plot development. However, did you design this mission yourself, or why did you choose me? The system remains silent in the face of this inquiry. The male Lee asks insistently, why have you stopped talking again? The system finally speaks, because at the moment of choosing a host, your desire was the most intense. At that time, you were clearly just standing there staring at the text on the building outside the window. I had no idea what was going through your mind. I do not know what you long for. The system chose you, and I only carry out the mission. Other matters must absolutely not be disclosed. The male lead suspects. It seems you aren't the only system, are you? The system remains firm in its refusal to answer, because it is busy completing the mission. A sigh in frustration, knowing full well that asking directly like this will never yield an answer, Hechi becomes even more certain. The Grand Master's actions were too obvious. She asked if people from the Shuland liked spicy food, and the male lead deduced from that remark, if I am restricted from disclosing anything about the system, then she is very likely restricted in the exact same way. But she has unintentionally dropped hints many times. Perhaps she wants to confirm her identity with me. It's still unclear where she is from, or what time period she belongs to. How should I identify myself to her? Sari speaks up. Boss, that girl is about to leave. What exactly is our purpose in following her all the way here? The male lead calmly replies, I only came here to observe. Sari is stunned, rendered speechless. Hachi mutters, while walking, the system assigned the mission to protect Kun Mak, but it didn't say who would ambush him. I can only investigate every suspicious person one by one. Sari asks back, so you have cleared all suspicion regarding this girl, but the male lead still insists she is very suspicious. A poor girl, often bullied, harbors a terrifying power ready to erupt unexpectedly. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, calling his name. Where are you? The protagonist looked around in confusion, unsure who had just called out. The voice continued to echo. Where are you? The protagonist immediately recognized the voice as belonging to his fourth master. The master added, it's me, because you've been in contact with the Heavenly Tim. I can use telepathy to connect with you. A dazzling beam of light suddenly flashed in the sky. That beam of light shot directly towards where the protagonist was standing. The fourth master appeared brilliantly in a blaze of fire, his face remaining aloof. The protagonist himself was extremely surprised, and exclaimed, "Fourth master." The master asked, "Why aren't you cultivating Evans and Trang, and instead came all the way to this Lanthing village?" The protagonist scratched his head, and replied, "It's my first time in this unfamiliar place, so I'm used to going for walks to get acquainted with everything around me." "Oh right, fourth master, what did you want my help with?" The fourth master replied, "The eldest sister assigned me the mission to protect a wealthy merchant named Kunams." Upon hearing this, the protagonist wondered, "Fourth master is as noble as an emperor, so why must you personally go protect a commoner?" The fourth master angrily raised his voice. The eldest sister gave the instructions. "Just follow them. Why ask so many questions? Hurry up, let's go find this person named Kunamsi first." The protagonist curiously asked further, "Did the eldest master say who would assassinate Kunamsi?" The fourth master replied, "Oh, she just said the culprit would appear tonight. It seems you're very interested in this matter." The protagonist happily replied, "This trip is inherently an opportunity for outside training. What's wrong with taking it seriously?" Aster, "Don't you think that's reasonable too? The eldest sister possesses the power of prophecy, and has successfully predicted upcoming dangers many times. She truly lives up to her title as the female emperor of the Thingmen Holy Domain. I wonder when you'll reach the holy, extraordinary realm like eldest sister." The protagonist felt this predictive power was a bit suspicious. It must be thanks to the system, but why doesn't she personally handle the mission? The protagonist followed the fourth master, and said, "I ran into that Kunamsi fellow when I was wandering around this afternoon. I think he's over there. I saw 2 bodyguards next to him. Their cultivation levels aren't low. We might have to protect that person." The fourth master asked in return, "You are quite well informed, aren't you?" The protagonist thought, "That Kunamsi guy is broad-shouldered and round-bodied, staying in the most luxurious room in the village. It would be hard for people not to notice him. He doesn't look like a good person. Do we really have to protect him?" The fourth master confirmed, "The eldest sister has her own reasons." A figure appeared from a distance. This person said, "A very powerful individual is approaching. It's no matter, although it's a bit troublesome. I'm still more than capable of handling it properly." This person's mannerisms exude a sense of gravity, as if they are about to undertake a significant task. The frame shifts toward the front of the main gate. Master is urging us, let's just lie and wait, and once it's over, we'll finish things up and go home to sleep. The young man was timid, thinking there were enough people already and that his help wasn't needed. Seeing this, Master said, "It seems you really want to share the burden with me. How about I give this light task to you?" But the student quickly refused, because of the Grand Master's instructions. A stranger is secretly observing the movements of the master and student. This person's actions are extremely mysterious. He seems to be plotting something shady. He guessed that the youth was a scout with a low cultivation level, making him no threat. Tianida, one of the famous 4 immortals of the Thuan region. Why is she here? Could there be a connection between her and that boy? The fourth master's gaze quickly noticed something unusual. The male lead spoke up timidly. "Greetings, fourth master." The master suddenly turned around and unleashed an attack. A brilliant flare of fire erupted, quickly closing in on the hider's position. A thunderous explosion rang out as an object was shattered to pieces. The student's eyes widened in surprise as he softly uttered his master's name. Unexpectedly, even the barrier concealing his presence was easily detected. The white-haired man asked, "Is this truly one of the 4 immortals of the Thuan region? You are all guarding the entrance to the Kun family home. Could it be that you are waiting for me?" The fourth master noticed the man's aura. He had indeed reached the spirit-refining realm. The young man's face showed clear confusion, because he didn't yet understand the situation. The system reported, Spirit-refining realm stage 1, identity currently unknown. The boy wondered, both the defenders and the attackers are so strong. What is the reality of this place? Assistant, don't hold anything back. But the machine replied that it was just a support elder and didn't know everything. That information was all it had. Dian Mingai, it said, there aren't many blade masters who have reached the spirit-refining realm. The stranger's eyes continued to watch with a pensive look. The master loudly challenged, "Why don't we just trade a few blows directly?" The white-haired man replied, "It is truly an honor to compete against the blade god, Tili, but at this point, my interest has completely evaporated." The scene in front of the Kun Mak Manor gates suddenly became bustling. A constant clamor echoed as the sound of rapid footsteps broke out incessantly. Old man Kun Mak pushed the door open and shouted, asking what the commotion was outside, and what was going on. The servant stepped forward, and replied, "Master, rest assured, let me go check on it. I am here with Heintom anyway." Kun Mak shot a scrutinizing look and continued, "With the 2 of you brothers protecting me, what do I have to worry about? The Dao family is probably just practicing some technique. Well then, it'll go join in the excitement for a bit as well." Naturally, this echoing commotion drew everyone's attention. The white-haired man frowned, cautiously observing for any abnormalities. He moved swiftly with terrifying speed. In an instant, he had shifted from his original position, while the fourth venerable watched him with a look of surprise. This man's purpose is very clear. Being this straightforward is actually for the best. Inside, Kun Mak and his 2 master bodyguards witnessed the white-haired man charging straight toward them. "You scoundrel, go to hell." Old man Kun Mak's eyes were filled with fear. He was completely flustered, and had no idea what to do. However, a sword appeared just in time, blocking the white-haired man. With a resolute expression, he stared straight ahead with determination. Kun Mak cried out in a panic, "You scared me to death," while another person nearby hurried to reassure him. It's all right. Kun Mak's master bodyguard thought to himself, "The intruder is a higher realm than us, but fortunately, there are 2 of us. We can hold him off for the time being, the white-haired man spoke. The two of you are just mercenaries. I have no desire to kill you. If you leave now, I definitely won't take action against you. The two masters roared. Don't underestimate us. Having accepted payment, we must eliminate the threat for our employer. The fourth venerable master called down from above. Hurry up and take your turns. I already told you that the two of us would talk first. The white-haired man looked up and said, it seems this won't end until I defeat you. A flicker of anger flashed in the venerable master's eyes. The white-haired man slowly raised his arm, preparing to cast a spell. How you recognized it immediately. He was chanting a spell. He was highly focused, creating streaks of white spiritual energy that darted back and forth. This spiritual energy feels very strange. What on earth is he planning to do? The technique that guy is about to perform is the kaleidoscope mirror. The entire surrounding space was suddenly enveloped in a thick layer of white smoke. Everything around gradually sank into a blurry, hazy scene. The fat man, me, hurriedly gave orders. Protect me quickly. As long as you keep your lives, you'll have mountains of gold. Several masters murmured. That girl is truly formidable. The moment she arrived, the opponent's pressure vanished immediately. That's exactly right. Quickly spoke up. Master, the mist is thickening. You must be careful. Seeing his disciple worrying too much, the master irritably hit his head. I'm still standing right here. You fool. Just sweep this mist away, and it will be finished. With just a few basic techniques, the master successfully parted a path through the dense mist. However, the figure of that wretched guy from before had completely vanished without a trace. His aura lingered across the courtyard, but it was a waste of effort for me to have rated him so highly. He truly is too devious. The young man thought to himself. Although he couldn't see anyone, he could still feel a strong murderous aura surrounding him. I wonder which corner that guy is hiding in. The system suggested that users could spend 5,000 anger points to buy support items. The young man angrily shouted, a machine. I see you really know how to take advantage of the situation. A strange light suddenly revealed itself. He firmly declared, I will definitely take the life of this Gami. The belly fat man, Bani, was being secretly approached by someone from behind. His eyes clearly showed extreme astonishment. The pair of guards also froze with stunned expressions. The fourth master still maintained a calm demeanor with a gentle smile. She fiercely moved to punish the treacherous white-haired person. Each technique released caused the mist to quickly disappear. Everything gradually faded away just like that. Little Moon paused for a beat, acknowledging, this guy certainly has a lot of cunning tricks. Realizing danger was near, the young man shouted loudly, Master, watch out. The white-haired person constantly changed fighting styles and used extremely tricky movement techniques. Gami trembled as he observed everything with eyes full of terror. Brilliant golden light constantly flared up powerfully. The white-haired man glared fiercely, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. The young man shouted out fourth master's name in alarm. Our protagonist's eyes widened, his features twisting in horror. Fourth master, on the opposite side, was busy struggling. The white-haired man made an effort to hold his ground, preparing for the next confrontation. His eyes sank in thought. This blow missed, and his chances for a quick victory were rapidly diminishing. Suddenly, a sound rang out, warning the white-haired man not to move. Move and you'll surely die. The white-haired man sensed human guide behind him, sighing in frustration at the immense pressure from her cultivation realm. Kung MC's face showed clear discomfort as he exclaimed, it's too hot. Our protagonist was also compelled to admit it. Too strong. The moment he touched the divine blade, he immediately channeled all his strength into the opponent's pressure point. That action temporarily caused the enemy to endure an enormous amount of combat pressure. This truly is a battle between great masters. I must grow stronger, or without the system, aim nothing more than an ant. The white-haired man looked forward, and let out a hearty laugh full of arrogance. This time, you're certainly dead. It seems you only have fast physical reflexes, and your mind can't keep up with your actions. Fourth master's eyes widened in great surprise. She immediately turned her head and shouted loudly for Kun MC to get out of the way quickly. At that moment, the white-haired man suddenly appeared right behind Kun MC, poised to deliver an extremely vicious strike. Blades are inherently merciless. He lunged forward at an astonishing speed, heading straight for Kun MC's body. However, the white-haired man completely failed to achieve his goal as a sword intercepted him. The young man realized in fear that this was a clone, and the move just now was not simply meant to obscure vision. Fourth master was also stunned by the opponent's instantaneous disappearance. He was directly engaging with Kun Nance's bodyguard, then used his sword to send the opponent flying into the air. Seizing the opportunity, he ran as fast as he could to pursue his target, Kung Namsi. He was so terrified that he became frantic, running wildly and screaming non-stop. Please save my life. The second bodyguard suddenly appeared, determined to prevent the white-haired man from pursuing his master. At this moment, Kung MC looked truly miserable, lying face down on the ground. The two bodyguards quickly surrounded and attacked the white-haired man. Having noticed his cultivation realm had been temporarily sealed by that fairy, the swords continued to clash against each other, creating sparks that brightly illuminated the entire area. Thon Mac collapsed to his knees, clutching his legs and wailing piteously. The pain was tormenting him to the point of death. He must die for me. My back hurts so much. It feels like it's going to break in half. You dare to plot against me, you despicable wretch. I will ensure you die without a place to be buried. Thun Mac stood rooted to the spot, pointing and commanding, if the two of you just eliminate him, I will grant you wealth and honor that you couldn't spend in a lifetime. The protagonist thought in bewilderment, this is so corrupt. What on earth is fourth master doing? The master's gaze drifted into the distance, thinking secretly, how strange, how could he have done that? I clearly struck his true body just now. Moreover, he was locked down, yet he suddenly turned into a clone. Fourth master sat flat on the ground. The protagonist looked around in extreme confusion. Are you not going to make a move anymore? Have you discovered something? Atrai approached and asked softly. Fourth master, have you discovered something? Daemin Gayat replied, that guy is like a magician. They keep hitting nothing. We might as well sit down and watch his performance. After all, he's locked down and can't cause any major trouble. The protagonist generously spent 1,000 points to buy lollipops and gave them to his master to eat. Both of them sat there eating candy, acting like bystanders watching the drama unfold. Old Kunmak was incredibly frustrated seeing this. What are those two actually doing? They seem to have a conflict with that man, but why are they just sitting there watching now? Kunmak rushed over to them, shouting, "He too, as long as you keep me safe, I will give you money." The protagonist and his master watched Kunmak as if they were watching a play. Kunmak asked, "What do you two mean by this?" The fourth master replied, "Aren't you still safe right now? If you're about to die, I'll step in to help, rest assured." The old man Kunmak screamed loudly, "You little brats, what's with your attitude?" The master asked to try with a thoughtful look, "Don't you find all of this strange?" The battle remained extremely tense, yet the master just sat leisurely on the sidelines, commenting on it. It looks like a clone, but his actions seem a bit hesitant. The protagonist sat there until his face sagged with boredom. Indeed, there's a tiny discrepancy that's hard to detect. If it were a clone, there wouldn't be this kind of hesitation, unless the white-haired man assessed the opponent's situation. Even though these two are a level lower than me in cultivation, they are fighting on equal terms. This won't do. I can't let this drag on any longer. The myriad flower mirror unleashed its technique. The white-haired man immediately duplicated himself into tens of thousands of individuals. The bald man spoke up. "So think such a powerful expert would have a grudge against this rich fat pig? It seems this fat pig is hiding many secrets." Kunmak chimed in. "Hey, are you guys just saying your inner thoughts out loud?" The master and the protagonist thought. To think he could create so many clones. If they were real clones, with this quantity, his spiritual energy reserves would be completely depleted within half an incense stick's time. This is truly a foolish move. Kunmak gritted his teeth and shouted, "My God, what kind of monster is this? Why does he want to kill me? I don't recall having any grudge against him. Could this be an assassin sent by an enemy? Has my identity as an envoy been exposed?" Kunmak began to question, "Who sent you? I will pay you 10 times the commission." However, the gaze of the white-haired man terrified Kunmak even more. Does he not care for wealth? Both guards were trembling in fear. It turned out he hadn't even exerted his full strength yet. This situation is truly difficult. I thought the two brothers joining forces would crush him, but who would have thought he was still hiding his power? One guard cautiously asked, "We just want to make a little money. There's no need to risk our lives, is there? Big brother, please be more open-minded." Kunmak appeared behind them and shouted, "What are you all just standing there for? Hurry up and kill him. I have plenty of money. As long as you finish him off, I'll give you as much as you want." The guard replied with annoyance, "That's right, we don't need to risk our lives for this damn fat man." He bowed to the white-haired man and said, "Brother, please do us a favor and silence Kunmak so we won't have to worry later. We'll take our leave now." The white-haired man seemed surprised by the sudden withdrawal of these two. The two guards were terrified. They clasped their hands in apology and hurriedly fled. The white-haired man ordered, "Get lost." Those two ran for their lives without looking back, while Kunmak screamed, "You dare betray me, you bastards. Come back here this instant. You've enjoyed so many of my delicacies and yet you dare to run. I will never forgive you." A Tri thought that the higher the realm, the more profound the thinking, but they certainly ran fast. His master spoke up, "So what if the realm is high? That's just human nature." "That's right. What is this thing called again?" "Even after the battle, I still want to eat more," the male lead explained. "This is a lollipop. Dame Guyot really loves eating them." Dame Guyot winked mischievously. "It seems only this grandmother here can protect you, but I find you truly disgusting." Seeing this, Kunmak asked timidly, "What's with that attitude?" Dame Guyot stepped forward, her words pouring out, "You and I have no grievances. If not for this fat pig, he keeps spewing disgusting nonsense. I really want to test my skills against you. However, today you want to kill him, while I want to protect him. It's a pity. If I were just a bystander, I would applaud you for making this fat pig shut up for good." Kunmak grumbled to himself, "How much longer are you people going to call me a damn fat pig? Shut up. But why does she want to protect me? Whatever. I don't care why she's protecting me. It doesn't matter even if my identity as an envoy is exposed. Right now, the Holy Land of Chengdu hasn't received any news, so my mission isn't considered a failure yet." "Excellent." The white-haired man stepped forward and declared, "Even if you are the Nine Abyss Saber God, you might not survive this battle." Kunmak's eyes widened in realization. The Nine Abyss Saber God, Dame Guyot, is one of the 4 immortals. Aha, then what do I have to fear? With her here, I can finally sleep soundly. It is true that my identity has been exposed, but I have already prepared a counterplan in advance. Todo spoke up. "Your performance fascinated me. It was just like a reflection on the water's surface, reminding me of a story my eldest sister once told." The white-haired one listened intently, looking bewildered. Dame Guyot started to speak about the precious sword, but then brushed it off. "Never mind. This is no longer meaningful. The try in that story is long gone." The prompter kept urging the male lead, "Master, keeping Kunmak safe is your responsibility." Hatrai argued back, "As long as he doesn't die, what does it matter?" But Sari insisted that the system would calculate the completion percentage for the mission to protect Kunmak, and if it fell below 50%, there would be big trouble. Hatrai blamed Sari. "Why does it feel like you are the one who orchestrated all of this?" Sari emphasized firmly, "I am only following the mission. I am not allowed to disclose anything else." The tribe brushed it off. Fine. That catchphrase again. If I ask 2 more questions, I will surely drop dead on the spot, or be teleported to some weird place. I never intended to just stand by and watch anyway. This trip out was specifically meant to make myself stronger. The male lead put on a cunning look and spoke suggestively. "Dwarf Master, are you having fun all by yourself? and forgetting about my existence. Hun Mak muttered, "You brat, stop worrying about nonsense and take that guy down quickly. I am exhausted and sleepy." His master reminded him that the opponent was 4 realms higher than him, yet the male lead still resolutely replied, "I can withstand the blade strike in your place." Gayat shouted angrily, "What on earth have you withstood?" The male lead, breaking into a sweat, replied, "It is nothing. I can take all of his blade strikes." His master finally gave in. "Fine, if you want to test your strength, how could it stop you? Just remember not to die a pathetic death and disgrace us 4 immortals. You brat. To think you would dare speak so boldly about taking a blade strike from me in front of others. Anyway, with me here, you definitely will not die." The white-haired man spoke with contempt. "Want to play the teacher-student game? Aha. The sanctuary rumors say the 4 immortals are always fair and righteous. Yet today you are defending that half-breed Kun Mak. So it turns out that is all there is to it. A mere kid of the Origency realm. Listen closely. When I was your age, I was not as naive and foolish as you are. By then, this sort of mind had already tasted plenty of fresh human blood." At that moment, the white-haired man's eyes were clouded, reeking of a terrifying bloodlust. Dark red streaks always lingered on the blade's edge. The white-haired man declared confidently, "You and I have no deep grievances, but Kun Mak shares a generational blood feud with me. If you dare stand in my way, and die by my sword, do not regret it when you reach the underworld." His techniques were unleashed instantly and rapidly. His powerful legs lunged into the air. With a belligerent aura, the white-haired man relentlessly launched his attacks. The try blocked the strike, but was immediately pushed backward. The white-haired man staggered and wobbled, unable to maintain a steady stance. A look of resignation briefly crossed Hatri's face, as if he had given up. The white-haired man was poised to stomp down and crush Hatri's chest. He seemed intent on using a single move to completely pulverize the young man's body. Hatri fell freely, his back slamming into the hard ground with agonizing pain. The silver-haired man immediately mocked him. "It turns out you're even more pathetic than I imagined." The master watched with concern. "Even though I suppressed that guy's power, Hatri knows nothing about fighting, and his combat experience is so lacking that he'll have to intervene." Hatri's eyes suddenly lit up in an extraordinary manner. His abdomen seemed to heave as he exhaled. He responded, "Those attacks just now were because I purposely stood still and let you hit me." The white-haired man flew into a rage. "What is wrong with this brat? It seems he's begging for a beating." Hatri had been silently observing and analyzing. During the previous fight, those clones hadn't made any moves. There's a high probability they were just reflections, exactly like being frozen by a pause button on a control panel. It can be stated with near certainty that this is not a true body-splitting technique. Besides, I just remembered something very interesting. The preparation time for this technique is a bit long, so you're likely starting to get impatient. Let's see. The system reports. Select clone technique. Costs 50. 0 rage points to use for 3 minutes. The young man felt it was time to show his true skills, even if he was being a bit overconfident. He didn't care. That was the incredibly miraculous show-off skill of the one named Candidatus. Hatri suddenly grew spirited as an abundant energy radiated through the area. More and more figures looking like Hatri appeared around the arena, far more than before. Even the white-haired man couldn't believe his eyes. How can someone of your low level create so many clones? But that means your spiritual power won't last 10 seconds. Besides, these clones are just as weak as you are. The young man raised his hand and asked, "Is that so? I feel I can hold out for at least 3 minutes." The army bearing Hatri's likeness charged forward and attacked relentlessly. He believed that the golden opportunity had arrived. The invincible body was finally activated. Countless clones charged straight toward the silver-haired man's position. Both sides clashed, throwing continuous, non-stop punches. The echoes in this place were truly clamorous and loud. Our clones and the white-haired man continuously engaged in a fierce brawl. The master watched, unable to understand whether this was a life-and-death battle or just children playing around. Hatri used his final card, unleashing a divine, soul-stealing ultimate technique. This card is turning the tide of the battle, and I looked up in terror, unable to comprehend what kind of bizarre magic had just descended. We witnessed a burst of terrifying energy erupting. The white-haired man remained arrogant, sneering. "This kid is truly a major disaster." Hatri's demeanor grew even more resolute during this clash. The white-haired man's voice rang out threateningly. "Surrender your life. I am right behind you." The cold, eerie voice echoed hauntingly. "Master has made his move. I see you've become a bit too conceited, you monster." Hatri suddenly felt something brush past at high speed. The white-haired man's heel stomped down aggressively. He felt as if he were lost in a vast, infinite void. An arrow suddenly shot forward at a dizzying speed. The arrow grazed his neck, wounding him. Blood still remained on the tip of that sharp arrow. The power was so terrifying that it cracked the entire wall behind him. The white-haired man roared in confusion. "Who dares to assassinate me? How can an ordinary arrow make me bleed?" The little girl said tremulously, "I worked so hard to find a place to stay. Don't ruin it. I've poisoned that arrow. You're definitely finished." The white-haired man never expected this turn of events. The little girl added, "Old man Kunme, you promised to adopt little Lindang. I can't let him kill you." Kunmak hurriedly replying, All right. He'll even make you my lady. I knew you were loyal to me." With blood on his arm, the white-haired man couldn't believe it. "Am I really going to lose my life in such an ironic situation?" The white-haired man lay sprawled on the ground, motionless. Little Lindang shivered in fear. "Is dead? Is he really dead?" The small object in the girl's hand immediately fell to the ground. "Did I really kill someone?" The protagonist was dazed, unable to believe his opponent had met such an end. The man's body did not move, nor was there any unusual activity. Gayat also hurried over to check the situation. He was indeed dead. Thung Mak appeared cautiously. "Is he dead?" Hearing this news, the old man burst into laughter. "Haha, dead. That insolent fellow has finally paid for his crimes. Quickly throw this stinking corpse out of my yard. Don't let it defile this place. Hearing the command, Ling Dang replied, "Yes, master," obeying the instructions. The girl approached the white-haired man's corpse. Seeing the girl struggle to drag the corpse, the male lead quickly spoke up. "Let me give you a hand." Ling Dang shook her head in refusal. "The master instructed me privately. I can do it myself. I just need to drag him to the common grave area." The fourth master mumbled. "I hadn't even had time to ask anything. And now he's gone." The male lead also hesitated a bit, thinking that if even the fourth master confirmed he was dead, then there was probably nothing to worry about. But for a peak master of the divine god realm to fall to a single poisoned arrow was truly a little unreasonable. The image of the girl struggling to wash her hands by the lake was still vivid in his mind. She clearly detested this fat guy, so why exert effort to save him, when it would have been better to let his enemies get him? Could it truly be just because of some trivial item? No way. I must have overlooked something. He asked Siri. Has the mission been completed? Siri replied. If the mission is complete, the system will automatically pay the reward. The male lead quickly understood that this meant the mission was not yet complete. Haha, how intriguing. This thought makes Kim's death even more confusing. The mission isn't complete, meaning Kung MC hasn't escaped danger yet. It could be some conspiracy, or maybe this fat guy just has too many enemies. Whatever the reason, this makes the mission much more thrilling. Dimnigite shouted excitedly. Let's go. Return and report to the senior sister. The male lead immediately stopped her. Well, we've put so much effort into this guy. How can we go back empty-handed? Didn't you hear him mention 10,000 taels of gold? That's not a small amount of money. The master suddenly understood that 10,000 taels of gold truly was a considerable amount of wealth. The male lead continuously added fuel to the fire. With this large amount of money, I can repair the Thwonmin Divine Hall, and he even upgrade the cultivation room for everyone. Just think, does enchanting and refining the nine-tailed blade require spirit stones? Don't spirit stones cost money? Just let me handle everything. The male lead stepped up to question Kunmak. Hey old man, where's the protection fee? Where's the 10,000 taels of gold? We saved your life from that assassin. Kunmak retorted. Did you really protect me? Uh-huh. The old man's smile was full of contempt. It was actually the maid Ling Dang who saved me. You contributed absolutely nothing. A hand suddenly shot up. The master grabbed Kunmak's collar. What did this disgusting fat guy just say? He argued non-stop. Let go of me. What he said wasn't wrong. We'll say it again. It was Ling Dang who saved me. If there's a reward, it should go to her. But I paid for her, so protecting her master is something she naturally must do. You too. If you have nothing to do, hurry up and leave. I'm waiting for Shaoling to come back. I need to spoil her thoroughly. Old Gonmo quietly asked himself, the knife god, if no one mentions her background, they'll just keep pretending I don't know, and if I can deceive them, so be it. Ketchi suddenly spoke up and asked, are you at ease now? Old Gonmo rolled his eyes. What do you mean by that? Shiachi stated firmly, I mean that after you're gone, they'll take all your money, gold, and treasures, and disappear. They'll take everything with me. The background was pitch black, and I used all my strength to manifest. A bird was looking up into the far distance. Jolin Din and Drake had flowed body to the shared burial ground. She suddenly asked loudly, Dedathur, how much longer are you planning to sleep? He kept his eyes shut tightly, and didn't bother to respond. He's so embittered been. Could he really be dead? Right at that moment, Cadathur opened his eyes wide. Lin sighed in relief. Cadathur, you scared me to death. Don pulled a sudden waking up stunt again. Deathur thought to himself, I would wake up when the poison wore off. It's because you didn't keep track of the time correctly. Lin Den got excited. How about that? I slept soundly, didn't I? Cadathur looked gloomy, thinking that if this match dragged on, he would definitely go broke, and he hadn't expected all his strength to be blocked. Ling pulled something out. This is the last dose of antidote. Hurry up and drink it. You trust my archery skills too much. If I accidentally let go, you would really be finished. Deathur initially thought, I taught this archery skill, so I must have confidence in myself. Ling Ding laughed loudly. Fortunately, we always have a contingency plan. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have lost our lives there today. I really didn't expect one of the 4 pillars of the business alliance to protect Gonmo. Deathur suddenly winced and cried out in agonizing pain. Lin asked worriedly, are you still afraid of blades like that? Deathur's eyes showed displeasure as he asserted, you really didn't intend to kill me, then, did you? I clearly felt the power of that poisoned arrow. The girl replied, although I didn't truly intend to kill you, I couldn't pass up such a good opportunity. What if I had become stronger than Cadathur? In the end, I couldn't finish you off. I really am still too weak. Deathur stared upwards with a confused expression. Hurry up and help me up. Ling reached out to help, while complaining. You can't even stand up on your own. You truly are too weak. Ditch crumbled back at Lin Ding. Not only was I hit by an arrow and poison, but more importantly, my cultivation realm was sealed. Ling Dang glanced at him, and replied, poisoned. He clearly drank the antidote before the fight. If we lost this time, we'll definitely win next time. Right, Ditch mumbled under his breath. After this battle, I figured out a way to deal with Daimigayat. Tell me more. On the other hand, the young man accompanying Fairy Daimigayat, although his cultivation realm isn't high, is extremely bizarre. Ling Dane also realized, Fairy Daimigayat clearly hates that Kunmak guy, so why does she still have to help him? What kind of envoy is he? He's clearly a traitor who escaped the Holy Land's capital. Even if as an envoy, there's no need to send a fairy to protect him. Ditch remained resolute. We don't have much time to figure out the reason. Eliminating Kunmak is our only goal. That man is truly too strange. That moment truly scared me. The scene shifts to Kunmak's house. Ling Dane heading back home. Suddenly, a person named Hitrai appeared and said, Miss, please stop. I apologize. I must have startled you. Lin Dang asked curiously, do you need something? Patrai inquired. Have you finished dealing with that corpse? Lin Dang avoided eye contact and replied timidly. Yes, I'd burned it. The male lead seemed suspicious. Burned it? Didn't you say to just throw it in the mass grave? Lin Dang burned it because she was afraid the person might suddenly wake up. Patrai smirked. Oh, so you destroyed the body. It'll be very troublesome to find evidence now. Lin Dang feigned innocence. What are you talking about? What evidence are you trying to find? Young master. The male lead dismissed it. Nothing at all. It's good that you burned it. If such a powerful character came back to life, it would be very troublesome. It's best that he's completely dead. The move I just used is also complete. Patrai still felt something strange about his body. The scene of the two people talking was observed from a distance. Kung Mak said loudly, Lin Dang, you finished your task, right? She timidly approached. Yes, master, I've finished. The master laughed loudly. Good, I will reward you. The door quickly slammed shut. The guests standing outside frowned and analyzed. She doesn't smell like smoke at all, yet she claims she burned the corpse. I have definitely been underestimated. It was deep into the night. Let's hurry up and find a place to rest. This secret tale will be revealed soon enough anyway. Hachi excitedly spoke in a loud voice, respectfully inviting fourth master to lend a hand. Damigayat heard the invitation, slowly turned his face, his eyes full of suspicion. What kind of invitation is that? He pointed, asking me to use divine fire just to light firewood. Little Ngayat flew into a thunderous rage and shouted, my burning fire was created to wipe out heaven and earth. It's not just some cheap heater for you. Is this how a disciple treats their master? Hetch's face suddenly turned bright red as he stammered, asking himself, so how exactly do you want me to use your help then? Damigayat frowned and snapped, I won't bother arguing with you anymore. He'll demonstrate once, so open your eyes, and learn how to properly start a fire. As soon as the words left his mouth, Damigayat quickly raised his arm, and a brilliant flash of light suddenly exploded. The light poured forth, feeling as if it had the power to crush all things in existence. Little Ngayat looked over at Echi, a proud voice ringing out, have you understood yet? The protagonist stared in shock at the terrifying flame, shaking his head repeatedly. I'm completely helpless. Fourth master became even angrier when he saw Hetch's dull expression. You really are a blockhead. How can you fail to grasp something so simple? He dejectedly lowered his gaze. Why would I need to learn this? I just need to keep fourth master close to me all the time. Why would I ever worry about lacking fire then? Little Ngayat's face turned bright red, and his voice was slow and awkward. On what basis do you dare demand to stick to me all the time? I am your master, after all. Not exactly. Hetchi immediately pressed him. Not what exactly? Little Ngayat turned his back and spoke in a tiny, almost inaudible voice. I am not your wife, you know. The protagonist's eyes opened wide and round, completely bewildered. He mumbled to himself, what the hell is she saying? Master, what's going on? I just have a hunch that Kamdich-2 isn't dead yet. Little Ngayat didn't believe it at all and immediately strongly objected. Nonsense. I checked it myself. He's stiff as a board. Hetchi thought that creating a fake death was not difficult at all. Damigayat pressed him. If faking death is difficult, then what evidence do you have to prove it? Hachi began to explain. Kamdich-2 has already reached the divine refining realm, yet he was injured by a common poison-dipped arrow. Therefore, the person who shot that arrow must have a cultivation level that surpasses the divine refining realm. Little Ngayat immediately refuted. That's completely illogical. That worthless little thing absolutely couldn't hide its true realm in front of me. Do you know how difficult it is to conceal a cultivation level, let alone right in front of me? Hachi suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. So perhaps this possibility occurred, that my great fourth master sealed Kamdich-2's realm from the start. Fourth master suddenly slapped his hand to his forehead. Oh dear, I completely forgot about that. This means that little Pipsqueak basically didn't need to reach a cultivation level above the divine refining realm to inflict injury, unless the opponent deliberately fell for the trick. The male lead secretly cheered to himself, relieved that the other party had finally reacted. This master was certainly tough to deal with. Master Damigayat was so angry her face turned bright red. That little brat dares to mess with me. I must catch her and give her a beating to satisfy my anger. Seeing Damigayat in a rage, the male lead quickly ran after her to stop her. Master, calm down first. The male lead tightly grasped the master's hand. Damigayat felt a bit awkward and lowered her voice. Why are you holding my hand? Why are you stopping me? Little Lin is at Kung MC's place right now. Who knows what trick she's playing on him? If we arrive late, and something happens to Kung MC, how will we explain it to Big Sister? The male lead asserted confidently. She would never kill Kung MC right now. He thought to himself. Why did fourth master's tone suddenly change? The fourth master curiously asked for the male lead's reasoning. Wait. The male lead implied. I believe that even if we hadn't appeared today, the opponent would have feigned death regardless. The delicious smell of grilled fish made the male lead unable to resist, so he kept inhaling it. He took a big bite. This unintentionally irritated the master. Hey, finish your sentence before you eat. My mouth is covered in soot like this, and you still want me to talk continuously. Although Kung MC has 2 expert bodyguards protecting him, the opponent could deal with them if given enough time. It's not impossible to defeat them. Yet he deliberately brought Little Lin to Kung MC's side, which is clearly superfluous. Tell me, why would he do that? The fourth master tilted her head back and forth in thought. The male lead quietly continued. They must have another motive. Perhaps Kung MC is hiding something they are looking for. The master became even more convinced. Is he? Little Lin wants to put on a show in front of Kung MC so he will trust her. That must be it. Night gradually fell, and the smell of grilled fish still drifted on the wind. Meanwhile, at Kung MC's residence, Little Lin sat huddled in the corner of the room. She briefly glanced around. Kung MC approached. This is the Fang Hong Dane. Already finished cooking. Lin stood up respectfully. Thank you, master. Hun MC asked, probing. What do you want? Just tell me. You saved my life today. You are my benefactor. Lin Ning bowed her head deeply, lost in contemplation. The old man listened, then added that he would grant any condition, as he possessed more than enough wealth. Lin stated firmly that she didn't have any grand ambitions. She only hoped to be allowed to stay by the master's side as his companion. Kun Yamsi was immeasurably surprised by the two words attend upon. Lin revealed her secret desire. I no longer want to live in poverty. I yearn to transform into a noble phoenix one day. This servant refuses to remain a commoner forever. Even though I know these words might enrage the master, that these words come from the bottom of my heart. I hope the master will show mercy and forgive me. Thung Yamsi's expression suddenly showed a trace of sadness. Then he laughed heartily with pleasure. Me, you certainly have great ambition. Aim please. From this moment on, you will stay beside me, and enjoy the finest delicacies. You will live in luxury and abundance for the rest of your life. Lin thought to herself, showing a little ambition will make this story less artificially dramatic. I am very grateful to the master. The surrounding area was pitch black. The young man lay restlessly on the ground, looking up at the space above him. His arm kept swinging back and forth as if trying to grab something invisible. As a result, his hand slapped himself hard across the face. His discomfort made it impossible for him to sleep soundly. He couldn't stand the restlessness, and had to sit up, unable to sleep due to the buzzing mosquitoes. He glanced at his master and muttered, That's strange. How can he possibly sleep? Fourth master, please wake up quickly. As it shook him, Gimnigite mumbled in his dream, Oh dear, let me sleep a little longer. Exhausted, little Ngite doesn't want to be beaten anymore. Father, I beg you. The male lead looked confused and puzzled. I thought you came out of a rock. It turns out you have parents too. It seems the suffering blade god also had an unfortunate childhood. Sleeping on the ground caused everything to itch except his back. Since Tr couldn't sleep anyway, he got up to take a short walk. As he walked, he told himself, if I had known this earlier, I would have returned to BunRv Manor for a comfortable rest. Kimch and Lin Ning probably won't cause any trouble tonight. The male lead walked around for a while until he reached the edge of the vast lake. His eyes unintentionally caught sight of a female figure sitting there. As he got closer, Tr became more certain that it was exactly the person he was looking for. Lin Ning was leisurely soaking her feet in the cool water. Looking relaxed, she occasionally gently splashed her feet up and down. A voice from behind rang out, Lady Lin Dane. Lin Dane turned around in surprise, asking in panic, Who's there? The young man explained, It's me, Petray. We just met earlier today. Lin Dane looked closely, and suddenly remembered, you're the young master who helped the old man. I remember you. It's so late, why haven't you returned to rest yet? Petray moved closer, and replied, Aren't you awake as well? Is something bothering you? Lin Dane shook her head. I usually go to bed late. Besides, it was too stuffy in my room, so I came out here to cool down. Inwardly, Lin Dane felt uneasy. Is this a coincidence, or has he been following me all along? If it's the latter, then if you dare to act rashly, I won't hesitate to strike. Suddenly, Petray spoke, stating his opinion. Actually, I think Kimch is a good person. Lin Dane looked at him with confusion. Her arm discreetly concealed the spiritual energy she was gathering. How could he possibly be a good person? He wanted to kill the old man today. Petray replied, Isn't killing a wicked person who has committed grave sins considered heroic? After saying this, the young man casually leaned back comfortably on the stone. If Kun MC is a bad person, aren't you helping the villain? Lin Dane still didn't understand, asking, What does helping the villain mean? The male protagonist also wondered if people in this region knew the meaning of that phrase. Lin Dane confided, I have to rely on Kun MC's help to support my whole family, large and small. I don't care about other matters. The male protagonist looked at Lin Dane thoughtfully. Do you have anyone you want to protect? The type you would do anything to shield. Suddenly, the system appeared, uttering, Petray, also have a story of your own. Let me check the images related to your memory. But everything is blocked. It's this situation again. Every time his core content is mentioned, the system gets restricted. Why does this keep happening? Lin Dane started thinking about the person she wanted to protect. Flashback memories flooded back. Monster, don't come near our village. Get out now. Get out, monster. The insult seemed directed straight at Lin Dane. Get out now. She shifted restlessly on her feet. A small bird lay dead right below her. Lin Dane was dragged away, bloodstains soaking through his robe. That person, Kim Ditchtu, was the eyewitness to everything. His expression held a hint of sadness and deep thought. Now, when asked, Lin Dane replied to Petray with a negative answer. Upon hearing that, Petray immediately sprang up. Isn't it true that anyone who has someone to protect will surely become much stronger? Lin Dane's eyes were vacant as he listened attentively. So, after finishing his words, the male protagonist turned and left. I wish you fulfill all your desires. Must quickly set out to find the person I need to protect. Lin Dane grew more confused by the hidden meanings that Petray was trying to convey. The dark night enveloped everything in a strange serenity. The fourth master lay sprawled on the floor, continuously mumbling, Petray, oh Petray. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and looked straight ahead. Where did Hun go? Before I fell asleep, I heard him grumble for ages, muttering something about Kim Ditchtu and little Lin Dane, but I have forgotten everything. Just then, the young Petray appeared from behind the fourth master, shouting, Fourth master, you're finally awake. Kyun Kayat's eyes lit up with curiosity. Why isn't this kid angry at all? Petray began to speak. You must be wondering why you didn't detect my presence. Right, the master nodded rapidly. Not bad at all, to have mastered hiding your presence so quickly. Perhaps you truly are a genius in cultivation. So what are your next plans? Are you still going to stay here and guard this place? That question made Petray think seriously. Oh, I wonder if I should continue to stay here or not. But our purpose for coming to Thuangchi Jian was to practice cultivation. Fourth master, when are you finally going to teach me some powerful techniques? After hearing this, the master grabbed Hitra's hand tightly. She yanked Hitra away. A stream of bright yellow spiritual energy lit up, causing Hitra to exclaim in panic. What are you doing? As Tiun Guyat walked, she said, the food here isn't good, and we can't rest properly. Let's return to Ban Sun Train to recuperate. Then I'll teach you tomorrow. Hitra was suddenly worried again. Haha, aren't you afraid that Keem ditched you, and his group will launch a surprise attack? The setting gradually shifted to a completely new location. The master and his disciple have safely landed on the ground. The venerable master explained that she had hidden a teleportation talisman in Kunyamsi's room. If anything happened, they could use it to escape immediately. Ter raised his hand curiously and asked, why didn't you give me a good treasure like this one? Demigite immediately scowled and snapped. Your current cultivation realm cannot handle a saint-level artifact. Wait another 1 or 200 years. Then well talk. Ter couldn't believe this fact. 1 or 200 years. That sounds a bit excessive. I possess the Kunkan saint body, so 10 years will be enough. Or how long exactly? Can you use saint-level artifacts at will? Sari replied. You can use them in special circumstances. The system provided options such as item support, selecting primary items, exchanging rage points for use, and so on. Analyzing this information carefully, the protagonist concluded that raising his cultivation level was currently the most urgent task. Otherwise, if the system suddenly glitched during the inner disciple assessment, it would be disastrous. Aritra approached Teamingbite. She snapped again. Your innate talent isn't as good as mine. It took me 1 or 200 years to cultivate to my current realm, and that's already considered very fast. Why does this kid keep lingering around me and trying to talk lately? My ears are sharp, and my eyes are keen. I can hear everything clearly. I'm not blind or deaf. Sure enough, his true intentions are obvious. If you like me, just say so directly. Why be sneaky about it? The protagonist suddenly complained. Other masters guide their disciples to learn, but you are the opposite. You basically don't intend to teach me anything. Hyun-gai continued walking straight ahead and said casually, I'm taking you to the Thingxi realm for cultivation. My sisters and I have discussed this thoroughly, so when we get there, don't complain about suffering or fatigue and give us headaches. Before the master entered the room, the protagonist hurriedly asked, by the way, how are first master and third master doing? Is third master sick? Is it serious? Daemon replied flatly, she's perfectly fine. I want to go to sleep now. Lying on the grass earlier made me feel restless all over. See you tomorrow. Good night. The protagonist sighed in response. Alright then, good night. The thought still echoed in his mind. She clearly fell asleep so quickly just now that she was drooling. Furthermore, when talking about third master's illness, her face clearly showed panic and turned bright red like a monkey's butt. Something definitely happened. Suddenly, a pink tail appeared behind Hitra. A fox tail. Could it be second master? Second master, why haven't you gone to sleep yet? However, the fox still refused to turn back into a person. It sat still without responding to the protagonist. Just then, second master stood high above and called down. Tuchichi, what are you doing? Hitra widened his eyes and froze. Wait a minute, the second senior brother asked in return. What exactly is going on? The tree stared intently as he picked up the little fox cub and whispered, so it wasn't the second master playing tricks. The second senior brother instructed everyone. This girl is exactly my shadow. What kind of things did you and Dainagayat do today? The protagonist replied that the fourth master had received orders from the first master to act as a bodyguard for a chubby fellow named Kunmek. As soon as he finished speaking, I was still worried, thinking, the fourth master has to go protect him. So if I say this, the system probably won't let me die suddenly, right? The second master heard this and immediately understood everything. So that's it. Has the mission been completed yet? Hatrai reported. It's only half finished. Oh, by the way, second master, is it considered heresy to use spirit elixirs for assistance during cultivation? The second master explained. This depends entirely on one's state of mind when using them. If later you find cultivation too difficult and want to find a shortcut, I truly do have a few types of spirit elixirs here. If you take them, you can increase your cultivation by several levels in a short period. There are also some miraculous elixirs that can restore your strength to its youthful peak. The protagonist replied, I don't need to restore my strength right now. My strength is always abundant. The master burst out laughing. In that case, I would also like to broaden my horizons a little. Atrai quickly avoided eye contact out of fear. Second master, you are famous throughout the land for your mountain driving skills. Alright you. The master instructed. Tomorrow afternoon, after Dainagayat finishes teaching you the ultimate blade technique, I will pass on the introductory invisibility technique to you. Sleep well. Tomorrow will definitely be exhausting. That invisibility technique is a very interesting skill. The six-pack abs were clearly visible in the mirror. The bulging muscles in his arms gradually tensed up. He growled determinedly. Alright, I cannot fail. On this side, the fourth master strictly instructed. If you want to practice the blade, you must first pull out the heavenly burial blade. How can you practice a blade technique without a blade to use? What are you looking at me? Hurry up and pull out that blade. The protagonist obediently listened to his master. He strained with all his might, putting all his strength into pulling the blade out. However, in just an instant, his face distorted, and his soul seemed suppressed. The fourth master was also startled. Why are you shouting suddenly? You scared me. The trace scratched his head and chuckled. I was just encouraging myself. Little Ningayat, however, insisted that if he couldn't pull out the heavenly burial blade, it meant he had absolutely no talent for learning the blade technique. No sooner had he finished speaking than the blade suddenly lit up intensely, its radiance skyrocketing rapidly. Hachi exclaimed in alarm. What on earth is happening? The dazzling light completely suppressed the saber spirit, forcing it to stand motionless where it was. Groaning sounds echoed repeatedly, lamenting doom, doom without cease. A strange phenomenon ensued. As dark energy surged back violently, the saber spirit was pulled deep into the ground by a strong suction force. At the same time, it swept the main character, and his master along with it. In the blink of an eye, both individuals landed in extremely chaotic positions. The surrounding scenery changed. Now only black and red energy enveloped everything. The main character immediately turned and asked curiously, is this truly a challenge to choose a master? But why was master dragged in here too? Diane Nigayat shook her head in bewilderment. I've never seen anything this strange either. At the same time, the system sounded a reminder to the male lead. Please prove your bravery. Hachi narrowed his eyes in examination. Inside the space of the celestial tomb, something called a system actually appeared. Although slightly different from Sari, that thing truly seemed to be a system. The male lead glanced over and asked inquiringly, did you create it, or is this a colleague of yours? Sari shook her head warily. Oh, I have absolutely no idea what this thing is. I can't even contact or connect with it. The male lead looked confused and uncertain. Dunmigayat also saw it, musing, perhaps I've rested for far too long. It's just a type of reminder. It looks like a system, but isn't a true system. The system notification board still displayed. You will receive the right to use the Celestial Tomb within the Celestial Tomb realm. Please take up your saber and fight around with Dunmigayat. This request officially made the male lead utterly bewildered, unable to understand what was happening. I have to fight my own master. The system gave this request to determine whether the male lead was qualified to become the master of the Celestial Tomb. Dunmigayat, in turn, appeared extremely excited and spoke. So there's still fun like this. Why did nothing happen when I received the Celestial Tomb? I find this place very suitable for training. There's no need to worry about destroying the surrounding environment, which saves a lot of trouble. Hachi pondered, while scratching his nose. So you were silent just now because you didn't understand the situation. Dame Nigayat ordered the male lead, pick up your saber, come play with master. No, master must teach you a proper lesson. Although the male lead was scared, he still agreed. Alright then, let's play. A strange streak of light suddenly appeared right before Hachi's eyes. The master rushed forward swiftly, raising his saber, his movements requiring a perfect blend of firmness and softness. Hachi cried out in alarm. Hey, why is it suddenly so fast? The fourth senior brother admonished him. Do you expect the enemy to patiently wait for you to get ready during battle? You rotten brat, quickly block my strike. The respected master's saber struck straight down into the ground, immensely powerful and decisive. The male protagonist immediately assumed a ready stance, his respectful voice rising. Greetings, fourth senior brother. Then please be so kind as to instruct me thoroughly. The fourth senior brother calmly instructed. Good disciple, watch my techniques closely. I don't have the patience to teach a dullard. The art of saber technique is not simply about swinging the saber. Its essence lies in controlling the force and accurately directing it using one's entire body and will. The speed of the master's saber swing was truly fast beyond imagination. It startled the onlookers so much that they couldn't react in time, causing them all to stagger backward. Yan Yu immediately cautioned, do not let emotions and mood control you. Always keep your mind clear and highly focused. Tutu, my child, this might sound simple, but this is the key to the nine heavenly fire. You must engrave it deeply in your mind. The male protagonist exerted his full strength to try and block the deadly saber strike launched by Yan Yu. His legs tensed up to the point where they seemed about to sink deep into the ground beneath him. The scene was overwhelmingly imposing, like two opposing worlds erupting into a fierce battle. Hachi praised inwardly. His master didn't even need to use spiritual power, relying purely on the supreme skill of a powerful expert. The master suddenly retracted and quickly retreated backward. His feet lightly and gently touched the ground. You have listened seriously to these seemingly simple principles. You can be considered intelligent after all. The male protagonist was secretly overjoyed, feeling lucky to possess this special primordial sacred body. Thanks to it, he could perceive every word and action of the fourth senior brother clearly, truly killing two birds with one stone. The master continued his attack while repeatedly urging, keep practicing. Never underestimate the smallest detail in every movement, because every action will significantly affect the overall effect of the entire saber technique. Passion and tenacious perseverance are the most necessary qualities to achieve the title of an outstanding saber master. It seems you have been careless and lost focus. Upon hearing this reminder, Jiachi's eyes suddenly lit up brilliantly. The saber in his hand moved swiftly, blocking Yan Yu's attack. The fourth senior brother has taught me so diligently. How dare I be negligent or lose focus? That scene of fierce combat emitted intense light, attracting the gaze of everyone nearby. Yan Yu seemed unwavering. Her saber strikes were truly frighteningly formidable. That saber strike was launched straight ahead with a speed that astonished everyone. In an instant, the saber grazed past the vicinity where Shiachi was standing. The young man's entire body gradually sank into the terrifying power of the divine saber. From a high-angle view, the scene was truly intense. With all attention focused on Hachi, the young man pushed forward with force, loudly declaring, Master, I have done my best to completely memorize all the instructions you gave me. Fourth master immediately replied, one must know how to apply it for it to truly be considered learned. Hachi quickly moved to the left. The young man immediately moved lightly and gracefully, exactly as the master had instructed. Damon still approached like lightning and asked, hey you idiot, what exactly did you remember? Hachi continued to move around hesitantly. Oh no, why did I foolishly listen to her? The Sari system ordered him to parry the saber with his bare hands. Suri displayed information. Bare-handed saber parry skill absolutely defends against all attacks. Cooldown time 7 days. Duration 1 moment. Skill activated. Hachi lowered his body's center of gravity, trying to use all his strength to resist. The master froze in surprise and spoke. This again. Hachi nodded in confirmation. Yes, again. Guyet was extremely annoyed. She frowned and asked, what exactly was that move just now? Why could you parry my saber strike? Tell me the truth, otherwise. Hachi immediately replied. Okay, can you let me lie a little? Guyet immediately agreed. Hurry up, tell your lie quickly. The young man thought repeatedly in his head, if I make it too reasonable, conversely, it won't be convincing enough. When he couldn't reveal information about the system, the best way to resolve it was, alright, actually, I've understood that saber strike of yours for a long time now. It's not a very powerful move at all. My scheme was to muddy the waters, and make you lose focus. Guyet's eyes whitened, and she was stunned. My saber strike isn't powerful, and it was easily dealt with by a Yuan high realm kid like you. The male protagonist inwardly lamented the master's attitude. Fortunately, Guyet had a short-tempered personality. She would quickly forget the previous question. Just as predicted, the short-tempered master growled, do you even know what you're talking about? The rage value increased rapidly, but Hachi remained nonchalant. Of course I know what I'm saying. This is the second time I've broken this move of yours. You often ridicule me, but the truth is I'm always able to trick you. Hey fourth master, you're just too weak. Fourth master was truly enraged by Hachi. She pointed her arm straight out and shouted, saber. Guyet rushed straight forward. Hachi, let's see how many times you can parry this time. At this moment, Hachi realized the disadvantage. Provoking Guyet could lead to death. She growled with intense rage and screamed, go die. But the important thing is that she will forget what she asked me. It can be done simply by fully grasping the skill. Hachi was so tense that his face was contorted and distorted like a piggy bank. He puffed out his chest and declared that he would definitely win this match easily. The revered master, who was charging forward, suddenly stopped, just because of the male lead's finger. She was so astonished that she shrieked, what? He'll strike you dead, and he'll block your move with my bare hands. Wherever Guyet swung her sword, I blocked it, not giving her a single opportunity to touch me. He analyzed internally. 1 kick is still too long. Guyet definitely can't maintain her composure anymore. Guyet's face truly showed weariness. Her hands trembled as she tightly gripped the saber. Then suddenly, the saber slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. She burst into tears, complaining that she was being severely bullied. I want to go home. You are the worst batch of disciples I have ever led, even though you are the only one. The male lead was afraid when he saw women cry. Lin Ho was the same, always resorting to tears when she lost an argument. These two really match each other. They're fated rivals. The system displayed text directly scolding him. Truly a shameless person. Truly shameless. After receiving this remark, the male lead's face was distorted with embarrassment. The system continued to criticize me relentlessly, saying, I've never met anyone as thick-skinned and brazen as you. After that, we quickly left the Heavenly Tim realm. Peter bent down and picked up the saber. The Heavenly Tim let out a cold scoff, stammered, please don't abandon me like that, okay? The system appeared and said, host, regardless of the process. In short, the Heavenly Tim has acknowledged you, even though you are shameless and thick-skinned. Peter glanced sideways. What kind of acknowledgement is this? The Heavenly Tim system appeared and said, alright, mainly because no one else is coming here to accept the challenge anyway. You can just go. Peter was speechless and turned to stone on the spot. Guyet was still full of indignation. How could this be? Her eyes welled up with tears as she exclaimed, how can it be like this? Peter secretly thought to himself, it seems I went a bit too far. The system whispered, that's right. The Kivit came over and asked, little sister, what's wrong? Guyet cried out, calling her name. Second sister, second sister. Guyet hugged Kivit tightly and complained, I can't teach disciples anymore. Her eyes welled up with tears. He blocked every one of my moves with his bare hands. She sat down and cried continuously. I'm too weak. I want to go into seclusion for cultivation. Givit tried to comfort her. What? You're too weak. Did I hear that correctly? Guyet said, this one will now go up the mountain to cultivate, and no longer concern myself with worldly affairs. She sniffled. I entrust the Thingman Holy Realm to the 3 older sisters. They'll see you again in 1,000 years. If I am still like this by then, I will cultivate for another 1,000 years. Thugvite gently placed her hand on Guyet's shoulder. Hold on a minute. She knitted her eyebrows tightly, asking, what just happened? Hatrai was drenched in sweat. Darn it. He knew he only had one choice left. Change the subject to deflect attention. Otherwise, with that temperament, Master would immediately back out. Making a quick decision, Hatrai grabbed Guyet's hand. Fourth master, don't ever doubt my outstanding ability. He cleared his throat and changed his tone. What I just did was actually a life-saving technique secretly passed down to me by first master. His eyes darted around as he calculated, thinking, just get through this deception first. After all, first master and third master are currently at the mountain villa. Guyet looked disbelieving. Was it really first sister? Hatrai hurriedly added, this move cannot be used indiscriminately. After using it today, I have to wait a very long time before I can use it again. I'm just a small disciple at the origin realm. How could I possibly truly withstand your terrifying destructive power? Guyet asked innocently. Is that really true? Hatrai affirmed with an extremely certain tone. It is entirely true. After hearing that, Tan Yingkai immediately let out a sigh of relief. Afterward, she regained her inherent confidence and burst out laughing. I knew it, obviously. During the last blade training, you were still kneeling before me. How could you possibly have made such outstanding progress in just 2 short days? She laughed so hard her nose tilted up, thinking, the life-saving technique passed down by first sister can resist my damage. That truly is a perfectly reasonable explanation. Petrai chimed in. Yes, ha, he thought to himself. She really is too easy to fool. Dan Kayat smiled brightly and said, I must return to rest now. Next, just let second sister teach you practical combat training exercises. She didn't forget to remind him. Oh, that's right. You must engrave the knowledge I taught today deeply in your heart. Petrai obediently replied. I understand. After Dan Gayat left, he secretly let out a sigh of relief, thinking, thankfully, fourth master's intelligence isn't very sharp. However, Petrai forgot that Fogvite was still here. She lowered her voice and questioned, first sister's secret technique. Petrai began to sweat. In Finnish, he thought, second master isn't someone who can be easily fooled. He turned his head back, stuttering inarticulately. He hurriedly changed the subject. Back when I was at the Divine Palace of Fuanmin, first master worried about me being bullied by others. Fogvite said in a cold voice. Oh, so that's what happened. She stepped closer. My good disciple, I don't like you lying at all. Fogvite knitted her eyebrows warningly. If I discover you are fabricating stories, you won't have a good outcome. Then she suddenly changed her attitude. But men with secrets strangely attract my attention. She stroked her smooth hair. It's time now. Follow me to training. I have prepared many rare and valuable medicinal items for you to experiment with. Fogvite added. Oh, that's right. I will pass on to you today the entire charm technique that I previously used on you. Petrai was dumbfounded. This matter. Fogvite grabbed his hand tightly and pulled him along. Let's go. Why are you just standing there dumbfounded? Petrai couldn't help but wonder. What use is a man's charm technique? Fogvite replied. In short, there will eventually be a time when you need to use it. She once joked that if his artistic talent could someday captivate even her, only then would he be considered competent enough to graduate. He stood in front of a pile of bottles and jars, lost in thought, vaguely recalling what his master had said last time. The red bottles could be taken however he liked, but the purple bottles were absolutely forbidden to touch. He looked at the 2 nearly identical red bottles, and thought to himself, surely it wouldn't hurt to ask second master for 2 bottles. Victor thought to himself again, if he were to exchange this elixir with the system, it might even get tricked out of quite a few points. So he spoke up and asked, second master, may I take 2 bottles of this elixir? Vikavit didn't turn around to look, only humming in acknowledgement, and telling him to choose for himself. She said, they are all health-boosting tonics used to restore vital energy. One type is just as good as the next. Victor picked up the 2 red bottles, feeling overjoyed. The feeling of receiving free things was truly wonderful. Vikavit stepped closer, explaining that generally, cultivating illusionary techniques requires innate talent. The richer the imagination, and the keener the observational skills, the easier it will become to utilize images and sounds to create illusions. She held a box in her hand and said, my 9-tailed fox clan is born with the aptitude for cultivating illusionary techniques, learning much more easily and quickly than humans. She gently opened the box. Inside was a neatly tied bunch of red hair. This is the gift the Fox Emperor bestowed upon me when I left King Q. Petra was utterly astonished. The bunch of fur floated in the air. Gvit said, this item is the Fox Emperor's fur. It was originally my dowry, which my future husband would inherit on our wedding day. She presented the clump of fur. Today I grant it to you. After mixing it with your hair, you will be able to sign a contract with the 9-tailed fox clan and cultivate illusionary techniques just like his. Petra quickly waved his hand, refusing. I cannot accept such a valuable item. Gvit said awkwardly, I no longer plan to marry anyone, so keeping it serves no purpose. She pushed Petra, telling him to sit down. Petra replied, based on second master's beauty and ability, finding a good husband shouldn't be difficult at all. Gvit replied, that's a long story. Anyway, you are already my true disciple, so sooner or later you must inherit my legacy. Gvit took out a wooden comb and said, this is merely one item belonging to that legacy. Petra felt awkward, seeing that second master seemed to have something difficult to discuss, but he told himself that as a gentleman, it was inappropriate to pry. Gvit gently touched Petra's hair. I have never combed a man's hair before. If you feel uncomfortable, let me know. Petra replied, yes. Gvit ran the comb forcefully downwards, causing Petra to cry out softly. She asked worriedly, did I hurt you? Petra replied, I'm still fine. Gvit said, cultivating illusionary techniques requires extremely strong psychological resilience. Because creating illusions consumes a large amount of mental energy, one must use every method possible to strengthen their endurance. Petra wondered, every method? Gvit smiled mysteriously, you will know later. She placed the clump of red fur onto Petra's hair. Then, a powerful burst of light erupted. The lock of hair, once grasped, blended into the other person's hair. Gvit nodded approvingly, saying that compared to ordinary people, your illusion technique training would be much easier, progressing as fast as a kite catching the wind. Petra smiled brightly, and bowed her head to thank her second master. Gvit raised her hand to cast a spell, saying, I will now officially begin teaching you illusion techniques. In the blink of an eye, the 2 people were teleported to a forest. Gvit explained that illusion techniques use spiritual power to construct a false reality, thereby creating illusions for others. She explained that it can deeply influence their thoughts, feelings, and behavior. By adjusting the opponent's perception and senses, we will make the enemy willingly walk into the prepared trap. Bugvit's and Etch's eyes were both tinged green. In this illusion, the 2 of us are spiritually connected. You only need to follow me and observe my actions, and you will be able to grasp the illusion technique. Etchi replied obediently. Fugvite crossed her arms over her chest. Close your eyes. Imagine along with me. She raised her voice and asked, have you heard the sound of the ocean waves crashing on the shore yet? Hachi closed his eyes, and the surrounding scenery immediately transformed into a seashore. Slowly, Hachi opened his eyes. He looked around. Indeed, it was genuinely the sea. Afterward, a mischievous thought immediately popped into his head. If just imagining things in my mind can create an illusion, then what if I visualize something improper? Hachi rubbed his nose, thinking to himself, this is truly an amazing skill. He suddenly realized, where is second master? He scanned his eyes around the surroundings. Not far from him, someone was standing. Hachi called out, hey, little sister. It was a small girl with pink hair, and her clothes were also pink. Hachi asked, did you see anyone else here? He suddenly paused. He thought, this place is an illusion. This little girl is just a part of the illusory scene. He looked at the girl quizzically. Why would master create such a little girl? A voice called, Hachi, and a hand touched his back. Hachi jumped back in surprise. Who is it? He sighed in relief. Second master. Hachi asked, where did you go just now? Fugvite did not answer, but asked in return, have you felt how to use the illusion technique? Yes. Hachi was puzzled. Why are you deliberately avoiding this topic? Fugvite continued, a moment ago, your teacher did not step into this illusion, but that doesn't affect anything, because your mind is currently connected to mine, which makes learning easier. Hachi blushed slightly. Yes, I have felt it. Fugvite smiled cheerfully. That's good. Now I will teach you how to keep your emotions stable. Fugvite's hands circled around from behind his back. She said, now close your eyes and feel the circulation of spiritual energy. Hachi obeyed and closed his eyes. Where Fugvite's finger touched his face, a few streaks of light flashed momentarily. He cried out slightly, second master. It's an indescribable tingling sensation. Fugvite said, when you realize you're affected by magic or are tightly bound, try to remember today's sensation. Hachi immediately agreed. Hachi calmly walked out of the room. Only Fugvite remained in the room, where she rested her face on the table, looking truly miserable. She looked up sharply, breathing heavily and urgently. The foxtail had vanished completely. She covered her face, thinking that Guy seemed to have seen through everything. In Hachi's room, he sat on the bed, surrounded by several pillows floating in mid-air. Hachi hung his head low. He recalled the scene that had just occurred. The floating box suddenly fell to the floor with a thud. Hachi's face clearly showed a look of self-satisfaction. He jumped off the bed, thinking to himself, if only I had this kind of training method back in school, I wouldn't have had to choose between Manhwa and Lantiang. Hachi looked at his fist and nodded. Alright, now I thoroughly understand the theory. The next step is practice. He went straight from his room to the storeroom. He stopped abruptly. Wait a minute, it seems I missed something important. He paced back and forth, thinking to himself, even if I start cultivating now, there's only a little over half a month left, and factoring in all the troublemaking, time is even tighter. With just half a month of normal cultivation, I doubt I can achieve a breakthrough even with minor errors, let alone reach a new realm. He paced back and forth, finding it strange. The four masters should clearly understand this situation, yet they decided to bring me to the Thuangchi area for intensive training. Hachi guessed, could it be that this place has abundant spiritual energy, making it an excellent cultivation spot? If so, it should have been designated a 5A class tourist area long ago. Just then, Him Jiao gently approached from behind. She called out, Hachi, is that you? Hachi was delighted. Eldest master, you've returned. Is third master safe? Him Jiao explained. She is resting and recovering in Tang Ka. I will go there later to continue looking after her. Hachi plopped down on the ground. Today both second master and fourth master taught me the introductory techniques, but just learning the basics took nearly the entire day. He put on a pitiful face and lamented. There's only a little over half a month until the intersect assessment. Even if I'm a genius, half a month of practice won't do any good. Him Jiao raised her hand and performed some kind of divine secret technique. She created an object that looked like an hourglass. She smiled and said, I purposely came back here to give you this gift. This object is called the Divine Watering Pot, a miraculous magical artifact. Once activated, it creates a separate space where time flows 5,000 times slower than in the outside world. Hachi exclaimed in astonishment. Then isn't this a time machine? Kim Jiao maintained a silent demeanor. True was skeptical. With your current cultivation level, how can you control the age god? Kim Jiao explained. This item is completely different from ordinary magical artifacts. Just use it as you normally would. True leaped up and saluted like a soldier. Master, with this divine artifact, I guarantee I will win first place in the upcoming inner disciple assessment. Hin Xiao chuckled softly. So confident in public like this, you must already have a winning strategy up your sleeve, right? Zhu replied. My heart is trembling. This love is as intense as a crimson fire. But then, the space suddenly fell into an awkward silence. He scratched his head sheepishly. I just wanted to ease the tension in the atmosphere. He thought to himself. She didn't react to the code phrase. Could it be that my previous speculations about her identity were all wrong? Hin Jiao still maintained a silent demeanor. She turned her back and walked away. Falling back, I will return in 2 days to check on your cultivation progress. Zhu gripped the age god tightly, waving goodbye. Grand master, have a safe journey. Kim Jiao's eye began to glow brightly. Immediately after, she soared high into the sky. Zhu looked up and watched Kim Jiao's figure until she completely disappeared. He muttered, I knew it. Things like atomic references or the Sichuan people eating spicy food were definitely just coincidences. A famous code phrase like this, anyone would instinctively sing the next line. He smiled broadly. Now that I have this treasure, 1 hour of cultivation here is worth 1,000 hours. Zhu held the age god and gently shook it in his hand. Instantly, a portal leading into a secret realm appeared. Zhu stepped into the mysterious portal. 2 days later, in the real world, on the originally quiet mountain, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly resounded. Thick smoke and dust spread everywhere, causing birds to panic and fly away in chaos. A large area of land was indented, forming a round crater. Tr stood in the middle of the crater, his clothes tattered. As the cultivation method in his hand gradually disappeared, he remained silent for a moment. After that, he looked up at the sky and laughed heartily, commenting to himself, "Not bad at all." He turned to CD and asked for the time. CD replied, 27 years and 3 days have passed inside the Age God's realm, equivalent to 2 days in the real world. Tr boasted, thanks to the spiritual space provided by the Age God and the assistance of the Kankankura body, I have broken through to the 7th stage of the aperture opening realm. He folded his arms. I remember Grand Master promised to return in 2 days to visit me. It's time for me to go out. CD looked at him, seemingly having something to say. Tr curiously asked, Hey CD, what's going on? CD sighed, although only 2 actual days have passed. We have experienced 27 long years inside that inner realm. Tr gripped the year's God in his hand. I understand what you mean. The gate reappeared. 27 years is indeed a long, drawn-out period for mortals, but for cultivators who dedicate their lives to training, it is nothing more than the blink of an eye. He frowned. I call this method of cultivation immersion in training. From afar, a pair of eyes watched Tr. Tr stepped through the gate and vanished into thin air. In the year's God's secret realm, all the spirit beasts were heavily bandaged, grumbling and yelling insults at each in their distinctive beast language. The space-time gate appeared right in the middle of reality. Tr's masters were already standing by, waiting. He stepped out of the gate. Kim Zhao said, You have finally returned. Tr smiled brightly. 3 masters. It has been a long time since I saw you. Tikvit covered her mouth. You've changed so much. For us, only 2 days have passed, so it's a bit hard to get used to you immediately. Tr was embarrassed. A day apart feels like 3 autumns, but from my perspective, 27 years have passed. I have experienced countless springs, summers, autumns, and winters. Domingai clung tightly to Tr, and Tr immediately asked, 4th master, is something wrong? Domingai exclaimed, You've reached the spirit projection stage. I truly can't believe it. She pretended to calculate. Ordinary disciples take at least 40 or 50 years to reach this level, yet you only took just over 20 years in the year's God realm. Could you be a true genius? This explains how you passed the Jade Heavenly Steps formation. Tr scratched his head. Your disciple trained diligently day and night while inside, never slacking off, and was also fortunate enough to obtain the cosmic sacred physique. Tikvit asked curiously, That's right. What did you eat? What did you wear? And where were you all that time? Tr recounted, I patrolled that entire space, and since there was no one else besides me, I didn't need to wear clothes. Moreover, Tr was completely naked inside, living very unrestrainedly. Regarding food, one spirit beast could sustain me for 10 days. He suddenly thought, actually, eating the flesh of those spirit beasts made me feel a bit uneasy, but thanks to them, my cultivation speed increased significantly. The spirit beasts once again clamored, cursing Tr. You shameless brute. Tr's clothes were instantly changed, and the beard on his face also disappeared. Kim Zhao helped him adjust his attire. Wearing clothes so sloppily and shabbily like that is completely undignified. She continued, Since you have reached the spirit projection stage, your future cultivation will be much easier. Tomorrow, when your 3rd master returns, I will arrange your next phase of training. Suddenly, Domingai started and cried out, Something is wrong. The Tikvit quickly asked, What is it? Domingai replied, The transmission array I left behind has unusual fluctuations. I must go to Kun Amsi's place to check immediately. But she suddenly remembered the Gom family man. He almost completely forgot. Domingai leaped up and told her 2 older sisters that she was going to check. That she was startled when a hand suddenly grabbed him. Domingai dragged the man along. Had she complained and asked for air, but she only told him not to cause trouble. Pukvite curiously asked the eldest sister about how had she only took 27 years to reach the nascent soul stage. Kim Zhao just pondered silently. At the Gom residence, a fierce fire was consuming every corner. The assassin brandished his saber and roared, This is the last time I ask. Kun Ditch pressed close to Kun Mak, demanding to know where the item was. Kun Mak lay flat on the ground, shouting that even if he gave it, he would lose his life, so he wanted to use 10 times the money to buy his life back. Kun Ditch coldly stated that money couldn't buy everything, then told the bastard to die. He suddenly became highly vigilant. Kam Ditch hurriedly jumped aside to dodge the object that had just rushed over. 2 figures began to emerge. Kam Ditch muttered that things were indeed not easy. Tachi and Domingai had arrived. Tachi looked at Kun Mak lying there, while Domingai wondered if the man had stopped breathing yet. Tachi remembered the system's mission, almost forgetting it after 27 years. Kun Mak screamed curses, calling the latecomers useless trash, driving him mad with anger. Tachi delivered a kick, saying the man's mouth truly stank. Tachi smugly asked his master if he had gone too far and kicked the man to death. Tachi was secretly glad that the system had reported the mission failed due to him holding back. Kam Ditch greeted Fairy Domingai, saying it was good to meet her again. He sarcastically remarked that she had changed lackeys because the previous boy only knew how to drag his feet. Tachi sneered, saying it had only been a few days, and the opponent had already forgotten his face. Kam Ditch squinted his eyes, then exclaimed in realization. He noticed that the opponent's body was now unusually strong and firm. Domingai coldly stated that if he had taken care of this fat pig sooner, by the time she drew her saber to strike, neither side would have had the chance to stand there and babble. Kam Ditch wondered why she hated him, but still moved to protect him. Yanshi replied, My siding with him is merely completing the task I was given. Tachi questions, Where is the person named Xiaolingdan? Hannes retorts, Who exactly is Xiaolingdan? I completely don't know this person. Tachi frowns in confusion. I don't know why you keep denying any connection to Xiaolingdan, and truthfully, I don't care, but we absolutely must take on Mo away. Han draws his sword. People praise the four immortals of the Shangming Alliance as noble and virtuous beings, so I only beg you to let me take Gunmo away. Yanshu says decisively. If we can't negotiate, then we fight. Tachi, quickly take Gunmo away. Don't worry about these side issues. Han scoffs. Fairy Yanshu is not honest in the slightest. Tachi replies obediently. Understood. He charges directly towards Gunmo. At that exact moment, Charlington suddenly appears and calls up to her. She speaks. I almost have what I want. Can you let us go? Tachi replies. You've been saying confusing things all day. What exactly do you value about this fatty? You can take his kidneys, but can we take everything else? This thing is extremely important to us. You will never understand. The system sends a notification. Boast. Gunmo is seriously injured. If he isn't treated in time, this mission will be judged a failure. Tachi exclaims impatiently. This awful mission is really troublesome. He draws out the timing. They ask, but you refuse to answer, so let's just fight it out. His eyes turn red with rage. Let's fight. I know you've grown stronger, but you're still no match for me. She speaks. You were originally a good person. I don't want to hurt you. Tachi swings his saber and says, we are both in the Suikyuku realm. Don't go easy on me. You were still in the Ningai and He realm just 2 days ago. How can you advance so quickly? She gets angry. You deliberately concealed your true strength before. You approached me just to extract information. She screams. I will never let you deceive me. Shalington charges forward. You think you can defeat me just because we're at the same realm level? Shalington performs her secret technique. The implying her body slowly dissipates. Her figure appears countless times within every fragment of water. Tachi frowns in confusion. Those figures begin to step out of the water. Dimsht remained silent. Dimigite hurriedly cried out, Hey, Kate, could it be that you can't cultivate at all? Tr closed his eyes. It's merely a trivial illusion. He suddenly recalled the days of studying illusions with Fikivit and swiftly brought to mind everything his second master had taught him. He forcefully struck them, trying to find the real Lincoln. Countless figures of Lincoln slowly faded away. In the end, only one form remained. Tr thought to himself, this is the true form. I understand now. He moved instantly. Lincoln was utterly surprised. It's gone. Where did it go? At that very moment, to rapidly charge straight down from above, he suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. Following that was a sky-shattering explosion. Rare earth and stones flew everywhere, and thick smoke and fire stained the entire sky red. The ghostly white figures of Lincoln faded and gradually vanished. Tr coldly declared, for many things, there's no need to grasp every profound reason. Just grab them, drag them out, and give them a good beating, and everything will fall into place. Lincoln suddenly darted out of the dense smoke and dust. Her feet had just touched the ground when he appeared right behind her. Fought the runaway. No. He frowned. Now the passive evader has officially become the hunted prey. Lin then widened her eyes in surprise. Tr swung his saber forcefully. He slightly frowned. This is the saber technique that my fourth master personally taught me. Lin then exerted all her strength to bring out her weapon to defend. However, her sharp scythe shattered instantly at that moment. Lin then lost her balance and slid a long distance backward. She knelt down to the ground, clutching her chest and coughing violently, gasping for breath. Timsh's eyes suddenly flashed with a bright red streak. Indeed, they've fallen into a disadvantageous position again. The only way is to target their weaknesses and attack. Tr stepped closer. What's the plan now? Damigite leaped forward to attack Timsh. Now it's my turn to deal with you. Just as Damigite swung a missed strike, Timsh had already swiftly dodged away. He moved next to Lincoln, prompting Damigite to scold. Hey, what are you doing? I almost broke my ribs. Timsh then told Lincoln, just listen to me, and there is still a way to survive. Damigite soared up. This cherished disciple of mine has been meticulously trained. Fighting you is more than enough, though he is still very green compared to me. Atrai spoke up. Master seems to have great confidence in your disciple. Famtich suddenly let out a sarcastic laugh. His eyes were bloodshot, and his smile exposed sharp teeth. The one who truly doesn't understand the situation is you. You foolish brat. Atrai was stunned. What? Famtich's eyes were divided into two colors, red and gray. We only need to hit the weakest point, and it's over. Lin Dan surged forward. He again utilized his technique, creating a scene where water and sky merged into one. The previous technique suddenly reappeared. Atrai looked all around him. He sighed. It's this technique again. Lin Dan hovered in mid-air. He said, please lend a hand. Lord Kumdichtu. I am retreating now. Atrai was utterly astonished. A water dragon appeared, roaring fiercely. Damigite was surprised. That's his technique. Damigite quickly warned. Atrai, retreat immediately. The image of the water dragon was clearly visible within the flowing water. Damigite rushed to the rescue, unleashing the nine heavens separating fire technique. A shield of fire enveloped Atrai as the water dragon charged towards him. The torrent of water rushed down intensely. Damigite frowned. The attack has arrived. She turned around. Damigite blocked the attack from Kumdichtu. He laughed and said, Fairy Damigite, your opponent is me. Please don't be distracted. Kumdichtu struggled in agony, and Damigite retreated backward. She was astonished, burning his sea of Kai and Dantian, utilizing primal energy to boost his own strength. Doesn't he value his life anymore? Damigite struggled. Even if that is the case, she shouted loudly, you still cannot defeat me. Damigite charged forward fiercely, but Kumdichtu instantly vanished. The man floats in midair, facing Fairy Damigite. Tumch smiles smugly, thinking that even with these heavy injuries, he can still deceive that stupid kid and Lincoln. He frowns. But you cannot deceive me, although I don't know exactly what happened. Your cultivation level has already surpassed the divine refining realm. That is your fatal flaw. Fairy Demingite is astonished. She snaps angrily. My business is none of your concern. As Demingite charges forward, Kimch calmly says, I have long since disregarded matters of life and death. I must take MCE with me. When Demingite draws near, he instantly vanishes. Immediately after, he appears next to Demingite and swings fiercely, but it's only an illusory figure. He clicks his tongue. Demingite unexpectedly appears from above, slashing straight down. Kim shouts, No. A figure of Linthan flies over from the water. Linthan materializes from there. Demingite strikes the figure, causing her sword's path to deviate from Kimch. She says disdainfully, using another person's body as a human shield is truly despicable. Kimch seizes the opportunity to attack her. He laughs loudly. I apologize, Fairy Demingite, but without killing intent, you cannot win. From behind Demingite, two figures of Kimch appear, tightly surrounding her. Condance's life belongs to me now. Demingite cries out in alarm. What? Kimch's figures charge forward simultaneously. Two needles pierce through Demingite's shoulders. She screams in pain. Afterwards, Demingite's entire body is enveloped by a block of ice. Kimch smugly says, to think you possess the power of the ice soul within your body. No wonder your cultivation level advanced so quickly. Admit defeat. The system issues a red alert. Thun MC's life value is below 15, requiring immediate medical attention. Demingite's 2 vital energy points are damaged, and the ice soul power within her body is erupting. Prolonged duration will be life-threatening. Her jumps up, annoyed. What ice soul power? What Kimcht? What Linfen? I get it now. They'll go handle them all right away. He recalls the Kim Jiao treasure that was given to him previously. No matter what method he has to use, he cannot let Demingite be harmed. He thinks to himself, although this girl has a fiery temper and wants to chop people up at the slightest provocation, she is still my master. Besides, I haven't learned the 9 firmament fire yet. How can I possibly let you harm her? She crushes the mysterious song talisman in his hand. A vast source of power gushes out from the mysterious song talisman. Little Ling Dan was extremely surprised. The opponent's aura had changed. What was this strange spiritual pressure? Completely different from before. Clearly not from the same person. The power of that spell was becoming more and more intense. Little Ling Dan's magical technique was strongly affected. She frowned anxiously. The ice tomb she had created seemed on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, fear flashed clearly in Little Ling Dan's eyes. A gigantic golden blade figure abruptly appeared. Little Ling Dan panicked. What is this? Such immense power. Kandishi gritted his teeth. This power seemed like it wanted to destroy the entire world. The giant golden blade slowly opened its eyes. A torrent of terrifying power surged out, aimed directly at Kandishi. Little Ling Dan hurriedly shouted, Kandishi, be careful. She desperately pushed the tattered ice tomb to shield Kandishi. That powerful attack struck straight onto the surface of the ice tomb. Kandishi trembled violently, shaking uncontrollably. He thought to himself, this was only a mere gaze, yet he was already shaking with fear. Chechi swore that he would absolutely not allow anyone to dare harm his master. He raised the heavens seeking to him high into the air. The giant golden blade also raised its hand simultaneously, mimicking Chechi's movement. Little Ling Dan was extremely terrified. They absolutely could not win this horrifying confrontation. Absolutely not. Xiaoqi roared, pointing directly at the one who had injured his master. He swung his saber down, roaring a death curse. The raging flames rapidly spread towards Kandishi, and at the same time, the giant golden hand also lunged forward to attack. Kandishi struggled desperately against the terrifying power. The barrier he had created was engulfed by the flames, while the giant golden hand pressed down heavily. The ground beneath Kandishi's feet cracked and sank deeply. A deafening explosion tore through the space. Little Ling Dan collapsed to the ground, with blood smeared on the corner of her mouth. Tears streamed down her face, as she despondently realized they had lost. A painful sensation overwhelmed Xiaoqi. She realized that facing this terrifying power, they didn't have the slightest chance of victory. Xiaoqi uttered words of despair. It's all over now. The entire ground within a 3-meter radius around Kandishi was shattered to pieces. Fresh blood gushed out in bright red. Hens was lying there listlessly, gasping for breath. She silently observed Ling Dan standing there. Sorrowful tears soaked her face. She looked strangely calm right now. I've completely given up, as I couldn't do anything for him until the very end. Ling Dan gently closed her eyes. Her body collapsed backward. Dazed, she looked toward Candace and called his name. Hearing this, Hechi asked heartbreakingly if the person she risked her life to protect was indeed Candace. He grabbed Ling Dan's collar and growled, what on earth are you trying to achieve? Is this worth going to such lengths? Tell me now. Ling Dan tried to force a twisted smile. It's just the yearning to return home. She slowly opened her eyes a crack, only wishing to go home. Hannes was labeled a traitor and relentlessly pursued by the imperial court, even though he should have been the hero of the holy city. Just one more step, and he would have liberated that entire land. The people there could no longer endure the queen's autocratic rule. Just his success was within reach. Kung Mak betrayed them and harmed the people. Afterward, the holy city sealed all teleportation gates, cutting off contact with the outside world. He is one of the few lucky ones to possess a teleportation charm that allows free passage into the holy city. We need that charm. With it, we can reunite with our families. Ling Dan spoke up. There's only one small step left. If I just pretend to save him one more time, he will trust me completely. Once I have his trust, I can find out where that teleportation charm is hidden. Hachi scolded loudly. This is absolutely foolish. Mak was lying flat on the ground, his fingers twitching slightly. Hachi turned his head. Is this your plan? He can make people from the past trust him, only to betray them for fame and fortune. That shows how deep and unpredictable his malice is. Hachi remarked, even if he does trust you, there's no way he would ever reveal such an important matter to someone else. Ling Dan remained silent. Hachi turned his back and asked the system. Says, I want to ask this. What is the time limit for protecting Kun Mak? If there's no time limit, what if he just lies there and dies? Or what if he chokes to death on shit tomorrow? Would that count as a failed mission? Lin Dan asked in confusion. Are you talking to me? Sizey appeared and replied. The time is calculated from the start of the mission until the morning of the 10th day. Fetch's face darkened. You mean I still have to treat this fat old man? And I only kill him once the time is up. Sai sighed softly. You are not allowed to kill that fat pig of your own accord. Hetchi thought to himself. Why do I get the feeling that Sai's mechanical voice sounds a bit annoyed? Hetchi turned to Lin Dan and said, I think after this struggle, that teleportation charm. Before he could finish, a voice suddenly interrupted. This old man never trusted you. You want the teleportation charm. It'd rather die than give it to you people. Unbeknownst to them, Kun Mak had regained consciousness and walked over to Candace. His body was covered in minor wounds, but what did they matter? As long as one had money and power, there was nothing that couldn't be bought. He grabbed Candace's hair and jerked it upward. No wonder this guy looks familiar. Lin called out anxiously. Candace. Kun Mak smirked disdainfully. So, this is the great hero. You've been living so miserably that your former fiery passion is gone. Duh. I didn't recognize you right away. It's my own damn fault. Hetchi was fuming with rage. Let him go this instant. Gamo swaggered. This old man knows you can't harm me, and you must protect me, though I don't understand why. He boasted smugly. There's nothing to be done about it. My luck is always this good. That uprising back then was just a delusional fantasy of a bunch of ignorant rabble. I couldn't be bothered to participate in such pointless affairs. But thanks to their stupidity, I managed to profit this much, and even received a reward from Her Majesty the Queen. Jechi said coldly. Bull say it again. Release him at once. Gonmo showed no fear. This kid's head is truly valuable. Coincidentally, I've also wanted to return to the holy city lately. If I bring him back and hand him over, this old man will truly hit the jackpot. Daeyaji stepped forward. Sekti reported Gonmo's life value. The system displayed 80. Selling Daeyad her Defidum. Calling Shiich's name. Gonmo panicked. Hey, what are you doing coming over here? Stop. Stop at once. Don't come near me. He trembled with fear as he saw Shiichi getting closer and closer. Don't come over here. Shiichi raised his hand high. The fat man Gonmo screamed at the top of his lungs. Yu suddenly appeared and said, wait. She reached out her hand and flicked Gonmo's forehead loudly. He was immediately sucked into the illusionary space that Yu created. Ayates, second master. Why are you here? Yu licked her lips and sneered. Are you brats the only ones who can have missions? At the mountain villa, Yu walked ahead. Behind her, Gonmo was being pulled, curled up and clinging tightly to Shiichi. Big sister, we're back. Detenubled. Second master's way of tying people up is truly peculiar. The fat man Gonmo was thrown to the ground like a lump of meat. Jian Jiao appeared and ordered. Old rule. All information must be provided. Yu smiled and agreed. Alright, I can't even remember who that unlucky fellow from last time was anymore. Shiichi felt a sense of gloom, thinking, that sounds even more dreadful than death. Dian Jiao said, your second master has already dealt with those two. Later, come to the east wing to find me, and third master. Shibaut is that, yes, first master, but fourth master is injured. She's turned into an ice statue. Jinjiao replied. She's a fire spirit body. You know, before, your third master often punished her, turning her into an ice pillar. Although this time the freezing is due to internal injuries, there's no need to worry. It'll heal her. Just let her stay frozen for a little longer. Children who don't listen need a bit of punishment. Half an hour passed. Shiichi entered the east wing. Jing Han was leaning against a pillar, deeply asleep. Daeyaji intentionally walked softly, but Jing Han immediately opened her eyes and woke up. She said to Shiichi, you're here. Third master, I thought you were sleeping. Jane Han replied, I was just a little tired, waiting for you. I'd unintentionally drifted off to sleep. She called, come here. The master told me to go to the east room, saying that senior sister was in inner meditation, and I needed to wait patiently for a little while longer. She pointed to the empty spot next to her and told him to sit down there for the time being. Him rested her head on each shoulder, saying she heard he had reached the emergent stage at Kyuk already. She remarked that he had progressed exceptionally quickly, while she was only away for a few days, and the master hadn't even had time to teach him anything yet. She asked how her recovery was progressing, as she always stayed in the Ningthang Valley, and told her not to worry about him. He secretly thought that this third master's condition seemed somewhat unusual, and he let out a long sigh, saying, how can he recover? This matter is hopeless. She tried to comfort her. Third master, I don't know what happened to you, but with me here, everything will be fine. Suddenly, Nin leaned down and gave her a loud kiss on the cheek. She blushed self-consciously, while Nin giggled cheerfully. He wondered to himself why he felt like the third master was just messing with him. He shook his head, and whispered, it's not like that. Nin continued, actually, the senior master's sister has already planned your next trip. Next, I will personally teach you how to cultivate. She stood up and signaled for him to follow her. When the room door opened, a blast of stifling heat rushed straight into his face. She broke out in a sweat, finding the heat unbearable, and explained that recently her body had been cold as ice, requiring sunlight or heat source to warm up. This room was specially designed for me by the senior master sister. It perfectly counteracts the cold energy in my body. Please bear with it for a moment, she said. Hitra immediately replied that it was no problem at all. And he added, if you feel hot, just feel free to take off some clothing. There's no need for us to be formal with each other. Trim immediately refused, saying, there's no need for that. This harsh, challenging environment actually helps me practice better. She replied, then that's good. And said, raising her hand to point to the other side, swallowed hard. The two sat cross-legged facing each other, and the space fell in to silence, and he held out her hand. Itra asked blankly, "Third Master, what are you trying to do?" Nihan placed her hand on Itra's chest and said his heart was beating too quickly, which wasn't good for cultivation. Itra thought to himself, in such a hot environment, a woman suddenly places her hand on a man's chest, then expects him to keep his mind as calm as water. What kind of master could possibly achieve this? Aiden remarked, "Your heart rate is getting faster and faster. If you went into battle like this, it would only be disadvantageous." She thought to herself, "A flow of warm energy is transferring from my palm. It feels very pleasant. I wonder why this is happening." Aiden pulled her hand back, pondering, could it be because I just touched her? She looked confused and asked, "Third Master, what's wrong?" And suddenly moved closer, saying, "There seems to be something on you." Tr was startled and gave a forced laugh. "Oh, there's nothing there." In asked, "Why did my cold K condition decrease so much just by touching your chest? Are you carrying some powerful spiritual artifact? If so, could you possibly give it to me?" Tr stammered in confusion. "Spiritual artifact? I'm not carrying any spiritual artifacts at all." And suddenly leaned her head close to his chest, saying, "Let me lean on it a little more and see." She silently confirmed, "It truly is him. His chest feels like it holds an unquenchable fire." Tr stammered awkwardly, that person's face was completely flushed. "What on earth is going on?" Hachai blushed. This situation was unexpectedly sudden. Her cheeks flushed pink, and her breathing became noticeably more rapid. Hachi was startled. Third Master's voice sounded extremely strange. "It's over. Truly over." Taehan asked what mischief he had been getting up to lately. Hachi quickly replied that he hadn't done anything. Just followed Fourth Master to learn a bit of minor kung fu, and was then given a time artifact by First Master, and that was all. Taehan said that she had never noticed anything particularly special about him before, but after just one day apart, standing close to him made her feel strangely comfortable. Hachi was embarrassed and did not know how to respond. He asked, "Third Master, you said your body is ice cold and requires warm temperatures for balance." Taehan replied, "That is correct." He asked again, "Could it be because I practiced Fourth Master's 9 separation blade technique? Because 9 separation is fire, Thavanlitum is hot energy, and I am a boy possessing a pure Yam constitution." Taehan stood up, and not exactly sure, "But I feel relaxed and comfortable when I am next to you," she said. "I fundamentally shouldn't tell you matters concerning myself." Hachi replied, "If there truly is a secret that your disciple shouldn't know, I guarantee I won't ask about it any further." Taehan immediately patted the boy's head, saying, "Be a good boy." Hachi frowned. This style again. Sure enough, she treats him like a cultivating puppy. Taehan continued, "This matter cannot be hidden for long. When the creature's essence is completely drained, the entire world will immediately discover the truth. You are our sole true disciple, and in the future, you must shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding the Thingmen holy domain, so telling you is harmless." She gazed into the distance. "I don't have much time left to live," Hachi exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" Taehan explained, "First sister, second sister, and little sister have constantly sought every means to heal me. The reason the 4 of us took disciples was also due to this. If one day I cannot control the cold energy within me and cause a great disaster, the 3 of them will have to sacrifice themselves to ensure the stability of Thingmen." She said, "At that time, the disciples we personally raised will take charge of Thingmen." Taehan removed her sleeves, and then, she also took off her long stockings. Taehan looked at her disciple. "My matters can be put aside for now. Teaching you is the main task for today." Taehan reached out and gently pushed Hachi. He fell backward. "Third Master, what are you doing?" Taehan summoned her weapon, the Azure Spirit Sword. Gales of freezing ice began swirling around her. The mark on Taehan's forehead suddenly shone brightly. She opened her eyes, which were cold as millennium frost. The Azure Spirit Sword floated, spinning in the air. Tens of thousands of sharp ice spikes flew throughout the room. Taehan slowly crawled toward Hachi. The boy stammered, This is... Looking up from below, 2 heavy hills and a vast spirit descended upon him. Hachi swallowed hard, his throat dry. A razor-sharp ray of ice suddenly shot toward him. The master pinched the ice ray tightly with her fingertips. Hachi was so frightened that his whole body stiffened, unable to utter a single word. Taehan said, "If your mind continues to be restless from the start, the bitch-limbed sword will detect your chaotic breathing and charge to attack. My sword has never lost to anyone." She added, "I will help you bear this move, but from now on, you must rely entirely on your own abilities." Hachi exclaimed in surprise. "Seriously?" Taehan slowly knelt down and told him, "Rest your head here on my lap." Hachi complied, wondering what her intentions were, while thinking to himself, "Ah me, it's so comfortable, so soft. Oh no, why is it so cold here?" He secretly lamented. "Master, if you want to send me away, just act decisively. Why bother?" With tears welling up in his eyes, "Why must you tease me to this extent? What kind of wicked game are you playing?" Thousands of sharp ice needles simultaneously pointed directly at the 2 figures. Taehan looked up. Hachi's face turned ashen. "I think I finally understand why Damn Nagayat warned me to stay far away from this master. There's nothing left for me to care about now. Save me. I'm about to be killed." I always thought the saying a day apart feels like 3 seasons of longing refer to a long, drawn-out period of time, but actually, the most drawn-out way is when a fairy tells you to rest your head on her lap, and then forces you to calm your mind like a lake surface. The long night passed by, then dawn of the next day arrived. Taehan still had her eyes tightly shut. She stirred slightly, turning over. Taehan opened her eyes and said, "Has the whole night passed already?" She sat up suddenly and secretly sighed in relief, thinking, "I'm still alive. I did well." The cold mist slowly faded away. A pale yellow streak of light suddenly flashed. Taehan had to raise her hand to shield her eyes. The light was incredibly blinding. Hachi was still sitting in meditation, and a halo-like ring of light emanated from the top of his head, as if he were an enlightened being. His face wore an expression of solemnity. "O benefactor, I have fully comprehended now." Seeing this, Tingyun clapped her hands happily. "It's good that you've comprehended," she continued. "Once you have completely mastered the 9 heavens separation flame, I will impart the secret technique of Frost Heaven's swordplay to you. Without practicing both ice and fire cultivation techniques simultaneously, your strength will still be insufficient." Jinghun warned that it was very easy to suffer from Kai deviation, making Xiaoqi turn pale upon hearing it. She stepped down from the ring, explaining that during combat, the biggest taboo is letting your mind wander. The stronger the opponent, the more focused you must be. She gestured with her hand, emphasizing that only by quickly regaining calm could one hope to become invincible. Jinghun placed her hand on Xiaoqi's chest and whispered, "From last night until this morning, you must have understood how to regulate your emotions. Haven't you? A glorious, but like light shone from Xiaoqi." He nodded and replied, "Yes, I understand completely now." Jinghun leaned close to his chest again, causing Xiaoqi's nose to bleed. She whispered, "Last night, the flow of heat from you made me feel incredibly comfortable. Help nourish me often from now on." "Alright." Then third master, "You won't use the Jade Spirit sword to scare me anymore, will you?" She smiled, patted his head, and said, "Good boy." Jinghun walked out the door, while Xiaoqi remained stunned, muttering, "She patted my head again." Jinghun sat down and stroked the puppy lying in the courtyard. She called it good boy, and the little puppy barked joyfully several times in succession. Xiaoqi was so angry that he screamed, "I knew it," and then imitated the barking. "Woof, woof, woof." Qian Diao walked over. She told Jinghun that her complexion looked much brighter now. Jinghun wondered, but why does eldest master look much more tired? Qin Jiao rubbed her temples and explained, "I had to take care of a number of matters last night." She turned to ask Xiaoqi, "Did you dedicate yourself to cultivation with the third master last night?" He replied, "Third master has already shown me how to control my emotions." Xiaoqi scratched his head awkwardly. "My emotions have completely collapsed, so I definitely understood the lesson." Qin Jiao nodded. "Then that's good." Dianzhou frowned, showing discomfort. Yanhan is the Yom Heaven Sword God. If you practice her sword technique as the Shadowless Strike, and the one sword seals the Lord skillfully, they will be very useful when you enter battle later. She muttered, "Right, my head hurts too much." Suddenly, Qin Xiao collapsed. Jinghun cried out in panic, "Eldest master, what's wrong with you?" Xiaoqi frantically yelled, "Grand master." Qin Jiao's eyes were utterly exhausted. Xiaoqi quickly caught her, asking worriedly, "Eldest master, are you alright? Your face is completely pale." Qin Jiao reassured him, "I'm fine, just a little tired." Qin Jiao struggled to stand up. "The intersect assessment is coming soon. You and the third master should return to Thuangmen first. I need to stay here to finish handling a few matters." Jianti quickly replied, "Eldest master, I will stay and help you. We still have plenty of time." Qin Jiao shook her head, refusing. "No knees, with your current ability, you can't help me yet." Qin Han interjected, "Since eldest master has already said so, you should focus on participating in the intersect assessment." Although Xiaoqi was unwilling in his heart, he obeyed. "Yes." Xiaoqi frowned and thought, "I am indeed still too weak. If even the eldest master struggles to handle this matter, how can I possibly help?" It really was too arrogant. He recalled Qin Jiao's instructions. "You must definitely become truly strong, even surpassing me. Only then can you help me. Help us." The days gradually pass, and finally, the day of the intersect assessment arrived. Xiaoqi put on his new outfit, and stood next to Yu Yan and Fu Yu. Fu Yu praised him highly. "This outfit suits you perfectly, highlighting your handsome and stylish demeanor." Fu Yu leaned in and whispered to Xiaoqi, "Can you guess who sewed this outfit?" Xiaoqi guessed in surprise. "Oh, was it its second master? You're our most talented tailor, aren't you?" Behind them, Yu Yan looked annoyed, glancing around nervously. Fu Yu pouted, "I'm busy dealing with court affairs. Where would I find the time to sew clothes for you?" She turned to look at Yu Yan. "She made it." Xiaoqi exclaimed in surprise. Yu Yan was startled when she heard her name called. Dimungite feigned annoyance shyly, asking why she kept being called. Had she finished putting on her new outfit yet? The disciple examination festival was about to begin, but deep down, she was delighted. The garment fit perfectly, proving that her aesthetic taste was truly keen. Bigvid whispered, "That girl stayed up for several nights just to sew that protective armor for you. If you don't pass the inner door examination this time, she will be very disappointed." Hearing this, Tr couldn't believe it. Usually, the fourth master mistress absolutely hated having to sew for him. It was truly strange. Bigvid irritably tapped his head. "You truly are an idiot. Have you really forgotten?" Tr quickly spoke up. "Please, second master, enlighten me further." Bigvid sighed softly. "Have you forgotten the bet you made with her? If you managed to secure a spot in the inner door competition, then Demigite panicked and quickly covered Fikivit's mouth. "Second sister, have you found the transit token from that fellow Kung Insi yet?" She pulled Fikivit away, insisting they deal with the main priority first. Asks Fikivit what. She looked back and said with a smile, "Make sure you think about it carefully." "Okay." Tr stood there waving at them. No, he replied. Only then did he suddenly remember. It was all because of that bet they made that day. He thought to himself, how could I possibly forget such an important matter? Suddenly, someone called his name. "Young master." Tr turned around, and saw it was T Lin N. "What are you here to?" The girl offered him a small pouch. saying that Kim had asked her to deliver it, hoping this item might be of some help. Cher happily accepted it. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. How is Kim doing now? Lin then hesitated slightly. He has started walking again, but does he truly want to return with us to that sacred place? Cher asserted. I fundamentally despise traitors. As soon as I get the travel permit, I will take you back to that sacred region immediately. Lin then said sadly. The fact that you spared our lives is already a tremendous favor. The girl added apologetically. You really don't need to do so much on our behalf. After all, you are the successor of the Four Immortals, and a representative of the Sacred Realm Trade Alliance. If this isn't handled carefully, it could affect the good relations between the two sides. She intended to continue offering advice, but Icher's hand gently settled on her head, stopping her words. He gently told her, don't overthink things anymore. Just wait until I finish this inner door assessment and return. The disciples were buzzing with discussion. Hurry up or the festival will start. We need to find a good spot quickly to watch the excitement, or there won't be any room left to stand. One person lamented, I wonder when we'll get a chance to participate in this inner door exam. The other immediately retorted, stop daydreaming. Worry about finishing your chores and let's go. The short-haired young man spoke up. There are only two ways to step from the outer door into the inner door. The first way is to be outstanding enough to make it into the top 3 in the outer door competition every year. The other way is to register for the inner door exam yourself and achieve the required score. He whispered, I heard that whoever ends up dead last in the rankings gets immediately kicked out of the inner door. The long-haired person asked in surprise, wouldn't that be extremely embarrassing? The man with the hair bond sighed dismissively, oh well, it's been so many years, and we haven't seen any inner door disciple ranked last. It's always those outer door guys standing in that position. Suddenly, a tall fellow stood blocking the path of the person who had just spoken. But today, Cher, the true disciple of the Four Immortals, is participating in the exam. If he ranks last, where will the Four Immortals hide their reputation? The disciple with the hair bun bumped hard into the person standing in front of him, and fell backward, muttering that he didn't know what the heck was blocking his way. He shouted angrily at the person opposite him, who is that? How can you walk without even looking where you're going? His two friends rushed over to help him up, whispering that those were Dening and Kufintrich of the Earth dialect sect. They were among those chosen to take the inner door exam this time. Kid up quickly, don't cause trouble. Min grabbed the collar of the person who had bumped into him and said with a laugh, I truly apologize. I wasn't watching where I was going, and I accidentally ran into you. Min easily lifted the fellow straight up and sarcastically asked if he needed some money from Essen. The man fearfully refused, saying he was fine. Kufintrich spoke up indifferently, telling Min to let him go. Obediently, Min immediately tossed the man aside. The miserable fellow fell to the ground in extreme pain. He collapsed right there at Hitra's feet, causing the surrounding atmosphere to fall into strange silence. Chi immediately turned his back and walked away, leaving Tan Un and Fuangtrek speechless. He frowned, wondering if that kid was Hachi. Even as a disciple of the Four Immortals, he was still just a mediocre outer sect member. He stepped forward and asked, hey, are you the direct disciple of the Four Immortals? Fuangtrek was fed up, thinking, oh boy, here we go again. Hachi turned his head. Is there something you need to say? Tan Un replied, I heard that when you became a disciple of the Four Immortals, you were just at the spirit blood stage. Can you tell me what trick you used to pass the exam? Hachi nonchalantly picked his ear, stepped onto the stairs, and used his other hand to break the barrier. Tan Un gave a cold laugh. I heard you were sharp-tongued, and meeting you today proves the rumors true. Hachi didn't back down. This isn't your family's road. I have never teased anyone passing by. If you hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have said a word. So, was really looking for trouble here. Fuangtrek nodded. That made sense. Tan Un flared up. Fuangtrek, which sect do you belong to anyway? Fuang replied that he wasn't wrong at all. Hachi turned to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. 3 disciples watching from afar marveled. As Hachi's reputation continued to grow, Tan Un immediately channeled his power, lifting a pile of surrounding earth and rocks. He hurled them straight at Hachi, saying, let's see what you've got. With just a light wave of his hand, Hachi blocked the attack. Hachi brushed off his hands. If you want to compete, wait until the intersect exam. Don't be in such a rush. Tan Un said, you're not bad. Being able to block my hit. Hachi grimaced, thinking, outer sect disciples are forbidden from fighting me. I wonder how this hot-blooded intersect disciple will react. Let's see. Thinking this, Hachi deliberately provoked him. You are not that young anymore, yet you still enjoy childish games. Aren't you earth manipulation disciples usually sent to scrape flour and stoke furnaces? Hearing this, Tan Un's face darkened. What do you mean? Behind him, Fuangtrek shook his head, thinking, this is so stupid. Sparks flew between their eyes as Hachi teased. Was I not clear enough? Is there something wrong with your head? Tan Un fumed. Whose head did you say has a problem? Hachi replied, only someone with an abnormal mind would ask someone else if their own head has a problem. Got it. The system popped up. Successfully provoked earth manipulation disciple Tan Un. Reward 500 points. Hachi thought, is that all? I need to try harder. He muttered. Fezzi, tell me Tan Un's level. Sai replied. Tan Un is at the 5th level of the fish origin realm. Hachi smirked. A 5th level fish origin wants to beat a 3rd level soul emergence like me. Only in your dreams. Tan Un was shocked. 3rd level soul emergence. He frowned as the value for making people's blood boil increased by 3,000 points. Impossible. How could you be at the soul emergence stage? Hachi chuckled to himself. So he's just the type with poor skills who likes to make a fuss. but she gave a serious reminder. One more thing I want to note. The Azure Alliance Holy Domain has a rule forbidding disciples from fighting. I always follow the rules, so since we're fellow disciples, I won't report this to the elders. Resolve this yourself. Tan was outraged. You dare look down on me? What right does an outer disciple have to speak to an inner disciple like me this way? He gathered rocks in his hand. The outer sect is a disgrace, a sign of uselessness. Tan fashioned a blade from the stone fragments. Hu Fuangtrach hurriedly intervened. Tan, you've gone too far. Stop causing a scene. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Tan, do you want to embarrass yourself even further? Hachi turned his head to look back. A Corolla emerged from the ground. Hachi thought to himself, I had no idea someone was standing behind me. Tan was stunned. Tan back, I thought you had already gone to the assembly hall. Tan back turned away. Such a trivial matter is enough to make you irritated. Yet you still dream of passing the sect's official examination. Tan unflusteredly explained. That damn Hachi dared to look down on me, so we had to teach him a lesson. After all, he's just an outer sect disciple. Tan back then gave him a resounding slap. She declared, as members of the sect, there is no distinction between the outer and inner sects. Everyone is a fellow disciple. Hu Fuangtrach stepped intermediate. Tan back, Tan has always been like this. Don't be angry. Then he turned and told Tan to apologize to Hachi. Tan resentfully protested. Apologize to an outer sect disciple. This isn't Fuangtrach quickly cut him off. Shut up. Don't say another word. Watch yourself. Tan back glared at Tan with a cold gaze. This was your choice. Tan's face turned pale with fear as he stammered. I'll apologize. I'll definitely apologize right away. Hachi thought to himself, they're from the same sect, yet why are Tan and Hu Fuangtrach so afraid of Tan back? If she were only slightly stronger, there would be no need for this level of terror. She spoke softly, I'm very sorry. My senior brother's temperament is a bit hot-headed, but he is fundamentally a good person. Tan back glanced over. Senior brother, please try to be a bit more polite. Tan hurriedly bowed repeatedly. I'm sorry. I'm truly very sorry. Hachi waved his hand. It's alright. We're all members of the same sect. It was just a minor clash. Hachi told himself, this isn't ordinary fear. I need to keep a close eye on this person. Tan back said, since all misunderstandings have been resolved, the three of us will take our leave now. Hachi replied, oh, alright. Take care on your way. Tan back turned back. Hachi, in looking forward to our encounter in the upcoming official competition. Hachi responded, I will definitely do my best. The disciples whispered. The nature of the intersect exam isn't to eliminate each other. The goal is to compete for the top spot. But thinking about it, isn't it just merciless slaughter? In previous years, no one emerged unscathed. Everyone was covered in injuries. Hachi intended to eavesdrop. 3 senior brothers, but the 3 of them hurried away, muttering, what are you looking at? He looks so innocent. Doesn't he? The wind is too strong today. Let's go quickly. Hachi is coming. Hachi felt angry. Am I some kind of golden-shelled turtle? He persistently asked. Please wait a moment. Senior brothers, I heard rumors that you know a bit about the inner sect's affairs. They immediately waved their hands frantically. We're just rookies in the outer sect. We've no right to know any secrets. We don't know. We have to hurry and grab seats. No more talking. Good luck with your exams. Become the pride of the outer sect. Hachi chuckled. So this official exam is actually a survival battle in disguise. The 3 outer sect disciples stared in surprise. They pressed him. Hachi, do you really know nothing about the exam? Hachi explained. You know that for the past few years, I was just a sluggish, out-of-touch bookworm who didn't care about the world. How could I know the details of the inner sect exam? I have only overheard some rumors to gauge the situation. The disciple with the hair bun sight. To put it simply, it's a survival war. Whoever holds out longer accumulates more points. The winner will receive a top-tier magical artifact that can be used at any level. Hachi asked again. Then do you know who the top candidates are this year? The other disciple replied. You should be wary. I have that person named Tan back from earlier. She's a bit eccentric. Besides her, there's Kun Huang of the Water Governance Sect, Titan Hu of the Wood Governance Sect, Hin Vai So of the Metal Governance Sect, and Duong Tam Vian of the Wind Governance Sect. They are all key figures. Hachi cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, for enlightening me. Hachi pulled out several cans of soda. This is a small token of my appreciation. It's a joyful fizzy drink from my hometown. Please, senior brothers, quench your thirst. If there's any news, remember to let me know. I'd also have spicy candy and dried chicken. The system asked. Host, 1 can of joyful soda costs 5,000 points. Isn't using them like this too wasteful? Hachi replied. The outer sect has run out of chickens to pluck. It's better to turn enemies into friends. That way, we'll have more allies and fewer enemies. Besides, isn't the inner sect exam about to start? The inner sect members are all fat prey. I can harvest as many as I want. The system was speechless. The 3 outer sect disciples dazedly accepted the drinks. Hachi turned to leave. Goodbye, brother. The eyes of the 3 outer sect disciples lit up. Do you feel like Hachi looks more handsome? He truly has a pure, otherworldly beauty from the inside out. His demeanor also exudes an extraordinary aura. Absolutely. The long-haired disciple looked at the can with confusion. How do you open this? And what exactly is spicy candy? Right at the main welcome gate, the ticket sellers were frantically shouting invitations. Only 5 spirit stones. 5 spirit stones. Choose freely from the front row. Gotcha, he thought to himself. Wherever there are people, there is bound to be a bustling ticket market. Tickets to the auction hall costing 5 spirit stones. Why don't they just go rob someone already? The moment Yu Yan showed her face, Yu spotted her from afar. Lila Bulgro, are you sneaking out and disguising yourself to spy again? Yu Yan jumped in surprise. Sister, why are you right behind me? Yu countered. And what about you? Why are you showing up here? Yu Yan explained. I was worried that Kid Xiaoqi would get lost. If he misses the important draw, he'll lose the right to participate. Yu Yu nodded. That's right. I was also afraid that Kid wouldn't be able to find his way in. Yu Yan quietly asked. Sister, shouldn't you be up in the stands watching the match? Yu Yu replied. Miss Yu Yan, you should also be up there. It looks like you've forgotten everything, haven't you? Yu Yan angrily turned away. Who forgot? I certainly haven't forgotten anything. Yu chuckled. This girl, she's always so stubborn. Someone called out. Lower the price a bit, won't you? Will you sell it for 4 spirit stones, my friend? The young man scowled and grabbed the collar of the buyer. I said the price is 4. Our sect elders hate scalping. The other man paled. Older brother, this is my family's stuff. Why didn't you say so sooner? I'd rather just give you the ticket. Hunup forced his way in. Wait a minute, aren't you a contestant participating in the intersect competition? What are you buying tickets for? Jane Taisu smiled brightly, pointing at the 3 girls behind him. In buying tickets for my 3 little sisters. The ticket seller was moved to tears. 3 tickets. Jane Taisu burst out laughing. 4 tickets. After I finish my business, I still have to stay and look after my sisters. Hunup handed the ticket to the eldest sister. Weiner, later on, take your 2 sisters and find some nice seats to wait. Your brother will come find you after the competition is over. Weiner wondered, brother, will he be able to win? Jane Taisu was extremely confident. Don't worry, little sister, your brother is very imposing. Just then, Jane Taisu stopped in astonishment. Hamblop froze suddenly. Jane Taisu excitedly called out, Brother Jiachi, is that you? Jiachi shook his head. I am not. Oh dear, am I famous to this extent now? Jane Taisu's face fell. Kyo, Weiner spoke up. This is a portrait drawing of Xiaoqi. Don't mistake him for someone else. Jane Taisu took the painting and grimaced while looking at it. Well, it's a little similar, but not really. Xiaoqi waved a hand dismissively. If you thought that looked like me, you'd truly be a genius. Jane Taisu remained doubtful. Is it really similar or not? Different. The person in this painting is simply overly exaggerated, almost being inflated into a deity. Jane Taisu immediately sealed off all his spirit power. Brother Xia, could you temporarily fight a match with me without using spirit power, under the blazing sun? Hachi asked bluntly. Right now, right here, fight a match. Jane Taisu replied firmly. Yes, exactly right now. Shachi waved his hand. I swear I am not Shichi. I'm just a passerby stopping by to watch the match. Weiner rushed over and grabbed his arm. You are Shichi. Even if you transformed into a dog, I would still recognize you. Chiachi was dumbfounded. Transformed into a dog, it wouldn't be that bad, would it? Suddenly, 2 pairs of arms wrapped tightly around Xiaoqi. Jing Taisa's 2 little sisters clung to Xiaoqi. Fight big brother. Fight big brother. Xiaoqi. All my heavens. Jing Taisu said. After the screening round begins, I'm afraid there won't be another chance to spar with you. That's why I want to fight you before the opening ceremony. It's just practice with a fellow disciple, so go easy on the blows. Did he finally agree? Alright, fine. He thought to himself. It looks like this warrior has some neurological issues. Xiaoqi and Jing Taisu stood facing each other, while the distant crowd began, whispering, and discussing. The disciples behind them were extremely curious. What was happening up front that was so captivating? Someone whispered that it seemed 2 fighters were about to compete for entry into the intersect, and the crowd was so massive they couldn't squeeze through. But privately thought, that old man Jane Taiso doesn't look young anymore. His combat experience must be much richer than mine. My current strength relies on the accelerator, and the Kainkun physique. If only I could use that physique to secretly learn the opponent's ultimate moves during the fight. Pat and Jing Taiso lunged at each other simultaneously. The crowd cheered and screamed, fight, fight, charge, don't be a coward. Pa swung his arm, and threw a punch, but Jing Taiso dodged it as fast as lightning. Old Jing Taiso swung his leg up very confidently. The kick stopped just in time, but Ha, still surging forward, unfortunately collided right into the sensitive spot. His eyes widened and his face darkened. Why did this old man deliver such a vicious blow? Moreover, his speed was terrifyingly fast, giving me absolutely no chance to react. This fighting style is completely different from the generous, straightforward appearance of a gentleman he projected. Jing Taiso clasped his hands together, and said he had already gone easy on him, but clenched his legs tightly, thinking that the stronger the opponent, the harder he had to try. He secretly thought, that was great luck. I managed to learn the move without even needing to use the Kainkun physique yet. His fighting spirit ignited. Come on, next. Jing Taiso thought to himself. It seems the technique of that kid was still immature in the last exchange. His punches were wild. My kick should have demoralized him, yet he dares to ask for more fighting. What an iron-willed rookie. Jing Taiso frowned. He clearly lacks real combat experience, but there are so many rumors about him. How should I fight such an opponent? A nobody from the outer sect is suddenly becoming famous so rapidly during this intersect assessment. He chuckled smugly. Now I have my own ultimate technique to use against that old man. Nobody has been able to defend against my martial arts until now. Closed his eyes, recalling Tin Han's teachings, striding to regulate his mind and breath, absolutely refusing to let the opponent lead him. His eyes suddenly opened wide and shone brightly. He stomped hard on the ground and sprang up. Jing Taiso merely sneered. Jing Taiso launched a straight kick, a technique called the Great Feet Flying Kick. Was startled, but pretended to be confused. What kind of flying kick nonsense is that? Managed to raise his hand in time to block old Jing Taiso's leg. But immediately, Jing Taiso launched a punch, the straight punch technique called the refined child fist. I barely managed to dodge the blow. Hello, is this the anti-fraud center? Someone dares to name techniques that sound this fake. I winced. This isn't good. My concentration is scattered again, and I'm exposing too many openings. I can only try my best to hold on. Suddenly, Jing Taiso vanished without a trace. I cried out in surprise. Wait. Jing Taeso's hand appeared right next to his face. What the heck is going on? Jing Taeso lightly used force to deliver a flick, but was flung far away. A purple mark imprinted on his forehead. This move must be called the ice-traversing brain tap. Damn you, standing in the crowd, anxiously called out his name. He immediately became the center of attention for all the surrounding disciples. Dang Yu blushed furiously. Oh my god, I accidentally called out his name. Suddenly, a person named Fuvite came and tugged her ear away. Little sister, the moment I turned my back, you're immediately tagging along after he again. Alright you, finish the main job first. Dime Yu quickly defended herself. I was fast and up. That old man's fighting intuition is much higher than mine. He anticipated that as soon as I blocked his move, he immediately changed tactics. I take back my thoughtless remarks just now. I shouldn't judge people based on appearances. How frustrating. A frown. Indeed, I still have a long way to go. You and me scolded her brother. I told you to change the name of that technique. You keep blurting it out in front of everyone. How am I supposed to show my face? Even the youngest sister is copying you. You really want to die? Jane Tice immediately coaxed her. Who told my little sisters to be so adorable? Be good now. I guarantee you'll change it next time. Absolutely next time. A try called out loudly. Brother Jang. The try suddenly froze for 5 seconds. Jing Tai's palms were covered entirely in rough calluses. Jing Tai scratched his head and said to it, Try, it looks like this match can't continue. My sisters are rushing to find seats. You are very capable. You just aren't used to this style of fighting yet. You'll figure it out after a few more matches. Well then, they'll see you in the stands. Try agreed. Thinking to himself, I have to bolt quickly after the fight. Those sisters are terrifying. You and me stepped closer. Tell, young master hat. She offered a silk handkerchief. My brother is just a little dense. He didn't mean anything bad. Use this handkerchief to wipe your wounds. Try accepted it. You and me added. He'll be below, cheering enthusiastically for you. Try was bewildered for a moment, and then stood motionless. Jing Tice and his siblings turned and walked away. Goodbye. Try tightly gripped the handkerchief. Looking at the dense calluses on Jing Tai's hands, he definitely practices with incredible intensity every day. The time I spend in the sacred liquid chamber is still not enough. Try suddenly felt his blood surge. Eager to compete against those masters, he couldn't wait any longer. Petri stood there smiling mysteriously. The surrounding disciples were buzzing. Truly, nothing spectacular came of that match. Hey, is it that Petri? Petri laughed loudly. This disciple assessment will certainly be dramatic. 3 disciples hugged each other, groaning in fear. He let out such a horrifying laugh. He's clearly not a good person. After that, Petri's attitude changed rapidly. He cheerfully skipped along. Let's go. As Petri was walking alone, he suddenly heard a voice call out. Petri. He looked around. Grandmaster, are you calling me? Have you returned from the Thuongchi realm? Kim Zhao said. Find somewhere secluded. I have something I need to tell you. Petri immediately obeyed. Yes, and went to a deserted area. Kim Zhao appeared. Petri, I was detained by a few matters, and couldn't return in time. However, I received reliable intelligence. There is an infiltrator mixed in during this great assembly. I don't know what their intention is. Petri exclaimed in shock. A mole, Kim Zhao continued. I still don't know the background of that mole. You must be very careful. Use the Hawaiian talisman to contact me anytime, and find an opportunity to discuss this with your master. Petri replied. I understand. Kim Zhao instructed further. Regarding this disciple examination, I hope to receive good news from you. If the performance of the 4 immortals disciples is too poor, her eyes turned icy cold, then they will suffer very severe punishment. Petri mumbled timidly in fear. No, I wouldn't dare. Kim Zhao slowly vanished. That's good. I will return quickly. Petri sighed in relief. Even if it was just an avatar, the power of the Grand Master was truly too terrifying. He quickly ran off. He had to go immediately, and informed the 3 masters about the mole. When he arrived, Petri was utterly astonished, gaping. Why are there so many people? He thought to himself, I didn't expect this year's disciple examination to attract so many participants. A hand was placed on his shoulder. Petri, 3rd master turned around sharply. Jiang Han gently said, the inter-disciple crane killing competition is coming soon. Come inside with me to rest for a bit. I need you to help me lessen my workload. The crowd buzzed unusually. Even Palace Master Lion Hua came to watch the match. This year is incredibly lively. Not only are the 4 immortal sages here, but even the little princess of the Azura Palace personally attended. We absolutely must perform exceptionally well. Lian Ho walked in wearing a schoolgirl uniform, with several stuffed animals running around her feet. Please let me pass. Make way for me. The disciples' eyes sparkled. Alice Master Lion Hua is so adorable. That outfit looks unusual but absolutely stunning. I just hope she signs something for me, maybe right on my back. Suddenly, Lian Hua's cheeks blushed. The cheerful girl rushed quickly towards Hachi, calling loudly, Hachi. She lunged forward and embraced Hachi tightly. I tried so hard to stay awake to watch your match. Hachi's eyes widened in surprise. Palace Master Lion Hua. She whispered, you must definitely win. I have already prepared a generous gift for you. Hachi looked at Jing Han, 3rd master. What exactly is happening here? Jing Han's expression showed no sign of happiness at all. She turned and walked away. It seems you are very busy right now, so I won't disturb you any longer. Hachi hurriedly called out to stop her. 3rd master, wait. But Jing Han remained silent. Lian Hu spoke again. The competition is about to begin. Immortal Jing Han should go back to her seat now. Hachi thought to himself, why does 3rd master look like she's about to cry? had she replied. Palace Master Lion Hua, third master probably has something urgent for me. Wait until I finish dealing with it, and he'll come find you right away. What do you think? Lian Hua nodded in agreement. Of course, that's fine. I am very generous. After all, she whispered further, but afterwards, I want to trade a few new outfits with you for spirit stones. Alright, that she was surprised. She continued, I want the very newest outfits. That she casually agreed. That's a small matter. The surrounding disciples boiled with rage. Oh my god, the fresh vegetable has been devoured by the pig. Oh gods, please keep your distance from that rotten man. He is my eternal enemy. The rage points are soaring. The system reported, detected continuous increase in rage points. Boast, keep up the good work. Hachi was distressed. Say don't add fuel to the fire anymore. I don't want to make third master furious. Jinghan ground her teeth tightly. She clenched her fists. Then Jinghan suddenly ran over and embraced Hachi tightly. I'm extremely worried. Hachi was flustered and embarrassed. Third master, Hachi thought to himself. Forget it. I don't think third master is competing with Lion Hua at all. I even suspect she has no idea what being intimate with a man implies. The crowd boiled over even more. This is absurd. Is clearly a playboy. Quickly let go of our two goddesses. Let us go on to the stage. Mine world is collapsed right here. Oh god. Even more rage points. The system screen appeared, measuring rage value in progress. Please wait a moment. Congratulations, Boast, you have accumulated 25.0 rage points in just a single moment. Total rage points have exceeded 200. The system will award a portion of the 6-layered 9 separation chant. Know it. After receiving the 6-layered 9 separation chant, the host will comprehend the secrets of martial arts. Hachi was completely bewildered and confused. The system explained, accumulating enough points will lead the host to the threshold of brilliant success in Lai. Hachi muttered, I hope that before reaching that threshold, I don't get beaten thoroughly by third master. And you, Sikdi, don't you think you're starting to sound more and more like a multi-level marketing salesperson? Hin urged him to hurry up and stop being slow. Lin quickly responded, saying Hachi would do it immediately. He cleared his throat distinctly. He then turned back to stroke Lin's head, saying, he could. See you later. Lin nodded obediently. Tra secretly thought, I finally got to experience being petted by that cultivation dog too. It was pretty interesting. The group of disciples scratched their heads in frustration, saying, I'm so angry. Tra ignored their shouting, thinking the small grievance was easily earned. Amidst the frustrated crowd, a little girl was looking around curiously. She thought to herself, that person is the new disciple taken in by the four immortals. Even Palace Master Lin of Azura Palace is fond of him. I definitely need to keep an eye on this person. Suddenly, the girl looked toward the approaching figure. It was a beautiful girl wearing a bright red outfit. The two passed each other in a flash. Both glanced at each other, and the atmosphere suggested they were not at all getting along. Hin and Hitra entered the room. Dras, right now, Hin asked back blankly. What do you want? Tra laughed awkwardly. As long as you don't point the length-decked sword at me, my private matters are yours to decide. Hin replied, I don't need bedroom matters. I only need your blood. Tra turned pale. What is going on? Tra asked again for clarification. Blood, really? Hin quickly grabbed Titra's wrist. Hin explained, since getting close to you, the cold energy in my body has been suppressed quite a bit, but it only lasts for about a dozen hours. I guess if you use a method of mixing hot blood, the duration will be extended. Hin took Titra's finger and put it to his mouth. Tra looked confused, saying, Third Master Sufi. Hin stuck out his tongue. Tra let out a small gasp. He looked at the finger Hin had bitten. As she was really sucking blood, he pressed his lips together tightly. This feeling was quite strange, as if, a trace of fresh blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. She frowned. Tra asked, Third Master, did the blood-sucking help at all? Hin replied, I didn't feel anything special. She turned and waved her hand. It seems this hot blood method isn't effective. Forget about it. You go attend the grand ceremony first. You still have to continue preparing elixirs as instructed by eldest sister. Tra stood there watching Hin's figure disappear. She turned her head back, thinking, that's all it was. Tra felt deeply offended, thinking to himself, that's all it was. Tra asked, Third Master, do we still have a chance to draw something else? Hin only hummed in response. A patch of frost suddenly appeared on Hin's thigh. Tra was startled. Hin asked, what's wrong? Tra replied, nothing, but thought to himself, are you truly fine, or are you setting a trap for me? Could there be countless spitch-lensed swords pointing straight at me? Hin looked at the patch of ice on her thigh. If the frost doesn't melt now, it will get worse after half an incense stick's time. Even the rising valley cave won't have any effect now. She said, never mind, let's see how capable you are. Tra looked confused, and suddenly sat and giggled, then took off her clothes. Tra was alarmed, thinking, swords everywhere. It's definitely all swords. Hin said gently, come closer. Sha's face turned pale. Third Master, I really can't take much more. Hin said, come here and hug me quickly. Are you trying to defy your master's command? Tra immediately ran over and replied, yes, master. He hugged Hin from behind. She was barely clothed. She asked, do you feel like the cold energy has decreased at all? The Hin said, turn to the front. Tra remained silent for a moment. Finally, he turned back and hugged her from the front. Hin closed her eyes and asked, is that any better? Hin held him tightly and said, hold me for a little longer. It's so warm. A long time later, Tra suddenly asked, why are you suffering from something like this? Hin replied, it's not exactly a sickness, just a slight mishap during my transformation. Tra wondered, what is a transformation? and pushed him away. Alright, help me put my clothes back on. Victor felt confused. She seemed to be deliberately avoiding a detailed explanation. He obeyed, picked up Tin's clothes, and replied, yes, while Victor was helping her get dressed. Aiden instructed him, you must come first in the intersect assessment, otherwise I won't forgive you. Victor stopped what he was doing in shock. He replied, yes. A system notification suddenly appeared. Hidden quest. Proper conduct completed 100. Reward. 1 ticket to visit the original world. Valid for 48 hours. Victor scratched his head, confused. What is going on? Victor left to go to the great ceremony. He thought, I still feel like Third Master is treating me like a test subject. He stepped into the intersect great ceremony. Suddenly, an arm stopped him. Victor asked, brother, may I ask your name? The man replied, I am Titan of the Enseeing sect. You must be Victor, the disciple of the fourth immortal, right? The young man observed, and Shu Yu laughed gleefully. Shu Yu dropped the pile of photos onto the floor, and Ichi asked blankly, hey, brother Chu, what are those? Shu Yu picked up a picture of a girl and said, in reviewing the profiles of the participating candidates, and I unexpectedly ran into you. Hechi, this is the eldest Mezgon Liu. Not only is her temperament gentle as water, but her figure is truly very. Hechi called out that young man, are you studying the materials or just gossiping? Shu Yu scratched his head. Sorry about that. Shu Yu mused. Rumor has it that this eldest miss is an expert among the female disciples below the fifth realm of the sect. She looks delicate and weak, unable to fend for herself. Yet one punch from her can leave someone bedridden for 3 years. Hechi cupped his hands and said, thank you, brother Chu, for enlightening me. This information is extremely valuable. I am currently rushing to attend the sect assembly, and dare not bother brother Shu any further. Shu Yu suddenly exclaimed loudly, Hechi, you're finished. Hechi flinched. What is it? Shu Yu approached and put an arm around Hechi's shoulder. Do you know what level the 4 celestial maidens 10 in the intersect are at? Hechi replied, I don't really know. Shu Yu then explained, they are dazzling stars, untainted by the mundane world, only to be admired from afar. They absolutely cannot be seen enjoying the company of any man in the intersect. That young man suddenly got teary-eyed. Heavens. And yet, those 4 beautiful celestial maidens, you already did that thing with them. Hechi panicked. That thing? Which thing? Brother Chu, I am only a disciple of the 4 celestial maidens, not someone who spies on them. Shu Yu pouted. It is that thing. You commit the crime, and then cry foul. Just know this. You've been marked. Consider this intersect assessment your death sentence. Hechi sighed wearily. It seems like there's an insurmountable misunderstanding between me and everyone else. Shu Yu changed his attitude. But hey, if you are willing to spend some male spirit stones to buy information from me, I will immediately become your strategic ally. That young man said, if we team up, the sense of security will increase exponentially. Hechi immediately cut him off. Let's not even discuss that. Hechi started lecturing in an American style. The 5-star General MacArthur, Corporal MacArthur Zem, once said that what awaits Hechi can only be first place, and while Hechi doesn't want to be number 1 yet, he temporarily doesn't need allies. Shu Yu wondered, who is this fluctuating Sergeant Major? Hechi explained, he is the 5-star Sergeant Major MacArthur, aimed Zem, and Corporals is the rank. The elder of the Trade Alliance was speaking. Everyone is already aware of the special regulations regarding this intersect assessment. This old man will not beat around the bush any longer. The assessment is about to begin immediately. The elder continued. The total number of participating disciples this time is 30, encompassing both inner and outer sects. The number is slightly lower than last year. However, this time we have gathered many excellent disciples. I hope that through this assessment, we will witness your peak performances. The elder ordered loudly. I invite all candidates preparing for the assessment to step onto the main platform in the center of the square. I and the 5 other elders will use the teleportation formation to move you to the competition venue, the Silent Forest. The disciples successively obeyed the elder's command and approached the central platform. Suddenly, a girl nearly tripped and fell. Hechi quickly caught her, saying, be careful, Biss. The beautiful girl smiled back and replied, many thanks for your help, young master. Hechi was surprised. It's Gong Li. You are truly much more graceful than in your portrait. Hechi grinned widely. Watch your step. Gong Li responded. Thank you for the reminder. Hechi. The disciples had fully assembled, and the elders began the instantaneous teleportation. The transmission was complete. The silver-haired elder announced to the spectators, the images depicting the progression of the intersect assessment will be broadcast live here immediately. This area will stream the footage continuously until the competition concludes. The spectators clamored and cheered enthusiastically. Celestial Maiden Demigite looked extremely restless and anxious. Pigvit asked, is something wrong, or do you have an urgent matter to attend to? If you are busy, you can leave first. Demigite replied, it's nothing. Why would I have anything going on? Pigvit maintained a serious expression. Tell me the truth. Demigite reluctantly confessed. Actually, I'm a bit worried whether Hechi can pass this assessment. He just needs not to embarrass us. You are not worried about him failing. Rather, you must be worried about Hechi himself. I have just finished examining it using divine power. Demigite jumped in shock. Third sister, you used that peak technique for something so trivial. Don't you think it's a waste of effort? Dang Han replied, my true form is the ice-piercing so lotus. My spiritual energy is boundless. Demigite's eyes widened. She understood now. Not only was her sister's spiritual energy inexhaustible, but she had so much excess that it was overflowing the outer boundaries. She thought to herself, third sister speaks so bluntly. Couldn't she just beat around the bush a little? It makes people unbearably embarrassed. Damien Guyot jumped up and stammered. Since you two already know, let's just pretend I have a stomachache. If the elder of the sixth gate asks, just tell them I went back to the Thuong Min divine realm to rest. Thugvite replied. Little nose, don't worry. He hasn't forgotten the bed he made with you. He's just pretending to be foolish. Just wait a little longer, and everything will follow its natural course. Damien Guyot blushed fiercely. I wasn't thinking about that. I'm leaving now. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately bolted away. Thugvite turned to Tin Han. Third nose, this girl now knows what it means to be infatuated. Tin Han replied. This straightforward little nose is 100 times more adorable than when she was arrogant. Thugvite smiled softly. This disciple of ours really is very adorable. Meanwhile, the group of disciples had been teleported to the Dark Forest. Elder Lam began to explain. This year's assessment location is the Dark Forest, located in the southeast of the Thuong Min sacred domain. After you enter, the exit will be closed and will only reopen after 36 hours. Contestants must strive to stay alive. Petrai thought to himself, it looks like a normal forest. Will I be able to find a quiet place to cultivate for a bit? He frowned. Elder Lam advised them to try hard to survive, which implies this forest definitely contains demonic beasts or traps set up by the organizers. Elder Lam created a gate. This assessment calculates cumulative points. I will now open the door for everyone to enter. Elder Lam explained. The inner area contains heavenly clarity crystal marks. Each mark is worth 1 point. You may use any means necessary to seize them, and you must reach the exit at the designated time. She said, those are all the rules. Everyone may begin entering now. Good luck. I will wait at the exit. Elder Lam smiled. I hope everyone manages to survive. All the disciples were expressions full of determination. Elder Lam spoke up. The assessment officially begins. As Petrai approached the gate, Elder Lam instructed, Petrai, remember to survive. Petrai felt confused. Did Elder Lam just speak to me privately? He told himself. I must have misheard. Suddenly, Don Liu ran over, asking for permission to pass. She ran up to the tray, surprising him. Young Miss Kun Liu. She looked embarrassed. I know what I'm about to say is a bit sudden, but I am just making a suggestion. The decision is yours. Petrai replied. Go ahead and speak. There's no need to be formal. Kun Liu leaned close to his ear and whispered. My master instructed me to find an alliance partner during the assessment. Although the format of the competition makes everyone enemies, cooperating at the beginning is highly beneficial. I wasn't sure if young master already had an ally, so I wanted to ask. Petrai replied. Let me think about it for a moment. He recalled what Toyton had said earlier, that she watched Gom Lei. According to rumors, this girl possesses formidable strength and is rising rapidly. An early alliance is not a bad choice, but he was still worried about the final phase of the assessment. Gom Liu proactively said, Young Master Hap, I understand your concern about the final round. I personally have no intention of competing for first place. I only want to win second place. Hachi wondered. Wait, Gong Liu honestly explained. The magic artifact for the first place winner is not very beneficial to me, but the divine great elixir for the runner-up is what I truly desire. Gong Liu took his hand. That elixir is very important for the martial arts cultivation I practice. Please cooperate and ally with me. Hachi looked suspicious. But why does Miss Gong believe I can win the championship? You should know that before I became a Four Immortals disciple, I was only at the Wolf Blood Stage 1. It's only been a little over 2 months since then. Gong Liu replied. A woman's intuition. Is that answer sufficient? My intuition has never been wrong. Gong Leia's gaze seemed to pierce his heart. Chi-Gage, you intentionally used a technique to conceal your breathing, and deliberately hid your vital energy, didn't you? Hachi was stunned. Chi-Gage, is her sixth sense truly accurate, or does she possess some secret technique for probing others? Gong Li looked at him with sparkling eyes. Is that okay? Chi-Gage. Hachi yielded to her charm offensive. He laughed heartily. Of course it is. Gong Liu unexpectedly kissed him on the cheek. Then she embraced Hachi. Chi-Gage, I will definitely help you secure the top position. They stood embracing, unaware that someone was lurking nearby. Immortal Fairy Yim Yu saw the scene and boiled with rage. Yim Yu, oh Yim Yu, you are truly foolish. Why would you worry about a scoundrel like him? The assessment began, and the disciples all carried high levels of determination. 2 allied disciples were perched on a tree branch. The black-haired one rejoiced. How lucky. We just entered, and already found a crystal. Maybe this year we 2 brothers can create a miracle in this intersect examination. He quickly urged. Let's go. The blonde-haired person quickly held him back. Wait, someone is coming. At this moment, Gong Liu and Hachi appeared together. Hachi asked, is walking like this too slow? Are you sure we're heading in the right direction? He was referring to Gong Leia's extraordinary sixth sense. Gong Liu cupped Hachi's face, interrupting him. Look at this. Hachi was astonished when he saw the crystal. It truly exists, Gong Liu said. Chi-Gage, do you believe in my sixth sense now? Hachi gave a thumbs-up gesture in agreement. She leaned in and whispered in his ear. There are 2 little eavesdropping mice in a nearby tree. Hachi replied. In a moment, we'll see if they prefer eavesdropping or crystals. He glanced at Gong Liu and thought to himself, I might as well test this girl out while I'm at it. Hachi immediately jumped up and snatched the crystal. He deliberately spoke loudly. Ah me, what a huge crystal. Our trip here was certainly not wasted. Sure enough, the blonde-haired disciple immediately jumped out. He tried to snatch it from Hachi's hand, but Hachi nimbly dodged, still gripping the crystal tightly. Hachi intentionally threw the crystal toward the black-haired disciple. Oops, it slipped out of my hand. He was startled as he caught it. You call that slipping out of your hand? Gong Liu instantly materialized beside him. How dare you steal our crystal? The black-haired disciple panicked, cursing Gong Liu internally. He thought to himself, something flying straight into his face like this couldn't be dodged, it had to be blocked. What a freak. Gong Liu was prepared to unleash a strike. He quickly threw the crystal away, shouting, "Okay, grab this, and run immediately. She is trying to lure us to our deaths." A loud explosion rang out immediately afterward. Several nearby trees shattered, unable to withstand Gong Liu's terrifying power. As for that disciple, his clothing was ripped wide open and was still smoking. He was foaming at the mouth, and the tree trunk behind him was dented into a large hole, which clicked his tongue in awe, muttering, "Truly gentle as water." Okai was trying his utmost to catch the crystal, which had already drawn thin, and leaped high into the air. He slashed his blade downwards, and Loki narrowly managed to dodge in time, but the crystal still fell out of reach. Loki angrily cursed, "Why can't you just act like a decent human being?" Before he could finish his sentence, Gong Liu punched him in the chin, sending him flying straight into the sky. His plea to leave a path for survival flew away with him, which cried out unfairly, "Why are you pinning everything on me?" Gong Liu sighed in relief. She said, "It's finally settled. Those two were quite strong, weren't they?" And he muttered internally, "Oh my heavens, gods above." Gong Liu bent down to pick up the crystal. She smiled and handed it back to Ich, saying, "Here is the crystal you just dropped." She took it, thinking to himself, "It was all because I reacted too slowly." He thought to himself, if things kept going on like this. He looked up at the sky, realizing he truly had only himself to blame. Ich sighed with emotion. "Miss Gong Liu truly is powerful." Gong Liu pouted unhappily. "Why would you call a young lady powerful? That's very rude." She leaned against Ich and said, "Young master, you must protect me. Only then can I help you win first place." Ich was bewildered. "This, what are you doing?" In this assessment, only 28 people remained. The disciple hit by Gong Liu still lay motionless. A foot nudged him. "What do you call this?" He went to heaven right after the beginning. Chi called out to the young lady hiding behind the tree trunk. Why are you looking around nervously? Hurry up and come here to work." Jump. Okay. Stammered. "Sister Chi, what is it?" "I wasn't looking around randomly," Chi said, them. "In terms of strength, you are superior to me, but why are you so docile? What are you afraid of?" Clutched Chi's arm. "Don't you see how dangerous it is? This intersect assessment encourages everyone to slaughter each other." Chi replied, We came here to kill people, didn't we? Are you forgetting? We spent more than a year infiltrating the outer sect, and concealing our cultivation level wasn't it all for today." Faltered. "Well, that's true, but it really is dangerous." She whined. "Sister Chi, you won't hate me, will you?" Chi said, "Even if I get angry at anyone, I won't get angry at you, but you must at least put in some effort. Otherwise, when the boss appears, he'll be whipped again." Rubbed against Chi. Teary-eyed, "I don't want to." Chi smiled. "Come on, do what you need to do." Trembled as she reached out her hand, taking the ice-cold sword from Xiaoqi's hand. Her entire body was shaking violently, and she thought to herself, "They're making me do this trick again." Un's eyes emitted an icy coldness. She decisively swung her sword, thrusting it straight into the disciple, causing fresh blood to splatter everywhere. Xiaoqi let out a deep sigh and said, "You complain about it, but every time you act, you never hesitate." An turned her head, her whole body stained with blood, and replied, "You are clearly the one who incited me to do this. Aren't I worried that you'll be hungry? Back when we were in the outer sect, finding even a little blood for you is difficult enough. Killing people during this intersect assessment is nothing significant. You must know how to seize the opportunity." Merely hummed in agreement. Xiaoqi reached out and lifted Un's face. Look, your face is covered in blood again. What a messy little girl. The next scene is not suitable for audiences under 18. Xiaoqi leaned down and gently kissed Un's lips. She licked her lips and whispered, "I prefer clean little kittens." The scene shifts to Xiaoqi, where Gong Li was leisurely playing with her 97-string fan. The dark forest was windless, and not a single ray of sunlight pierced through. Even during the day, fireflies flickered. It was truly beautiful. Xiaoqi complained, "Are we perhaps too idle?" A moment earlier, Xiaoqi had secretly assessed Gong Li. This person possesses great strength and can absolutely achieve anything she desires. Yet, she bypassed so many others and keeps sticking to me. There must be a conspiracy here. He reminded him. "Host, remember to use the triumphant god spiritual space to cultivate." Titi replied, "Wait until the evening. He'll deal with it after she falls asleep." Gong Liu intentionally tripped over a tree root. She immediately put on an act of magical displacement, darting forward and crying out, "I'm about to fall." Daddy caught her advising, "Be careful." Gong Liu cooed, "Chi, how about I call you Chi, and you call me Liu Liu?" Chi was skeptical. "Are we really that close?" Gong Liu replied, "Aims hold great power. That will help us close the distance and make the relationship closer. Don't you think what is said makes sense?" "So, now I am Chi, and you are Liu Liu. We are officially the Lime Association." Gong Liu continued, "But Chi isn't impatient at all. Chi must have a better plan, right? Tell Liu quickly." Chi replied, "Is it the purpose of collecting these crystals for everyone to fight over them? Everyone will fight each other to obtain them, right?" Gong Liu's eyes lit up. Chi is right. She continued, "I understand what you mean. If this is a fierce survival battle, the person who retains their physical strength until the end will have a higher chance of winning. Even if we are not guaranteed to defeat the strongest person holding the most crystals in the end, but we won't need to waste spiritual power in the initial phase." That's exactly my point. He thought to himself. She understands clearly yet pretends to be innocent, and now everything is falling back onto me. Gong Liu smiled brilliantly. Exactly. It's better to seize the final rewards from others. If we win, It proves we deserve it, even if it takes a little effort. And if we lose, it proves we weren't capable enough to protect the crystals throughout the process anyway. Jiaji pondered deeply. But if we can think of this, others can probably think of it too. Hearing this, Gong Liu burst out laughing. The girl sat by the stream, playing with the water. Experience from dozens of previous internal competitions showed that rarely could anyone hide what they wanted to conceal. They usually got entangled in trouble, and were forced to fight until the end. Had she felt excited, thinking he should just relax and enjoy it for now, at least stalling for 2 more days, after which he would find another way to enhance his cultivation. Gong Liu reached out her hand and asked him to show her the precious jade pendant. That she immediately handed the jade pendant to her, saying, "Here." Gong Liu tossed the jade pendant directly into the stream, causing a shocked Chi to cry out, telling her to stop. As the pendant was being carried away by the water, Gong Liu explained that keeping the pendant meant they were making themselves targets. If they didn't keep it, their opponents wouldn't need to fight for it unless the target was of the pendant itself. She gently kicked the surface of the water. Gong Liu softly suggested to Hechi, "Why don't we relax for a bit too?" Hechi shrugged. "I guess we have no choice." From afar, a flicker of fire secretly watched, thinking, what are these two doing? Are they treating the examination as a joke, calling each other Liu Liu and Chi too? That's truly cringeworthy. Suddenly, someone approached. Yan Yu started, turning her head back and asking who the person was. She asked in surprise, "Third sister, why are you here?" Tin Han crouched behind a bush next to Yan Yu, saying she had used sound concealment magic, so the others couldn't see or hear what she was saying. Yan Yu wondered why third sister had appeared. Tin Han recounted a few things to Yan Yu. "So that's what happened." Yan Yu looked worried. "How did it turn out like this? Didn't eldest sister refine a new elixir for you? Your body's absorption capacity has reached its limit. I'm afraid the medicine is useless now." Yan Yu returned to her human form. She asked if the treatment at Dongfang Valley hadn't been effective. "Let's quickly go find eldest sister in Fuangqi chamber." Tin stopped her, saying eldest sister was busy with important matters, and shouldn't be disturbed. "I came here because I have something that needs resolving." Han said with a very serious expression that she feared there would be major instability in this round of the internal crane competition. She recalled that before the assembly, she had told Han, "Senior Master 3, I have something important I need to report to the masters." Han had asked what it was. Hachi, wiping a nosebleed, recounted that the great master had informed him via the Bohaian verse that there were cheaters mixed into this internal crane competition. Han asked if there was any further information. Hachi replied that it wasn't clear yet, but the master instructed him to immediately notify Senior Master 3 and Senior Master 4. "I believe this matter is not simple at all." Yan Yu watched Hachi and Gong Liu playing happily, wearing a troubled expression. She raised an eyebrow and snorted. "That kid doesn't look bothered by anything at all." Tin Han stepped out of the hiding place. Yan Yu asked in alarm, "Third sister, what are you doing?" Tin Han flaked something out. The object flew straight toward Gong Liu and Hachi. She passed out immediately. Hachi exclaimed in surprise, calling out, "Boo-hoo-hoo." Gong Liu cried out in confusion, "There's someone hiding nearby. We've been ambushed." Tin Han suddenly appeared, confirming with her voice, "It's me." Hachi was astonished, his mouth agape as he called out, "Third master." Daemon Gaiat also emerged from behind, causing Hachi to be stunned for a second time, blurting out, "Fourth master." Hachi suddenly wondered why Master Daemon Gaiat didn't seem very happy. Tin Han explained that earlier she had used the sound sealing barrier spell to conceal Daemon Gaiat. Thanks to this, no one could see or hear her, ensuring her absolute safety. Tin Han commanded, "Open the spiritual space of the year god." Hachi stared blankly, not understanding the intention. Daemon Gaiat impatiently urged, "Chi, why are you still standing there in a daze? Quickly open the spiritual space for Han Han." And Gaiat. Hachi nodded in understanding, realizing that Daemon Gaiat had been following him the entire way. Hachi smiled brightly. "In that case, I will now open the spiritual space for both masters." As the gateway to the year god's spiritual space opened, birds in the area immediately scattered in panic. The nearby monsters, seeing someone appear, quickly hid in fear. They whispered amongst themselves in their own monster language, "That little brat has returned. Quickly notify all tribes and prepare for a life or death struggle." After he disappeared, they continued discussing, "Learn from the Insha tribe. Learn how to act spoiled. Don't follow the example of those mountain herds. They let themselves be eaten to extinction. Also, tell all the spirit beast tribes to be ready to attack at any moment." Taehan stated, hiding for so long, and now choosing exactly this moment. This is definitely a coordinated plot, both internal and external. She worried that they were targeting him. "Currently, you are only in the void comprehension realm. I'm afraid I cannot fully protect you," she said, "the fourth master, and I will let you stay in the spiritual space for nearly 4 years to reach the fifth realm. Dao integration." Hachi sneered, "Targeting me? Aha, I truly am outstanding." Hachi bowed respectfully. "Yes, your disciple will certainly live up to the expectations of both masters. I will definitely flay and devour anyone who dares to cause trouble." Hachi asked, "So what will we learn now?" Tinhan commanded him, "Build a house." Hachi replied, "Yes." Suddenly, he realized something was wrong and blurted out, Daemon Gaiat teased, "Chi, we plan to stay here for a full 4 years. Are we supposed to eat the wind and sleep in the dew?" She smiled wickedly. "Go chop some wood. No skills allowed, only physical strength. This is the first step of learning." Daemon Gaiat clearly showed her displeasure on her face. Tinhan asked, "Little sister, why are you pouting?" Daemon Gaiat puffed out her cheeks in indignation. What right does he have to call someone else Liu Liu? And furthermore, to let someone else call him Chi? Tinhan said nonchalantly, "Only because of this." Daemon Gaiat replied, "He is the disciple of S4 immortals. He belongs only to use. I don't like him being too close to other women." Tinhan patted Daemon Gaiat's head. Little sister, you like him, don't you? Dim Gayat simply replied. He said if he won, he would marry me. It lost, so I accept defeat, but I don't want him to break his promise. Tin Han comforted her. If he refuses to marry you, I will break his arms and legs, then lock him in a formation. That way, you can see him whenever you want because you'll know exactly where he is. Dame Gayat quickly covered Tin Han's mouth. Third sister, that's a bit much. It doesn't have to be like that. Dame Gayat sighed internally. That's third sister for you. She could really do something like that. It's truly terrifying. Dame Gayat confided. This brother is quite unique. He's talented at making everyone laugh. Before, when I was in charge of the Great Formation in the south, I had always had a bunch of juniors surrounding me to chat with, even though none of them could block a single move of mine. Now, all of them have been promoted to the rank of 4 immortals by my sisters. I have no one to keep me company anymore. The Alliance Shrine is desolate to the bone. There are only 6,000-year-old elders who constantly argue. Since you arrived, I've noticed my 3 sisters have also become significantly brighter. Dame Gayat expressed her wish, hoping that all 5 of us would always stand shoulder to shoulder like this. From a distance, Tr shouted loudly, "Third master, fourth master." He took off his outer shirt, showing off his muscular physique, and excitedly reported, "I've cut down 20 trees with my bare hands. That should be enough, right?" Hin said sternly, "Show me your hands." Tr quickly hid his hands behind his back, pretending that he was fine. And Hin stepped closer. A master's words are no different from a divine command. "My child." Tr reluctantly held out his hands, which were indeed torn and bleeding. Tr waved his hands and said, "It's nothing. It doesn't hurt at all." Dim Gayat smiled and explained, "Let me translate third sister's words for you. She means that if you're still cutting trees with bare hands and letting your hands tear up, your skill level is still very immature." Din said, "Your cultivation speed is indeed superior to that of ordinary people, but the first stage of the Blood Awakening realm is the most crucial period for establishing a stable foundation. Imagine an ancient tower standing in a misty meadow. If the tower's foundation has not penetrated deep into the earth, then no matter how magnificent its exterior or how many precious treasures hang on it, when storms and rain descend, when thunder strikes, it will sway and collapse completely." Tr bowed his head and said, "This disciple understands. I will continue to chop down trees now." Tr quickly ran off, and he watched his retreating figure. She quietly looked down at her hands, feeling the warmth that lingered after touching Tr's hand. Tr continued to persistently chop trees with his bare hands. After that, he switched to breaking rocks with his bare hands. 5 hours later, Tr delivered a chopping strike with his hand. His strength was enough to shatter the rock without making direct contact. Tr raised his hands to examine them, assuring himself that third master would surely be satisfied with these results. After utilizing the Kaikun holy body to sense his body, he felt that his body had now reached its peak, and the next stage of cultivation would definitely go smoothly, without any more setbacks. Hin and Dim Gayat came to check on his situation. Hin nodded in praise, saying, "His comprehension is very high." Dim Gayat pretended to pout. "I have to admit, this kid learns really quickly." Tr humbly replied, "It's all thanks to the skillful teaching of my masters." He curiously watched as third master held a wooden basin. Hin explained, "I want to take a bath now." She added, "At night, I still need to treat my injuries." Tr blushed and thought to himself, "Treat injuries? She doesn't mean that kind of injury treatment, does she?" Dim Gayat said again, "I feel a bit hungry. How about I go bathe with third sister too? You can make some food for me while you're at it." "Okay." She hurriedly ran after An. "Third sister, wait for me." Tr let out a sigh of relief. He ran after the 2 women, yelling, "Wait for me too. Let's go together." The waterfall cascaded down forcefully, its resounding roar echoing all around. Taehyun sat calmly on a rock ledge and said, "Remove my clothes for me." Atrai obeyed and approached the third master. He stepped forward and began to undress Taehyun. She slowly stepped down into the crystal clear water. Dim Gayat asked, "What delicious dish are you going to make for me?" Atrai replied, "Is grilled fish alright? I see several types of fish in the lake, but before I prepare the meal, I have a small question for the fourth master." Dim Gayat asked curiously, "What is it?" Atrai recounted, "I heard that the fourth master was once frozen into a pillar of ice by the third master. So is the third master actually?" He stole a glance at Taehyun. Atrai leaned close to Dim Gayat's ear and whispered, "Is the third master a temperamental person?" Dim Gayat replied, "To be more precise, she wasn't like this before." She explained, "It's just that ever since third sister fell ill, that illness has been very difficult to control. If her emotions fluctuate wildly, the illness will flare up even more. That is why she is so cold and distant. I already warned you not to provoke her." Atrai was surprised, "So that's why." Dim Gayat sighed, "Lately, my own power has also been weakening. It is because while I was treating the third sister of Dongthang Valley, her radiance soul energy invaded my body. I must use my own power just to suppress it. Even a small amount is hard for me to endure. I can't imagine how much suffering she must be in normally." Atrai nodded in understanding. No wonder the fourth master had seemed unusual lately. He wondered, what does that feeling feel like? He thought to himself, the Metasil pills I got from the second master last time were all highly nourishing. When it's time to cook, I'll add some for the fourth master. I really am a disciple who relies heavily on his masters. Dim Gayat explained, "This feeling isn't the same as when third sister voluntarily freezes me. Besides the bone chilling cold, it feels as if my entire body is being drained dry. The sea of kind my Dantian seems to be plummeting. In general, normal freezing is already hard enough to endure. This sensation is something you're better off not experiencing." Dim Gayat suddenly turned around. "Are there any more questions? If not, when are you going to cook for me?" Atrai immediately jumped into the water. "This disciple will go catch fish for you right away." Suddenly, a white cloth floated up onto the surface of the water. Atrai panicked. "What should I do?" These are Kung Tan Hun's clothes. Dame Ningayat teased him playfully. Figure it out yourself. Didn't you give that girl Lion Ho so many clothes? You must still have quite a bit of stock left, right? Having been given a hint, Atrai immediately had an idea. He chuckled to himself. How could I have forgotten about his existence? His smile gradually became devious. This isn't bad at all, given my sense of aesthetics. If the third and fourth masters were to wear the clothes I choose, some indecent images suddenly flashed through Hitch's mind as he remembered that tonight was a private party, and they had to change into costumes. He happily splashed the water, thinking to himself that this time, only he would get to see this sight. Bahaha. A school of fish followed the stream of water splashed from Hitch's hands and soared upward. They fell scattered all over the ground. Hitch was smug, praising himself that this plan was wonderful, and that he truly was a genius. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Hitch, while he just sat there in a daze amidst the pile of fish. Dame Nikayet was soaking wet, and said angrily, Hitch, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Hitch replied in surprise. Dame Nikayet felt embarrassed, while Hitch thought to himself that things had gone wrong because he was so distracted by his random thoughts that he couldn't control his power. He turned to look at Taehan and stammered. Third mentor. Taehan sat dazed in the middle of the dried up waterfall and said, I told you I wanted to take a bath. Hitch hurriedly took out his own clothes. He draped them over Taehan and said, I will pour water to help you bathe. Taehan chanted a spell. Several spiritual swords pointed at Hitch, all at once, signaling that there would be a price to pay for making a mistake. Dame Nikayet picked up a fish, shook it, and asked Hitch, can we still eat these fish? With tears welling up in his eyes, Hitch lamented. Fourth mentor, do you think it's appropriate to talk about this right now? When night fell, Hitch asked both his third and fourth mentors, is the bathwater warm enough? Taehan said, it needs to be a bit hotter. She looked at her frozen fingers. It seemed certain that she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Third sister, what should we do now? Taehan comforted her. It's okay, Hitch can do it for me. Aminkat said, that's great then. Thinking to herself that she could also lend a hand, Taehan said, it's hard work for you. Hitch smiled and replied, whenever you need me, third mentor, I will surely be by your side. While thinking to himself, hasn't this happened more than just once or twice? Aminkat told Hitch, are the clothes ready? In feeling a bit dizzy, and won't soak in the water anymore, Hitch replied, they've been folded, and hung on the rack nearby. They'll wait outside for both of you. A moment later, Dame Nikayet stepped out of the bathtub and said to Taehan, third sister, I'm heading out first. If you need any help later, just call me. Dame Nikayet took the outfit that Hitch had prepared. Meanwhile, outside, Hitch asked Sai why the mission to protect Kun Mak had been assigned to him. He found it very strange. The assigned mission was to defeat Kun Mak, but then it became to capture Kun Mak. Never mind, once I get out, I'll go ask that master if they know anything. I'll clear this up myself. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out from the bathroom. Hitch rushed over, wondering what had happened to the third master. His face turned pale as he worriedly asked if the third master was okay. Dame Nikayet shunnily put on the skin-tight outfit, questioning Hitch about why it looked so strange. Hitch replied calmly, fourth master, I thought since it's already dark, loose clothing would be better for sleeping as it's much more comfortable. Besides, this is common attire in my hometown. I thought you would like it, but it seems I acted too hastily without considering the cultural differences. Dame Nikayet felt a bit awkward. Fine, let me change. Give me another set of clothes. Just then, Taehan appeared and called out Hitch's name. Hitch froze for a few seconds before praising her, saying she looked stunning, and that the outfit suited the third master perfectly, just as he had expected. Taehan looked at the outfit Dame Nikayet was wearing, and asked if there were any others, noting that the skirt was too long, and made moving around quite cumbersome. Hitch was dazed and confused. Could it be that the third master? Taehan asked again, is there nothing else? Hitch immediately snapped out of it and said, yes, right away. Hitch brought out new outfits and offered them to the two masters to try on, hoping they would accept them. Dame Nikayet snatched the clothes from his hands. Taehan instructed, tonight, after your younger sister falls asleep, come find me. Hitch obediently agreed. He was very worried when he saw the layer of ice covering Taehan. He had already noticed it while the third master was bathing, and he knew she would likely suffer a great deal tonight. Dame Nikayet stepped out in her new outfit, thinking it was barely acceptable, and that the clothing from Hitch's hometown was truly different from here. She blushed, and told herself that if anything ever happened between them, she would definitely have to follow the customs of this place. Dame Nikayet gently brushed her hair back and asked Hitch what he thought of this outfit. Hitch stood dazed for a moment, as it was the first time he had seen Dame Nikayet looking like this. Dame Nikayet asked again, does it not look good? Hitch's heart pounded as he shyly looked away, saying that it actually suited her perfectly. Taehan stepped out and remarked that this was also a novel experience. Hitch turned his head to look. And a kiss was given to him, as if to say that he could never let the third master wear this kind of clothing again, as it didn't suit her at all. Looking at Taehan in that skin-tight outfit, he felt as though he might die from the sight. The clothes were being dried over the fire. There were 2 bowls of noodles on the table. Hitch poured a red powder into the bowls. The red bottle contained a powder that boosted health and mental clarity. That was what the second master had said, and he was sure he hadn't misremembered. He looked at the bowls of noodles thoughtfully, but something seemed a bit off. He poured in a bit more powder, thinking that even if it were the wrong bottle, it probably wouldn't matter, since the second master had left it in such an accessible place. The effects would at most be slightly different, but this red glow. Dame Nikayet stepped forward and exclaimed, it smells so good. What are you cooking? Hitch replied as he handed over the bowl of spicy noodles. While I was wandering around looking for firewood in the forest this afternoon, I happened to find some cassava, so I made these noodles. This spicy food should help master dispel the cold that is tormenting you. He held up the bowl of noodles. Master, please eat it while it's still hot. Dimnikayat glanced at the steaming bowl. It smells delicious. You may leave now. Dimnikayat hummed happily. So fragrant. It smells so good. Patrai placed the bowl of noodles on a table in the room. Master, please eat some hot food to warm up. Taehan groaned softly. Patrai asked anxiously. Master, are you okay? Taehan whispered. Keep your voice down. I don't want my sister to worry. Patrai suddenly understood. Master, when you called for me before dark, was it because you wanted me to help alleviate this recurrence? Taehan sat up straight. Come here. Sit down. Patrai sat down and let Taehan lean against him, feeling his warmth spread. Fortunately, they've still kept some warmth. Patrai asked further. Is there anything else I can do to help you? Taehan said in a low voice. Besides the investigation into the mole, there's one more thing I need to verify. Patrai was confused. Verify what? Taehan suddenly stood up. Patrai called out in a daze. Master. Taehan unexpectedly pushed Patrai onto the bed. She slowly removed her thin outer garment. Taehan climbed onto him. Before I came here, my second sister said that your essence might be my most precious medicine. Patrai was shocked. What? Taehan continued. But I tried drinking your blood before, and it didn't work at all. I suspect her words implied something else. You probably know what dual cultivation is. Taehan said. The world is vast, and all things are diverse. Everything operates according to its own Tao. Taehan gently caressed his blushing face. She explained, cultivators share spiritual energy through dual cultivation, borrowing each other's strength to reach a higher realm. Patrai thought to himself, it's a bit unexpected, but it can't be denied. Master is truly knowledgeable. Patrai said, if this method really works, I am willing to help you, as long as you recover. That's all that matters. Taehan remained silent. She smiled faintly. Taehan moved away from Patrai. What makes you think you can endure my cold, Kai? The cold within me is far beyond a human's imagination. Aren't you afraid of turning into a frozen corpse? Patrai replied. I have surpassed the heavenly stage and broken the 9 heavens calamity array to become your disciple. I believe this is no illusion. He thought to himself. Could this be the correct way to use the invincible golden body? Both were silent for a moment. Taehan spoke. In this situation, I shouldn't be the one taking the initiative. Idiot, you could die. It's not too late to back out now. At least I'm giving you the right to choose. Patrai replied. If I were afraid of death, I wouldn't have become your disciple. Patrai looked at Taehan with pity, thinking, if this can truly cure Master, it would be a meritorious deed. But just as she said, can my essence really dispel the cold Kai within her? If my yang energy isn't strong enough compared to the yin energy, I will be consumed by it. Han let out a long sigh of regret. He had instantly agreed without thinking, and now, reflecting on it, he realized the risk of immediate explosion was extraordinarily high. Couldn't he have been given some time to consider the consequences? Suddenly, the dining table placed outside was violently thrown over by strong force. Gayati was startled and worried, wondering what that sound was. Han helped Jinghan stand up. Let's just go take a look. The two walked outside together. Jinghan exclaimed in surprise. Little sister. Yan Yu was lying on the ground amidst scattered belongings. She struggled painfully, gasping. Third senior sister. I feel terribly uncomfortable. She moaned, making strange noises. Without hesitation, Jinghan rushed over to her. Jinghan quickly helped Yan Yu up. Yan Yu crooned. Senior sister. I feel so hot and burning. A strange heat current is running through my body. Jinghan speculated. This must be the 9 heavens separation fire inside you leaking out abnormally. Jinghan wondered, why does the food contain traces of the illusionary world resentment heart pill? This type of pill has the ability to ignite the flames within one's consciousness, stimulating the deepest hidden emotions, capable of instantly making people burst with boundless passion. Heihachi clutched his head and shouted, I looked at the wrong bottle. How could such a terrifyingly potent medicine be left scattered around like this? Jinghan questioned, wrong bottle. Heihachi's face turned completely pale. I took some elixirs from second senior master, intending to give fourth senior sister a small supplement, but I accidentally mistook the color of the bottle. Heihachi panicked. What should we do now? Jinghan decided. I will use my ice spirit power to restrain the corrosion of that fire energy on her body. Jinghan carried Yan Yu into the room. The beasts in the forest whispered to each other. Quickly cast the charm magic. That glutton came here for a date this time. Finish quickly, and disappear. We cannot allow the tragedy of being eaten into extinction to repeat. For the survival of our tribe. Jinghan placed Yan Yu on the bed. She continued to moan in great discomfort. Jinghan said, I can only temporarily use the ice soul to suppress this outbreak of the 9 heavens separation fire. My current physical state is very unstable. I need to keep balance. I must both suppress it, and avoid hurting her. A slight error, and both of us will immediately fall into chaos. She turned to Shiachi, and said, at that time, I can only rely on you to save both mate and little sister. Shiachi's gaze was firm. He silently agreed. Jinghan sat down right next to Yan Yu. The two, one fire and one ice, began to radiate spiritual energy that spread throughout the room. The cold energy from Jinghan gradually merged with the heat from Yan Yu. Shiachi exclaimed joyfully, it's working. Suddenly, at this very moment, a stream of pink energy flew in from nowhere and crashed directly into the merging fire and ice. Jinghan was struck by the charm magic and let out a strange groan. Shiachi quickly supported Jinghan. Third senior master, what's wrong? Jinghan weakly said, hold me tightly. I don't know where this strange force came from. The spiritual cultivation technique also enveloped Dimnigite. Yin acted extremely quickly, freezing Dimnigite in an instant. Yin whispered, I can barely take care of myself, so we'll temporarily seal her. Now, everything depends on you. To untie the bell, you must find the one who tied it. Hitra immediately asked, is it true that if you just recover your strength, you will be able to control fourth master, who is currently out of control? Yin hummed softly in confirmation. sure made up his mind. Then, Master, please forgive this disciple's offense. After that was a romantic alliance between Hitra and him. Due to the sensitive content, this part is inconvenient for me the narrator to describe in detail. The next morning, Guy, she hadn't had time to adapt to the current situation, exclaiming, this is... Suddenly, she realized there was still someone beside her, and him and Hitra were sleeping holding each other tightly. Guy awkwardly sat up, wondering, what kind of situation is this? Guy felt embarrassed. I have no clothes on, and neither does he. Could it be that last night he treated third Marshall's sister, and then, while he was at it, also took care of me? Guy panicked. Doesn't that mean I'm no longer a virgin now? She hurriedly ran out. Guy was distraught, muttering to herself, what should I do now? In the silent room, only Hitra and him remained. Anne opened her eyes and woke up. She was surprised. Indeed, the cold has diminished. Hitra asked, did it were? Ian glanced at him. You're awake. Hitra replied. This disciple also gained a lot. I could not refuse to be a catalyst for Master. Ian said, indeed, you've gone to a lot of trouble. Hitra replied. You can just consider me a divine elixir, and feel free to use me as you please. He looked to his side. Where is fourth Master? Ian answered, perhaps younger sister woke up early and went out to practice cultivation. Hitra replied, Chat. I wonder how her health is recovered. Ian gave a soft hum. Hitra put his clothes back on and quickly went out. He searched throughout the forest but still couldn't find Guy. Hitra stopped. He thought to himself, last night, while treating both third master and fourth master, I unconsciously comprehended a new attribute along with Qt Li Ha and Intim Tun. Now is a good time to test it out. His soul searched everywhere and finally caught a trace of Guy. Guy had sat on a rocky outcrop, recalling how her body suddenly weakened last night, and she fainted. While unconscious, she felt a strange sensation creeping in, and then she vaguely remembered that both Tammy and Hachi seemed to have saved her together, after which, Guy's face turned red. She couldn't remember what had happened at all, and wondered if she should ask Hachi for clarification. She suddenly requested a meeting, then another, and another, repeating the cycle over and over again. She thought to herself irritably, surely third sister has decided to engage in dual cultivation with him, and my body has been affected as well. This means that both third sister and I have been taken by him. This is truly too much. Hachi spoke up and asked, fourth master, what are you doing? Guy was startled, and nearly jumped out of her skin. She blushed and stammered in response. How did you know I was here? Hachi replied smugly, I have broken through to the third stage of the Tao integration realm, and mastered the soul-seeking skill within your 9 heavens fire. Therefore, finding you was incredibly easy. Guy panicked. It really was him. He had already done that to her. Hachi wondered, fourth master, why is your face so red? Has the effect of the illusory heart pill from last night not worn off yet? Or do you want me to lend you a hand again? Guy was flustered. What? You still want to help me? Right here, Hachi replied calmly. There's no problem doing it here. This sort of thing mostly depends on your wishes. Guy was shocked. Depends on me, she thought. Last night you didn't even ask if I agreed to be your cultivation partner. So why are you acting so polite now? Guy said bashfully. Hachi, once is enough. I haven't accepted your proposal yet. This matter must follow heaven's will, and be mutual. If one side isn't fully willing, I'm afraid our cultivation will lead to cultivation. Guy suddenly vanished into the flames, instructing him, remember this well. For now, I am still your master. We will discuss last night's events later. Guy flew hurriedly into the room. Hachi frowned in confusion. What did she mean? Did channeling energy to heal wounds also require mutual consent, with a risk of cultivation if one wasn't careful? Was the path of immortality truly that harsh? I've appeared. Host, I feel like what you and she are talking about are two completely different topics. Hachi sighed. Never mind. Guy's way of thinking has always been unpredictable. I won't bother arguing with such a childish person. Hachi stretched and let out a long yawn. I consumed too much energy last night. I need to eat something today to replenish myself. Hachi continued walking, telling himself, regardless, I must make the most of my limited time in this space and strive to reach the highest realm. Once I escape, I will defeat that guy. He reminded him, don't forget to keep accumulating points. Hachi raised his hand to give an okay sign. The 3 masters and disciple practiced in an open field. Guy began. Since you have broken through to the Tao integration realm, you are capable of comprehending my 9 heavens fire. I will teach you how to use it first, but I will only show you once. Afterward, third sister will continue by teaching you how to use the devouring ice. Hachi thought to himself, this little girl has been acting so strange all day. She won't even look at me. Did I commit some kind of heinous crime? Guy continued. I am a fire spirit body, and third sister is a snow lotus manifestation. Both the 9 heavens fire and the devouring ice soul were born from nature, so we won't force you to master them all at once. She glanced at him. With your talent, you should be able to master them in about 7 to 8 years. Hachi said to himself, I possess the universe holy body. 7 or 8 years is only like 70 or 80 hours to me, maybe even much shorter. Guy soared into the sky. To comprehend fire, you must first become fire itself. The fire energy around Guy's body erupted into a fierce blaze. Hachi exclaimed. So it turns out third sister is a water spirit body. No wonder the two of them are always at odds. Guy began to speak. Fire is the power of destruction, but it is also the source of life and endless passion and a powerful courage. You must learn to respect the flame. It cannot be controlled, only assimilated. You must learn to merge with the fire, feel its rhythm, and understand its intent. Do not be afraid. Feel it deeply. She told him to close his eyes, take a deep breath, and channel the fire energy within his body into that flame. Hachi obediently followed. Hutch's clothes vanished completely, leaving only fire all around. Now he could feel the heat radiating from within himself. Diamond Guyat's voice echoed as a surge of energy spread from his hand to his fingertips. That was fire, his inherent power. She brandished a small fireball in her hand and told him he must learn to control his thoughts about fire. The flames would obey his commands if he wanted them to blaze. He just had to kindle the spark in his heart, and they would grow as he desired. Diamond Guyat instructed that he needed to master fire. Now that he had that fireball in his hand, he should throw it in the direction he wanted, and Hachi immediately complied. Diamond Guyat's upper body showed satisfaction, and she told him that he had learned it. She also let the fire consume all of her own clothes, asking if he could feel it. In Hachi's eyes, the fire suddenly flared up brilliantly. Hachi gazed at the small flame on his fingertip, thinking to himself that a master teaching so seriously must be the best. He then told Diamond Guyat he had a firm grasp on it, and she snapped back that when she was serious, she was naturally extremely professional. She said, "They said you have been initiated, not that you have understood everything thoroughly." Hachi scratched his head and said, "Yes, ma'am." Taehan stood up because of an urgent matter outside. Although time here was different from the outside world, she needed to return to her second sister immediately to prevent troublemakers, so she would pass everything down to him now. With a blushing face, Taehan said, "You already encountered the ice soul last night, so I actually don't need to say much." Hachi replied, "I still remember that feeling clearly." Taehan placed her hand on the back of his hand. The spot where Taehan's hand touched immediately froze into a patch of ice. Hachi grimaced in pain. Taehan explained, "You have just comprehended the nine heavens, separation fire, and now being invaded by the extreme cold of the ice soul. Pain is only natural." She asked, "Shall we continue then?" As the ice began to spread across Hachi's body, he replied, "All right." Diamond Guyat created a barrier of fire to remain unaffected, while Taehan immediately released a cold aura. All things in the world have an origin. The power of frost comes from the silence of the universe. You must unify your mind, listen to the howling cold wind, and feel the bite of falling snow. That is the calling of the great Tao, the enlightenment of the truth of ice and frost. Taehan took his hand and told him that the path of cultivation is to follow nature rather than trying to subdue it. His heart must be clear as ice, sharp as a blade, and yet generous like snow. Taehan said, "Only then can you truly master the power of frost without being controlled by it in return." Taehan pressed closer to him. "Now, feel the power of the ice soul seeping into your body, guide it through your meridians, and create your own frost primordial energy." The two embrace, feeling that chill. She told him it was not an enemy, but his ally. Hachi slowly opened his eyes and said that his weapon would follow his will. It could freeze everything, and it could also protect the ones he loved. Taehan advised him that cultivation is a lifelong journey with no end, but as long as he persevered, that day would come. You will stand atop the peak of frost, looking down upon the mortal world. Only then will you truly be the master of that ice and snow. But she wrapped his arms around Taehan from behind, saying, "Thank you, third master. I understand now." One fire and one ice flew together into the Thuong Men Hall. Bug Fight asked in surprise, "You're back after just a quick nap. Why didn't you stay in that space a bit longer?" Taehan replied, "The core transmission is finished. Now the rest depends on his own comprehension." Bug Fight softly exhaled a puff of tobacco smoke. Lying on the bed, she asked feebly if their young disciple was doing all right. Jane Hem replied, "He is very bright, with just a few pointers. He understands everything immediately." Second sister, "You needn't worry." Hearing Jane Han say that, Yan Yu was startled, her face flushing as she muttered the word understanding. Hu Yu suddenly shifted the conversation, asking, "What about your health? Is the condition of the radiant ice soul under control?" Sitting by the bed, Jane Han replied, "It's much better, but I know it's still not completely stable." She explained that the wondrous feeling of a breakthrough leading to exhaustion, and the urge to destroy still lingered, then just told him, "A teacher for a day is a teacher for life. Let him take care of you. Your body naturally needs long-term accumulation. It cannot recover overnight." Ying Han smiled faintly. "It's just that he still has many things worth exploiting." She explained that she had yet to reach the state of unity of heaven and man because the healing effect was not yet complete. He Yu reassured her, "There's no need to rush this. The future is long. After all, you and Yan Yu are different. Yan Yu is impulsive. She can't hide who she likes, and she gets embarrassed easily." She waved her hands frantically and blurted out, "What is there to hide? What licking? I only see him as my disciple." She thought to herself, "I'm not that easy. If second sister knew I had feelings for him too, she would surely interrogate me relentlessly." Hu Yu covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. All right. You don't like him. You only see him as a disciple. Is that better?" Yan Yu asserted. "That's how it's always been." He even forgot about a minor bet. With such a poor memory, I wouldn't bother paying attention to someone like that. Jing Han pulled Yan Yu closer and said softly, "Come and sit here." Yan Yu sat between Fu Yu and Jing Han. Jing Han spoke up, "How can a fairy lie? Have you forgotten everything you said when you were in that space?" Yan Yu hesitated, only able to mutter a soft Her face turned bright red as she deliberately asked back, "What did I even say?" Blushing intensely, she stood up abruptly. "Enough. What is all this nonsense? The important thing right now is to find the spies who have infiltrated the Shahi inner sect. These spies clearly chose the exact moment when eldest sister was away from the Kaming sanctuary to cause trouble." Fu Yu leisurely took a puff of her cigarette. Exhaling the smoke, she said, "This isn't just causing trouble. They are clearly aiming for something much bigger." Yan Yu whipped her head around and asked anxiously, "Could it be that second sister has found some clues?" Fu Yu said, "That foul fat man has quite a few secrets on him. Follow me to see how he's doing." Together, they entered the dungeon, where Gonmo was being held. Fu Yu explained, "I tried to enter his inner landscape once, but I discovered a restriction already placed there. She continued her reasoning. Then it's far too strange. According to little sister, eldest sister ordered you to protect Gonmo, and she happened to go along. You completed the mission easily, brought him back, and even learned the goals of Candace and Xiao Link Dan. Doesn't it all seem like a prearranged trap? She thought slowly. In the end, is it even necessary to protect this Gonmo? Or did eldest sister anticipate long ago the secret hidden within him, this very restriction? Yan Yu suggested. Why don't we just ask eldest sister directly? Yu replied. Eldest sister is in seclusion, and allows no one to disturb her. Besides, this matter cannot be disclosed. It's enough that you two know. Yan Yu frowned. Restriction or no restriction. It's such a hassle. Why don't we just break the seal, and be done with it? If that foul fat man dies, so be it. Yu replied. I have already tried. This restriction is so difficult that even with all my strength, I couldn't break it. The cultivation level of the person who placed the restriction is not inferior to ours. Originally, I felt this spy business was just a trivial matter. Unless the sovereigns of the two sanctuaries came in person, I thought it was just child's play. She frowned. Now a restriction has appeared that we have no way of opening. This has moved beyond the ordinary. Jin Han concluded. They certainly know how to pick their timing. If Xiaoqi hadn't helped me this time, I'm afraid it would have been very difficult to resolve this properly. Elsewhere, Atrai had begun the process of cultivating amidst the divine spiritual energy. He was sitting in quiet meditation. Finally, he obtained a private space to use his special constitution to comprehend the treasury of secret techniques from the temple, while also utilizing the power of ice and fire. When his masters and the beauties left, the system rewarded him with a skill for gaining his first lover. He only needed 3 more levels to achieve full success. A radiant aura shone. Ever since entering the threshold of the Tao integration realm, his wisdom had become as vast as the sea, allowing him to fully observe the source of the power being emitted. Such powerful force, he exclaimed. The Tri reached out to catch the light, which was a premonition of an imminent level up. The young man gently touched that brilliant halo. A moment later, his entire body radiated a glow as he officially broke through to the 5th level of the Tao integration realm. During 4 years of training in that special dimension, that Tri had accomplished several things. The first was this. He held a rat and whip and lashed out wildly at several small beasts. He shouted, daring to sneak into my base hundreds of times, you truly have a death wish. His bullying caused the creatures to wail and cry piteously. He tormented them to the point that the monsters wanted to revolt, but for now, they were merely trying to suppress their frustration toward him. The second thing was lying stretched out on the grass reading books, using his rare constitution to peruse several sensitive cultivation manuals. The third thing was carving wood into the shapes of beautiful young maidens. He prided himself on his carving skills having reached their peak. As for the fourth matter, I'm not sure if the story should even be revealed. It was quite a sight to see him staring intently at the control panel, his face turning bright red, with a nosebleed erupting from sheer excitement. He engaged in the kind of activity that every man is obsessed with. He hand sculpted all sorts of beauties and just sat there by himself, gazing at them with rapt fascination. He even imagined what they would look like in modern-day clothing. That kind of beauty was truly hard to resist. Once finished, he rubbed his hands together and chuckled gleefully, telling himself that continuing this way was for the best. Engaging in such shady behavior, while trying to hide it, even the spirit beasts found him utterly shameless. He took a deep breath. Standing before the control panel, Patrai excitedly declared that 4 years had passed, and it was time to descend the mountain, requesting the system to compile all of his power statistics. Numerous numbers and characters began to appear clearly on the screen. Looking at the display, he felt so moved that he was on the verge of tears, thinking to himself that he finally had some significant assets. The system even spoke up to encourage him, advising him to keep putting in the effort. His eyes lit up when he asked about that legendary level, but the system remained tight-lipped and refused to say a word. I'm sorry, this system hasn't been equipped with knowledge in that area yet. If you don't mind, feel free to give it a try. Just as he was feeling frustrated, he caught a glimpse of a tiny creature. His face immediately turned devious, looking as if he were about to pounce on the small beast and devour it. He cracked his knuckles, approached it, and shouted, hurry up and get angry for me. He smiled slyly to intimidate the creature. Don't make me take action. It'll give you 10 seconds to get angry. Starting the countdown. 10. Then, the creature was pale with fear, sweat pouring off it like rain. But seeing how gentle it looked, making it suddenly fly into a rage was difficult. It shook its head, begging piteously for mercy. But the countdown didn't stop. 5, 4, 3. Finally, he picked it up directly. It seems you aren't afraid of me, are you? The system displayed a notification. 1 anger point. A flash of light suddenly flickered. The creature was dazed and confused, hit directly in the face by that light. It was so terrified that its whole body froze. Eventually, it couldn't take it anymore, and fainted. The surrounding space suddenly fell into an unusual silence, and everything vanished. It turned out it had all been for nothing. Hachi clutched his head, and screamed in madness, as nothing had changed at all. Failing to achieve his goal, he immediately started acting out. LOL. 115. I've been scammed. Hey Siri, explain yourself right now, or it'll really report this to the police. The system changed instantly, giving him another surprise. Is this your epic upgrade? After looking, he tried to appear calm, coughed a bit, and asked the system, are you a Windows system? Once you finish upgrading, are there just a ton of bugs everywhere? A middle finger immediately appeared on the screen, like a direct insult to his face. He just wanted to cry. Oh god, I have a bad feeling. Not only is the upgraded text system broken, but why do I find it even more convenient like this? In the quiet of the night, under the bright moonlight, the two of them sat together by the lake shore. The girl slowly opened her eyes. But she turned to ask her how she was. Kun Li replied in surprise. Oh, why did I fall asleep? He smiled and explained, "We were talking when you dozed off. I saw you were sleeping so soundly that I didn't have the heart to wake you." She shyly placed her hand on her chest and looked away. "How long was I asleep? Why is it so dark?" He replied casually, 6 hours. It hasn't been long. She seemed to want to say something, and yet, mid-sentence, she suddenly snapped out of it and stood up abruptly. She immediately became serious. The trial must be reaching its climax. We should show ourselves. But she stood up and followed her, silently agreeing. He was secretly pleased. She indeed couldn't sense his true aura. This concealment talisman was truly top tier. A few minutes ago, while it was still light, had she sat in a clearing checking the system. Fortunately, the other functions were still fine. He checked to see if there were any elixirs or magical artifacts that could hide his aura. Just then, he saw a few talismans priced at 345 points. That's quite arbitrary, he thought, and decided to buy them immediately. Returning to reality, he saw that the item was working quite effectively, but the system quickly introduced another product. After reading about it, he broke into a cold sweat and frantically calculated just how much that nuclear reactor was worth. "You just broke it. Do you understand?" Sayori happily replied, Not much at all, just 10 small digits. "Isn't everything settled now?" The 10-digit figure it uttered sounded as light as air. He was so angry his eyes bulged. "Can you please listen to what you're even saying?" In the middle of the conversation, BunRv suddenly turned around and asked, "Chi, what are you thinking about?" This startled him, and his face turned pale. Hearing the girl call him that, all the color drained from his face as he thought back to the fourth master. Chi, he gloomily suggested. "Lady BunRv, you should just call me head try. I feel like the name Chi brings no luck at all, as if I'm always one step behind everyone else. Please." She laughed and agreed to change it immediately. "Fine then, haha, if it's unlucky, I won't call you that anymore." Unfortunately, the name haha sounded even worse, but before he could react, Danda's face suddenly tensed up as he shouted, "Wait," she asked in surprise. "What's wrong? Have you sensed someone else's presence?" Hetrai didn't answer. He raised 2 fingers in front of him and performed the soul bead tracking technique. He saw countless corpses scattered everywhere in the distance, in just 7 short hours. How was it possible? Why were there so many dead? Looking closer, even if this was a survival battle, it was only an examination. Why were so many people losing their lives? He solemnly told her the truth. "Lady BunRv, many people have died ahead of us." Hearing this, she asked in shock, "They're dead?" At that moment, in the records archive area, Elder Lam was sitting and reviewing a set of report documents. She looked intently at the names crossed out in red ink in the ledger. She asked the maidservant, "Have all the disciples who die unexpectedly during the examination been recorded in this list so far?" The girl immediately replied, "Yes, Elder Lam." She knitted her brows tightly, staring intently at the report. She pondered. This Kaikuchi had been able to use the identities of the Earth, the Tal, and Wood sects in turn to participate in the inner sect examinations, and had withdrawn each time without explanation. Thinking of that girl, she knew that this time, the person was using the identity of the Water Whisper sect to participate in the examination. Now, recalling that girl's face, she suddenly understood. No wonder I felt like this person looked so familiar at the time. This isn't right. Elder Lam slammed her hand on the table, stood up abruptly, and shouted, "Notify the masters of all sects immediately. We must hold an emergency meeting." The maidservant quickly replied, "Yes, ma'am." At the same time, outside the main hall, cries of protest rang out continuously. "Impossible, impossible, impossible." The voices were so loud and numerous that immortal Matt Viad had to remind them irritably. "Elder Quatch, everyone here is a top-tier expert of the 7th or 8th realm. There's no need to talk so loudly." Though she looked calm, she was fuming inside. This annoying old man is trying to make a mountain out of a molehill again. He must have a powerful backer. Sooner or later, they'll make you vanish from this world. Despite the reminder, Elder Quatch stood in the middle of the room and bellowed, "I absolutely do not agree with Elder Lam's proposal to stop the intersect examination. This examination is a tradition that has lasted for thousands of years in our Thuong Min Holy Land. How can one single elder decide to stop it just like that? It is unacceptable. We don't need to discuss this any further." Elder Lam remained resolute, holding the petition. She stared straight at the old man. The intersect examination is a test of ability, not actual combat to the death. Until now, except for rare cases, where 1 or 2 disciples died, there has never been a scene like this. Over 30 disciples have lost their lives, leaving only about 10 survivors. These casualties are clearly far too high. In front of everyone, she asked point blank. "Furthermore, I want to question the elders of the 4 sects, Earth, Wood, Etal, and Water. For what reason was Kaitiuchi allowed to use the names of all 4 sects to participate in the intersect examination 4 times like this?" This was indeed a suspicious mystery, but old Elder Quatch immediately dodged the question and brushed it aside. "Let's put the matter of those 4 sects aside for now. I want Elder Lin to clear up my doubts first. He keeps targeting her and making things difficult, even mocking her. I heard he almost gave up at the Spirit Cultivation Hall, so I was finding an excuse to stop the assessment this time out of fear that he won't pass the intersect trial." Upon hearing those words, Immortal Miyu gently exhaled a puff of smoke. This old man's words seemed to be aimed at her, and she keenly realized it immediately. So it turns out he set a trap right here. Ahead, she calculated silently in her mind. Fine, he'll just be an observer, and see what this detestable old man has to say about my disciple. As the show began, she sat quietly to see what tricks they were planning to pull. Infuriated, Elder Lin shouted back at the old man, "Elder Quatch, your precious grandson is also participating in this inner sect assessment," said he. If you truly care about his life or death, you had better listen to my suggestion. But the old man still adamantly refused, yelling, I know exactly how strong Hang hair is, so what is there to worry about? Real gold does not fear the fire. Only useless fools hide behind women's skirts for support. The two continued to bicker back and forth. Elder Quatch, it's clear your grandson has no luck with women, which is why you still haven't held a great-grandchild. I see you're still quite vigorous, though. Go have one yourself. The old man barked back immediately. That's only because my grandson has high standards. Elder Lin chuckled upon hearing this, and mocked him. Oh, is that so? No wonder I heard your dear grandson was pursuing a girl from the Wind Whisper say, only to give up after less than 2 days. As it turns out, it's because his standards are just too high. The old man was left speechless, and in his embarrassed rage, he brushed it off. Nonsense. There is nothing certain when it comes to the affairs of young men and women. His face darkened as he sat down. As for that Kajutsu, there is even less to say. Why Kaming's Sacred Realm disciples are competitive, as everyone knows. He was simply dissatisfied with his previous losses and changed his identity to start over. Elder Lin, there's no need to be oversensitive. Seeing that the old man had fallen silent, she approached the person of higher rank, upped her hands, and bowed respectfully. Immortal me you, regardless of the circumstances, tomorrow's assessment must be halted. Please, may you be the judge. The beautiful fox immortal was just about to speak. Lin, when Elder Quatch rudely interrupted her, the immortal must think this through. When youngsters fight, they don't know their own strength. Deaths are unavoidable. It's just that this time, due to a lack of restraint, the death toll is slightly higher. Furthermore, in the presence of the 6 sect elders, and the 4 immortals, who would dare to cause a disturbance, being interrupted so rudely, anyone would have been incensed. Immortal Miyu glanced at the old man. She showed no emotion, but her voice was as cold as ice. To think I didn't know Elder Quatch was the one in charge of the Kaming Sacred Realm. Even this immortal, am not given the chance to speak. Having said that, she pushed herself up and stood straight. Walking into the center of the room, she said, Sect Leader Quatch, why don't I just go back to the Kaming Divine Land and sleep, and leave all the affairs of the Sacred Realm for you to manage? What do you think of that? Her eyes flashed as she stared directly into the old man's face, her killing intent rising. Sect Leader Quatch. The atmosphere turned incredibly heavy, leaving the old man stunned. He stammered an apology in a daze. Please calm your anger, Immortal. This old man was only worried that an abrupt halt to the assessment would damage the reputation of our sacred realm. Immortal Miyu gave a mocking chuckle. Sect Leader Quatch has truly exhausted himself for the sacred realm. This immortal, feel quite ashamed. After speaking, that person's entire body began to transform. You all are free to argue, as you please. Just inform me of the results tomorrow. With the foxtail wagging, Air Queen is not here, so although you claim to want my opinion, you already have your answers. This kind of discussion is truly pointless. As soon as the words were spoken, that person transformed into a large fox and vanished without a trace. The entire group fell silent. The elderly Elder Quatch pointedly turned to warn Elder Lum. Elder Lum, all your suspicions are merely one-sided conjectures. The assessment absolutely cannot be stopped. Let us end this here for today. It is late, and everyone should go back and rest. Elder Lum could not refute him, but still warned. Elder Quatch, if anything happens, I will investigate it personally. You had better not be plotting anything shady. With that, she turned and walked straight away, ignoring the old man behind her who curled his lip and retorted. Isn't she just like the matriarch of the Wind Sack? When she sees a strong young man, she just wants to take him back as a medicinal catalyst. Why bother pretending to be so noble? Just then, a voice rang out. Old Quatch. It's quite rude to gossip behind someone's back. Don't you know? It was truly uncanny. The moment the old man finished speaking, she appeared instantly. She approached him and questioned. Old Quatch, what did you just say? Say it a bit louder. The 6 sacks are meant to be united. Why are you being so divisive? Seeing her appear, the others quickly retreated, saying, I'm so sleepy. Time for bed. You two carry on. After saying that, they slipped away, each thinking to themselves, the Wind Lady is furious. Let's get out of here fast. Only the 2 arguers remained in the room, fought red-handed. The man named Quatch remained stubborn. What he said is the truth, not a fabrication. The sect master surely has her own plans. You should also exercise some restraint in the future. Don't corrupt the young ladies of the Wind sect. She was angry but managed a sarcastic smile. That's right, I am a wicked woman. Whereas Elder is famous for being pure, and as clear as ice and jade. Can't you speak with a bit more grace? Decade ago, Sect Master Quatch was also young and full of vigor. She leaned in close to the old man and said bluntly, for us cultivators, once we reach the 5th realm, our age no longer advances quickly. But why have you become so decrepit lately? He immediately glared at her warily, cursing inwardly. What is this flirtatious woman doing getting so close to me? Seeing him not respond, she laughed smugly. Oh, I see. A man's essence is limited. Sect Master Quatch must have been sucked dry by someone. Right. How did it happen so fast? That's why you're jealous of those strong young men out there. Hit where it hurts. No man could stand it. He retorted angrily. I can take on 10 people. The older the age, the greater the spirit. Young people only have their bodies, while I win with my soul, she thought to herself. But this old man's soul is also rotten. Who would believe that? She looked him up and down once and concluded, I really can't see it. Elder Quatch's face flushed with shame and anger, and he hurriedly tried to deflect. He knew he couldn't out-argue her. You've said so much. Did you just want to bicker with me? If there's something on your mind, say it quickly. She smiled. and admitted, "Haha, does Sect Master Quach not want to continue this topic anymore? I won't make it hard for you. I just want to know why I can't sense you maintaining the great formation." Upon hearing this, the old man was startled, breaking into a cold sweat. He denied it in confusion. "How am I not maintaining it? I've been maintaining it for a long time. If you can't sense it, that's your problem. Don't go making wild guesses." So she asked directly, "Do you know if there have been any fluctuations in the Great Formation?" The old man crossed his arms and scowled. "I watch over the Great Formation every day. How could I not know? You just worry about maintaining your own wind sect formation. Aren't you busy enough? I'm already going crazy with all this trouble." Hearing him say that, she didn't pursue the matter further. "Fine then, I suppose I'm just being nosy. The wind and thunder sects are internal sects whose formations were personally modified and built by the queen." But it seemed, before she could finish, the old man guessed, "After talking all this time, you just want to get a wind settling pearl from me, don't you? Then just say it directly. Why beat around the bush?" The girl had been caught by him, but she took the opportunity to demand more. Good heavens, others had already seen through her. "Why is it that you, a man and the leader of a sect, have 2 gems while I only have 1? You are a much greater expert than I am. Please give me 1. The old man refused and told her she was talking nonsense, saying that women like her always love to compare. He argued that there was no difference between having 1 or 2 gems, as the functions of the 2 sects' great formations were different. He needed 2 gems to slow down the rapid flow of spiritual energy, while her formation only required 1. But the girl kept insisting on more, typical of women, always liking sparkly and pretty things. He immediately scowled, his expression looking very determined. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. She stepped closer to the old man. "That's right. It was indeed sect leader Quach. Actually, there is one more thing I want to tell you. The Empress had another motive when she told me to maintain that formation." The old man waved his hands dismissively as if he didn't want to hear it. "The Empress has her own reasons. Stop listening to nonsense rumors. Whatever her motives are, what does it have to do with you?" After saying that, he walked straight to the door. "I'm off to guard the formation. If that boy Quachkan comes looking for your girl, remember to let me know." As soon as the old man left, the girl broke into a slight smile, and her entire aura suddenly changed. She instantly transformed into another person. It was immortal Manhwa. She lit a cigarette, watched the old man's retreating back, and thought to herself, Elder Lamb was wrong. This old man reacted the most intensely, but when exposed, he was just the same. He looks profound, but his actually doing foolish things, like swearing he guarded that lightning formation well. I saw his sneakiness just now very clearly. He was definitely being lazy. His reaction was quite normal. The more she thought about it, the more strange things seemed. In contrast, those 4 remained as quiet as mice when Elder Lamb mentioned Kite Hutra's matter, which was extremely unusual. The truth will likely come to light soon. The late night scenery was unusually silent. In the study, a servant brought up some tea. "Elder Lamb, please take a rest. You have been up reading for over 2 hours." But the woman still looked very serious, holding a teacup, and appearing unusually alert, clearly not wanting to go to sleep yet. Now that everything had settled down and nothing seemed amiss, the servant asked in confusion, "Isn't that a good thing then? Perhaps the disciples went too far in the recent battle. We can just punish them severely once the examination is over." Elder Lamb said nothing, took a sip of tea, and remained lost in thought. Suddenly, she slammed the teacup down on the table. She hurriedly stood up, and headed out. "It's precisely because everything is so normal that it's strange. I must go visit that gloomy forest." On the other side, the Tri and Kun Liu were sitting on a large tree branch looking down. "Isn't it remarkably peaceful?" The atmosphere here was also dreadfully quiet. He rubbed his head and thought to himself that while many people had died tragically on the road earlier, this dark forest was now suddenly and unusually still. Kun Liu became even more alert. Strange occurrences surely hide something abnormal. Let's stay here and observe before deciding our next move. Suddenly, the girl's face flushed. She turned to him and said softly, "That's right. There's something I want to tell you." He thought she had discovered something. The girl covered her head and glanced around, looking about restlessly. "I wasn't paying attention to you, but I still want to ask. Did you do something while I was asleep?" Her face turned so red she didn't dare look at him. "Wait, why is it that after I woke up, I feel like you've changed so much?" He gazed ahead and asked casually, "In what way?" But in his heart, he was more focused on something below, wondering, what on earth is that? Looking closely, he could only see the silhouette of a woman dressed in red. He guessed, that figure in red looks familiar, just like Elder Lamb. Unaware of anything else and not daring to glance at him, Thun Liu gathered her courage and blurted out, "I feel like your body has become much firmer." He looked quite dashing all of a sudden. "It's strange. Could it be that my heart has changed? Otherwise, how else can I explain this difference in him?" Atreyu suddenly asked an unrelated question, seemingly ignoring what she just said. "Hey, this cunt, is that intuition of yours any good?" She was stunned. "What?" He continued to press. "Do you see any omens?" Being asked such a question out of the blue, she furrowed her brow, looking a bit flustered. "Intuition. It truly exists. In fact, all along the way, I've been constantly worried that something bad would happen." Just as she finished speaking, she held her head with an anxious look. "Moreover, there's another strange feeling. Ever since I woke up, my heart skips a beat every time I see you." Could she have fallen ill? How could she dare to voice such private thoughts to him? Suddenly, Petra's hands reached out, tightly gripping her waist and pulling her close to his chest. He suddenly lifted her off the ground away from the ancient tree. "If you've predicted a bad turn of events, then it must be accurate. I trust you," she cried out in shock. "Why is that?" Her heart was full of questions, not understanding why he was acting so strangely. The two of them sped through the dark night. The girl kept complaining, "Hey Atreyu, where are we going? Aren't we waiting for the right moment?" He answered excitedly, Time to go verify that damn intuition. On the side of the female elder Lin, she was gliding as fast as the wind, her mind highly focused. Luckily, she had managed to plant a trace on the opponent's body earlier. The person she was targeting was none other than Xiaoxi. At the time that mark was placed, it was located right on her shoulder. Now, she only needed to cast a tracking spell. A bright yellow light appeared, forming a long silk ribbon to lead the way. Following the direction indicated by the light, the location was immediately recognizable. It was right over there. Having identified the direction, she quickly exerted all her effort to give chase. The light led all the way to the entrance of a deep stone cave. The target was definitely in here. Just as she was about to step inside, she summoned a sword for self-defense. Next, she slowly entered, switching back to Hatrai. He was still holding Kun Li, watching from a distance. The girl, full of surprise, asked, "Are you following something?" He frowned and thought for a long time. Clearly, the female elder Lin had suddenly lost the trail around this area. But the boy emerged from the system. As soon as he appeared, he pulled on his sleeve and said, "Boss, don't bother looking anymore. This is the place." There's a concealment screen distorting the space, so the naked eye can't see it. Seeing his appearance filled his mind with questions, leaving him stunned and dazed. His face darkened as he yelled in interrogation. It can't be. You really are." Because he was so confused. His words were jumbled and incoherent. His whole body seemed to turn into a stone statue. Seeing this, Kun Liu turned to him and asked, "What exactly does the title boss mean?" Both sides just stared at each other in confusion. It was truly speechless. He looked at the boy, and the boy looked back. They didn't know how to handle this situation. After racking his brain for a while, he came up with an excuse. "Boss, well, this word is equivalent to father." Hearing it, it certainly felt wrong somehow. However, the girl from the Kun family didn't have the slightest doubt. Her mind only occupied with assumptions. "That's right. It turns out you already have such a cute child." She screamed inwardly. With a child this big, it would probably be difficult to accept a stepmother like her. Hachi clutched his head, sweating profusely at her expression, frantically searching for a way to salvage the situation. "I found that mythical rank too ordinary. How should I explain this now? This is urgent. Help me." Fan Liu turned beet red at the thought that just crossed her mind, something about a stepmother and a biological mother. What does that have to do with me? After getting lost in the dark forest, perhaps I have overthought things too much. Hachi panicked, pointing and putting his arm around the boy's shoulder to explain. "This child is right. He's a spirit pet I just adopted. Fortunately, he transformed into a human." He then hurriedly looked down at the boy. "Hey kid, you tell her." The boy looked up and replied with a somewhat haughty look. "That's right. I'm a spirit pet adopted by your dragon father." Only then did the girl's shock subside, and she looked at him in confusion. "So that's how it is. Can a spirit pet who is transformed into a human still be subdued?" Haha is certainly no ordinary person. But why is his aura so weak? It is as if he has only just reached the primordial realm. However, her heart was still full of unanswered questions. She remained silent and speechless, only thinking about the fact that a spirit pet had transformed into human form. This is equivalent to a moral cultivator reaching the god-refining realm. How did he manage to do that? After the kid finished speaking, he clutched his head, laughing helplessly, and reminding him, "What dragon father? Speak properly." He was also in a bind. On one hand, he told me not to reveal my identity, and on the other, he suddenly turned into a human. Are he trying to ruin me? Putting that matter aside to focus on the task at hand, he crossed his arms and asked, "Oh right, how do we open that barrier?" He said nothing, simply reaching out and tearing space apart. The boy tore a large hole without any effort, casually replying, "Just tear it open and it's done." Both of them looked at the scene and felt embarrassed, then thought in unison, "Let's just agree with that." As for Elder Lin, a powerful offensive beam of light suddenly struck, sending her rolling across the ground. Her back slammed hard against the cliff, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and the pain was sharp and stinging. The sword in her hand dropped immediately. It was her son back. She laughed gleefully. "Oh me. It seems I struck a bit too hard. Sorry. Elder Lin looked at her in surprise and clutched her wound, asking, "Son back, you are a disciple of our Kaming holy region, yet you collude with external forces. Have you forgotten everything your master taught you?" Her eyes narrowed with a malicious look. Sunback acted weak, clinging to her arm and whining, "Little Chite, what should we do next?" She replied coldly, "Of course, abandon her, and then just kill her." She even carefully patted her shoulder and warned, "This woman is much more stubborn than that weak bunch out there. After you're done playing, remember to drain all her blood. Don't let the essence go to waste." Sunback happily agreed. Suddenly, another voice rang out, "Don't forget my father's goal. Releasing the soul of the Haochu is the most important thing. The longer the delay, the more unpredictable the variables become." Elder Lin shuddered upon hearing this, and hurriedly shouted, "You intend to release the soul of that madman? Do you want to use the soul incantation to resurrect him?" The leader immediately glared at the girl, and threatened, "Shut your mouth. My ancestor is not a madman. I'm keeping you alive so that you can witness this distorted truth with your own eyes." Elder Lin was now very seriously injured. She struggled to stand firm, clutching her wound helplessly. Your master must have been bewitched by external forces. There is no such thing as a distorted truth. She also didn't expect these two kids to be able to control the essence-absorbing beast for refining. Her internal injuries were too severe. She tried to suppress the pain to think of a way. How can I send news out? What should I do? What do I do now? The girl tried to prolong the moment, whispering to the other person that Senbei's master treated her like his biological daughter, and that there must be some misunderstanding. She confusedly hugged the girl, her round eyes wide with bewilderment. "A biological daughter indeed," she exclaimed. Hearing this, the girl suddenly realized that the leader of Hangxi Street was actually the other girl's biological father. The girl Senbei immediately grabbed the hand of the girl named Katiuchi. "Oh, Sister Tucci, this old woman isn't completely foolish," laughed the other girl quickly agreed. "Elderland is indeed a perceptive woman." As she spoke, she stretched her hand towards the girl. In her palm, 3 red-tongued demons were crawling out. Those tongues stretched forward. "If Miss Missy insists on being a witness, we must act to prevent anyone from hindering our work later." That creature squeezed the girl's neck tightly. But they didn't kill her immediately. Instead, they drained her strength. Tucci's face flushed red as she gleefully licked her lips. "Your spiritual energy is so pure," she said. "Let me drain every last drop." Elderland's limbs were also tightly bound by the creatures. Even her chest was not spared. Her hands and feet were held tightly, making it impossible to move. One creature even acted coquettishly right in front of the young girl. It suddenly thrust straight into Elderland's mouth. The girl could not resist, her whole body trembling. Seeing this, the 3 other girls looked at each other and began to act. A bright yellow sphere of light immediately appeared beneath their feet, enveloping all 3 of them. The dazzling light looked as if it was about to open a door to another realm. Elderland watched helplessly, only able to try twisting her body. "Please don't do that," she pleaded. Tears streamed down her cheeks in helplessness. "It's no use," she thought. "My body keeps getting weaker." The hands of those girls clasped together in front of their chests. All 3 of them also simultaneously radiated light and shouted in unison, "Shatter." Immediately, the beam of light shot straight up into the sky, ignoring Elderland's desperate screams. "It's fine," they thought. Some object began to take shape. The girl Tucci was satisfied. "Oh, it seems quite smooth," she murmured. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed. "What is that? You 3 over there, you have been surrounded." That was He stood blocking the entrance to the cave, cracking his knuckles and laughing smugly. "All you blockheads, stand against the wall for me. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say will be used as evidence against you in court." The silent night fell. Pengxi stood with his hands clasped, looking pensively toward the altar. He frowned and thought to himself, "The disobedient child still cannot be your vessel yet, but soon enough. After all these years of plotting, I just need to let that person suffer a little injustice." He turned and ordered his subordinates below. "The 5 elements golem formation has been broken. Everything is now completely in my hands." Upon hearing his words, the 2 subordinates were ecstatic about the high position of power. Thinking of Vin Kim Da's seat, they simultaneously expressed their ambition. Today, someone will surely replace the master. That quiet forest was experiencing violent changes. The battling crowd suddenly shouted loudly, "What's wrong? Stop fighting immediately." Everyone unanimously agreed at once. One person sighed, "I have a bad feeling about this." The screen suddenly went black, and everyone anxiously asked, "What happened? Why did the screen suddenly go completely off?" Those watching outside panicked and shouted, "Doesn't anyone else feel the ground shaking? Surely something big isn't happening for real." Gao Yan realized the formation had been destroyed, but the mentioned spirit jade envoy was nowhere to be seen. He felt uneasy. Han Tiangung sneered happily, "What need is there for the envoy? The formation is already broken. Just advance directly and force the king to abdicate." Pengxi saw the opportunity and waved his hand. "This grand plan of overthrowing the regime will not be significantly affected by a small glitch." Advance to the temple. At this time, the interior of the temple had become extremely lively. When everyone had gathered, Miss Yan Yu complained to them, "It's never peaceful. Old man Guo, are you awake? If you are, tell me the situation quickly." The old man heard this and snapped back, groaning in reply, "What, awake or not awake? I had to maintain the great formation all night. Damn it, I just let my guard down for a moment, and that old man knocked me back." He flicked his hand very lightly. On the ground, a strange formation with earth and wood shapes suddenly appeared. With the main gate breached, the 5 elements barrier formation was effectively rendered useless. The department head girl crossed her arms and sneered, sarcastically saying that the sect masters of the other 3 sects were slow to arrive. "It looks like everyone has their own ulterior motives now. Guess who the ringleader is? When this is over, we must give him a good beating." Joking around at a time like this, no sooner had she finished speaking than the old man yelled at her, "Department head, this is serious business. Be serious for once, and that to home, ma. How long do you plan to sleep? What's the point of sleeping so much as a cultivator?" He remained tilted back in his chair, eyes still closed, grunting a few times before resuming his snoring. The department head crossed her arms and replied, "The Empress isn't here, but we still have 3 immortals guarding us. Old Quatch, what good is worrying aimlessly like that? Why don't you go fix the formation yourself, or just shut up and listen?" The girl couldn't shake off her flirty, playful nature, crossing her legs and wriggling as she feigned fear, saying, "Oh my, I'm so scared. Someone come hug me." She whined coquettishly. In her heart, she wished for a game of choosing people where whoever was selected would have to come hug her. The old man could only hold his head and sigh, thinking they were hopeless to teach. "Oh my god, this generation of inner disciples is truly unmanageable. Every single one of them is like this." Even Mittengai had to shake her head in frustration and admonish them in a serious tone. "That's enough from both of you. Stop chattering for a moment. The fight earlier was noisy enough. Now to business. Even if you're pretending, you must show a little seriousness." Just then, Fengxi swaggered in and sarcastically remarked, "Not sleeping in the middle of the night, yet still so lively here. Where is Vin Kim Dao? Such a big matter, and yet she's nowhere to be seen." Dimingite stepped forward, looking at him with icy eyes, and questioned, "The Earthwood Metal Gate formation that you are responsible for maintaining has been destroyed. Do you have any explanation for this?" The girl outwardly appeared calm, but secretly thought to herself, "As far as I'm concerned, just chop them all down and be done with it." He remained completely nonchalant, without a hint of remorse, calmly sitting down and replying, "What's there to explain? I came here to ask you all something else." He pointed directly at Mitsuguide and asked, how should we deal with the crime of the four immortals abusing public authority for private gain? Just upon hearing that, the department head girl had to cover her mouth and burst into hysterical laughter. Elder Quack's face turned as black as soot, while the girl added another sarcastic remark. See, what did I tell you? They all have their own ulterior motives. He spoke bluntly. After Vin Kim Dao took office, she arbitrarily changed the Immortal Emperor's formation. Does anyone here still remember this incident? Throughout the past year, both disciples and elders in the Holy Realm have struggled to break through cultivation levels. What does this prove? Kung Dian finally couldn't hold back, calmly looking straight at him and asking in return. Prove what? Please clarify further. Deputy Sect Master Teng Si slammed his hand down on the table and yelled, this proves that you four immortals have seized the immortal energy source as your private property, afraid that others might ascend and take away your power. He was making a brazen accusation, and Tingai didn't bother to reply, simply taking a light puff of smoke and glancing to the side. The girl exhaled a thin stream of smoke, softly uttering, Deputy Sect Master really knows how to tell a story. The plot is thrilling and captivating, very dramatic with its ups and downs. Even when openly mocked for fabricating a story so clearly, he still refused to stop, proudly raising his finger to the sky. The more he spoke, the more excited he got, as if he were a king. He yelled loudly, all actions are examined by heaven. He declared, according to reliable sources, Vin Kim Dao no longer possesses the power she once did. She has long since become a dying flame. He didn't know when to stop, continuing his brazen slander with a sinister laugh, saying, if anyone is to blame, it can only be blamed on her for being too greedy. The desire to possess absolute power, but then being countered by that power itself. What qualifications does such a person have to be the Empress of the Thingmen Holy Realm and command everyone? Tian Mukayet had reached her limit. That man didn't know his place. She looked as if she were about to burst into flames, her eyes flashing with rage. Fohamdo, how dare you look down on my sister? Every word you speak is a crime. Now, I must teach you a lesson. Just as Dian Mukayet was about to act, Mangayet stepped forward and gently placed a hand on the young girl's shoulder to calm her. Then, she turned to the man and asked, so, what exactly does Deputy Gate Master Fu want? Startled, she immediately set her anger aside and cried out in surprise. Big sister, the man excitedly declared, crush Vin Kim Dao stole to pieces, using death to atone for her sins to everyone in the sanctuary. As for your three companions, they must cripple their own spiritual power and become lowly slaves to take the blame for Vin Kim Dao. He spoke with such confidence, as if bullying them were easy. His words so resolute that even the man dozing nearby woke up in surprise. His words were so offensive that Elder Quach stood up abruptly and shouted loudly, Fo Hongdu. The other man slumped his head and started dozing off again, perhaps believing he wouldn't need to get involved. Someone had stepped forward. The old man narrowed his eyes, looked directly at Fu Hongde, and made a demand. With the status of the leader of the Six Gates, I order you to immediately kneel and apologize to the two immortal. But he didn't even acknowledge the old man, scratching his chin and saying contemptuously, what are you anyway? Just a lapdog for the two immortal, a person being used as an old fool. Do you really think I respect you? You think you're worthy of leading the inner gate? Matngayat hurried forward to stop the old man, then turned to ask the Mountain Gate Master and the Cold Gate Master, do you also agree with this opinion? Jinsun Cao Duong crossed his arms and tilted his face up triumphantly. I immortal Matngayat, I believe that crippling one's spiritual power and becoming a lowly slave still doesn't seem sufficient. His eyes turned dark, making him look like a practitioner of the demonic arts. He yelled, revealing his true nature. I've been sick of you all for a long time. Even slavery seems too good. You should be flayed and butchered to serve as a proper deterrent. The dozing man lifted his head again to listen in. The female leader of the inner gate clutched her stomach and laughed gleefully. Ha ha ha, I thought I had a bit too much to drink tonight. Is it just the three of you? Her gaze turned cold as she stared directly at them. Do you really think you're that powerful? Her words were as sharp as a knife. Elder Quack's face darkened as he furiously warned them. The 100 years of peace in the Thuong Min Sanctuary were painstakingly built by the Empress and the three immortals. Everyone here knows deep down who is responsible for preventing people from progressing or breaking through their cultivation realms. Then he pointed straight at the leader and shouted, it was the ancestor of your Fu family, the previous Hatho Emperor. Exposed, Fu Hongdok knitted his brows, refusing to back down. He stubbornly argued, ha ha ha, old man, so you knew about this all along. Standing his ground, the old man hid nothing and revealed the whole story. The grace of the four immortals is as vast as the sea and sky, spanning the universe. They allowed our bloodline to survive to this day. Not only do you fail to think of repaying them, but you plot a rebellion instead. You truly have no regard for the law and order. The old man continued his scolding. It seems one's nature is hard to change. Dirty and selfish blood truly runs through your veins. After being insulted to the point where even his ancestors were dragged into it, how could Fu Hongduk not feel bitter? But what could he do at this moment? He'd uttered a threat, asking if the old man was finished talking. In a moment, I will surely pluck every single one of those bristling hairs off your head. The three men stood still, ready for battle. He placed 2 fingers under his chin and teased, if you voluntarily shave your head bald, I might spare your life. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding golden light suddenly appeared behind him, shooting straight up into the sky. It pierced through the roof. A series of similar beams of light plunged straight down. The sky seemed to be torn apart, carrying a strange, ominous gloom. A spatial portal opened, engulfed in purple light. As screams echoed through the air, the entire space lit up as hundreds of demonic hands reached out, seemingly wanting to destroy everything there. Jet black demons emerged with faint streaks of light, their claws razor sharp. The roof had been pierced through. Fu Hongdok stood there with his arms wide open, tilting his head back to the sky and screaming, "The world will finally belong to the Fu family." Ahaha. She immediately took a defensive stance, not forgetting to instruct the two women behind her to quickly secure the east and west directions. As soon as she finished speaking, she soared into the air, her entire body glowing with a brilliant pink light as she began to activate a magic circle. She performed the Void Heaven Array technique to seize control of this entire land. Her demeanor was incredibly majestic as she commanded her disciples, informing them that the elders had betrayed them, and ordering everyone to remain seated. Anyone who dared to cause a disturbance would be executed as a rebel. The Dakuti sect leader, Ongdu, also flew up high to stand at her level and face her. He waved his hand and proclaimed that the leader was a source of calamity whose time had passed, and that once she was dealt with, he would select new successors from among the disciples. The ground suddenly shook violently. He burst into a smug laugh. It seemed that the Watergate Pass had also been completely destroyed. His confidence increased tenfold as he looked down at the bewildered disciples below. He advised everyone to be pragmatic, because the protective barrier was shattered. Now was the best time to turn back and change masters. The crowd began to whisper and waver, while the opposing faction continuously spread malicious words to lure them to their side. The demons were unable to infiltrate Matangayat's barrier. He laughed gleefully, thinking his opponent had no way out as both sides fell into a tense standoff. Matangayat remained extremely calm. She curled her lips into a confident smirk, asking the deputy sect leader what made him deluded enough to think he could win so easily. Her sarcasm was razor sharp. Half an hour ago in the cave, Elderland was tightly bound and tried to run away quickly. Witnessing that torture scene, even men felt a shiver of fear for the victim. With his arms crossed, he mockingly told the three women that it was truly selfish for women to take pleasure in such cruel acts of torture. Keiichi immediately thrust out her long tongue with disdain, cursing the stranger and telling him not to dare ruin her plans. Right after the threat, that tongue shot toward a try and Kun lion like a predatory arrow. He smiled triumphantly, and ordered his assistant to switch to a counter-attack move, regardless of how many points were spent. Sari immediately appeared to shield him, reaching out her hand and challenging the opponent to join the fun. Those tentacles stopped instantly and then suddenly changed direction. They immediately rushed forward to attack those three women. Keiichi was the first to be ensnared. She was utterly aghast. All three women were tightly bound and hung high up, struggling desperately, and unable to understand why their magic had backfired. While their companions whined for their eldest sister to find a way to help, the young man did not stop there. Stroking his chin with a faint smirk, he threatened that the torture Elderland endured would be repaid tenfold. Indeed, Sanbek began to tremble with terror. She wailed and begged him to stop, because her body could no longer endure it. The dramatic scene made her burst into tears of helplessness. Screams for help echoed everywhere. "Please don't. Spare me. Save me." She was so terrified that her tongue unconsciously stuck out. She looked at her body, glowing red light, burning embers. "I must not touch it. Save my life. It's impossible. It's no use." He swung his arm and shouted, "Don't force others to endure what you wouldn't want for yourself. Never use this malicious trick a second time." At the same time, he slashed through the tightly coiled tentacles, freeing Elder Lin. She collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, her body trembling uncontrollably. He immediately asked in concern, "Elder Lin, are you alright?" She weakly called out, "A day." Before she could finish her sentence, she fainted. He cried out in panic, "Elder Lin, Elder Lin." He hurriedly turned to look at Gong Liu. "Miss Gong Liu, please take care of her." But upon seeing this scene, his face darkened in shock, because that girl, Huan Liu, didn't seem quite normal. Her legs were rubbing against each other, and she could barely stand. She muttered, "He'll be fine, he'll be fine." Witnessing this strange behavior, he couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is this girl plotting in her head? On another battlefield, Yan Yu raised her hand toward the sky and unleashed her ultimate technique, heavenly fire consuming this city, as ferocious flames set a corner of the sky ablaze. A fiery phoenix immediately materialized. Everywhere it flew, it incinerated the demons completely. Meanwhile, Kang Jinggan launched a barrage of attacks with the frozen lotus technique. A lotus flower formed from ice crystals suddenly appeared. Witnessing these two women fight without restraint was truly an overwhelming display of power. Shan Goyan's expression changed completely, while Han Tianhong gritted his teeth, drenched in a cold sweat. Tiu Hong, however, glared and cursed inwardly. How useless. These two are nothing but trash. Niyu's eyes sparkled with sarcasm. If you want to cooperate, you truly need to know how to choose your partners. She watched the two men whose resolve was wavering, Shan Goyan and Han Tianhong, and said, "I am willing to offer you both a chance to live. What do you think?" The two immediately glanced at each other. Sect leader Shan, hiss, but Fu Hong shouted over them, "You two have already received favors from me. In this critical moment, are you really planning to turn your backs on me?" He looked at them bitterly, and warned, "You're already in too deep. Do you honestly believe she will show you any mercy?" Niyu looked them straight in the face, her eyes narrowing with cunning as she thought with contempt, "What a bunch of fools." Sensing that their resolve was faltering, she added another remark, "I pledge to you in the name of the Sun Immortal Merchant Alliance," she said, though her internal thoughts were quite different. "I guarantee that I will send your souls to oblivion, leaving nothing behind." Upon hearing that promise, Han Tianhong immediately turned against him. He spun around and scolded loudly, "You there? Now my eyes are open. You're the real fool. You managed to hook two big fish like yous. But if you have any way out, lad, you'd better use it now." Deep down, he still hoped that Fu Hong would find a way to save the situation, because Miyu was just too terrifying. Miss Matangayat seems to be overconfident. I wonder if that old man Fu will actually be able to achieve anything at all. Sun Caojuan had been silent until now, but having made up his mind, he turned sharply and berated Fu Hongduck even more harshly, looking at the old man's pathetic state. What other choice do I have? I certainly don't want to follow him. Having been bombarded with insults by both of them, the old man didn't dare say another word. He is truly a coward and a useless man. Manhwa slowly brought the cigarette to her lips and took a deep drag. Immediately afterward, look at how powerfully the smoke was exhaled. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a bizarre formation began to take shape. The energy of the formation slowly condensed, surprisingly revealing the silhouette of Kim Zhao along with a black-faced fat man. The young lady sat majestically on her grand throne, looking as imposing as ever, while at her feet lay the pathetic, dark-skinned fat man, tied up tightly like a piglet. Her eyes were as cold as ice and snow. When Sun Caojuan saw that sight, his face turned pale with fear. Hunthy and Kong was not much better. Both thought in panic that they were finished this time, even though Kim Zhao was already exhausted. What do you mean damaged body? This Fu Hongduck has already caused us so much misery. Manhwa let out a soft, mocking laugh. Fu Hongduck, aren't you all looking for this pig-headed guy? Those three are masters of the Holy Sanctuary Alliance, after all, and yet, they weren't even aware of her presence. Oh my, it is truly humiliating. Kim Zhao sat there haughtily, not bothering to utter a single word. Fu Hongduck was seething with rage, clenching his teeth and not knowing how to handle the situation. Suddenly, he burst into a fit of wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. He tilted his head back toward the sky and laughed with delight. Ha ha ha. A cunning look flashed in his eyes. I was worried Kim Zhao wouldn't bother to show up today. Did you think you were so clever? Ha ha ha. Right behind him, space began to distort, forming a giant vortex. From there, a spatial gateway gradually swung wide open. A woman's figure appeared. Before she was even seen, her voice was heard. Empress Lei, it has been a long time. As soon as the fat man saw her, he trembled in terror, continuously making muffled whimpering sounds. He shook violently with his eyes bulging, only able to utter helpless, muffled groans. Kim Zhao said nothing upon seeing her. The two sides confronted each other, creating two completely opposite extremes. The woman who had just appeared was Yan Lai. She glared coldly at Manhwa, saying, "It's clear they've brought the gift right to us." After saying that, she snapped her fingers with a sharp click. The fat man's eyes immediately bulged out, red veins popped up, and blood began to gush from his eye sockets and nose. He swelled up like a balloon, and the rope constricting him snapped suddenly. A loud explosion rang out, shattering his body completely like a water balloon that had been pierced. That explosion activated all the prearranged trap formations. Manhwa glanced around, took a slight breath, and her expression clearly showed disgust. That girl tilted her head back, stroking her neck, and asked with a slight smile, "Isn't this the welcoming gift I prepared for you?" She asked sarcastically. "Isn't this interesting?" A dark collar container suddenly appeared between them. It kept swelling up, seemingly about to crush everyone standing here. Feng is a rare specialty of the Holy Realm capital. One bead can increase the speed of spiritual power transmission, but if two beads are used, it slows down the speed of spiritual power transmission. More terrifyingly, when more than two Feng beads explode, they create a space where spiritual power cannot circulate. Inlai displayed a smug expression and asked, "This is the welcoming gift I spent 38 Feng beads to give you. Do you know how expensive it is?" She pointed at the thick, dark container, implying the extent of her sincerity towards you. Seeing her arrogant and foolish appearance, Tinkai shook her head in sight. You're already the queen of a country, yet you still care about money. As expected, the bug race is the stingy. Inle's expression immediately darkened. She frowned, staring intently at the girl with dissatisfaction. She changed tactics, waved her hand, and began to tease Kim Dao, saying, "When it comes to duels, you truly are the leader of the heavenly Dao, but in this void space, I am the knife and cutting board, and you are the fish on the chopping block." Kim Dao's expression remained ice cold. She rested her hand on the armrest, and stared at her without showing any emotion. Seeing that her opponent didn't respond at all, Inlai became even more annoyed, pouting as she said, "I absolutely hate that face of yours that looks so sure of victory." Just then, Tinkai leisurely took out a cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. The figure of Kim Dao sitting there with her chin resting on her hand suddenly blurred and vanished before everyone's eyes. Tinkai laughed to herself. "Listening to you perform a monologue for so long, I feel truly sorry for you." It was only now that Inlai realized with shock that she had been talking to herself in the void all this time. The scene just now was completely an illusion created by an Tinkai, who could remain calm after being so blatantly deceived. She immediately whitened her eyes, ground her teeth, and shouted curses. "How dare you deceive me? You waked them Q clan member. You filthy fox spirit. How dare you toy with me?" Seeing her face turn red with anger, Tinkai found it even funnier, and mocked her bluntly. "You're no different from those three idiots. I merely showed you what you wanted to see. How can you say I was playing games with you?" After speaking, she didn't forget to add a tease. "I wonder how Big Sister will evaluate you now." Her entire body suddenly trembled, giving her a fright. A huge formation suddenly appeared in the void, and light shone down intensely from above. All the pitch-black fragments from earlier shattered into many small pieces. She started in surprise, quickly retreating backward. The blade-like object suddenly emerged from the trap, revealing its true form. She had finally appeared. As soon as she showed her face, she looked straight ahead and greeted him. "It seems we haven't seen each other in a year." FOE, all her momentum and everything she wanted to say had been exhausted beforehand. Now, seeing that sharp object appear in person, she fell completely silent, as if her mouth had been covered. She only dared to open her eyes wide and think. I extremely dislike her unchanging composure in every situation. It truly is an eyesore. Seeing that she wouldn't say a word, the other girl continued. I will reluctantly accept the gift you offered, just to see what it is. As soon as she finished speaking, she reached out her hand, but then said bluntly, like throwing cold water on her face, this ridiculous gift is not at all worthy of the expectations I had for you. Her hand pierced straight through that dark area. It advanced straight towards Anla's face. Seeing that hand, she turned deathly pale with fear, sweat pouring out like a shower. She completely dared not resist, believing she truly was a divine being descended to earth. Now, fleeing is the best policy. I must retreat quickly. With sharp object, your desire to fight against heaven is your business. I have no intention of revealing myself. Farewell. After speaking, she quickly slipped into the spatial rift she had opened to flee back, then caused it to shrink and disappear completely. At this moment, the sight of the sharp object completely gained the upper hand. The girl extended her hand, forming a tiny pearl, and sucked all the chaotic fragments into it. Then she compressed them, scolding her, with courage as small as a mouse. All you're good at is running away. Immediately after speaking, she threw the pearl forcefully towards Lai, who was currently hiding. It was barely in time. The girl's move burrowed into it along with her. The eyes of that sharp object were cold. Consider this a return gift for you. Where would that fancy get the chance to fight now? He fled in panic, thinking, this place isn't safe at all. He ran for his life, then he crashed into someone, falling to the ground. He was extremely astonished when he saw the person in front of him. Why are you here? The other person asked him in return. Why shouldn't I be allowed to be here? After speaking, he showed him a small frog clinging to a branch, lounging nonchalantly right in front of him. He mockingly asked, do you recognize what this is? The man's face turned ugly at this moment. He went purple, his jaw dropped, as if seeing a ghost, and he stammered, what? A frog? How could he possibly let him go? He continued to tease him. You can't even recognize your own ancestor. He clearly genuinely didn't know, and hearing this, he was startled and frightened. He quickly asked, what have you done? He didn't answer, only smirk. Do you think I have enough free time to tell you what tricks I've played? Doing that would be a waste of my salve. Just take that question with you down below and slowly contemplate it along with your two good friends. At that exact moment, a voice rang out, burned, causing him to be utterly terrified and fall to the ground. Looking not, the female emperor, she gave him a few options. How do you want me to act? Cut off all your limbs, or destroy your own cultivation? Although my heart softened slightly toward the resolute Kim Dale, ultimately, I still cannot bring myself to treat that person with the same cruelty he once inflicted upon me. The two tall and muscular men settled down on the bank and let out a long sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, before their joy could be complete, the girl's eyes flashed with killing intent. He'll let you die in a slightly cooler way, she said, for instance, evaporating into nothingness. As soon as she finished speaking, the sky suddenly lit up brightly. All three men stared blankly upwards as a brilliant beam of light tore across the sky. 3 beams of light descended like lightning bolts, instantly turning them into dust. Only now did they realize they had been tricked by the fox spirit, but it was far too late. The beautiful girl covered her mouth and laughed gleefully. That bunch who believed the fox spirit, she sneered. They were clearly far too idiotic. Yanlei collapsed onto the floor. Luckily, she recovered in time, but although she saved her life, she was still severely injured, lying sprawled on the ground, clutching her arm and groaning. Mumbling to herself, she thought, that Kim Dao, she truly is a hateful woman. Her arm had been slashed open, and the pain pierced to the marrow of her bones, making her grit her teeth in endurance. She dragged herself toward the chair, crying out in pain as she moved. After holding back for a long time, she finally dared to flop down onto the chair. She slammed her hand down on the table to release her anger, feeling her blood boil with rage. Her computer screen immediately displayed a series of bright red warnings. A barrage of danger notifications blared loudly all over the screen. Then they began to fade, gradually disappearing. Only now did she clutch her head in pain and remember, I almost lost everything, botching the entire operation. The urban sanctuary location is being watched by heaven. That Kim Dao has ruined my perfect plan. We are not finished yet. Just then, a servant ran in to report, Your Majesty, those 2 spies still haven't returned. Only then did she suddenly remember them. In fact, she had completely forgotten about those 2 useless fools. Her gaze suddenly became unusually cold and sharp. Her blood boiled with anger. She had planned to settle accounts with those rebels by giving them a lavish feast first. But today you guys are a bit unlucky because my mood is not good. So 3 savory dishes and 1 soup are out of the question. Just prepare a simple meal to get it over with. In the grand hall of the Divine Alliance Temple, those 3 girls lay tightly together, sprawled across the floor, surrounded by political officials and immortals. He held the toad in his hand, bringing it up to his chin with a look of indecision on his face. How should I handle this thing? Eat it. I feel a bit nauseated. I wonder if it'll poison me. If this were a normal frog, I wouldn't need to be this hesitant. Dame Ngayat looked at the toad and learned some information. This toad itself is inherently poisonous. The toxins found in its mucus, bloodstream, skin, and eggs include over 30 types of dangerous poisons. If a human swallows it, it will cause severe damage to internal organs such as the heart, liver, and kidneys. The girl observed the toad closely, then asked, Did you say this is that old too? Kim Dao sat on the high chair looking down at the group and ordered, Report, what exactly happened? He threw the toad forcefully toward the girl. Dame Guy, Fourth Master, don't give that thing to me. The girl's face turned pale with fear, and she quickly backed away, shouting, I swear I won't play with it. It's absolutely disgusting. At this moment, he comfortably folded his hands together and looked seriously at everyone. Let me introduce a few people to you first, he said. There is no need to say much about Elder Lin. Elder Lin, who was carefully bandaging the injuries, understood and kept silent. He glanced at the three girls. This person was Syntheis. Perhaps all four masters recognized her. She was quite a prominent figure among the inner disciples. The other two were spies from the capital's sacred land, who had deliberately prolonged their studies for many years, and ruthlessly killed quite a few fellow students during the internal assessments. The girl Synthei immediately burst into sobs, while the girl Anfklin immediately shouted, "What kind of crying is that?" He continued to explain what he knew. Second master has taught me a little bit of mystic arts, so that youth soul would view this situation as Synthei's being the next generation of his clan. This process is insignificant, so I won't go into detail. Kandian turned his head to look at that group of people. Regarding Synthei's background, we have known clearly for a long time now, but this unfortunate incident has nothing to do with the younger generation. Furthermore, the girl has innate cultivation talent, so we want to cultivate her properly. Elder Lin was slightly surprised and thought to himself, the four immortals. She smiled gently, reassuring herself that the four immortals are all-knowing, so naturally they already know. Kang Ian's gaze turned cold as he looked at them. Now your father has already paid the price. He is no longer in this world. Do you have anything else to say in your defense? Oh, money. After hearing that, Unfklin's heart pounded wildly, and she was too shocked to speak. You remember, at that time, a certain ghost looked at the girl, and laughed loudly. Hee. This little fellow hanging C is truly devotedly filial to me. I have plotted for a long time for you. Sacrificing a body is worth it. Even if it's just a girl's body, you can use it temporarily. When he rushed forward to possess the body, that girl screamed in panic. What are you talking about? Now she completely sobered up, her face flushed red, sobbing. I understand now. To my father and those who came before, I was merely a tool, arbitrarily manipulated, unable to say a word in protest. Then Kim stepped forward and asked him, you caught them. How do you plan to handle these three individuals? After hadn't thought of anything yet, and hadn't decided on a punishment for the three girls, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Let me think about it. I think this way. Just hand Ktiuchi and Unfklin over to Kimch and Tielin then to take charge of reforming them. Since they are from the same hometown, meeting each other will certainly bring up many emotions. The faces of the two girls became extremely tense upon hearing this. One girl burst into tears, while the other girl screamed in indignation. Kimchi, he's still alive. You can't hand me over to him. Sister Tiuchi, what should we do now? Just then, a streak of bright red light descended from the sky accompanied by a horrifying shriek. The two things disappeared. Then Kim Chiao, I will settle the score with you later. Str intended to step forward but was held back immediately by Vin Kim Jiao. This is lawman. You are not allowed to interfere, or you will be seriously injured. He felt extremely aggrieved. After so much effort to capture them, his anger flared. Just let them go like that. The others were also helpless and couldn't do anything. The three girls now cried out in supplication. Empress Leichen, please hand us over to Kimchi. They frantically tried to stay, preferring death over leaving. Just kill us instead. Kill us. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. The three girls had been dragged away. He stared blankly at the closing space and wondered, what exactly is Long Man that it could injure me? Looking at their final expressions, they preferred death over returning to that place. Dame Mean Gaiet explained seriously, revealing that the dragon roar wasn't some profound phenomenon at all, but simply the sound of the dragon's stomach rumbling for food. This is the first time I've heard of this. Considered an innate racial ability of ancient dragons, a soul marked as food will remain prime prey for the dragon race, even if it runs to the ends of the earth. Unless... The young girl suddenly stopped, making him ask curiously, unless what? The girl's face flushed red as she shyly explained, last time, second sister stopped here too. Why do you always have to be so curious and ask to the very end? Yuan Kim Jiao suddenly looked pitiful, sighed, and said, just hand them over. It's less trouble for others. This is exactly what it means for death to be preferable to lie. This is the price they have to pay. The other two had been dragged away by Yan Lai, leaving only Sanbi. Pechi stood in front of the girl, and cut straight to the chase. It looks like I don't need to get involved with those two anymore. Only you are Lex. The girl remained sitting silently on the ground, offering no resistance. He kept his hands and bowed, saying, I believe Elder Lin has enough qualifications and capability to handle this matter better than I do. He asked her, what does Elder Lin think? He had already carefully calculated in his heart, why would I foolishly bring trouble upon myself and offend others? Just looking at the four masters, I know they don't intend to target Sanbi. She looked at the girl, understanding everything perfectly in his heart. Furthermore, I have thoroughly investigated Lin Fai Ni, and it seems she has some slightly strange preferences, especially the peculiar expression she had when attacked by the tentacles. In conclusion, if I hand this task over to her, she will definitely be very happy. Once it's done, it will be as if I've sold this favor to her. Just as he predicted, the girl agreed immediately without hesitation, nodding her head, of course. And so, everything was settled properly. Yuan Kim Jiao also stood up, preparing to leave, and said, all right, let's just finish this matter here. Elder Lin, please help inform all disciples in the sect about the temporary suspension of this intersect assessment. The girl accepted the order, cupped her hands, and replied in a decisive voice, as ordered. The surrounding scenery returned to its usual peaceful appearance. Drops of morning dew on the leaves competed to fall drip-drop onto the surface of a lake. But in the middle of this picturesque scene, a clacking sound suddenly echoed, interspersed with a shout, Five Wan. It was several people huddled together playing mahjong. The old man, Elder Guo, slammed a tile onto the table and shouted loudly, anyone want to eat claim? Such a good tile, and no one takes it. Finally, Eve won round. The girl, Manhwa, held a tile in her hand, wristed her chin, showing annoyance, and spoke. Sect Master Guo, your playing ethics are truly terrible. You're constantly grumbling non-stop whenever you play mahjong. The other girl, department head, was also unwilling to concede, gripping a tile tightly with one hand. With the other hand, she touched her chin thoughtfully. Oh dear, I should have taken that tile. How strange. Just as the girl was about to put the tile down, she suddenly picked it up again and chuckled mockingly at the old man. Sect Master Guo, you were planning to take this bad bamboo tile, weren't you? But I won't let you. The old man washed, enraged, almost winning. He quickly thought to himself, come on, how can you take a tile back after playing it? But she placed a different tile down for the old man, then laughed and said, I'm not doing this on purpose to provoke you. To Wan. Manhwa turned to Count Tin Hun and asked, little sister, have you finished thinking yet? Are you perhaps holding back a big tile? She was the calmest and gentlest person in the group of four, and she said naturally, let me take a good look first. Saying this, she gently pushed a tile towards the department head. After finishing, she concluded with a sentence. Thank you, department head. With the 2-1, I have completed my hand. With a cold, sharp gaze, she extended her hand towards the others and said icily, hand over the money now. That sect leader is truly overbearing. Everyone froze in place. This immortal maiden isn't playing a trick, is she? She competed in 15 matches and won all 15. The girl calmly explained, oh, it's because a few days ago, you all demanded a challenge in the face-slapping technique, so I bought some reference books to research it. After saying this, she held up 3 thick books about the face-slapping technique, looking very amused. It must be admitted that reading a lot truly deepens one's knowledge. There's no use arguing. Anyone who diligently researches this discipline will definitely be more skilled. As for the others, they just held their heads and sighed. Old G slumped in his seat, utterly defeated, his face completely pale. Tinkai feigned coyness and asked softly, hey big brother, our relationship is so good. How should we calculate my debt? Cunningham didn't show any mercy, immediately holding out her hand to demand the money. 230 mid-grade spirit stones. Hand them over quickly. Old Gu covered his face and sobbed. Immortal maiden Bihin, can I put off paying this debt for a few more days? I really am completely broke now. You've cleaned me out. When I go home, my wife will give me a severe beating for sure. The girl immediately agreed, holding the money box and saying, alright, Sect Leader G, Sect Leader B, and Sect Leader G, you can rest easy for now. These 3 sects will be under my management from now on, and your money will multiply freely. I can let you postpone payment for a few days, but the interest rate will be 10% per day. The old man, still processing the joy of having his debt postponed, quickly asked again in confusion, what did the immortal maiden say? Tinkai immediately clarified for them, Empress Lichen will officially announce this in 2 days, in telling you beforehand so you can rejoice wholeheartedly. Didn't you want more power? Well, here you go. The old man laughed joyfully. Ahaha, refusing would be disrespectful, but before his joy was complete, Sect Leader B quickly sobered up and reminded him, Olga, you only heard the first half. Immortal Maiden said the daily interest rate is 1/10. Don't miss any details. After hearing this, the old man's face turned completely pale, his jaw dropped, and cold sweat seeped from his back. Heavens, 10% every day. The old man nearly completely broke down, holding his head and calling out in panic. Immortal Maiden Bihin, even loan sharks aren't as terrifying as you are, he lamented. The girl calmly stood up. The old lesson is, gamble a little and be happy. Gamble a lot and easily invite disaster. Sect Leader Ga, remember this well. After saying this, she calmly walked away. I see that none of you 3 can afford to pay today. Let's leave it at that. I have already memorized all the debts, and if even 1 cent is missing, before leaving, she warned, yourselves know what the consequences will be. After all, that older sister also used essence stones to trick me before. Nin Kite had been hit, where it hurt. Her face turned bright red, and she couldn't utter a single word. In the past, because a certain powerful figure was defeated, and ended up owing Kandihan 3 high-grade spirit stones, the entire family was ruined. Now these 3 people were terrified. How could they dare get tangled up in debt again? Kandihan glanced at the group and asked, oh right, we're a second older sister, sure, and damn Ingayat, why haven't I seen any sign of them today? Ingayat knew a little information. She said, 4th younger sister received a letter from home. She took it home earlier. Out, carrying a pile of items on his back, he followed the little girl, secretly thinking to himself, ever since Dim Nigait received that token from home, she hasn't said anything. It feels a bit strange. He recalled that moment when Kim Zhao told him, sure, this time when she goes home, you should go with her to gain some experience. He exclaimed in surprise but didn't refuse, just looking at Dim Nigait sitting blankly on the chair, her hand tightly clenching the letter. He thought, what happened to 4th master? What did the letter say that put her in such a bad mood? After senior master finished giving instructions, I also asked Dim Nigait why she was going home, but she didn't reveal a single word. It was clearly a letter from home. Could it be that someone in her family back home had met with misfortune? That must be why she was so sad. Looking at the small figure walking ahead, he became even more concerned. I always thought Demingite was as resilient as fire, capable of turning into lava at any moment. Who knew she was just a person, born and raised by her mother after all? Lost in thought, he didn't realize until a moment later that he had let her walk far ahead, so he hurriedly chased after her. As they approached their destination, he spoke up and asked, 4th master, we've been walking for 2 hours now. Why didn't we use direct teleportation to get here faster? The girl remained silent and didn't respond. Let's wait for the carriage to come to a complete stop first. She pouted and looked at him, asking curtly, what's wrong? on with walking slowly. Why do we need to rush like we're flying? Are you trying to barge right into my house? He seemed very frustrated. Don't you? He immediately fell silent. He could only guess, but it seemed her relationship with her family was tense, though not as serious as he initially thought. Had she subtly advised her, if you truly don't want to go home, then just send a letter declining. Adults need to learn how to say no. However, Damigayat's face fell, looking utterly dejected. She bowed her head to the ground and mumbled, this is a situation where I absolutely must return. Having said that, she proactively handed him the letter. For a curious person like you, we'll let you see it. He took it and read straight through to the end. The contents stated, Father is seriously ill. Return home immediately. He suddenly understood everything. Ah, so that's what happened. Damigayat had issues with her family, but because her father was seriously ill, she had no choice but to return home. He still wondered about one more thing. Why did Grandmaster send me along? It's probably to act as a mediator. Damigayat didn't want to discuss this further. She crossed her arms and walked off. Keep going. She said, if you're tired, just use teleportation and get it over with. But she was momentarily confused. But he sympathized and thought to himself, we'll just handle things as the situation unfolds. Given her mood right now, questioning her constantly would only make her more upset. Besides sighing, he didn't know what else to do. A thought popped into his head about becoming a psychological expert. Mr. Hetch's girlfriend needs to remember that when a girl is upset, you shouldn't question anything. Everything she says is gospel, and everything she does is right. We cannot be overly intimate, but we also cannot ignore her. We must pay attention to every small detail and be ready to serve at any time. He also carefully advised, for example, right now, absolutely do not sit still and do nothing. That would make her feel abandoned and uncared for. The key is to get the timing right. Remembering his extensive experience, he immediately acted, rubbing his hands together and gently asking, Fourth Master, are you hungry yet? I can cook some noodles for you. That girl was very haughty. She tossed her head back and snapped, get lost. His cheeks flushed red, but he still smiled broadly and waved his hand, saying, all right. He thought proudly to himself, see, meet all her demands. She's always right. Have you guys learned your lesson yet? As dusk approached, the two finally arrived at Damigayat City. Damigayat showed no cheerfulness. She only whispered softly, we've arrived. He stood admiring the enormous city gate and asked, this is Damigayat City. If I'm not mistaken, Fourth Master's father is the city lord here, right? She nodded sharply in agreement. She grabbed Hitch's wrist tightly. She pulled him straight ahead, quickening her pace significantly. Let's just go straight in, so we don't have to deal with bothersome questions at the city gate. He was surprised and confused. He quickly asked, question, aren't you the city lord's daughter? Why is that strange? Why are you returning home as if you were sneaking around doing something shady? The girl didn't bother to explain anything. Her eyes were too sharp. Don't press her anymore, because her unwillingness to express herself only makes everything more obscure. As soon as he finished speaking, the flames erupted, engulfing his brother and sweeping him inside. He wondered blankly if the Fourth Master was misunderstanding something about the rumors. Lighting from above, he took in all the scenery of this place. This was Damigayat. He remembered reading an introduction about the city in a book in the study. Gazing at the pitch-dark night scene here, he pondered. That era seemed to have nothing to do with Damigayat. This city focused on astronomy, and there weren't many cultivators. Yet, the collective of cultivators here was extremely formidable, truly a prosperous and powerful metropolis. He looked at the fiery girl beside him with curiosity, secretly thinking, how did the Fourth Master, the city lord's daughter, become one of the 4 heavenly saints of the sanctuary? Just then, the maids below looked up at the sky and saw a streak of brilliant red flame pass by. All of them jumped in fright. That flame suddenly transformed into a beautiful girl standing firmly right in front of them, scaring them so much that their faces turned pale with terror. The expressions on their faces clearly showed both astonishment and extreme terror. Damigayat questioned bluntly, what's wrong? Don't you newcomers here know who I am? Just then, the 2 girls pointed in astonishment. Her hair is as red as fire. Could it be the young lady? The other girl was silenced. That's certainly it. Her eyes coolly swept over the group, and she clearly gave the order, tell Dimnet that I have returned. The 2 quickly stood at attention, clasped their hands, and bowed repeatedly. Yes, as you command. He watched their hasty figures run inside, secretly thinking, maidservants are just ordinary people, even if they've never met Damigayat. It's understandable that they wouldn't recognize her. However, he was extremely puzzled. Why did it seem as if they didn't know at all that Damigayat was the second immortal maiden of the sanctuary? The girl suddenly called him. Is your name Ch? She folded her arms, and candidly reminded him, my big brother is quite provocative and needs a lesson, so you'll have to be a bit patient with him. He didn't react to her words, quietly waiting for the other person to appear, secretly thinking, Master must have his own reasons for telling me to follow Damigayat closely. Suddenly, a lively voice rang out, someone go outside and see. Immortal maiden Damigayat has arrived. A member of the Purple Immortal Trade Alliance returned without bothering to give any prior notice. Your humble servant, elder brother, I am truly sorry for not providing a thorough welcome. In front of the 2 of them was an older brother with a somewhat slender appearance. He laughed boisterously, clasped his hands, and spoke endlessly, looking very sincere. Immortal maiden, younger sister, for so many years you haven't sent any letters to inquire about your well-being, making this elder brother and our esteemed father very worried. He frowned upon hearing this. Unbelievable. Your humble servant, elder brother, immortal maiden, younger sister. To say he doesn't know his place or recognize superior from inferior is truly an understatement. Add that squinting smile, and he really deserves a beating. Damigayat didn't bother to pay attention to those pleasantries. She asked directly, where is father? He didn't answer, but instead turned to look at Hitch, asking, who is this younger brother? He folded his arms and introduced himself. Dim Guide's disciple. That person immediately put on a fake smile, clapped his hands, and laughed loudly. Immortal maiden, younger sister, you're still so young, yet you've already accepted a disciple. Excellent, excellent. Finding someone to play chess with to pass the time isn't bad either. He was clearly mocking her blatantly, infuriating Dim Guide. Snappik, Dimnas. He immediately understood what kind of person this guy was. He also felt immensely annoyed. His blood pressure was about to explode. If this weren't Dimnat, he would surely have been dealt with already. Outwardly, he merely gently reminded him, look at what you're saying. That's a bit too much. But that person remained arrogant. He even dared to think, if you can't withstand a little provocation, how can you possibly take on great responsibilities? This girl only deserves a person like him. But little did he know, immediately after, he unleashed a flurry of retorts. I can understand that you want to praise your younger sister for being youthful. You can just praise her freely. After all, we're all family. Why beat around the bush and use absurd excuses to praise your younger sister for being young? Besides, doing so only makes you look strange. The boy ridiculed him to the point where he almost lost his composure. Even Dimnat standing beside him couldn't help but burst out laughing. That guy quickly waved his hand in denial. Oh, that's not what I meant. While he was still attempting to justify himself, the boy patted him gently on the shoulder, cutting him off. I don't know what position you hold right now, but since you're my master's older brother, I'll take the liberty of calling you senior uncle. Please don't behave like that again in the future. He even leaned close to the fuming man's face. Oh right, my master always reminds me that senior uncle's cultivation level is second to none. Let's find a place to spar later, shall we? He was so shocked he stammered. A match. Seeking instruction. Dim Guide immediately joined in, waving her hand and smiling brightly. Big brother, I'm still young, but have already achieved great perfection of the Sutki realm. Everyone calls me the genius of the Dim clan. Destined to inherit Yin City. Be careful. A minor injury is fine, but don't blame me if you get seriously hurt. The boy was slightly surprised to see the girl join in on teasing the opponents. Oh. Then he understood, cupped his hands in a mock bow. Future city lord, I was momentarily muddled, just now. For someone who doesn't specialize in cultivation to reach the Sitki realm is truly impressive. Damnat stood there with a dark expression, clenching his fists. He was furious and thought to himself, so this sassy girl learned her sharp tongue from that breath. Let this little wretch be smug for now. Dimungite patted his shoulder, pretending to warn him. You must work harder, or my brother will catch up to you. The boy gave a thumbs up and smiled lightly. You also have to consider who my master is. The two worked together seamlessly, complementing each other perfectly. The girl even boldly looked him in the face and said, if big brother wants to spar, I'll advise him to hold back on his strength a little. Now he was completely speechless, unable to utter a single word, grinding his teeth. He thought to himself, damn little wretch, just wait, we'll see if you can still laugh later. Finally, he figured out a way to counter them. He crossed his arms and launched into a long tirade. Little sister, Yimnin said he has always valued academics over martial arts. I spend my time reading books, so it's only natural that my cultivation has fallen behind. Managing a whole city requires intellect. I just need to command those cultivators to work. Oh right, little sister, do you still make writing errors? Hearing him mock her weakness, the boy immediately rushed forward to stand between them. He crossed his arms and replied with complete confidence. I had a small question. As Brother Dim said, you will inherit Dim City, which is one of the cities in the Heavenly Alliance sacred territory. My master, however, is one of the 4 sages of the Merchant Alliance, serving as the governor in charge of a region under the 4 sages. The more he spoke, the more triumphant he became. I am the only disciple of the 4 sages. I can completely command you to war, so why don't you go back and copy books for me instead? The other man was stunned when he heard this, standing frozen with his mouth agape, unable to utter another word, completely bewildered. Seeing him miserably defeated, the girl waved her hand and turned to leave. Alright, in this city, few people know my true identity apart from our clan members. For this trip home, let's put my identity aside. Take me to see father. Teacher followed the girl, leaving the man behind. He added another tease. Useless bookworm. Remember to write neatly when copying books. He clenched his fists, but couldn't do anything. In a brightly lit room, it was clear that Dimingite was one of the 4 sages. However, the servants here knew nothing at all, and even among the passers-by, few knew who she was. It seemed that no one considered her an important or honored person. Dimnat led the two to a house, knocked gently, and announced, Father, Dimingite is back. A voice echoed from inside. Come in. He politely gestured for the two of them to enter. However, he stopped to try and explained. This is a family matter. Wait outside. Fan immediately agreed. Alright. The door closed, and Anhan sat down nonchalantly, telling CD, go listen to what they're saying. The boy nodded instantly. Okay. Having said that, the boy poked a hole in the window and clearly saw the 3 of them talking inside. She was bowing to the old man, and calling him father. The old man looked at her, appearing weak, and said, You're back. Being ill, there is no need to bow to me anymore. I need you. Dame Nkayat looked at the old man with a look of disbelief. She asked, What do you need me to do? He looked away, appearing ashamed. Not long ago, I encountered obstacles in my cultivation and couldn't break through normally, so I was injured. I need you to transfer some of your cultivation to me. Outside, the two were huddled together, peeking through the hole. He said to him in annoyance, I told you to go inside and see. If you just poke a hole in the door, what do I need you for? But anyway, we can still see. Dingin Guyot fell silent for a moment, her face clearly showing disappointment. Diamaya, standing nearby, even sneered, "Little sister, do you see how much father values you?" The old man didn't care whether she agreed or not. He glared and ordered, "Guyot, help me up. Let's go to the cultivation room." She remained standing dazed, not moving at all. Seeing this, the other man shouted urgently, "Little sister, go help father at once." Outside, Katrine and Sadie were crowding each other to eavesdrop through the hole, neither willing to give way. The boy, wanting to know what was happening, scolded him, "Why don't you poke your own hole? Why do you have to crowd me?" He replied, "If you won't let me look, fine. Don't just consider this as learning about another diverse species." The two of them continued to bicker, pushing each other aside just to fight over the tiny hole. "Stop crowding. He'll poke another one. The critical moment has arrived. Let's see what Daini Guyot will decide. After all, this is her private matter, and she needs to face and decide it for herself." He furrowed his brows, his gaze extremely serious, feeling that every family truly has its own troubles. If she cannot understand her own heart, then whatever those around her do will be in vain. But if she needs my help, I will act without hesitation. For the time being, he could only eavesdrop and couldn't rush in to help immediately. Inside the room, Dame Guyot instinctively stepped back, away from these two pieces of scum who were supposedly family. She frowned, her eyes devoid of hope as she asked, "Father, did you call me back urgently just so I could transfer my cultivation to you?" The old man showed no pity for his daughter, glaring as he admitted, "If not, then what else?" She glanced at her brother standing next to her, and thought to herself, "If father needs cultivation, he can just take it from my brother. Although he has only reached the opening aperture realm, it's more than enough to supplement father's needs." Hearing this, he immediately stammered out a denial. "What do you mean only the opening aperture realm?" Hey, because besides cultivation, he also has to be busy with many other important administrative and literary tasks." His eyes clearly showed annoyance, full of malicious intent to force her to concede. "How can you compare someone as important as me to a useless person like you?" The old man also chimed in, openly defending him. "In the future, your brother will have to shoulder the responsibility for all of Dianin City. If he gives away his cultivation now and damages his vital energy, who will take over this huge family estate? Come on, come here and help me up." The two people standing outside eavesdropping could only shake their heads in wariness. They are truly a hopeless father and son pair. They are completely beyond words. Dame Guyot's disappointment was obvious. She wanted to know if her father cared about her at all. Father, then what about damaging my vital energy? As soon as she finished speaking, he slammed his hand down on the table and snapped, "The Dime family must always prioritize the eldest son. Your job is simply to stay home and help your brother. That's enough." The old man's face darkened, revealing his sinister intentions. "Since you've returned this time, don't even think about going back to the Divine Face Military Hospital again." He stood next to her with his arms crossed, gloating. "In that place, the Divine Face Military Hospital, you're just the lowest status person. You might even be treated like an errand runner. Come home and be my capable right-hand woman." The status difference is huge. He felt immensely smug inside. "Ha, just now you were putting on airs, but in father's eyes, you're completely worthless. You brought this trouble upon yourself, didn't you?" "That's right." Standing outside, heard everything clearly. He couldn't help but shake his head, feeling indignant. The mindset of this father and son pair was truly extraordinary, far exceeding imagination. Dame Guyot didn't want to waste any more words on them. She turned around with a gloomy expression and walked straight towards the door, calling back over her shoulder, "I'm tired from traveling. We can talk about everything tomorrow." The two men panicked. Dame had shouted, "Dame Guyot, father's health cannot be delayed. Do you want to be known as unfilial?" The vile father also roared, "Dame Guyot, stop right there." The old man tried to call out, "Oh, stop," but she decisively opened the door. Coincidentally, she saw him and the boy Sai lurking outside. She left in anger. The only response to the calls of the other two was the cold sound of the door slamming shut. The two people in the room fell silent, not knowing what to do. Even if they wanted to use force, they couldn't keep her there. Dame Guyot came outside and didn't blame him for eavesdropping. She just stood silently with her arms crossed, deep in thought. He quietly called out, "Fourth master." Her expression remained calm, suppressing her sadness. She turned to look at Sai and asked, "This is the spiritual beast you adopted, right? I heard Huang Li you mention it before. I didn't expect it could transform into a human form." He happily replied, feeling glad that someone else had explained it for him, saving him the effort of having to elaborate in detail. He then asked, "Fourth master, are you okay?" She immediately answered with a question, "You were eavesdropping." He couldn't deny it, scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. Something like that." She didn't press the matter further. She wanted to leave right away. "Never mind, you'll find out about my family eventually anyway." Saying this, she walked on ahead. "Let's go. Let's find an inn to rest." It was already very late, and they stopped at an inn. They rented separate rooms, with a tryst room located right next to hers. He started pressing his ear to the wall again to eavesdrop, and Sai could only shake his head exasperatedly at his appearance. He could just use the system to go straight into Dame Guyot's room. She can't even see him. Why does he have to be so sneaky? Yet, he signaled for him to be quiet and asked him to listen, wondering if she was crying. Sai also pressed his ear to the wall to listen, then replied, "It seems she really is crying. I hear whimpering, but she's not the type of person who secretly cries, is she?" Dame Guyot's personality was indeed like that. He took a deep breath and tried to remain calm. In the end, he decided that since the Grand Master had sent him here, he must have anticipated this situation. It would be best for him to go to the room next door to investigate more thoroughly. Suddenly, the little boy Sai spoke up to remind him, "Patron father, have you forgotten something?" He looked confused and asked Sai, "What is it?" The boy stated directly, "You said before that if you lost the bet, you would marry Demiguy." Hearing that, Tr froze. "I haven't forgotten, but maybe she just considered it a joke." The boy crossed his arms and confidently replied, "But I think Demiguy took that promise seriously." He listened, startled, his eyes widening in surprise. Although surprised, he remained confident, and calmly stated, "If she truly takes it seriously, I will certainly keep my promise. How could I, possibly hurt a woman's heart? My only fear is that my ardent feelings will not be reciprocated." This sincere manly demeanor made Saidi cover his eyes and lament. "This image is truly dazzling. Enough of this nonsense," he said decisively, standing up immediately, "and leaving now." He immediately ran to Demiguite's room, knocking loudly and calling out, "Fourth master, I'm coming in." Without waiting for her permission, he pushed the door open, and walked straight in. The moment he looked inside, his eyes widened in astonishment. The girl was sitting right in the middle of the room, happily gnawing on a chicken drumstick, surrounded by piles of messy food scattered everywhere. "Eating like this without inviting anyone?" he asked irritably. "Are you secretly eating behind my back?" The girl quickly explained, "I'm not being secretive behind your back. Aren't you eavesdropping right next door? I'm eating right in front of you." The way she said that meant she knew all of his actions. Hearing that, he was speechless and felt exhausted. "I thought you were crying." She frowned, watching her eat happily. "So that hoo-hoo sound was you making sounds while eating?" The girl nodded in admission, while chewing. "What else could it be? I couldn't possibly cry over those two men. I've understood their true nature for a long time now." Although the girl said that, he still sensed something was wrong. The amount of food today was excessive. Normally, she would never bother to eat so much. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and he sighed. "Sigh, I guess you know this too. Girls usually eat a lot when they are sad." He had no choice but to comfort her. "Fourth master, if you're sad, just cry to lighten your heart. Why force yourself to eat so much and bring misery upon yourself?" The girl stared blankly, then immediately denied it vehemently. "I'm not at all. I didn't." Her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Yes, finally, she couldn't hold back anymore, and tears streamed down her face. He held her tightly, reassuring her that they were family, and that it was all right to cry openly in front of him. It was only at this moment that she truly let go of her burden, and burst into tears. The chicken drumstick she was holding slipped from her hand. She clung to him and sobbed, lamenting why her father treated her this way, asking if she was truly his daughter. He was startled to see her hand covered in sauce clinging to him. Fourth senior master, your hand is covered in grease," he said, but seeing her so heartbroken, he simply endured it. He let out a sigh, resigned to the situation. "Forget it," he thought. "Just keep holding on to me." The bitter mess that had accumulated for so long now finally had someone to share it with. She squeezed him tightly, crying as she recounted how, when she was young, her father only hired a private tutor for her older brother. She wasn't even allowed to sit next to them and listen in. All the delicious food was reserved for her brother. She had practiced cultivation relentlessly just to gain his attention, but in their eyes, she still meant nothing. Tears streamed down Demiguite's cheeks as she felt the deep injustice. Why is it like this? She wondered. What was she supposed to do in the end? How could she make her father acknowledge her? She had even thought he called her back this time, because he missed his daughter while he was sick. She was astonished and disappointed. It turned out it was all just because he wanted to take her cultivation power and transfer it to her brother. Trigeli stroked her cheek to comfort her. "Fourth senior master, you were mistaken from the beginning. Blood relations are sometimes just a cover for selfishness." She recalled that when she was very young, whenever she saw her father and brother studying together, a servant would pull her away and tell her she didn't need to learn those things. "Hurry along," they'd say. The innocent little girl would ask, "Then why does my brother have to learn?" The servant would reply, "Because he is the heir." Even during meals, Dimnat would be given delicious food by their father. He dotingly said, "Nay, you must eat plenty of meat to be strong." The boy happily opened his mouth and thanked his father, while the little girl sat there, looking sadly at her father. "Father, I want to eat meat too," she said. The response was only his cold expression. He picked up vegetables for her, telling her that eating plenty of vegetables was good for her health. She was always the one standing far away, secretly watching the father and son. He was always by Dimnat's side, teaching him and instructing him. To be the heir, you must excel in both academics and martial arts. Don't disappoint your father." The boy obediently replied, "Father, I will definitely succeed soon." Hearing these words, the innocent little girl always thought to herself, practicing martial arts, what if I'm better than my older brother? And so she diligently found books to study on her own. Eventually, she managed to cultivate a little bit, and even surpassed her brother. The little girl ran out to show off. "Father, Gaitni knows how to control a magic artifact now," she exclaimed, but she received no praise. Instead, he yelled at her, "You are forbidden from secretly cultivating again. Even if you succeed, what good does it do? Your purpose is to support your older brother." With that, the two of them turned their backs and left, abandoning the little girl standing alone. Recalling those old memories now, her heart couldn't help but feel a surge of bitterness. Sure, maybe I shouldn't exist in this world, she wondered. He immediately denied it. He wanted her to support her brother, yet wouldn't let her study or cultivate. There could only be one reason. He wiped the tears from her cheek, and explained to her that her father was jealous of her, envious of her, and intentionally suppressing her. In a distant place, then Kim Chao was monitoring everything through a screen. She saw a scene of young Demiguite sitting alone, hugging her knees in the forest. On that day, she was the one who took her away. "Demiguite, come with me to the Thingmen Divine Temple to cultivate," she had said. The little girl remained silently sad, but looking toward her father and brother. No one needed her. Demiguite agreed immediately. "Okay, senior sister, Vin Kim Zhao waved her hand to turn off the screen and gently called out, Lil Ngite me. This is the tribulation you must overcome. I hope you can find what you long for. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, asking her what exactly she had been searching for all this time. The girl suddenly froze and asked. She gave a faint smile and replied, Don't you understand perfectly well already? The screen suddenly displayed a question. Are you trying to kill me? She had no intention of denying it, using the excuse of helping me ascend to the supreme position. In reality, these systems only want an obedient pawn. But I don't want to be someone who is manipulated, so this is how it has to be. Her eyes were as sharp as a blade, filled with seriousness and determination, wanting only to destroy the opponent. On the other side, Dame Ngayat wiped her tears as she looked at him. That's right, she said. I'm so pathetic. Aren't I? I'm the head of the Sacred Domain Guild, yet I let worldly matters torment me. I feel truly lost. He understood and told her clearly, unless you were born from stone, no one in this world lives without worldly worries. It's precisely because you are a person of flesh and blood, capable of feeling heart attacks and shedding tears, capable of smiling and worrying, that you are suitable to occupy the position of power. No matter how good you are, they won't respect you. It will only make you feel more wronged. But my father once told me that a ruler must be ruthless, tempered to the point of being invulnerable, to be truly qualified to sit on the throne. He understood her meaning, and he immediately continued. Well, your father was only the lord of a small city. His experience isn't enough for you to follow. The two sat slumped together, talking heart to heart. He gently stroked her head to comfort her. Master, the world is vast, and there are countless people who love to preach morals. Are you truly going to listen to every single one of them? After hearing this, her face flushed red, and she stammered in confusion that she didn't understand. Patrai continued to explain. The laws of heaven are indeed high above, but they are not always perfectly correct. If the Creator truly understood everything, where would so many injustices come from in this world? The more I talk, the more I realize your father is nothing special, especially since his position must be evaluated based on who he is compared to. If compared to the entire sky, he is nothing more than a bug. The girl's eyes sparkled as she asked again in confusion. Do you mean my father made a mistake in his judgment? Petrai naturally took her hand, put one foot down for support, and slowly stood up. The two stood hand in hand in the middle of the room. From ancient times until now, there have always been countless leaders everywhere, but those who are more empathetic and willing to share tend to win over the people. It's unclear how much Dame Ngayet understood. She just kept staring blankly at him. Oh, my master, he continued, you just continue to be a benevolent king like you are now, and that's wonderful. Perhaps this was the first time she heard that. The girl smiled faintly and happily asked in return, do I look very gentle, too? He immediately assured her, of course, even though you are a bit hyperactive, hot-tempered, and have a somewhat difficult temperament. After hearing this, Dame Ngayet immediately changed expression. Unsure if she was being complimented or mocked, he paid no attention to her glare, and he even held out his hand to count. First, you're often arrogant. Sometimes you act foolishly. Sometimes I feel like you don't have any knowledge at all. That's right, your handwriting is terrible, and your education is slightly limited. The little girl, as expected, couldn't hold back any longer. Moments ago, she was weak and whimpering, but now she was utterly enraged. Her fists clenched tightly, fury burning fiercely, and her teeth grinding terrifyingly. She immediately drew her weapon to intimidate him, along with a warning not to dare show disrespect. Unable to hold back for another second, she charged forward and launched a relentless attack, all while spewing out unrestrained insults. It was clear to everyone how foul-mouthed she was as she shouted, "Go die." He turned pale with fear, immediately turned his back, and fled for his life, screaming loudly, Hey, I didn't mean to." Truly horrified, he tried to turn back and plead, attempting to defend against the vicious blade even though he was completely unarmed. Standing on the side, Dinsaeti watched the entire scene and casually shrugged. Oh dear, it seems that for you all, seals are nothing more than toys for entertainment. That night, everything took place at the Dime family estate. The two brothers, Li Vanqiu and his companion, came to pay their respects, having heard that the city lord was critically ill. My father specifically sent me here to offer the Life family's rare medicinal herbs to the city lord. This is just a small token of our sincerity, and I hope you will accept it. Nat personally came out to welcome the guests, politely clasping his hands and smiling as he said, my brother Van Q, why are you being so overly formal? We are already close acquaintances. The guest turned around and ordered the servant to quickly place the gift box down. The Dime family servants received the gift box while Dime Hat warmly invited the guests, saying, please, make yourselves comfortable. The two brothers sat down on the opposite chairs. As soon as Dine had caught sight of the young master in the green robe, he immediately began to flatter him with praise. This must be young master Vianten. I can't believe how quickly you've grown in the blink of an eye. Truly handsome and refined, radiating charisma like a jade tree in the wind. Hearing the compliment, he laughed in response. Young master Dime Hat, you are too kind. After the pleasantries concluded, Levine Q got straight to the point. Besides offering the precious medicine, I also came here this time, because I have something to discuss with young master Dim Hat. Dim Hat looked puzzled and wondered. Discuss with me? Without beating around the bush, he spoke directly. The city lord is resting, and recuperating from his illness, so of course, I cannot disturb him. Besides, before long, young master Dim Hat will inherit Diamond City, so everything will be fine as long as I discuss it with you. Dim Hat nodded in agreement upon hearing this. That truly makes sense. So, brother Vine Q, what exactly do you want to discuss? A mischievous look suddenly flashed in Lei Vian Q's eyes. He said, I want you to recommend Fairy Diamond Guys. Damnet grew more confused upon hearing this. The other person immediately clarified his intention. Although very few people know Fairy Diamond Guyat's true identity, our Thean Dao Alliance has connections with the Dime family. Now that Fairy Diamond Guyat has become the head of the Holy Domain Chamber of Commerce, we hope to benefit from that connection. The moment Diamond had heard her name mentioned, he immediately gave a smug smile and replied, well, that's truly a pity, because very soon, Diamond Guyat will no longer be able to hold the role of one of the 4 fairies of the Chamber of Commerce. This was truly earth-shattering news. The internal family matters weren't even finalized, yet this fool blurted them out. Li Van Q, of course, knew nothing about this, so he was surprised and asked, why is that? Diamond had immediately explained in detail, my father's illness is critical. The only way is for Diamond Guyat to transfer all her cultivation to him. If she loses her cultivation, how can she take on such a great responsibility anymore? Don't you agree? Upon hearing this, the other man immediately began making his own private calculations. Since Fairy Diamond Guyat would not dare disobey her father's command, it seems there's no longer any need to curry favor with her. He sank into silence for a long time, not saying a word, clearly calculating everything carefully. But if Elder Dime gains all of Diamond Guyat's cultivation, wouldn't he instantly become incredibly powerful? So why not just directly seek favor from the Dime family itself? After carefully considering everything, he made his decision. So that's how things are. In that case, first of all, I wish Elder Dime a speedy recovery. In the future, our Heavenly Blade sect will still need a lot of help from Yawning City. Let him finish speaking. Diamond Guyat wore a distressed expression, regretting that his beloved daughter had been so bewitched by that disciple that she wouldn't listen to her father. What a disobedient child, causing the family to fall into a predicament. As soon as he heard the word disciple, Wolventin's eyes lit up with curiosity. Gaping in astonishment, he asked if that person was sure. His entire body trembled violently, his teeth clenched, and his face darkened with anger. Seeing this unusual reaction, Diamond Guyat immediately asked if the young master knew that person, and even Levin Q turned to look at his older brother with curiosity. Could this be that despicable good-for-nothing I told you about before? Whenever that topic was brought up, he would become extremely irritated. He glared and confirmed that it was indeed him. That piece of trash must have used some dirty tricks to become a close disciple of the 4th Immortal, and then he made me lose face in front of so many people. If I don't repay this debt of hatred, I don't deserve to be called a man. Dimnet couldn't believe things were so coincidental, and he secretly smiled triumphantly at the thought of a good show about to unfold. The Heavenly Blade sect's influence was enormous. It would be fantastic to borrow their strength to seize Diamond Guyat's cultivation. He even thought about stealing his sister's cultivation for himself, completely disregarding his father's fanged illness. He deliberately put on a pained expression full of grievance, thinking, no wonder I haven't been able to find a way to deal with that brat all this time. 2 days ago, my little sister brought a disciple home to visit. Initially, we had agreed to impart inner cultivation to our father, but who would have thought that brat would use cunning words to sow discord between my father and my sister? Hearing that, Wolventin immediately agreed, saying, exactly, that person is only good at backstabbing. He has no real ability whatsoever. What nonsense, what is he babbling about? Please pay no mind to him. His face darkened, his anger still unabated. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been ordered home by the sect for review, delaying my cultivation. My originally bright future was completely ruined, and they even caused the Heavenly Blade sect to lose face. Dimnet continued to add fuel to the fire, taking advantage of the opportunity to complain and lament his misfortunes. The only pity is that Diamond Guyat always protects him, leaving me completely powerless. I was forced to look away and let him do as he pleased, unable to do anything about it. Hearing him complain like that, Wolven Q immediately came up with the idea of cooperating. He snorted and declared that there was still a solution, then took out a brightly golden elixir pill. He introduced it as the Heavenly Blade sect's secret divine medicine. After consumption, power would surge by 3 additional cultivation levels within half an hour. A weakling like Dimnet couldn't win even if he swallowed 2 pills, but he was sensible enough to realize that wasn't enough to take on his sister. He couldn't believe Dimnet was so easily manipulated by him. Wolven's face hardened as he held the elixir pill, and smiled, saying that some things would have to be postponed. He then told young Master Dimnet to hold out his hand. The two then began to whisper and devise a plan together. Dimnet wore a satisfied smile, secretly thinking to himself, what a brilliant plan. His expression suddenly became extremely malicious as he decided to proceed according to the plan. That night, at an inn named Fictional, Diamond Guyat and he strolled together through the crowded streets. He happily suggested that 4th Master hadn't had a chance to return home in a long time. Stop thinking about useless things all day. Instead, try being my guide, and take me to eat all the delicious food, and see the beautiful sights here. She instantly spun around, wagging a threatening finger. Don't think that just because you appeased me with a few bites of food, you can order your master around at will. A day as a teacher is for a lifetime. When she reached this point, she suddenly froze, unable to utter another word. He burst out laughing and asked, do what? You don't even remember such a simple phrase. Then she abruptly turned her back and walked away first, muttering that nothing was wrong. He rushed after her, laughing and teasing. Were you going to say as a mother, right? She immediately yelled, absolutely no way that's happening. She felt even more embarrassed as she thought to herself, if he really became a mother, what would the connection between us be like? Thank goodness I kept my mouth shut in time. This Ichigai truly lacks tact. The two of them continued strolling, one following the other, while the calls of hawkers from surrounding stalls constantly echoed in their ears. Hot onion pancakes, fresh off the grill. Folks, it's a real pity if you pass by and miss this dish. Strange choice from the western region. Come take a look. And fragrant grilled goat meat too. Goat skewers here. 1 coin and 5 coppers each. That she cheerfully bought a candied hawthorn skewer and paid the owner. The vendor happily thanked the young customer. After buying it, he immediately offered it to her. Her eyes lit up with delight, but she still tried to act indifferent, saying candied hawthorn skewers were only for children, so he tried to take it back to eat himself, causing her to glare at him and scold. What are you looking at? He nodded in agreement. Indeed, you really have a childish personality. As Diamigaya ate the candy, she muttered curses. You two-faced bastard. You always enjoy teasing people until they're furious. Oh well, just out of consideration for all your hard work practicing these past few days, and for helping the Saint Territory Merchant Guild get through that dangerous period, I won't bother arguing with you anymore. Suddenly, the system reported, awarding one rare branch of 9 mile silver. As soon as he saw the item, Hachi was startled with delight, his face glowing as he bloomed a brilliant smile like spring flowers, rewarding such a precious treasure just because of a little anger. Are you intentionally trying to curry favor with me? The system continued to display the text. This is anger containing affection, belonging to a high level among resentment values. We hope the host experiences it for himself. After reading it, his cheeks flushed red, as he thought to himself, so this is sulking that stems from romantic feelings. He glanced over at the girl who was cheerfully eating candy, and felt even more bewildered. Could this girl possibly like me? It doesn't seem like it at all. Recalling the time she had raged at him, he grew even more doubtful. She either demands to hit or kill me, or she gets grumpy for no reason. How can this be liking someone? However, upon second thought, in the old days, boys who liked a girl often played tricks like pulling her hair to tease her, until she got angry. The system, in turn, confidently affirmed to him, "Hoofs, please continue to trust my analysis." Seeing Hechi staring intently at her, Diamigayat finished eating, and asked impatiently, "What are you looking at? Is there something stuck on my face that makes you stare so hard?" He started to feel nervous, swallowing saliva to gather his courage. Finally, he dared to grab both her shoulders and ask directly, what's going on?" As soon as he finished speaking, he had to swallow hard because of the tension, thinking to himself that he must have been possessed to have blurted out that question. After gathering all his courage, he cleared his throat, and asked in a seemingly natural manner, ultimately, "Do you like me or not?" Atrai grabbed her shoulder tightly and asked in rapid succession, "You really like me, don't you?" Diamigayat was taken by surprise and quickly stepped back, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. She held her hands defensively in front of her chest, her face red and scrunched up as she stammered, "Why ask about this all of a sudden?" Her heart was racing. "We already did that thing. Why ask now?" I wanted to disappear into the ground from embarrassment. She pressed her lips together tightly, turned away sharply, and looked all around. Seeing her awkward demeanor, Hatrai also grew nervous, and realized immediately, oh dear, it looks like she really is infatuated with me. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. His face turned pale, and he blamed himself without any joy. And clearly the master. Why did things end up like this? While a master-disciple relationship having something like this happen isn't exactly forbidden, she's still too childish. I must discipline her better. So he yelled, "How could you like a rebellious disciple like me?" Diamigayat's eyes welled up, sparkling as if she were about to cry. She looked up with clear eyes. As soon as he saw her expression, he couldn't help but exclaim emotionally, "These eyes, they are so full of emotion and truly radiant." Seeing him beat around the bush for so long, she asked directly, "Why won't you answer me? Why ask all of a sudden?" Now it was his turn to be flustered. He looked away and stammered for a while. "Fourth master, own." He was startled, suddenly realizing something. If things have come to this, there's no need to worry anymore. Thinking this, he immediately grabbed her shoulder tightly. "Fourth master, do you still remember the bet?" She hadn't expected him to bring it up himself, and her eyes widened in surprise. He actually remembers it. Feeling embarrassed recalling it, she gave a soft Internally, Atrai was furious, thinking to himself that an arrow one shot cannot be taken back, but outwardly, he spoke confidently, and clearly to her. "I won the bet, and I will certainly fulfill my promise. Between the two of us, who will be the master, and who will be the servant?" Diamigayat looked disbelieving. Really? He frowned and confirmed, "Of course, words once spoken cannot be taken back." In the middle of the crowded street, the two of them stood facing each other, intimately holding each other's shoulders in a strange way. She shyly asked further, "So you mean you want to marry me and make me your wife?" This statement seemed problematic. Now it was his turn to panic and ask again, "Marry me?" A scene immediately appeared in his head. Diamigayat and Khan Tenha arguing fiercely. One person shouted, "Husband, you have to listen to me first today." The other replied, "Little sister, it's always you. No matter what you say this time, you have to listen to me first." Just thinking about it scared him. The two of them would fight like fire and ice, and he would be the one to suffer. He truly brought this trouble upon himself. She seemed very pleased, but still had some worries. Looking away, and breaking into a sweat, she shyly said, It's not because we have become partners, and did that thing that you feel you need to take responsibility, right? If it's only to take responsibility, then I absolutely don't want it." A myriad of confusing question marks appeared in Hitra's mind. What do you mean by partners? What thing are you talking about? I must ask her clearly right now. "Dear fourth master, when exactly did I become your life partner?" Upon hearing that question, Diamigayat flinched and exclaimed in surprise, "What did you say?" When she pressed him again, he calmly replied that he was asking sincerely, and had no intention of avoiding the topic. This matter couldn't be discussed in a crowded street, so she grabbed his hand, and pulled him along, saying, "Follow me to somewhere quiet where we can talk." By then it was late at night. When they reached a secluded corner with few passers-by, she began to speak to clarify everything. "Didn't that thing happen between me, my third sister, and you in that mysterious space?" Mentioning the past event, he seriously explained that in reality, he hadn't done anything to her at all during that time. "That night, I was only focused on using a mental technique to treat the third master. This news hit her like a thunderbolt, causing her to freeze, mouth agape in utter astonishment, unable to keep calm out of sheer embarrassment. She shouted loudly, "How could you have done nothing?" The shout made passers-by turn their heads, causing each to regretfully cover his ears. He quickly explained that he was so exhausted from treating the third master that night that he didn't have time to take her back to her resting place. In reality, that's all there was to it. To clear up all misunderstandings, the only way now was to tell the whole truth. She recounted the full details of that day's story to Domingai. After listening, her face turned bright red from embarrassment, and she suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart, having believed she already belonged to him. How truly embarrassing, she thought. He also shyly looked away and stammered an apology for causing her such a harmful misunderstanding. Seeing his awkwardness, she suddenly felt surprised. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he seriously asked, "Since you are still an innocent maiden, do you still like me, or are you forcing yourself?" Domingai didn't hesitate for a second, and replied immediately, "Of course I like you." Receiving this answer, she chuckled to himself with satisfaction, knowing she truly had feelings for him. The atmosphere suddenly became romantic, prompting her to tease him affectionately out of embarrassment. "Were you trying to set a trap for me?" He smiled gently and slowly replied to her, "I only wanted you to express your true feelings frankly, and to ensure that I wasn't wasting your youth, which is why I went to so much trouble." Domingai quickly covered her nose and exclaimed, "Youth, it stinks so much." The romantic scene instantly vanished. He looked confused, not understanding what was happening, and could only exclaim in surprise. Still covering her nose, she looked around and asked him if he could smell the pundit odor, like something foul was being cooked. At that point, he also started to smell it, and quickly covered his nose as well. When they smelled carefully, and noticed an extremely unpleasant scent, she became even more certain that she was right. The people around them also simultaneously covered their noses as the horrible smell spread everywhere. Suddenly, several people on the street frantically ran in the same direction. The two quickly moved to the side of the road to make way, then decided that something bad must be happening, and they should go take a look. He immediately nodded in agreement. The fire burned brightly in the sky. The two immediately took off. With her abilities, Domingai easily soared with both of them to the location in the blink of an eye. From above, he saw the target, and exclaimed, "I see it, let's get it." The flames began to subside, and the two gently landed on a nearby rooftop to observe the situation below more carefully. Below, a large crowd was surrounding a small stall. True immediately recognized what it was at a glance. It turned out this was stinky tofu. No wonder people were smelling that alluring scent that was both foul and fragrant. The vendor quickly handed over bowls of tofu, while continuously calling out to customers. The surrounding patrons shouted loudly, "Hey boss, give me one serving." "Oh wait, make it two," the vendor happily replied, thumbing right up. "Here you go." The crowd cheered loudly. "Boss, I want some too. I need 3 servings." "Hey, stand over there. Why are you cutting in line? Give me 1 serving." Everyone appeared to be craving it like they were suffering from severe withdrawal symptoms. Domingai watched the scene of people ravenously chewing the tofu and couldn't help but feel skeptical. Is this dish really that delicious? Just looking at it had completely extinguished her interest. The entire crowd ate like starving tigers, but a try next to her didn't look surprised at all. He even said that while this stinky tofu indeed smelled foul, it tasted delicious, so she decided to ignore him. Finding nothing suspicious, the two decided to leave. She commented, "These street stalls are just there to enrich the atmosphere." She asserted that most of them were scams, and he was extremely surprised to hear her say that. This small stall sounds very familiar. The system displayed a notification, reminding him that the host's one-day world experience still hadn't been used. "Don't forget," it added. He replied to the system, "I still remember." A long night passed. The next morning, Domingai went into the city with him. She stood in front of her father's room, smiling to reassure him. "I'll be right out after I finish talking." He trusted her reply. She seemed very determined, so he said, "All right, relax, I won't cause any trouble." As soon as she finished speaking, she went inside and closed the door. Inside, the father and Diamond were already seated and waiting. The girl sat at the foot of the bed with her head lowered, and called out, "Father, I came to say goodbye to you," she said. Diamond looked surprised and asked, "Goodbye?" He then smugly thought to himself, I knew it." The old master lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling. But, he said, "Your Highness and mortal fairy, do you really not want to use your cultivation base to save me?" Domingai replied directly, "Father, don't you think your actions are too selfish?" The old master lay on the bed, looking extremely weak. But then he immediately sat up with enough strength to shout loudly, "Be selfish. How have I been bad to you? When I ask you to save me now, it's so you can repay the debt of birth and raising. Who do you think you are to refuse?" Dame Hat chimed in to support the old man. "Exactly, younger sister. How dare you speak to father like that? Apologize immediately." These two people were truly weak. She immediately stood up and spoke frankly. "Excuse me, is it the one who raised me the parent?" she asked. "Father isn't so old that has lost his mind. As for children, how did you treat Diamond Hat compared to how you treated me? From the moment I left Diamond City to follow the like and impress and cultivate, I ceased being your daughter. Your son, isn't he very filial to you?" She looked directly at her unworthy brother, having already calculated a plan. Diamond Hat, the one most filial to father. "If you transfer your cultivation base to father, I guarantee that I will use the name of the Foreign Mortals Merchant Alliance to protect Ning City. Even if you lose all your cultivation base, I will still fully protect Diamond City. What do you think?" That really was a perfect solution, but the selfish Diamond Hat naturally wouldn't accept it. He ground his teeth, glared at her, and said, "Who Dame Nat was extremely uneasy. He couldn't understand why his empty head had suddenly become so wise. Even he couldn't refute this idea. After speaking, the girl turned to look at the old man, crossing her arms confidently. Father, if you do this, you will live forever. Think about it. This is clearly a great bargain, even if there is an exchange involved. Isn't that so? The old man fell silent for a moment, sinking into deep thought. Dim Ngai is one of the 4 immortals. As long as she is here, Dim Ning City will certainly receive more resources. He also knew well that if his son dedicated his cultivation to him, his illness would surely be cured. Although the realm is somewhat low, with the support of resources, recovery or a breakthrough would only be a matter of time, especially compared to the terms proposed. The old man's face hardened. He suddenly realized that Dim Gai's proposal was actually superior. Seeing the old man remain silent, Jimnit quickly jumped in. Father, don't listen to the nonsense that girl is spouting. She is ranked 4th among the 4 immortals. Who knows if she even has a strong voice? Having been intentionally disparaged by him, the girl decided to play her biggest card. She calmly retorted, "Ha ha, the junior city lord of Dim Min City. Right, what you just said sounds quite arrogant, but I am willing to invite the Empress Li Chan here to prove what I say." The old man's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Empress Li Chan is coming here. He had already made a decision in his mind. If the Empress personally visits Dim Min City, this will be a rare opportunity, helping his city become the overlord of the sacred domain. This transaction is too profitable. However, this also posed a potential danger to Dim Ngai. He was about to lose both his cultivation and his position. Thinking of this made him furious. His face darkened with anger. Dim Ngai, I know very well you would never obey, but I have already anticipated this move of yours. Just wait and see. Just then, a servant came running frantically, shouting in alarm, "It's over, it's over." Hachi, standing outside, watched him rush past in astonishment. The man collapsed kneeling before the door, shouting loudly, Master, Master, it's bad, a plague is raging." Dimigite also had to turn her head when she heard him announce, "A plague has broken out in Dimning City." The old master immediately ordered the man to enter and report, while Dimnet mumbled a reply. After speaking, he commanded, "Come in." The servant knelt on the ground, trembling, as he reported. A plague suddenly broke out in the city. Many people are suffering from persistent high fevers. There is diarrhea, vomiting, and all the medical rooms are packed. We heard quite a few people have already died. Now, everyone is crowding at the gates, begging for treatment methods. Hachi felt something was wrong upon hearing this. How could it be such a coincidence that the plague broke out just as he was about to leave? Dimnat clenched both hands, his face showing confusion as he asked, what kind of illness could flare up so suddenly? Wasn't everyone healthy yesterday? The servant didn't know anything more, only trying his best to explain. The plague broke out exactly overnight. Everyone was caught off guard. How would a humble servant like me dare to joke about matters of life and death? He quickly seized the opportunity, turned to look at Dim Nidai, and said, "Esteemed fairy, let's put our family matters aside for now. The safety of the people in Dim Nin City is far more important." Having said that, he turned to face his father and loudly proclaimed, "Father, Ngardil, just leave this matter for me and this esteemed fairy to resolve." Ch stood nearby. Having seen through almost all of this kid's petty tricks, he smiled and thought, he was waiting for me here. What a cunning young man. The entire room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Dim Mingite knitted her brows tightly, trying to find a solution. She secretly recalled that Dim Mat, since childhood, had never cared about the people in the city. His father should have known his son well. He didn't need to feign concern in such a ridiculous manner. The father looked worriedly at his precious son, who seemed flustered, and asked, "Dim Nat, are you sure you can do this?" He looked sullen, clasped his hands together, and firmly declared, "Father, consider this a test for me. Weren't you always worried that I couldn't manage the city well? If it can quell this plague, you can rest assured." Hearing him speak, the father immediately decided, "Very well, go ahead and handle it." He glanced at Dimnigite with a provocative, meaningful look. "Esteemed fairy, ultimately, you cannot ignore the people of Dimning City. You represent the 4 immortals of Munfeng. The people here are also your subjects." Her footsteps suddenly stopped mid-stride. After that, she resolutely walked past him and warned, "Dimnat, I don't know what games you're playing, but you better be careful and watch yourself." Her eyes widened in anger. She threatened, "If I discover you have ill intention, the Dim clan won't be able to protect you." This statement struck Dimnat like a bolt from the blue. He suddenly flinched, falling silent and speechless. Dimingkite immediately pushed the door open and walked straight out. She turned to Ch and told him that there was trouble in Dimnin City. "We want leave today." He immediately replied, "Yes, master." Seeing that Dim Nat was still inside, Tich didn't forget to look back at him, and, while he was at it, warn him, "Young master Dim Nat, heaven and earth know whatever you do." He clenched his fists, silently listening as Tich continued, "There are many paths to take. I only hope you don't choose the wrong one." The more he listened, the more resentful he became, but he stayed silent, his face turning pale. The next morning, at his own residence, Ch sat in his room, resting his chin on his hand, looking a little discouraged. He asked, "Is there any immortal medicine that can cure this plague?" The system displayed a notification. The host needs to find the source of the plague before the appropriate medicine can be determined, or pay an exorbitant price to purchase a panacea pill. Hearing this, he felt a bit interested. If it's an exorbitant price, I don't need to overthink it now. Does this mean I can later find corresponding immortal medicines for various diseases within the system? The system replied, "If treating a plague, because the number of patients is too large, it may cost a huge amount." He smiled brightly despite hearing about the high cost, calculating to himself, "I won't make a losing trade. At most, he'll advance the funds temporarily. Once this matter is resolved, he'll drag out the person behind this incident and force them to cough up everything." Isn't it just rage points? Simple. Just then, Demigite flew in from outside, excitedly proclaiming, "Aim back." Seeing her, he immediately asked, "Master, did you scout out any information?" She sat down at the table and recounted everything she had learned. Dimnet is busy outside preparing for tomorrow's relief effort gathering. Even the servants in the residence don't know what he plans to do. The secrecy efforts are too tight. I couldn't find out anything from him, so I took a patrol around the city. At this, she looked at him with amusement and smiled faintly, saying, "Coincidentally, I saw something very interesting." Hetrai smiled and immediately asked, "How interesting exactly?" The two exchanged knowing glances. Propping her hands on the table, she whispered, "The famous Theme Dao Alliance. Yet they are selling stinky tofu. They claim to be the holy land of Manhwa, but they have no real talent. I didn't expect them to actually just be a small factory specializing in making stinky tofu." As soon as he heard the name, he gently stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. The Theme Dao Alliance, he murmured, "That name sounds very familiar." He suddenly remembered someone who had caused trouble before. It was precisely the young master of this sect, Li Viantine. She acted mysterious, like a sage, and smiled, saying, "There is only one truth." This made him jump up in surprise and exclaim, "Please, master, share your insights with me." He thought she understood the full story, but he didn't expect her to be so naive as to confidently assert that the young master of that sect only did it because he spent all his money. He almost choked on his drink from sheer annoyance. What a world-shattering conclusion, he thought, realizing he couldn't rely on her judgment. He quietly rubbed his chin and calculated on his own. The epidemic was spreading widely, making tracing the source difficult. He asked his master if she was free tomorrow to go investigate, but she still looked confused and asked what they would be investigating. Helplessly, Hetrai tapped her head and explained, "Stinky tofu. That's it. The epidemic, so many keywords, yet you still can't connect them. Do me a bit." Being playfully scolded, felt both ashamed and angry, blushing red as she shouted, "Don't tap my head, or it'll become stupid." She secretly thought, "This brat is getting more and more disrespectful." The two of them walked out onto the street together after gathering some necessary information. They stood in a deserted alley to discuss. He was almost certain that everyone who fell ill had eaten the stinky tofu. Clearly, this matter was closely related to them. The Amekayat, being straightforward by nature, decided she would charge straight to the sect and force them to hand over the antidote immediately. How could things be so easy? Hetrai quickly stopped her impulsive idea. "We just need to secretly take a sample of the tofu back to check what tricks they're playing, or find out if they are colluding with the government." Only then did she agree to reconsider, and found it reasonable. If they truly colluded for personal gain to harm the people, I certainly won't show them mercy. With everything discussed and finalized, they needed to act immediately. He looked around for anything suspicious, then said, "Now let's prepare to become thieves." She suddenly stopped and wondered what they would do if the sect had already destroyed all the stinky tofu. Damnin city is very large, and the epidemic has only just begun. He knew they must have prepared extremely large quantities to make the whole city ill, erasing all traces, and one day would be impossible. Besides, those guys weren't smart enough to go to that length. As he was speaking, Daini Guyat suddenly called out Hitra's name in confusion. Both of them stopped simultaneously. He turned to look at the girl walking behind him, and asked in surprise what was happening. Dame Guyat's face suddenly became serious and sad. She confessed that she remembered when he took the immortal examination. His strength was very weak. Yes, in just a few months, he had achieved results like this. "Why didn't you make any progress at all when you were in the outer sect?" she asked. Hearing that question made him feel bewildered, and cold sweat started to pour down. He quickly asked her why she was suddenly interested in this matter. Dame Guyat didn't dare look directly into his eye. Her heart filled with worry as she quietly replied, "Perhaps it's because you are too smart, and it makes me feel a little uneasy." Standing in the middle of the crowded street, faced with her anxiety about his unusual perceptiveness, Hetrai had to soothe her by promising that he would tell her everything when there was a suitable opportunity. As soon as he uttered those words, the system issued a warning for him to be cautious. Otherwise, he would be punished by divine thunder, and his body would instantly explode. He firmly gripped her shoulders with a sincere expression, telling her to wait, because now was not the right time to say it. But this only made her more anxious, and keep asking why he couldn't reveal it. The system's red warning lines continuously popped up, making him feel extremely annoyed and frustrated. Hetrai closed his eyes tightly to think. He knew that even if he explained his special ability, others would just see it as innate talent. But what exactly was this system that forbade him? Why did I come to this world? What benefit does the system gain from me becoming the leader? This strange expression made Dame Nigayat even more worried for him. She softly called out Itra's name. He could only sigh helplessly, then replied that if he revealed that secret, he would die instantly. She appeared extremely skeptical, and didn't seem to believe what he said, so she immediately asked again to confirm if it was true. He looked straight at her and nodded firmly in confirmation. Seeing this, she had no choice but to stop. She folded her arms, and turned sharply to leave without trying to ask more. "Alright, I won't pressure you further, but when you have the opportunity, you must be honest with me. Remember that carefully. Don't even think about deceiving me again. Seeing you act so reasonably is quite interesting." He smiled contentedly, cupping his hands in a bow, signifying that he had completely understood this master's teachings. The beautiful Yu's face instantly flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she gently reminded him, "Please stop calling me master this or master that. Just call me by my name, Dame Nikai, for convenience." Petra burst out laughing, walking alongside her, teasing, I actually enjoy feeling like we have to sneak around like this." That evening, both of them concealed themselves on the rooftop, gazing down at the courtyard below. The guard formation was extremely tight, certainly meant to prevent intruders. Dame Nigite scoffed and grumbled, "How annoying." In truth, one of the four immortals of the Thin Men, the mistress of the Thin Men holy domain. Yet I have to skulk around like a tiny mouse, but this defensive line won't stop me. Petra quickly calmed the impulsive woman, reminding them both to remain composed. Even if they wanted to use the authority of the four immortals, they needed to obtain concrete evidence first. Otherwise, the enemy would have grounds to hold something over them. He frowned and thought, observing the situation seriously, then concluded, the enemy is hiding in the shadows. We don't know how they've set up their defenses, so let's try not to invite more trouble upon ourselves. She reluctantly consented, though displeased. She knew it was the right thing to do. Fine, I'll listen to you, but you must ensure I get a proper, satisfying explosion and that is reasonable and justifiable. As soon as the words left her mouth, they both began executing the Soul Seeker art. A small flame shot out. It hovered, entering every single room to search, not even sparing the storeroom. It discovered 3 locations that were the most heavily fortified. After finishing the inspection of the library, she thought, that so-called stinky tofu is very likely hidden in one of these 3 places. Petra observed the overall situation, and murmured to himself, that stinky tofu certainly wouldn't be placed in the study or the main hall. Otherwise, the entire household would be living next to a latrine. It can only be the storeroom. Thinking this, he turned and whispered to Dimeningite, it's already the hour of the pig 9:11 p.m. The main hall is still crowded at this hour. I wonder if they are plotting something interesting. Maybe we should go take a look. He spun her around repeatedly, again and again. She grew annoyed. Didn't you just say we shouldn't cause more trouble? He brushed it off with a smile, persuading her. Knowing the enemy and knowing yourself means 100 victories and 100 battles. The two immediately moved, hiding again on the roof, peeking through the gaps between the tiles. Sneaking a look down, they saw 4 men sitting and chatting. He instantly recognized one, and whispered to her, within 10. I didn't expect him to be in Dimning City too. It's quite lively. That guide is flattering. Big brother, your move here is brilliant. The cicada catching the mantis, the oriole lurking behind, truly masterful. The man named Ulvin Q smiled smugly and replied, our Thin Omen Heavenly Blade Alliance has now spread throughout the entire Thingman Holy Domain. Those 3 little rascals have also been dealt with. It is time for our Thin Omen to ascend to the throne. That old man Dim Hang is indeed very clever, but unfortunately, he produced a useless son. His younger son seems more timid. They fear he might also be a bit worried. Even though immortal Dim Yingite is one of the 4 immortals of the Thing Min, she is still. He didn't finish speaking before the eldest brother interrupted. Although she is one of the 4 immortals, she is only a daughter of the Dim family. Once Dimnet completes his task tomorrow, immortal Dim Yingite will no longer be an immortal of the Thing Min. At that time, she will owe our Thin Omen a huge favor. Let's see what Vin Kim Shao uses to repay it. I trust Dimnet can accomplish this. Hearing this, the man Levin Tang was overjoyed. He said with confident laughter, big brother, after this succeeds, can you hand Dim Guide over to me for instruction? In the past, the 4 immortals were so high and mighty that we could only look up to them. Seeing them fall from grace now brings me immense satisfaction. Levin Q revealed a sharp, malicious glint in his eyes and nodded. Of course. Wait until I seized him its cultivation and turn him into our obedient puppet. We can blame Dimigite's affair entirely on the Dim family. That Lightroom woman won't be able to say anything. The Thin Omen can rest and build up strength. Who knows? Hey, perhaps one day we will legitimately step into the inner sanctum and establish our hegemony. The more he spoke, the more sinister his expression became. By then, let alone Dimigite, even Vin Kimro will be at our mercy to toy with. It sounds quite appealing, doesn't it? Oligisten. Upon hearing these words, he silently put the brick back in its original position. He turned to look at Dimigite, secretly evaluating her in his mind. Well then, let's just pretend the matter of the hidden enemy was never mentioned. It was in vain that I placed my hopes in such a fool. Sure enough, after hearing those despicable fellows speak nonsense, she immediately flared up in anger, wanting to teach them a lesson to satisfy herself. Dripping with sweat, quickly tried to dissuade her. Dimingkai, calm down. It's better if we go make stinky tofu. She flatly refused to listen, holding a great saber and demanding to flatten everything, believing that to catch bandits, one must catch their leader to have enough stinky tofu to use. The enemy is so foolish that I can't stand it anymore. I really wish I could give them some wisdom. It's truly exhausting. Only he could probably tolerate this hot temper. He held her hand tightly to restrain her, then gently advised her, come on, my dear, calm down. We can't expect every enemy to be intelligent. That's very difficult. If they like playing chase like that, well just pretend to play along for fun. Just consider it playing. Finally, Dimini-Guide agreed to listen. If I can't maintain this mindset, I really want to swing a saber and smash this place to pieces to end everything quickly. Talking to her requires a lot of patience. Even when tired, one must coax her. Acting now would alert the enemy and ruin the plan. Moreover, this is a good opportunity to intimidate Dimnet, so we should try to bear with it a little longer. Although still burning with anger, she had calmed down somewhat. Irritated, she grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying, let's see what kind of tricks this big brother of mine can pull off. Don't you dare disappoint me. Standing in front of a small house, they both noticed something strange. Why were the guards standing so far from the door? They quickly sneaked inside through the window. The infiltration went quite smoothly. They both suddenly jumped, crying out in unison, their eyes wide with horror, teeth clenched tightly together, without a word to each other. They both vomited uncontrollably. He wiped his mouth, then tried to suppress his nausea to speak. Now I understand why those guards were standing so far from the door. In the room, the barrels emitted a pungent, foul smell. Dimini-Guide couldn't stand it and fainted immediately, while he kept retching because of this disgusting smell. The next day, the common people gathered in crowds, crying desperately and begging the young master to save their lives, because they were tormented by illness. Everyone complained about the pain and hoped he would save their children. Dimnat stood there, calmly instructing his servants to erect a very large stage. Many people even praised him profusely, believing that the young master wasn't afraid of the danger of contagion but had come to help. They truly didn't know how to repay this kindness. They discussed animatedly, saying that they felt truly relieved to see someone offer a quick solution, shedding their worries now that the old city lord was gravely ill. Dimnat and Tr were also present. The two sat watching the increasingly large crowd. Each sneered, saying that fellow Dimnat wanted to do something big, but success is the main thing, while failure is just the mark of a fool. From the second floor of a nearby house, two figures were secretly lurking. They were people of the Heavenly Saber Alliance. Levin Tin looked down with an eager expression. That fellow Tr was still unaware of the impending disaster when Levin Q suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Levin Tin quickly asked his elder brother what was wrong. Levin Q frowned and replied, "That is immortal Dimni Guide. She still looks young and beautiful, very well matched with my younger brother." The younger brother flushed red and turned away, shyly saying that he was still too young. On the stage, Dimnat spread his arms wide, looking at the crowd below, then began a false speech, hoping everyone would keep silent, so he could say a few words. The man clenched his fist tightly with a serious expression, and declared solemnly that the city was facing an unprecedented disaster. A sudden epidemic swept through every corner, plunging countless innocent people into misery. In the face of such overwhelming difficulties, we must be even more united, and of one mind, working together for the future of our common home. The girl could only pout dismissively upon hearing this. This opening performance sounded far too familiar. The flamboyant young man performed a deep act, looking down at everyone with a mocking gaze. He claimed that their father could have saved the situation, but unfortunately suffered a severe injury during his cultivation. He himself possessed that same bloodline, but was too weak in cultivation to utilize it, while his younger sister, though capable, was a woman, and could not resolve the plague. This charade of his was truly old wine in a new bottle, infuriating to witness. No one expected him to suddenly shed crocodile tears, putting on an extremely pathetic act while sobbing. I completely understand this is an immense sacrifice, and I also know that we cannot force someone to make such a great contribution. He shouted in front of the crowd that, as the leader of the city, he had to announce this because human lives are priceless. Even Dimnet deliberately provoked her with a challenging look, saying, "Oh, younger sister Dimnigite, although I am your elder brother, I earnestly hope you will reconsider for the sake of our shared circumstances. Think of the children, the elderly, and the families writhing in pain. Our future, or even the very survival of this entire land, now rests entirely on the decision of young Miss Dimnigite." Hearing this, her face darkened, and she glared at him. The scoundrel was trying to manipulate her in front of the crowd. He intentionally incited the populace to pressure her. "We need the fairy Dimnigite to transfer her power to me so the people can be saved." This sinister man was no longer asking to save their father but was directly seizing power by demanding she give him her abilities. He was secretly gloating to himself with delight. "But I have spoken. Do you have any way left to evade responsibility? Dana Migai, you are still too inexperienced to contend with me. The amount of books I have read is more than the rice you have eaten." He felt incredibly pleased with his scheme. As if he were a genius, the uninformed populace immediately followed suit, exclaiming that it was unexpected that the young miss was the key to concocting the medicine, and yielding her cultivation foundation was indeed a magnificent sacrifice. Sacrificing a small self for the greater good. The Dim family is truly selfless and moving. The crowd began to buzz in their adherence. Dimigite, having anticipated this, stood up confidently to reply, "Elder brother, those words you just spoke truly touched me deeply. If transferring my cultivation to you can save everyone, then I am willing." Dimnat was certain she would refuse, so he prematurely smiled smugly without listening to the end. "Same, my good little sister." As soon as he spoke, he suddenly startled and widened his eyes in shock, not understanding what was happening. "Wait a moment, what did you just say? You really agree? This is completely outside my expectations." She put on a gentle expression to affirm again. "I said I agree to save the people. However, your spiritual platform, I fear it cannot withstand my spiritual energy. If the platform shatters, resulting in the destruction of your physical body, and the dissipation of your soul, that would be a minor issue, but the loss of hope for the entire city would be the major one." With just a few soft words, she managed to completely turn the tables in a spectacular fashion. She even suggested using his blood to refine the medicine, claiming that would be the most stable solution. Upon hearing this, Dimnat turned crimson, put her hands on her hips, and roared, "What nonsense are you talking about? Even if I tried my best, I couldn't possibly save everyone in this city." She retorted immediately, "Just extracting a little bit is enough. In this urgent situation, even if you can create a perfect elixir for a complete cure, alleviating the pain would still be incredibly valuable," she said with a teasing smile. "Is it that right?" Levin Q merely frowned in silence, while Levin Ten, naive and uncomprehending, offered words of praise instead. Truly worthy of being called a benevolent fairy, willingly sacrificing herself for the people of the world. He glared at him immediately. "Stop daydreaming nonsense. Something big is about to happen." Tamikais, at this point, showed even more enthusiasm than Dimnet. She confidently stepped onto the high platform and announced, "I am the daughter of the city lord and one of the 4 benevolent individuals. How can I turn a blind eye to everyone suffering? My brother and I will dedicate ourselves fully to Dimnin City and swear never to falter." The surrounding citizens became agitated upon hearing this. "I can't believe our young mistress is one of the 4 benevolent individuals. Why didn't we know about this? She truly is modest. Haven't we heard she left to cultivate a long time ago? The young master and young mistress are both kind people." The two stood shoulder to shoulder. Dimnate ground his teeth in anger, but he did not dare to raise his voice. He could only glare and quietly question, "Diminikai, what exactly do you want to do?" Crossing her arms, she mocked him in reply, of course. I want to save everyone. Come on, big brother. Just shoot a drop of blood. It won't hurt. Upon hearing this, he choked up and stuttered. Moody. He subconsciously retreated in fear. The crowd of citizens again gathered chaotically, saying, young Master Dimnat will definitely save us. The city lord truly gave birth to 2 wonderful children. Without caring whether he agreed or not, the citizens simultaneously yelled, we will remember the young master's life-saving grace forever. His face turned pale with fear, and his jaw dropped in shock, as he thought, damn it, all my calculations have fallen apart, because of Demiguy's words. If a sage is talking nonsense now, no one will believe me. Sweat poured off him, drenching his face, and leaving it utterly pale. He asked himself, what should I do now? Just as he couldn't think of a solution, Demiguy turned and smiled at him. Hey brother, look, everyone is remembering my good deeds now. Seeing that he was about to faint, she decided not to tease him any further. She called out loudly, Sure, bring the antidote here. He immediately obeyed and replied, yes, master. Demiguy had just finished teasing him, and now she openly revealed she had the antidote, making him both angry and shocked. He yelled, you have an antidote. She spread her arms and looked towards the citizens. The plague was so urgent that I was dizzy from being busy, and completely forgot for a moment. Actually, last night, my apprentice and I refined an elixir. The blood-drawing refinement technique is outdated, and the cultivation world rarely uses it anymore. This elixir is very effective. Take it, and you'll be cured immediately. Plus it's safe. Upon hearing this, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He gritted his teeth in horror, speechless. Demiguy, how dare you? Seeing his malicious expression clearly exposed, she smiled slightly and mockingly reminded him, big brother, keep your thoughts to yourself. Many people are watching here. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to Richard and said, distribute the medicine to everyone. He immediately cooperated and replied, yes. He quickly distributed 1 pill to each person, instructing them to take it immediately. Every time a pill was distributed, the system notification sounded, deducting 300 rage points, but he didn't care at all, enthusiastically waving his hand. We have prepared enough elixirs. Everyone line up. There's enough for everyone. The notification sound for deducting rage points rang continuously. The line of people waiting to receive medicine stretched on endlessly. Demiguy stood high up, looking down at the scene, and said, while everyone receives their medicine, please listen to me. Halfway through her speech, she glanced over at the open window. Then Q, standing inside, immediately flinched. Surely the direction she looked wasn't toward us. I must be overthinking things. She knew perfectly well that the two were hiding inside, and she let out a light snort of disdain. Incidentally, she stated plainly, I have also investigated the source of this plague. It is definitely related to spoiled food. I truly don't know what unscrupulous person would be wicked enough to put poison in the food. As soon as she finished speaking, she side-eyed the brother standing right behind her. Hey, big brother, do you think anything I said was wrong? Demiguy didn't hold back, taunting him directly. Dimnat, when an idiot shakes hands with another idiot, they always think they're brilliant. Luke, since you were a child, have always deluded yourself into thinking you are the most talented. Dimnat was seeing red. His face changed color, but he couldn't fight back. He could only clench his teeth, watching the girl's leisurely figure walk away, and hiss a tiny, gritted sound. Doo-doo. He felt sullen. His hands clenched until they trembled. He thought, how dare she make me lose face in front of so many people? Demiguy, just wait. Before turning away, she carefully issued one more warning. Listen, regarding this plague, I have already investigated and found the culprit behind it. She didn't hesitate, loudly announcing to everyone, now, I will give the perpetrator one last chance to confess. If he admits his mistake, I will show mercy and spare his life. The crowd instantly became agitated, buzzing, and shouting in fear. What does Fairy Demiguy mean? Is the poisoner right here? The anger in everyone's hearts flared violently. Who exactly did this? Wasan was already weak normally. This morning he couldn't hold on any longer, and passed away. If the perpetrator is found, I will definitely chop him into 100 pieces. The crowd screamed wildly. Who is it? Why did you harm us? Dimnat was so panicked he couldn't maintain his composure anymore. He screamed, what are you trying to do? Do you want me to die right here? But she didn't expose him immediately. She coldly challenged him. Did I say you were the culprit? Why are you so anxious? The person who needs to be caught is the shameless villain. Stupid as a pig, with a tiny brain. Would I just tolerate that? He choked, only managing to utter the word you. Deep down, Dimnat knew clearly. She already knew. How could she possibly know? The surrounding crowd continued to whisper, discuss, and curse. Standing upstairs, Ulvenq watched this scene. Furious, he slammed the table and jumped up, bitterly cursing, that idiotic Dimnat, even in this dire situation, is still only worried about seizing Demiguy's cultivation. If he were smart, he would have dragged his father out as a shield already. Now he's been greedy and lost everything. If Demiguy interrogates him and he confesses, we are all doomed. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned and ran away. Then Tad, follow me quickly. Something big is about to happen. Meanwhile, the other guy was still dazed, reacting too slowly. Down below, Hitcher casually snapped his fingers. He called out the boy's name. Doi, I entrust this area to you. Make sure everyone can get the antidote. The boy appeared instantly, and as for me, he chuckled smoothly. Me of course, going rat hunting. The two of them ran for their lives, cursing as they went. Damn it. This poison is the very thing our Heavenly Brightness Saber faction secretly manufactured. Where did Demiguy get that antidote from? Did we run into a ghost? The follower, Ulventen, was utterly useless, constantly asking, Big brother, the first step has already gone wrong. What should we do next? Do Fairy Demiguy and I still have any chance? In this situation, you're still daydreaming delusionally. You deserve to be scolded. The elder brother thought, immediately turning his head to curse. What do you mean? What to do? Right now, the most important thing is to sever all ties. As long as we're not caught red-handed, we can bluff our way through everything. He turned his head fully to curse again. Look at Demnet's reaction. That guy is useless now. If he had known the consequences, he wouldn't have taken such unnecessary action. Now he has brought disaster upon himself. He was so absorbed in cursing that he didn't notice someone had appeared in front of him. As a result, his entire face slammed hard into a firm chest. It turned out to be Chur, who had appeared to block their escape route. Seeing him, the man panicked as if he had seen a ghost, collapsing onto the ground with a scream. His eyes shone with confidence, and he mocked. Well, Vinteng, long time no see. Vinteng helped his brother up, while shouting his name. Sure. The brother was also startled. To deliberately ask, where are you two rushing off to? Are you perhaps running away? Vinteng was so ridiculed that he lost all composure, and blurted out, weren't you supposed to be at the square distributing medicine? As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly covered his own mouth, thinking in fear. Oh no, I spoke out of turn. Only Vinteng managed to retain a shred of calm. He pretended to be composed, and explained, esteemed young master, please step aside for a moment. We have urgent business we must attend to. He knew clearly in his heart that this true disciple of Demigite according to Vinteng was only at the first stage of Linksu a few months ago, so he certainly wouldn't be difficult to deal with. He paid no attention to their words, crossing his arms and smiling lightly. Long time no see. I wonder if fellow disciples' cultivation has improved. Would you like to spar with me? Li was fuming. What does her pregnancy have to do with you? Get out of the way. I don't have time to bicker. Seeing his reaction, he leaned to the side to make way. Oh, not free. Then please, he said, pouting as he let the man pass. The two of them sped off like the wind, but before they could get far, he spoke up again. Oh, right, to deal with the plague. I've spent quite a bit of money today. I need to figure out how to recoup my investments. Do you guys have any suggestions? The two of them were stunned and taken aback. Not caring what they thought, Hachi grinned. I said, I'm racking my brain to make money. Would you be interested in helping me out a bit? For example, by letting me punch you. Hearing this, Li Yuanxing roared as if driven mad. Don't think that just because you've been a disciple of the four immortals for a few days, you can lecture this young master. He shouted arrogantly. If you want to die, he'll grant your wish today. My elder brother is here, so I'm not afraid of you at all. Yuan Kui hurriedly intervened. Yuanxing, don't waste any more time here. He held up two fingers, smiling smugly. The two of them grew even more confused and asked angrily, what do you mean by that? Hachi replied nonchalantly, I'm saying both of you should come at me together. If I only fight one person, I won't earn many points. He had just finished speaking. Both of them looked ready to explode, their eyes turning red with rage as their anger points surged. They shouted in unison, what did you say? But that level of anger still didn't satisfy him. He sighed disparagingly. How can I recoup my costs with just this tiny bit of anger? Why is it that people can't even do a small thing like this properly? He decided to change his strategy and asked, how many men does your heavenly saber sect have? Li Yuankui sneered. Little brother, you're being far too arrogant. Are you planning to pick a fight with our entire heavenly saber sect? Ignoring their mockery, he squinted with disdain. I'm just asking how many people are on your side. The two of them clenched their fists and took their stances. If you can win, well tell you. On the other side, Yan Yu warned coldly, Henry, I've shown you respect by offering to sit down and discuss this privately. Who do you think you are that I should listen to you? She suddenly stopped. Her eyes began to flash with fire as she growled, you're asking who I am. Unable to bear the stupidity any longer, she gritted her teeth and told him, I am the master of the sacred realm of the Merchant Alliance. Your master. Yan Ri was so enraged that he couldn't utter another word. His hand clenched tightly, holding a precious pill within his palm. He thought to himself, I'm currently at the 4th level of the soul emerging realm. If I use this precious pill that brother Yuan Kui gave me, I can break through to the void insight realm. Combined with the family technique passed down only to the sons of the Yan family, it wouldn't be impossible to fight someone in the god-refining realm. His confidence surged, and he immediately challenged her. Yan Yu, an elder brother, is like a father figure. Even if you are one of the 4 immortals of the Merchant Alliance, you are still my younger sister. He shouted dissatisfiedly. The fact that your elder brother has always yielded to you doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Father and I are both here. Yanning City isn't without its backers. His attitude had shifted completely, to the point that she crossed her arms in confusion, and mocked him. Why has your tone suddenly become so tough? It looks like you're trying to pick a fight. You're not putting on an act, are you? No longer hiding his true colors, he approached her provocatively. Defeating you is indeed a bit difficult, but if my curiosity gets the best of me and I manage to defeat you, just imagine what the people of Yanning City will say. Unfazed, she sarcastically retorted to his face. Oh, dear brother. You really are as weak as you are cunning, to be able to come up with such a logical excuse for your own defeat. So many years have passed, and it seems you haven't touched a book or studied diligently at all. The two faced each other. He provoked her, saying, Little sister, are you afraid, and dare not accept this challenge? The girl remained silent, and did not reply. He became even more arrogant. You don't need to glare at me. Today, I will spar with you on behalf of my father, so the common people of Yanning can see that the future city lord is both accomplished in literature and skilled in martial arts. This world is not only ruled by the one with the strongest fist. Tibos laughed sarcastically. Since you have no brains, your fists are weak, and you are always posturing, you are truly all talk and no substance. Completely shameless. Dan Atlon's eye became furiously angry, and he frowned unhappily. I had already sent a letter of challenge. Why are you delaying in accepting it like this? If this matter gets out, I'm afraid your reputation will be affected. She didn't care, and agreed lightly. It's a pity that your father devoted himself to teaching you only to result in this state. Fine. What format do you want to fight in, and where will the location be? Inform me when everything is settled. As soon as she finished speaking, flames burst out brightly, and the girl vanished in an instant. Bothering with you today was a bit dull. I should find some new amusement elsewhere. Hetria was facing off alone against the two Lee brothers. They took out elixirs and immediately gulped them down, one pill each. He watched with dismay. This trick again. Both of them swallowed the pills completely. The bodies of the other two immediately bulged with rippling muscles, looking like beasts undergoing metamorphosis. They roared. As soon as they drew their swords, they rushed forward to attack him first. Hetria didn't bother dodging, standing with empty hands, and observing calmly. In a flash, a bright flame burst forth right in front of him, and his sword appeared simultaneously. The two opponents were blocked by an immense force, even giving their utmost effort. They could not touch him. They looked at each other in alarm. How is this possible? Hetria smiled confidently. Anything can happen. He executed a technique. Hetria's seventh stage of profound understanding sweeps away all obstacles. By this time, the sky had turned pitch black. Hetria knocked forcefully on the main door. Open up. Bring fortune out here. A haggard-looking man ran out to open the door, and asked blankly, looking, who are you looking for? Seeing his deathly pale face, Hetria was startled. Big brother, are you alright? The man coughed up blood, while weakly asking, I'm fine. Why are you here? He leaned on his hand and replied casually, I'm just here to cause trouble. He thought to himself, this old brother's appearance suggests something is definitely not right. The other man, already in agony, asked again, brother, who are you causing trouble for? Hetria pointed to the plaque above the door, the Heavenly Blade Alliance. The man rushed out, loopy, and quickly exclaimed, sorry, I've been too busy, and forgot to change the sign. The more the man spoke, the more confused Hetria became. The man didn't let him speak further, turned around, and immediately ran into the inner courtyard. Wait for me a moment, I'll be right back. He spat out more blood with every step he took. His injury was certainly not minor. A moment later, several people came out of the house carrying a different sign to replace it. Every one of them was trembling. This place is no longer called the Heavenly Blade Alliance from now on. All injured, they nervously urged each other, hurry up and hang it. Otherwise, the Empress will get angry. The others quickly complied. Their new sign read, Hetria's Moon Leisure Club. Hetria looked at the sign, while listening to them, becoming even more surprised. The Empress, a man looking distressed, told him, young man, if you were looking for the Heavenly Blade Alliance, you're too late. Our branch changed owners this noon, but if you are looking for someone, I can take you in. He waved his hand in confusion, saying, maybe I should just go find it myself. Everyone here seems busy. The man with the bruised face quickly gestured for him to enter, saying, how dare I stop you? Please, feel free to go inside. But she walked straight inside, full of questions. He couldn't understand why this place had suddenly changed ownership. The Hechin Gayat Association. He seemed to vaguely realize something. Inside, Dayan Gayat sat cross-legged on the armrest of a chair, with a man kneeling below her. Begging, thank you for your generous forgiveness, Fairy. It's just that I don't know your title, so I don't know what to tell the leader of the Heavenly Blade Alliance now that this branch has become an association. Please tell me clearly, Fairy. She happily ordered him, go back and describe in detail how I defeated everyone. He'll naturally recognize who I am. Don't worry about him blaming you. Anyway, I will hand over this association to someone from the school to help me manage later. Suddenly, she looked outside and let out a surprised cry. She quickly waved him over, saying, hurry up over here so I can introduce you. Before he could even understand what was going on, she pointed directly at the kneeling man and introduced him. From now on, this will be the manager of our association. His name, what was his name again? The man, whose face was black and blue from being beaten, raised his head and politely replied, dear Fairy, my surname is Bo, and my given name is Fuck K. Fuck is the fucking fuck you don high, may your blessings be as vast as the eastern sea, and Kai is the Kai into K don lie purple, he comes from the east. Even he felt awkward after hearing the name. Good name, he thought to himself. Your father gave you this name. I'm afraid it's not a criticism that his fate is too stubborn, is it? Now witnessing this scene, had she finally realized that she was indeed Her Majesty the Empress. The girl stood up, placed her hand on her chest, and excitedly asked with a smile, how's the efficiency? He didn't know how to respond, feeling completely deflated. Fourth master. I really didn't want you to do this. The capital used to buy medicine seems to be unrecoverable. He thought to himself, the person was beaten by her to the point where they don't have the strength to be angry anymore. Why didn't you discuss this with me first? We've suffered heavy losses today. He wanted to say this to her but couldn't find the words. Seeing that he remained silent, she looked up expectantly and continued to ask, how did I do? He struggled to force out a strained smile. He sighed, not knowing what to say. Hey kid. Finally, he simply reached out and patted her head, praising her. It's nothing. I was just a little surprised. You did very well. While she was happy, Gayat suddenly blushed, turned away abruptly, and showed annoyance. She thought to herself, just say it. Why suddenly pat my head like that? The matter has been resolved. I only took over the Heavenly Blade Alliance branch in Daimei City. If we want to capture the entire Heavenly Blade Alliance, we must go to the main headquarters. There's no time like the present. Let's go now. He quickly stopped her. No need to rush like this. She pouted in disappointment, her cheeks flushing red as she whispered, aren't I just trying to prepare a little more dowry? That she didn't hear clearly. He tilted his head and asked again, what did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Gayat's face turned bright red. She waved her hands frantically, and said loudly, nothing. Inwardly, she blamed herself for accidentally revealing all her thoughts. Just then, the system notified him. Post. All medicine has been distributed. He raised his hand in agreement and whispered, "Thank you, BunRv, for your hard work." He frowned and asked her, "How do you plan to deal with the people from the Heavenly Blade Alliance? I don't think he's the kind of person to easily swallow this humiliation." As soon as she heard that hateful person mentioned, her blood began to boil. She put her hands on her hips and retorted immediately, "He's trying to play games and challenge me to a duel." He stared blankly, exclaiming in astonishment, "What a strange thing to happen. He's just a low-level cultivator. Is it challenging you just asking for death?" As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to rub his chin, pondering all possibilities. Although Dimnat doesn't seem very quick-witted, he's not stupid enough to try to smash eggs against rocks. He must have prepared thoroughly. Seeing him guessing like that, she didn't hide anything and revealed honestly, the Dim family's ancestral cultivation technique has always only been passed down to sons, never to daughters. Its strength is double that of ordinary cultivation methods. This must be what gave him the confidence to challenge me. However, he still felt this wasn't entirely reasonable. He knew clearly that even practicing this method, Dimnat would at most only achieve the power of the fifth realm. While talking, he suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Oh, wait, the Heavenly Blade Alliance." The girl looked confused and asked, "What about the Heavenly Blade Alliance?" He suddenly recalled the previous battle with the two brothers from the Lee family. The Heavenly Blade Alliance possesses a secret elixir. Earlier, when he fought those two brothers, they used this pill to increase their power temporarily. It's very likely that while colluding with Dimnat, they also gave Dimnat some kind of secret elixir. He crossed his arms, smiling smugly. "So that's it. I understand now. The pill they gave Dimnat must definitely be stronger than the one those two brothers took. That's why Dimnat is so confident now." Demigod hadn't expected Dimnat to dare use such trickery, but hearing Anne's analysis, everything seemed clear. She confirmed, "That's certainly highly possible. Since he was young, he's been skilled at using a dignified appearance as a cover, pretending to be a decent man of the Dim family, but in reality, he always likes to fish in troubled waters. These kinds of sneaky, shady matters definitely couldn't happen without him." The two continued chatting, although they understood part of it, and Fan still wondered. "What puzzles me is why those two brothers didn't use that stronger medicine." That's right, if it was effective, why didn't they use it when they fought earlier? But the girl wasn't too bothered by it. She stretched contentedly, and declared, "Don't worry, I completely healed all my injuries a long time ago. Whether he uses medicine or his father gives him more treasures, it will all be useless against me. Just let him continue his vain delusions for another round." At night, in a narrow room, the father and son of the Dim family were discussing something. The father looked directly at Dimnat and mocked, "Dimnat, you truly are exceptionally intelligent, aren't you?" Hearing this, Dimnat immediately understood the meaning and answered nervously, "Father, you know everything." The elderly father's face turned purple with anger, trying to restrain himself. "You dared to do something evil, allowing others to hold something against you, causing the family to lose all face. Furthermore," his eyes suddenly sparked with killing intent. He growled, "I truly didn't expect you to be so bold as to gamble the lives of the entire clan like this." Dimnat quickly knelt down on the ground. He trembled as he explained, "Esteemed father, it was all because my anger blinded me. Ever since Dimnigite became the fourth immortal merchant, not only does she ignore me, but she also no longer considers you her father." Dimnat prostrated himself on the ground, looking up at his father with eyes full of resentment, feigning great injustice. "That girl embarrassed me, but she's clearly doing it intentionally to cause trouble for you, father." He continued pleading, "I admit that my actions this time were a bit extreme. I will definitely atone for my mistakes. Father, please forgive me. I only did this out of filial piety for you." The old man heard nothing but nonsense. Yet he only had this one son. He didn't want to forgive, but he had no choice. He sighed, "A man's knees are as precious as gold. Don't kneel so easily." Since it was done, the old man had no choice but to help him. He took out a wooden box and gave it to Dimnat. Dimnat nervously received it, asking, What is this?" The old man's eyes regained their composure as he instructed him with evident support. "Don't you want to challenge Dimnikide? I don't know if you have a surefire plan for victory. I will give you an additional protective item." The next day, at the fighting arena, the old father sat in a high chair. He lightly coughed and asked his useless son standing beside him, "Are you truly confident in victory?" He replied confidently, "In this match, I don't need to win." He had a hidden agenda. He only needed to make everyone see that a low-level cultivator like him dared to challenge the fourth immortal merchant, and even put her in a difficult position. If he achieved this, his goal wouldn't be met. The reputation of the fourth immortal merchant would be severely damaged, and the Empress would certainly not allow this to happen. He smiled smugly, calculating inwardly, "The Empress will definitely punish Demigite severely. Once she loses her solid backing and loses face, her only option will be to come back and beg father. At that point, won't we be able to command her however we wish? She'll have no reason left not to cede her cultivation to father." The old man merely grunted upon hearing this. He knew exactly how foolish this plan was. In his heart, the old man could only think helplessly. Dimnat is the heir of the Dim clan, but in reality, he is not the best choice. Although he appeared confident of victory, in reality, he could not be trusted. Seeing Demigite and he chatting cheerfully, the old man, found it incomprehensible. The girl didn't seem worried at all. Thinking back to what Demigite had said, he realized that the conditions she had offered previously were indeed the most optimal solution. But if he made Nitni drop out now, his Dao heart would certainly shatter. The Dim family would lose its heir, and problems would stack up. Was there really no other solution? What a headache. If only he hadn't been injured, he would have tried to have another child. The old man was so desperate that he criticized his son so harshly he wished for another child. Seeing this, Dimnat hurried to call out, "Father, father." The old man turned around, realizing he had been staring blankly at Dimnat. Dimnat asked, "Father, don't you trust me?" Of course, he didn't dare speak his true thoughts. He simply replied hastily, "You must fight with all your strength, understand." In his heart, he consoled himself, "Oh well, let it go. Now, this old man only has this one son left. The future of the Dim family must still rely on him. With the help of the family heirloom, and the secret support from the Heavenly Sword Alliance, perhaps, reaching this point in his thoughts, he stopped himself from continuing. Dimnat looked extremely confident, clasped his hands, smiled, and said, "Father, just put your trust in me." Looking down now, a large crowd had gathered to watch. There were many spectators acting as witnesses. When the time comes, 100 words from you will be useless. Just wait to be punished by me. Then he opened the wooden box. The old man instructed him, "This is a divine-grade heirloom artifact of the Dim family. It can completely defend against one strike each day. Use it carefully, and you will have a chance to win." He took it, clasped his hands, bowed, and said, "Thank you, Father." As he put the ring on his hand, he thought to himself, this old man really did hide many treasures. Complete defense. If he sees the right opportunity, maybe I can win against this girl. Then he took out the pill from the Heavenly Sword Alliance, laughed triumphantly, and said, "Everything has been arranged for just this single match." He had resorted to so many methods. Both of them stepped onto the arena. Before stepping onto the stage, Dimnat turned back and smiled, asking Nihitra, "How long do you think it will take?" He replied straightforwardly, 10 breaths. The girl covered her mouth and laughed. "That's too long, actually, but I'm not entirely sure. What if something interesting happens? I'm curious to see what tricks he might be hiding." He crossed his arms and reminded her, "Just extend the match for about half an incense stick. Don't let your opponent lose too miserably. After all, he's your biological brother." She laughed. "Don't worry, I have principles when I fight. I won't hit his face, and I won't scold him." Hearing this, Nihitra internally objected. "You hit the butler so badly I couldn't recognize his features anymore." On the arena floor, the two stood facing each other. Dimnat provoked first, "Little sister, if you give up now, and transfer your cultivation to father, they'll save face for you." She brushed aside his shameless words and coldly asked, "Are you done talking? ASL, hurry up and begin." He felt as if her words were a direct slap in the face. He became furious, gritted his teeth, and said, "Don't underestimate people so excessively." The girl nonchalantly reminded him, "They still have to keep track of time. Don't waste my time." This was clearly a blatant show of contempt for him. Dimnat stuffed the enormous pill into his mouth, looking aggressive, and said, "I gave you a chance to save face, but you didn't take it, so don't blame me for being ruthless." After speaking, he swallowed the huge pill whole, so he choked. His whole body twitched, and he couldn't make a sound. He thought to himself, "This pill really is too big. It's so difficult to swallow." Nihitra, standing below, also saw it. He rested his chin on his hand, and thought, as expected, this is different from the type of pill those two Lee brothers took. Looking at her foolish older brother clutching his neck from choking on the pill, she couldn't help but mock him. "Hey brother, you really can use every method just to make things difficult for me. That pill looks enormous, but you managed to swallow it without water. That's truly impressive." Finally, that guy finished swallowing the pill. His whole body was emitting thick smoke, grumbling and groaning. "You will definitely regret this." The medicine took effect immediately. He collapsed onto the ground, his face darkened, clutching his head and screaming loudly. Seeing him in agony from the medicine's effects, Dimnat remained silent with a touch of sympathy. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind arose. His eyes turned a blazing red, as if they would shoot fire. He threw his head back to the sky, his strength erupting with intense power. An immense surge of power radiated outwards, unstoppable. The clothes on his body tore apart, his muscles bulged. He laughed heartily with joy. Power is surging. I've never experienced this before in my life. Now he was full of confidence. He pointed his finger at her challengingly. "Ha, power is flowing into my body. Damien, let's fight." But before he could finish his sentence, the girl's figure vanished. She dashed towards him as fast as lightning, laughing mockingly. "Fight me. Stop rambling so much. Why are you dragging your feet in a fight?" With that, she threw a direct punch. "Die for me." The other guy stood still, not bothering to dodge, thinking he was truly mighty. "It's useless. Everything you do is no good. I can block all your attacks. Dimnat, I am the chosen one." As soon as he finished speaking, Dimnat's punch sent him flying straight into the air. The old man was so shocked his eyes widened, spitting out the mouthful of water he was drinking. He smiled helplessly. As expected, this person only likes punching people in the face. Dimnat took a direct punch to the face, and was sent soaring into the sky, disappearing completely. The crowd below looked up and couldn't see him anymore. She then arrogantly declared, "The chosen one, they'll send you all the way to the heavens." The air suddenly turned deathly cold, and no one dared to utter a word. All the spectators were utterly stunned, murmuring to each other, "What just happened?" "Oh, they're dumbfounded. It seems like they just started to fight, and it ended instantly." "Are you kidding me? That was incredibly fast." One child tugged at his mother's hand and looked at Dimnat with admiration. "Mom, who is that pretty pink-haired girl? She is so amazing. I was just dazed for a moment, and she already sent the young city lord flying me into the sky. I don't want to study anymore. I want to cultivate immortality. I want to become a supreme master. The mother tried to comfort her son with a bewildered smile. She's probably the young city lord's younger sister. I'm not really sure. My dear son, perhaps it's okay not to study books for this, right? The mother's heart also began to waver. Indeed, it seemed fine not to study. Suddenly, Damingite turned her head to look at him. What's with your expression? Let's go. It's over. He was still standing there, stunned, muttering to himself. This is truly pathetic. In less than 2 blinks of an eye, the match was over. The girl calmly stepped down from the arena. She walked directly to the old man and said, Father, do you still think Dimnet is worthy of being your successor today? After speaking, she handed the old man a pill. This is for you, as my repayment for raising me. She calmly told him that in the letter, her father said he was unfortunately injured while cultivating, and her second sister gave her this medicinal pill. It wouldn't have come to this, but when father saw me, he was furious. If you had the medicine, why didn't you give it sooner? Now look what happened. My precious son's future is completely ruined. Even at this point, the old man insisted on defending him, placing all blame on her. Dimingite couldn't take it anymore. She glared and asked, Father, did you ask me? Did you give me a chance to speak? Things have reached this point, and you still only care about Dimnet. The old man ground his teeth tightly, sweating profusely, and was too choked with anger to speak. She had nothing left to say to the old man, turned her back, and walked straight away. She called out to Ftr. Let's go. He immediately replied, Yes, master. He struggled to stand up and called after her, Gaitni. But in a flash of burning anger, she had already disappeared. The old man collapsed back into the chair in despair, slumping where he sat. At this moment, the story shifts to the headquarters of the Heavenly Blade Alliance. The two people slowly walked in. On both sides of the walkway were long lines of people standing with their heads bowed low. Enter, following behind, was slightly surprised by this sight. He had met these people from the headquarters before, so why were they being so overly polite now? A person rushed out, smiling brightly. Fairy Dimningite has arrived. The Heavenly Blade Alliance apologizes for not being able to welcome you sooner. She said straightforwardly, I want to see Lightbane. As soon as they arrived, someone immediately invited them. Please come this way. Please come this way. The Alliance leader instructed that whenever the 4 Immortals Merchant Alliance arrives, he would always be waiting to welcome them. Seeing this obsequious display, Ftr frowned in surprise, thinking to himself, the Heavenly Blade Alliance still has some prestige within the Merchant Alliance Holy Land, although everyone must submit to the 4 Immortals. But there's no need for such exaggeration. Compared to meeting a leader, this scene looks more like meeting a plague god. A person stomped his foot firmly on the ground, with his hands clasped behind his back, a rigid, serious expression, and his whole body tense. Ftr couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Brother, you're really overdoing it. Even as she passed, he kept his hands clasped and head bowed, smiling brightly as he welcomed her. Fairy Dimingite, do you have any instructions for us this time? Dimingite walked straight to a chair and started speaking. Lion's leader, how long has it been since you last contacted your good sons? Do you know what they've done? It turned out this seemingly humble person was actually the Alliance leader. He seemed confused and replied in surprise. Not long ago, those 2 brothers went out for training. It's been a while now. Fairy, why are you suddenly bringing up the eldest and second sons? Dimingite's gaze swept coldly over him. So, Alliance leader still doesn't know what your good sons are doing in Dim Ning City. Compared to you, your sons have much loftier ambitions. Just hearing this made him realize something was amiss. His face turned pale, and he stammered, Fairy Dimingite. This, he worriedly thought to himself. Those 2 brats dare to go to Dim Ning City. Did they offend Fairy Dimingite? She propped her hand on the armrest and said calmly, it's nothing serious. They just overthrew my incompetent elder brother and took control over me. Incidentally, they also released a plague that spread among the common people in Dim Ning City. It's just a small act of rebellion, hardly worth mentioning. It was like a thunderbolt striking him. After hearing this, his entire body stiffened, and he stared open-mouthed, unable to utter a single word. He quickly knelt prostrate on the ground, crying and desperately pleading. In recent years, I have been busy with work at the Heavenly Blade Alliance and did not supervise them strictly, allowing them to develop these wild ambitions. All the sins committed by those 2 brats cannot be forgiven. However, the fairy wishes to punish them. I dare not complain in the slightest. Please follow your command. Fairy, Ftr watched the scene and immediately guessed that Dimingite indeed had some connection with Lightbang, making this elder look like his soul had flown away. But Dimingite had not yet erupted in anger. She calmly said, Alliance leader's work is busy, but that doesn't mean you've neglected your blade cultivation. Thinking back to the last time I guided you, a lot of time has passed, hasn't it? Or maybe the 2 of us should try doing it again just for fun. Just hearing that terrified him out of his wits, and sweat poured out, soaking his entire body. His face was pale, but fortunately, with the fairy's care, the leader of the Sky Saber Alliance was able to recover and stand firm today. Regarding the matter of saber training, I hope you will save it for another occasion. Just thinking about it brought him to tears, and filled his heart with fear. He secretly thought that if he hadn't been tall enough, he wouldn't have been able to endure the saber consecration. Dimingite stood up, gesturing toward him and introducing, oh dear, I forgot to introduce you. This is my true disciple. From now on, all matters related to the Sky Saber Alliance will be his responsibility. Alliance Master, you should stand up too. If there's nothing wrong, don't keep kneeling like that. The man was terrified, like a mouse seeing a cat, and hurriedly jumped up, ran over, clasped his hands, and offered a flattering smile to him. Venerable, everything will be done according to your arrangements. A good master certainly has good disciples. As long as there is no saber training, everything is easy to discuss. Easy to discuss. He waved his hand to reassure him, saying that things weren't that serious. It won't go that far. I just want to share a few opinions with Alliance Master L. That's all. I wonder if Alliance Master L has time to hear what I have to say. His face turned ashen, beads of sweat poured out, and he immediately answered nervously, yes, I have plenty of time. The next day, the two stood outside the main gate. He patted Light Bang on the shoulder. Alliance Master L, you need to change your title from now on. Call yourself Director L. The man immediately understood, clasped his hands together, and replied, Director, I wouldn't dare. Director clasped his hand behind his back and spoke seriously to him. Our Tringite Corporation must rely on your efforts from now on. I hope your career grows stronger and stronger. The man looked thin and haggard, but still forced a smile, and shook his hand. I wouldn't dare. Absolutely not. I still must follow the orders of Director and Directordom. Please remember to visit often, and provide guidance regularly. He held his hand and wouldn't let go until he had to remind him. All right, this is far enough for the farewell. We have to return to the Business Alliance Divine Hall now. Lighting continued to watch the backs of the two men, prying, and loudly shouted, you absolutely must come back to visit often. The rest of the crowd also shouted in unison. We bid farewell to the two chief executives. This man now had a new position. The former leader of the Sky Saber Alliance was now the general manager of the Tringite Leisure Club. He was ecstatic, thinking to himself, the Sky Saber Alliance is finally free. Back then, it was all fighting, and never talk of merging. Now the fairy has a brilliant disciple, and I have someone to rely on in the future. On the way, she chatted, and told him, it's lucky that the headquarters of the Sky Saber Alliance is right on the way to the Business Alliance Divine Hall. It saves us quite a bit of time, otherwise I would have had to schedule another trip. He looked at her rosy complexion, saw that Fourth Master's spirits had been excellent lately, and guessed that the injury previously caused by Third Master had completely healed. The girl enthusiastically raised her finger, boasting, I can take down thousands of people now. The wind was wild and the clouds drifted. The two men were standing there, supporting each other, their faces blank, not understanding what was going on. In front of their gate, the sign had been changed to the Tringite Leisure Club. Ulvintin confusedly asked, Are we on the wrong road? Ulvin insisted, how could that be? What a shock. This is exactly the place. No mistake. The door slowly creaked open. A person leaning on a walking stick stepped out, startled immediately upon seeing the two of them. He greeted them with a smile. Young Master Ten, you have returned. Hearing him call them that, Ulvintin asked in surprise, Young Master what? A servant ran over and gave the two of them something, saying it was a letter written personally by Li Ting, who was still frantically searching for them. Li Vink took the letter, and exclaimed in surprise, Li Ting, this is truly confusing. How did father know we were here? The two read it attentively. Li Vint asked in confusion, hey, what on earth is father writing about? The letter from Li Bing declared that Thin Omen had disbanded and was replaced by the Tringite Leisure Club, along with a series of other modern names, which made them completely confused after reading it. After finishing the letter still bewildered, they started doubting themselves. Li Vint turned to Li Vintin and asked, younger brother, did your head get messed up yesterday? Li Vintin also scratched his head in confusion, responding, older brother, I feel like my head got messed up too. The two embraced and cried bitterly, lamenting that they had lost everything on just one trip out. They wailed, it's all because we were too stupid. The suburbs of Damning City. A person lay naked on the ground, slowly opening their eyes. They asked themselves in bewilderment, where Emmy, struggling to sit up. She screamed in agony. An ample chest, slender thighs. This person was none other than Dimnat. Dimnat clenched their fists and swore to heaven and earth. Dimnat, I swear I won't let you get away with this. But as soon as he spoke, he was startled and horrified. What's wrong with my voice? Why is it so delicate? Dimnat had been turned into a girl. He stood there foolishly, unable to comprehend what was happening. He looked down at his body in horror. His whole body was only lightly covered. He cried, how could this happen? He let out a piercing scream that echoed through the mountains and forests. At the Thin Man Divine Temple, Mtsingayat was sweating profusely, fanning herself and complaining, it's too hot. Mtsingayat turned to Kangdahin and whined, third sister, how can it still be this hot in the room? Please release some cold air quickly. It's so hot. Having no other choice, she helplessly closed the book she was reading. Kangdahin explained, after he treated me, my spiritual energy has temporarily stabilized, so I apologize. This summer, second sister will have to suffer. Because of me. Dinkai quickly embraced her. Dinkai clung tightly to Tinan, enjoying the coolness. It seems I can only cling to you to feel a little more comfortable. The two girls hugged with red faces. Dinkai whispered, your body is so cool, really comfortable, and soft too. Kandayan didn't refuse, just replied, it's good that second sister likes it. Just then, Dinkai and to return, shouting, second sister, third sister, we're back. And Dinkai immediately asked, little sister, has the matter of my father been resolved properly? Dinkai nodded, yes, I have severed relations with him. Dinkai stopped asking further questions, just saying, so that's how it is. Kandahin also knew about it. She said, I heard that the two of you went out once and resolved the matter of Thin Omen. Dinkai heard this and was annoyed. Who told them to cause trouble? An organization that doesn't obey like that should be brought under our control to prevent problems for the common people. Tr looked around, then exclaimed in surprise, where did the senior master go? In reply, big sister has gone back into cultivation for 3 days. He was a little surprised himself, his eyes lighting up. Oh, he thought to himself, the senior master seems to avoid public view quite often these days. He looked over and saw that Mantingite was already drenched. She complained constantly, "It's so hot, and going to melt. This year's summer heat is really bizarre. I could grit my teeth through hotter weather in the past." Teacher burst out laughing, realizing that Master 2 truly has an incurable fear of the heat. She turned around, beckoning and pleading with everyone, "Let's quickly find a cool spot to escape this heat." That idea immediately sparked a thought in him. I have a free, one-day worldwide trip ticket. After all, should I use this ticket? But how should I invent a story about that world? He immediately came up with a plan. I got it. So he said to everyone, I happened to pick up a cool divine artifact. I heard it's a door leading to a mysterious place. How about we go in there to cool off? Mantingite agreed immediately. Okay, let's go right now. Teacher immediately called out to the system. Use the one-day travel ticket immediately. A brilliant flash of light opened up a massive door right in the middle of the room. He reminded everyone, I should warn you that I don't actually know what's inside this door. Mantingite couldn't hold back anymore. She rushed straight through, saying, alright, in going. He couldn't hold her back in time. The other two girls followed close behind. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to follow right after them. After everyone had stepped through, the door closed and vanished completely. It turned out to be a water park. The area was flooded with sunlight, the pools were vast, and people were everywhere. Their clothes had also changed into swimsuits. Mantingite went wild, her eyes sparkling. Whoa, what kind of magical place is this? The other two girls were also overwhelmed when they saw the scene before their eyes. Mantingite looked at the slightly revealing swimsuit on her body, blushing bright red in embarrassment. This secret realm, it changes clothes automatically. These outfits look so strange. He glanced around. There's nothing odd about it. Everyone here dresses like this. Little sister, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Don't overthink it. Teacher was no less surprised. He held his head and muttered to himself, I didn't realize we'd be teleported straight to a water park. Suddenly, his eyes widened, his mouth dropped open in astonishment, leaving him speechless. It was because he caught sight of the two junior sisters in their swimsuits. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up in praise. Third master and fourth master, your outfits look absolutely gorgeous. Mantingite had already splashed into the water to play. She joyfully played enthusiastically, calling back, everyone, come down and play together. Mantingite was still shy and flustered. Is this really okay? He reassured her. In my hometown, everyone wears clothes like this when swimming or playing in the water. Don't be shy. Just relax and have fun. She nodded slightly. Well, okay. Finishing her words, she became much bolder and more joyful, waving her arms and legs as she called out, second sister, I'm here. Fountainhead, who stayed behind, looked over and smiled. Third master, why haven't you stepped down yet? She didn't utter a word, making him turn his head in confusion to observe. Suddenly, her small hand gently took his, pulling close to her chest. She said, suddenly I feel a bit strange within myself. A moment later, the Tri took his master away from the water park, saying he would lead her to book accommodation. She confusedly asked what renting a room meant, so he patiently explained. Simply put, it's renting a place to stay. The master exclaimed in praise. So that's how it is. The Tri, you truly understand the ways of the world. He anxiously turned back to ask, Master, can you still hold on a little longer? Looking tired, she admitted, actually, ever since I passed through that gate, I've felt unwell. It's probably due to the difference in spiritual energy between the two worlds, causing my body to lose balance. Hearing that, he hastily ran to the reception desk, promising to find a place to rest very quickly. She silently watched her disciple busily checking in. At this very moment, her feet began to form tiny ice crystals. Then, those ice streaks quickly spread up to her beautiful face. She was both astonished and panicked as she stared at her hands. Unexpectedly, another warm hand gently enveloped hers. To try announced, we got the room. We need to hurry up. She blushed shyly. I have to rely on you again. He calmly replied, I am your student, so helping is a matter of course. I am willing to take on any task. Not long after, Hetri was standing at the door, using a key card to unlock it. He and his master helped each other walk inside. Hetri quickly closed the room door tightly. As soon as the door closed, she proactively rushed over and gave him a passionate kiss, leaving him stunned. She personally removed her undergarment. Know it, those not of age should close their eyes for a few seconds. The flimsy piece of fabric gently fell to the floor. Next, her inner top also couldn't stay on her body. The space was filled with hurried gasps. Now she had no piece of clothing covering her body. She hurriedly used her strength to push him onto the soft bed. She shyly uttered, tonight, he'll have to trouble you a little. The next segment was a dramatic lovemaking scene that took place right there. The scene then shifted towards the swimming pool, where Fugfight and Manhwa were enjoying a comfortable moment of rest. Manhwa tilted her head, wondering, I wonder where Hitra and third sister have gone off to. Ficavit bowed her head respectfully, and replied, that Hitra must have taken third sister somewhere to treat her illness again. Manhwa's eyes widened in surprise. My, is that so? She then turned to look at Ficavit with a mischievous expression. Second sister, Ficavit asked curiously, what is that look on your face? Manhwa happily leaped off her beloved flotation device, and rushed toward her older sister in a challenging manner. I must strike a blow against you now. Ficavit chuckled softly. Haha, our youngest sister truly is a sly little imp. Shortly thereafter, in a luxurious room, third sister and Hitra were bathing together in the tub. Third sister looked at her body, and said, that layer of icy frost has almost completely melted away. Having just spoken, she leaned her head against Hitra's chest, and whispered, but it seems we still need a little more effort. Can you keep going? Hitra calmly lifted her into his arms and replied, I'm perfectly fine with enduring it. A short while later. By this point, third sister had finished bathing, and stepped out. She looked at Chur, who was lying exhausted and panting, and lamented. Now you really are exhausted. You should rest for a bit. As third sister walked, she picked up the small pieces of lingerie that had been scattered haphazardly across the floor earlier. Sometime later, in the hotel lobby area. At this point, third sister had emerged into the common area. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out. Why, dearest third sister? Dimningite excitedly ran up to third sister, laughing and asking rapid-fire questions. Are you done with your outing? Is third sister's health all better now? And where is that Hitra fellow? Third sister smiled gently and replied, In well now, it's just that Hitra is a bit worn out, so I told him to rest a little longer. Third sister pulled Dimningite's hand and said, Take me for a walk and show me if there's anything interesting. Hearing this, the girl smiled brightly. Sure, this place has tons of exciting things. When we get back later, he'll have to beg eldest sister to make something similar in the land resisting the divine alliance. Just then, as third sister was walking on the fine white sand, she suddenly stopped. She sounded a little embarrassed as she spoke. I know you like Hitra very much, but please don't let your mind wander. Dimningite swayed her hips and laughed merrily. Ha ha, this is perfectly normal. I wasn't thinking anything improper. She leaned her head on her older sister's shoulder and expressed her happiness. What I desire most is for third sister to recover completely, and more than that, for us to be able to stick together forever. The next morning, after everyone had returned to Hotra Palace, Dimningite was sitting, relaxing, soaking her feet in the lotus pond, and called out, Second sister, and each to her, too. Pidvit, sensing the story was likely sensational and interesting, smiled brightly and asked in return, what happened with him? Dimningite fell silent, merely lifting her foot out of the water without saying anything. The girl hesitated before revealing more. He is still upset about the bet from the other day, and he even asked me directly if I had feelings for him. I just didn't have the courage to blurt out an honest answer. Pidvit gently raised her hand and stroked Dimningite's cheek, saying, He is a smart person. Surely he will understand. Don't worry too much. She gently stroked her little sister to reassure her. If you truly want to be with him, all of his sisters will help you. Just relax, Pidvit gently advised. However, right now, Hitra is still our disciple. If there are any unsavory rumors, I'm afraid it will affect the reputation of the Four Immortals Trade Association. Should Queen Ninlai of the Holy Land capital take notice of the association, we absolutely cannot afford to cause a scandal. Hearing these soothing words, Dimningite felt slightly relieved and replied, I already understand these basic things. There's no need to panic right now. A moment later, Pidvit was present at Ningdangthi Palace. She gently knocked on the door and asked, Big sister, may I come in? The voice from inside immediately echoed, Come in. Pidvit quietly pushed the door ajar and stepped inside. Inside the room, elder sister Kim Zhao was languidly stretched out on the bed. Pidvit whispered, Big sister, you feel exhausted every time you finish training, don't you? Kim Zhao immediately propped herself up. Pidvit, come here. I need to tell you something. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly pulled her legs up and slipped on her shoes. Pidvit sat down close beside the elder sister, curiously asking, Sister, is there something you need to instruct me on? She held out a command token and said, The Fox Emperor gave this thing to me. Pidvit respectfully took the token from elder sister Kim Zhao's hand. Pidvit pondered for a moment, and then spoke, So, he is allowing me to return now. Kim Zhao nodded in agreement. Yes, it seems the situation has become favorable. She turned her head and said, I cannot conveniently get involved in the affairs of that King Q sanctuary. Pidvit replied softly, I understand. Elder sister, Kim Zhao looked at her again and continued, Pidvit, you are my little sister. No matter what happens. Pidvit restrained her emotions, sighed, and replied, I understand what you mean. After that, she quietly left the location. Pidvit turned her back and whispered, Let me sit and think for a moment. 5 days passed, and the scene suddenly shifted to the lotus pond. Hitra was currently immersed in the cool water, and it seemed that for several days there had been no sign or word of second master. Where could he have gone? Dimningite twirled her hair as she replied, Actually, I just found out. Although she said she was temporarily retreating to cultivate spiritual elixirs, it should only take about 2 days at the most. Just then, the third master appeared with the news. She has already returned to King Qiu. Hitra looked slightly astonished and asked, Return to King Qiu? Why the rush? Was there something very important happening at home? The third sister calmly washed her feet by the edge of the lake and said, It will be a while before she can return. Dimningite suddenly turned back and proposed, If she can't come back right away, why don't we go visit her? It's been a long time since I last stopped by King Qiu. Only a couple of times. Dimningite put on a sweet, alluring expression. Those male foxes in King Qiu, you look anywhere and you see handsome, attractive men. Countless mischievous ideas were springing up in her mind. She thought to himself, male foxes. This girl must definitely be imagining something improper again. Just then, the eldest sister, Kim Zhao, appeared and explained in detail. She is about to marry the Fox Emperor. Hitra was so shocked that he immediately sprang upright while wiping himself dry, revealing his toned physique. What? Getting married? Dimningite hurriedly ran over to the eldest sister and pressed her. Marrying the Fox Emperor? I have never heard her mention anything about this. Is there some kind of mistake? The second sister only met the Fox Emperor when she was a child. He is clearly an elder in her clan. Kim Zhao patiently explained. The Fox Emperor has sent someone to bring the King Q token. This matter can hardly be a fake. The more Dimnigite spoke, the more uneasy she felt. But the second sister has never once mentioned falling in love with the Fox Emperor before. How could she marry someone she has no feelings for? Chu wrapped a cloth around himself, stepped offshore, and speculated. Could it be that she is harboring some untold difficulty or secret? Him Zhou explained. For the residents of King Q, the Fox Emperor's word is nothing short of a royal decree. It absolutely cannot be disobeyed. Dimnigite immediately urged impatiently. Eldest sister, you are a powerful empress. Surely you have a way to bring the second sister back, don't you? Him Zhao remained silent for a moment after hearing this. Then she spoke. I cannot use my status as empress to intervene in this matter. I do not interfere with what others wish to do. Upon hearing this, Dimnigite resolutely stated, in that case, I will use my personal capacity to go and bring the second sister back. Him Zhao was extremely astonished. Interfering in internal affairs, that is something I absolutely cannot do. Dimnigite immediately got teary-eyed. Her, standing behind her, felt a slight pang of guilt, realizing the eldest master's words seemed to be implicitly directed at himself. By this time, Fin Zhao had turned her back and started walking away, ignoring Dimnigite who was still desperately pleading. Eldest sister, are you truly not going to help? The third sister then spoke up. Little Dimnigite, you need to calm down first. Chu suddenly stepped forward, took Dimnigite's hand, and said, Master, wait. Dimnigite looked at him and asked, do you also think we shouldn't get involved in this? I feel that, at the very least, we need to clearly ask the second sister what her true feelings are first. If she is willing, then I won't say anything more. Chu loudly replied, Fourth master, let me go bring the second master back. He deliberately spoke loudly so the eldest master could hear, but she paid no attention and just kept walking away. Scene transition not long after, Chu and Dimnigite arrived in the land of King Q. Chu looked slightly confused and quietly asked, are we rushing into this a little too quickly? But Dimnigite walked calmly and assured him, don't worry about a thing. I have already used a silencing spell, and outsiders absolutely cannot detect our presence. Dimnigite led Chu to a corner, pointed toward the room in front of them, and said, that is the second sister's private bedroom. The two immediately approached, and Dimnigite raised her hand to knock on the door. They waited for a long time but did not hear any sound echoing from inside. Dimnigite showed a puzzled expression. No one is answering. Could she have been dragged off by the family elders to inspect the dowry? Hearing that, Chu was also surprised and replied, yes, if that's the case, it's far too rushed. This isn't just a matter of marrying off an ordinary girl. The two of them had no choice but to turn sharply and walk quickly along the small path to continue searching. Whenever they passed anyone, they carefully cast their eyes around to observe the surroundings. From one place to another, no one knew how long they had been wandering. Finally, Dimnigite felt a little worried, so she spoke up, saying, we've searched this entire manor high and low, but still haven't found any trace. Could it be that that person isn't home today? Chu came up with a good idea and suggested, how about we just wait in that person's private room? After all, they must need rest, right? Dimnigite immediately agreed. That is certainly what we should do. At that moment, it had already begun to get dark outside. Inside the room, Dimnigite and Chu waited impatiently, then tiredly lay stretched out, resting their chins on the table. Chu wondered aloud why second master had not returned yet. Dimnigite replied, she only has 3 days left before she must leave, so she must be extremely busy. Dimnigite suddenly raised her head, looked at her, and asked, what do you think about the matter of second master having to marry the Fox Emperor? Chu also sat upright and said in a serious tone, I don't think second master cares much about returning to King Q at all. Since I became a disciple of the immortal sect, even though she once gave me the Fox Emperor's hair to remind me of King Cape, I have never once heard her mention her homeland. It's exactly the same as how she has never mentioned Yanning City. If home brought back beautiful memories. But, when she left King Q for Shanming, did she show no nostalgia whatsoever? The ancients have a saying, when a couple binds their hair, their deep love is beyond suspicion. If she had feelings for the Fox Emperor, how could she possibly give the Fox Emperor's hair to me? The highest probability is that the strand of hair was not a token of love, but merely a gift the Fox Emperor gave to a junior. Chu continued, if they truly were deeply in love, they should have announced it everywhere and held a lavish wedding. So why hide it to this extent? After hearing these words, Dimnigite pondered for a moment and then said, that makes sense. However, Chu looked into the distance, smiled, and added, furthermore, seeing Chu hesitate, Dimnigite eagerly urged him, furthermore, what? Chu then expressed, I don't know why, but I truly do not want second master to marry anyone else. Hearing this, Dimnigite fell silent, staring intently at Chu. A moment later, she slammed her hand down hard onto the tabletop. Dimnigite put one foot up on the table, leaned forward, and forcefully pulled Chu's ear, making him cry out in sharp pain. Ouch, it hurts too much. Let go. What are you doing? Dimnigite leaned close to his face, her voice full of innuendo. Could it be that you like second senior sister now? Chu, wincing in pain, quickly explained, she is my master, whom I deeply respect. What nonsense are you talking about? Dimnigite let go of his ear, put her hands on her hips, and declared firmly, I am your master too. Chu rubbed his ear and replied, how can the two of you be the same? Do you look like master? Dimnigite suddenly blushed and leaned even closer. If you truly have feelings for second elder sister, I won't be angry. Chu was surprised and exclaimed quickly, wait a minute. Dimnigite regained a serious expression and continued, I only wish that the 5 of us could be together forever, as long as you treat everyone equally and show no favoritism, because I dearly cherish those 3 elder sisters. I even thought, if only we could. Upon reaching this point, she suddenly became shy, covering her mouth with both hands. Oh dear, never mind. I won't say any more. Chu's face flushed bright red as he hastily clarified, third master, and I are Tao companions purely for the purpose of healing and cultivation. As for you, we are still developing our relationship. I view first master and second master as teachers. Stop thinking wildly and stop trying to match us up randomly. Seeing Teacher blush, Demean Guide was amused and started teasing him. Are you getting shy now? Teacher pursed his lips tightly and replied awkwardly, "Oh, I'm just stating the truth." Demean Guide, being mischievous and wanting him to admit it, leaned over to her. She eagerly asked, "Tell me the truth. Are you feeling shy now? If you refuse to speak, I will force an answer out of you." Demean Guide stood up, stepping closer to her while looking straight at him, giving a cunning smile. "They use my status as your master to order you to answer me. Are you blushing? Aren't you?" Ter was slightly flustered and quickly reminded her, "Don't forget, we are working on something important." Demean Guide wouldn't let him off easily. She lay down on top of Ter and replied, "There's a sound muffling spell here, so no one will hear us. Hurry up and tell me." Ter unexpectedly put his arms out, wrapped them around Demean Guide's shoulders, gave a hard push, and said, "Fine. Stop this game right now." The cunning Hitchrai has successfully turned the tables, pinning Demean Guide to the floor, and he is now in the dominant position. Demean Guide suddenly fell silent, her cheeks flushed bright red, lying still like a statue beneath him. Hitchrai quickly pinned Demean Guide's wrists high above her head, then leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Stop making trouble." In this pinned position, Demean Guide's face flushed red as she stared intently at his face, softly calling his name. Immediately after that moment, she shyly turned her face away, determined to avoid his intense gaze. Hitchrai, meanwhile, was gazing intently at Demean Guide, internally exclaiming, "How beautiful she is." Old memories of him and her suddenly flooded his mind like a waterfall. Right at this moment, he suddenly realized something with astonishment. "Oh my, it turns out I've truly fallen for Ngayat. He unconsciously whispered her name, "Beloved Ngayat." Then, immediately, he planted a deep and passionate kiss on her lips. This sudden action made Demean Guide speechless with wide-eyed surprise. Her face showed a brief moment of shock, but her soul was filled with joy. Then, she also reached up and hugged Hitchrai tightly, as if returning his intense feelings, and the two intertwined passionately. A moment later, Hitchrai held Demean Guide's hand tightly and whispered, "Ngayat, I have never told you these words seriously before." Demean Guide shyly asked in return, "What words, dear?" Hitchrai regained a serious expression, staring intently at her, his voice deepening as he said, "I truly love you very much." Upon hearing this, Demean Guide was slightly surprised. Suddenly, she smiled gently and said softly, Just like second sister said, if you marry me now, it will damage the reputation of the cultivation world." Hearing her words only strengthened Hitchri's resolve. He clenched his fist tightly and declared solemnly, "I will definitely become the saint son of the Alliance, the master of the three realms. At that time, no one will dare to criticize this relationship anymore." Hitchrai leaned closer, facing Demean Guide, and said, "Ngayat, I want you right now." Demean Guide asked blankly, "Right here, dear." Hitchrai moved his face close to Demean Guide's neck hollow, kissing and whispering, "Not here, dear, for your first time. I want to keep it in a truly wonderful place, to make it a beautiful memory for you." Demean Guide immediately agreed, "Alright," and wrapped her arms tightly around Hitchrai. Scene change. The night had already fallen deep. Since Fogvite still hadn't returned to his room, both decided they had to leave immediately. Hitchrai suggested, "Second master definitely won't return tonight. How about we just charge straight into the Imperial Palace?" Demean Guide agreed. Alright, the two immediately flew off into the night. Along the way, Demean Guide reminded him, "The Imperial Palace of Thenko has strict rules about magic. We can't use invisibility spells or flying magic inside." Hitchrai reassured her, "It's fine, dear. As long as we act carefully, everything will be alright." However, as they arrived at the Imperial Palace gate, he couldn't help but be stunned by the sight before his eyes. There was a city wall reaching high into the sky. Hitchrai gaped in surprise, saying, "Why didn't you tell me beforehand that this wall was terrifyingly high?" He looked slightly annoyed. "What on earth is this? A wall for giants?" Seeing Hitchrai stare at blankly, Demean Guide spoke up helplessly, "Just staring at it won't help. Hurry up and figure out a way to climb it." "Dear." Hitchrai scratched his head with a foolish look. "We can't use flying magic or invisibility spells. So are we planning to use our bare hands to climb it like a ladder for sightseeing?" A moment later, Hitchrai had no choice but to search through his system inventory to buy necessary tools. Finally, he bought a pair of gloves called double suction cups, losing a clean 145 points. Hitchrai handed one to Demean Guide and said, "Climbing with these gloves will be faster." "Dear." Demean Guide put them on, looking surprised. "You really do have many interesting items," she said. Hitchrai thought to himself, "These are the spoils of war I collected when enemies were lurking everywhere." So, the two of them used vacuum grips to cling to the fortress wall and climb up. Once they reached the top of the wall, the two immediately jumped down into the interior. Just like that, they let themselves free fall all the way down. In the blink of an eye, the pair had safely landed inside the fortress. Just as they were running off, they ran into a soldier carrying a bag, which startled them both. The three people froze in place, staring critically at one another. A moment later, the soldier recovered his senses, startled back into alertness. He suddenly screamed, asking hoarsely, "Who in the world are you people?" Fearing the loud noise would expose them, Hitchrai quickly rushed over, covered the man's mouth, and whispered, "Udar, should we deal with him?" Seeing the man's handsome appearance, Demean Guide suddenly replied playfully, "Rape him first, then settle the score. Wait, heal him first, then rape him." Terrified by this, the soldier immediately stammered, Oh no, Demean, Bill keep completely silent, and once scream." Hetri vaguely understood the man's implication, so he asked again for confirmation. You guarantee you won't make a sound, right? If you cause any noise, we won't be polite, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he released the soldier, who panted, and agreed. Okay, I understand. Ngayat carefully sat down. He examined the cloth bag the soldier had just dropped, and wondered, why would a minor palace official be carrying a cloth bag? The soldier stammered in reply. Well, I am a young eunuch. Isn't that obvious? Ngayat rummaged through the bag's contents, and suddenly blurted out, oh whoa, daring to steal goods from the palace to sell outside. No wonder you had to climb the wall to escape. The soldier was terrified, and quickly hugged the cloth bag tightly. Much to Ngayat's surprise, he clutched the bag tightly to his chest while clarifying, I didn't steal anything. Actually, I was just planning to go outside for a short trip. After calming down somewhat, the man spoke up and asked, and who are you two? Why are you sneaking and climbing the wall into the palace? Hetri immediately explained, we came here looking for someone. Martial arts are forbidden in the palace, so we were forced to climb the wall. Otherwise, we would have simply flown in and landed already. Incidentally, Hetri also wanted to extract more information about Fugfight. Surely someone working in the palace like him must know about the marriage alliance between the Fox Emperor and the immortal Fugfight, right? Hearing this mention, the soldier remained silent, his expression showing that he knew nothing at all. Seeing this, Ngayat glanced at him and immediately speculated, you don't know. Are you serious? Could it be that you are also a stranger who sneaked in and are merely claiming to be a young eunuch? You're clearly a thief. The soldier showed a fleeting look of worry, then unexpectedly spoke up. I do know, but why are you asking about that? He asked back curiously. Hetri turned to look at the man and said, why are you asking me? I'm asking you if you've seen the immortal Fugfight recently. The soldier replied that he hadn't seen her at all. Hetri turned back to Ngayat and said, given this man's status, it's true he couldn't possibly have seen her. Ngayat continued worriedly, what should we do then? If we let him go, what if he turns around and betrays us? However, the soldier also seemed keen to know their purpose, so he interjected, in genuinely not being nosy, but whether or not I help you depends on the answer to the question I just asked. This statement confused Hetri. If you've never met the immortal Fugfight or the Fox Emperor, how can you help us? Suddenly, the man burst into a confident laugh, saying, although I haven't met them, I know exactly where the Fox Emperor resides. It's just that His Majesty rarely returns to the main palace to rest. Usually, he sleeps in his study. If the two of you answer my query, I will lead you to that study, a place very few people know about. Upon hearing this, Hetri immediately tensed up and lunged forward, grabbing the man by the throat. He coldly pressed him. Who exactly are you? The soldier, showing no fear, retorted loudly, what I intend to do or who I am depends entirely on your answer. As soon as he finished speaking, Hetri released the man. He honestly explained, we came here to meet immortal Fugfight, who is about to marry the emperor. We want to know if she is doing this willingly, and if she is not, we must immediately take her away from this place. After listening, the soldier understood the gist of it, smiled, and pointed in one direction. So this is the matter. I know. Let's go. I will lead the way for the two of you. However, Ngayat was slightly suspicious, so she held Ch back, wary of any possible deception. But Ch patted Ngayat's shoulder, cheerfully reassuring her that if they were being tricked, they would settle the score later. This comment made the soldier sweat profusely. He spun around sharply and exclaimed that they were being overly suspicious, and that wasn't good for their health. Come on, I know a place where there are no guards. Not long after that, the soldier led the two people to a secluded location, stopping in front of a giant tree, which silently surveyed the surroundings, seeing no sign of houses or other pathways. Just then, the soldier placed his hand on the trunk of the tree and began casting a spell, causing a brilliant red light to burst forth. In the very next second, a door slowly creaked open. Once finished, he extended his hand in invitation. Please, follow me inside. Which cautiously looked back, gripped Ngayat's hand tightly, and instructed her, hold my hand tightly. Ngayat looked at him, nodded, and softly replied. And then, after everyone had stepped inside, the door on the tree trunk immediately closed. The tree trunk returned to its original form, exactly as it was before. The space inside was indeed identical to a fully furnished, neatly organized room. The soldier grinned widely, cheerfully turning away. The two of you sit down first. I will go boil some water and brew tea. The soldier briskly walked toward the tea set. Ch watched the soldiers retreating back, his heart filled with contemplation. Then he silently wondered. He clearly knows the way into this secret passage. He is familiar with all the procedures, and there's that red hair. The color and style are exactly like the foxtail gift that the second master gave me. A moment later, the soldier brought out 2 cups of steaming hot tea. He cheerfully invited them, please, have some tea. While Ngayat was lifting the teacup to her lips, she immediately cupped his hands and creating toward the soldier, saying, Your Majesty the Fox Emperor, please forgive your humble servant for his recent rashness. His words startled Ngayat so much that she spat out the mouthful of tea she was drinking. Seeing that each had recognized his true identity, the soldier no longer concealed it, saying, in this study, I am temporarily not the Fox Emperor. You may call me by my pen name, Thumbstamp the Blower Azure Robe. Ngayat choked on her tea once again upon hearing the shocking news. Astonished, she looked up at the person opposite her, and exclaimed in surprise, Thumbstamp, could it be that famous Thor? Thumbstamp replied without hesitation, that is indeed, Upon hearing this, Demigite's eyes lit up. She raised her hand to smooth her face, excitedly exclaiming, I actually have the opportunity to meet Sir Them Samthit. Am I dreaming? Seeing Demigite's extremely unusual expression, she was puzzled and asked, Ear, what's wrong? Suddenly, Demigite pulled 2 books from somewhere unknown, tucked them under her arm, and excitedly approached Them Samthit, whispering softly, Master Thun, these are books I cherish like my life. Would you please sign them for me? This sight left Hitch utterly dumbfounded. He gawked and shouted, where did she pull those 2 sacred books from? However, the pair completely ignored Hitch's question. Then Samthit took the books from Demigite, confirming warmly, of course I can do that. The writing brush appeared instantly. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached into the air to summon a pen. Without hesitation, he immediately put pen to paper to complete the signature. In the blink of an eye, then Samthit finished signing, held up the book, and asked Demigite, the signature is complete. Take a look, and see if you like it. Demigite eagerly snatched the book, pressed it tightly against her chest, and exclaimed, I am perfectly content. I am utterly overjoyed now. Hitch stood beside them, shaking his head as he looked at the girl, thinking to himself, she hasn't even opened it yet, and she is already this thrilled. Hitch composed himself, and returned to the critical matter. Whether you are Them Samthit or the Fox Emperor himself, we must discuss a few things. The Fox Emperor calmly replied, of course, just in a solemn tone. Do you have feelings for the immortal maiden Fikivit? Then Samthit comfortably crossed his legs and replied calmly, Maiden Fikivit, let me think. I met her once when she first took form, back when I was still the Fox Emperor, and merely gave some gifts to the descendants of the clan. I have completely forgotten her appearance. Whether I like her or not, what difference does it make? I treat all young people of the Fox clan equally. Hearing that explanation, Hitch flew into a rage, and snapped, if you have no feelings for her, why did you agree to marry her, and take her as your wife? Then Samthit unexpectedly let out a disappointed sigh. Wait, are you saying it's her? This marriage was fundamentally not my personal wish. His puzzling words confused Demigite. King Q always respects the Fox Emperor. If you didn't approve, wouldn't breaking off the engagement be simple? Then Samthit burst out laughing in a helpless manner. Haha, that's ancient history now. He remained silent for a moment before revealing everything in his heart. I am actually just Them Samthit. The title of Fox Emperor now is merely a symbolic representation of King Q. As soon as he finished speaking, Them Samthit bowed his head, saying in an indifferent tone, whoever wants this position can just take it. He used his words and attitude to make a judgment. Damn, are you implying that the 3 great clans are currently the ones holding power? Them Samthit remained completely silent, but his expression showed a slight change. Noticing this, she continued, the immortal maiden Fikivit belongs to the Fisi clan, one of the 3 largest forces. Their beloved daughter is also a female immortal of the 4 immortals of Sha and Ming. If she marries the Fox Emperor, she will undoubtedly hold authority above all others. Why has it come to this? Them Samthit began to explain. In recent years, I have only been immersed in writing books, so I delegated a portion of my authority to those 3 large clans. Demigite immediately interjected. Then wouldn't refusing this marriage alliance at this point in time not cause any problems? Then Samthit nodded in confirmation. Yes, if the Fee clan doesn't actively cancel the engagement, then everything will be different. He continued to explain, you should have realized by now that countless forbidden cultivation techniques exist in the Imperial Palace. In reality, it wasn't others who implemented this, but I did it myself. Demigite realized a few things after hearing this. So that's how it is. I'm afraid even my second sister knows nothing about this. Then Samthit stated, the Fee clan wants to turn me into a puppet. To be honest, I find that quite pleasant. It's just that I crave freedom, yet they guard against me so strictly that it has come to this point. The more Hitch listened, the more confused he became. Why does this story not sound anything like what I imagined? Then Samthit let out a frustrated sigh. Tonight, I plan to climb the wall to secretly gather more material for my new book collection, but I didn't expect to be discovered by you two. The only reason you were able to accidentally climb over the wall and enter the palace was because the guards were changing shifts at exactly the time. If you miss this opportunity, you won't be able to escape either. Hearing this, Demigite and Hitch both exclaimed in astonishment. Gathering material, Demigite's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Hitch frowned in confusion. However, both quickly adopted an innocent appearance, turning their faces away in opposite directions, and simultaneously denying, we have absolutely nothing to do with this matter. Then Samthit let out another weary sigh of helplessness. I don't know what kind of limiting formations they will set up next. As long as I am restrained, I cannot fully exert all of my strength. Hitch immediately looked up at him, smiling brightly, and set a condition. If it can help you reclaim your authority, will you refuse this marriage alliance? The man in the simple blue robe suddenly rushed close to try to express that he didn't care about any position on the throne. He just craved a free life. Anyone could be king, as long as he was liberated. Atri smiled faintly and repeated the other person's words. Wait, I think I understand now. From the beginning, you haven't been concerned about losing power. You've only been focused on demanding freedom. After Atri summarized his wishes, then Samthit nodded happily. That's right. The only thing I long for is to create art. He then looked at Atri in surprise, and continued. Don't you see that creation is the source of ultimate joy in life? Atri slapped his forehead, looking helpless with the man. Whatever you say. Anyway, first I'll help you reclaim your power, as long as you let the second master wander freely. The man in the simple blue robe's face suddenly changed color, and he blurted out, the second master. I once heard a rumor that Thuongmin had taken in a disciple. Just now, this young lady called Fu Yu's second elder sister. His expression changed, and he clapped excitedly as he realized the clue. So that's what this is about. When he realized the man in blue had guessed his identity, Hetrai immediately clarified. I didn't confirm anything. It's all just the Fox Emperor's conjecture. This statement made Thung Sam that pause slightly, but he soon understood Hetrai's intention to hide his identity, and burst out laughing. Haha, you're right. I was just guessing blindly. Daimon Guyot interjected with a worried tone. The wedding ceremony is tomorrow. There's only one day left. How should we handle this power situation now? Hetrai calmly took a sip of tea and said bluntly, all we need to do is make sure that wedding ceremony doesn't happen, and the matter will be settled. Daimon Guyot listened and pondered, saying that this was an imperial wedding, not something that could be cancelled just like that. Security would certainly be strict, and Tham Ka had many powerful experts. If they joined forces, she would be helpless. However, Hetrai shared enthusiastically that the more powerful the experts present, the more generous the reward would be. Daimon Guyot asked in confusion, reward for what? Hetrai put on an excited expression and twirled his wrists in anticipation. Last time, I couldn't get anything from the Heavenly Tao Alliance, so I guess he'll just have to make those three great families compensate for it. Next to them, Thun Sam, who had been sitting silently, was astonished by Hetrai's hilarious expression. Nevertheless, he still paid attention to the red hair tie on Hetrai's head. Then Sam unconsciously ran a hand through his own hair and secretly chuckled to himself. Is given this gift from the Fox Emperor to this youth again. This girl really grew up quickly. Suddenly, Hetrai asked directly, Your Majesty the Fox Emperor, can you fight? Then Sam sighed disappointedly. If my power weren't restricted, I would be the strongest person in Thun Ka, but now, I haven't even reached the god refinement realm. Hetrai was puzzled at that point and asked again, You're so formidable, how could those three major powerful families dare to restrict you? Thun Sam was silent for a moment, then turned his face to look into the distance, his voice vague. I don't know about that. Perhaps they relied on external power. I guess that power came from another sacred domain. Hearing this, Hetrai frantically cut in. Don't tell me it's related to Yanli again. Then Sam replied in surprise. Yanli. Hetrai explained immediately. Not long ago, Empress Yanli of Koduth and Dia tried to annex the Thuongmin sacred domain. Now that you mention restricted power, I'm starting to feel suspicious. Surprisingly, then Sam said, I know Yanli. This caused Hetrai to exclaim in surprise. What did you say? At this point, Hetrai was stunned as he drew a conclusion. It seems like the monarchs of these sacred domains all know each other. But why did I think these domains were so unfamiliar before? Could it have something to do with that system? Then Sam rested his chin on his hand, his voice deepening. Of course, I know her too. Empress Kim Dao also knows her. After so many years, she has finally returned. Hearing this, Daimon Guyot found it strange and exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean return? Big sister once told me that Thun Dia disappeared, but how could a Thun Dia vanish from the world? With a cold expression, then Sam pointed high up and declared briefly, because it's up there. That statement startled both Daimon Guyot and Hetrai, who exclaimed in unison, up there. Then Sam recounted without reservation. It's the Heavenly Tao. Yanli wanted to go against the will of heaven. It's rumored that she found a way to escape the control of the Heavenly Tao. No, even though she might be exposed, she's returned despite the danger. I don't know what kind of scheme she's plotting now. Hetrai, astonished, quickly probed further. Escape from the Heavenly Tao. If someone escapes, what happens? Then Sam lowered his head again and sighed deeply, saying, I have absolutely no idea about that. Oh dear, the short man in the blue robe said hurriedly, suddenly remembering something important. That's right, you two still haven't found a place to stay, have you? Just drop by my study for tonight. Fortunately, there are a few single beds left there. Hachi bowed respectfully in gratitude. Yes, then many thanks to the Fox Emperor for looking after us. He thought to himself, I must find my great master later to clarify things. No matter how I hear it, the heavenly way doesn't seem like nothingness, but rather like a tangible object. Surely great master must know a thing or two about this. The scene changed. As soon as he stepped into the room, Hachi immediately bolted the door shut. Next, he activated the sound transmission treasure, and pleaded, Respected Great Master, please lend your assistance. In the blink of an eye, Kim Zhao appeared and spoke. It seems everything has fallen into place for you all. Hachi immediately understood her and asked in surprise. You knew Daimon Guyot was following me, yes? Kim Zhao replied, I know her temperament well. I never had the slightest intention of stopping her anyway. Kim Zhao sat down gently and inquired, Have you met your second master yet? Hachi explained, Second master wasn't at home. I suspect the Fuck family might have detained her as a precaution. And Fen eagerly added, Great master, I have met the Fox Emperor. He admitted himself that he has no desire to marry second master, and he revealed that three great families currently hold control over them. Furthermore, the Fox Emperor's powers are currently sealed, making his actions extremely passive. Kim Zhao appeared pensive as she listened to Hachi's report. She rested her chin on her hand, her eyes contemplative. The Ankawa is restricted, but those three families don't have that much power. Hachi quickly interjected. Think about it. Could this have anything to do with Empress Yanli of the ancient capital Holy Land? Upon hearing Yanli's name mentioned, Kim Zhao's eyes suddenly emitted a brilliant light. She instinctively recalled the tempting promise the system had made to her earlier. If you help me find Yanli, I will show you how to break all shackles. Kim Zhao's face turned icy cold, her eyes sharp and full of killing intent as she envisioned this promise. She then turned to Hachi and instructed, Put the matter of Yanli aside for now. How do you plan to handle the alliance marriage between the Fook and Viet families? Hachi clenched his fists and replied with bold confidence, I will disrupt the wedding ceremony and openly take second master away right in front of all the guests. Hearing that declaration, Hinsha's system hurriedly warned. The actions he is about to take are no different from digging his own grave. You know that better than anyone. Hin Jiao remained silent, continuing her contemplative calculations. Seeing no reaction from her, Hachi asked in a panic, Great Master, why aren't you moving anymore? Is the signal too weak, or have you been disconnected? Hin Jiao suddenly spoke. Hachi, Daimigayet's powers have been restored. If a conflict indeed breaks out, you don't need to worry about the politics between the two realms. Both of you can act as you please. Everything will be decided by your second master. Hearing this, Hin Jiao's system was horrified. Aren't you intentionally adding fuel to the fire by doing this? Hachi solemnly cupped his hands in obedience. Yes, I obey your command, but Great Master, may I ask you one more question? Seemingly guessing what Hachi was about to say, Hin Jiao quickly interrupted. Don't ask, now is not the right time. With those words, she immediately vanished without a trace, leaving only Hachi's sound transmission treasure lying solitary on the floor. This sight left Hachi a bit stunned. Wait a minute, Great Master withdrew so quickly. It seems she knew exactly that I intended to ask about the system's secrets. With a whole pile of questions still left unanswered, Hachi grew frustrated and had to call out to Siri. Siri appeared, leaning against the door frame with folded arms in a relaxed manner, and said, "In here, what do you need me for?" Hachi immediately asked, Siri, do you know what restrictions have been imposed on the Fox Emperor and the Imperial City? Siri replied nonchalantly, stomp it, I don't know. Upon hearing this, Hachi was deeply disappointed, his face falling. Why don't even you know? In finding you more and more useless. Siri explained, knowledge of restrictions is beyond the scope of my database. The Heavenly Way cannot interfere with the seals on the Fox Emperor. Hearing Siri say that, Hachi stroked his chin and thought, even the Heavenly Way has no way to interfere. Then does a method to escape the Heavenly Way's surveillance really exist? But if one manages to escape, what would the outcome be? Siri spoke helplessly. Regarding this matter, I cannot provide an answer either. If I reveal any more, I will trigger my self-destruct mode. And at this stage, you still need my help. Hachi looked at him piercingly with curiosity. Siri, why exactly do you always help me? Are you a member of that group? Siri looked directly into his eyes seriously. Do you really want to hear the truth? Hachi nodded repeatedly in agreement. Of course. Suddenly, fragments of sorrowful memories flashed through Siri's mind, showing a place where many people were suffering from severe injuries. Siri's face showed a trace of melancholy. He thought to himself, perhaps my emotions are also becoming similar to those of humans. Seeing Siri hesitate, Hachi immediately placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. I can guess what you are about to say, so there is no need to force yourself. I cherish you greatly and don't wish for you to leave, but thanks to your advice, my cultivation has progressed faster. Siri closed his eyes, resigning himself, and announced that the restriction, after searching through all systems, was indeed related to Yanlei. I have said too much today. Let's stop here. Hachi replied. Then please rest well. Remaining alone, Hachi lay back, lost in thoughts. Siri is so cautious. It seems all my actions are being closely monitored by those above. Since I am still safe now, perhaps I shouldn't touch upon the fatal weakness of the Heavenly Way. But what is the Heavenly Authority's sharp thorn? Is it that I must not touch the beings within this myriad of creation? Hachi remained silent, racking his brain for a moment. Tradden revealed a mischievous expression, murmuring to himself, oh my goodness, and dying of curiosity. The scene shifts. Hin Jiao sat cross-legged, casually on a chair, speaking flatly. I wanted to relax, but the system reports that Yanlei has escaped the control of the Heavenly Way. The prohibition placed upon her can only be breached by the database within me, or the holy domain. Them Ko is not an ally. Hachi and Dian Gayat are on the defensive. You have relied too much on their capability. Hin Jiao reminded nonchalantly. The Heavenly Way couldn't capture Yanlei. Have you forgotten? The system angrily roared. Hin Jiao, watch your words. Hin Jiao didn't care, asking in return, what now? Are you planning to use the authority of the Heavenly Way to discipline me again? Don't you find it boring? The system suddenly burst into laughter. Aha, your body won't last long, yet your tongue remains stubborn. Hin Jiao immediately countered. On the contrary, you are the one who cannot escape me. Your situation is even more pathetic. So what if the Heavenly Way is up high? Human power still triumphs over the blue sky, and I am the clearest proof of that. The day when those standing high above like you are deposed from the celestial platform is not far off. The system angrily replied, we shall wait and see. And then it gradually vanished into the void. The scene changes. Finally, Fuckfiat's wedding day was held. Guests gathered in ever-increasing numbers. The reputation resounded, and the celebration was lively and bustling. The sound of drums echoed everywhere. A silver-haired fox spirit excitedly cheered, while beating the drum. Here comes the immortal spirit energy guide. Literature flew about. Ideas originated. The Thunco celestial maiden gently stepped upon the stars. The sun and moon dimmed. The Milky Way bore witness. Ahead was the bonded mortal connection, a millennial affinity. Behind was the bride sitting in a sedan chair carried by many. The heavenly book decreed the destiny and arranged a predestined path of good fortune, deepened over 2 lifetimes. Voices echoed in the deep valley. Cranes and phoenixes shone brightly, and among the myriad of souls, one connection stood out. Just at this moment, the spiritual power of Daimyo Gaia, who was observing from above, couldn't help but worry, wondering if Hachi was alright on his end. Today, there truly are many guests. Fuckfiat remained seated calmly in the bridal sit-in chair. She suddenly sensed a familiar aura, which belonged to little Ngayat Ni. High above, Dame Ngayat was restless because she hadn't found a way to approach Fuckfiat. The guards were densely packed, and there was no path to get close to her precious loved one. At that very moment, Fuckfiat used an avatar, and the spiritual energy of the small fox spirit flew out of the sit-in chair. It then flew toward Daimyo Gayat, asking curiously, Gayat Ni, why have you found your way to Thinka like this? Damon Guyot stared blankly at the figure. Is that you, elder sister? Fukvite quickly reached out and covered Damon Guyot's mouth, softly instructing, Hip, my fox spirit soul can only stay out for a little while longer. If it's too long, others will discover it. Damon Guyot obediently nodded. Damon Guyot then said, I came to escort you back to the holy land of Thwangminth. The Fukvite replied, I can't return home temporarily. Damon Guyot then recounted, we met the Fox Emperor. He said he was also helpless regarding this marriage, and he wasn't happy about it at all. Hearing this, Fukvite was slightly stunned, exclaiming in surprise, what did you say? Suddenly, Fukvite glanced down below. She frowned anxiously. Oh no, it seems they have detected something. I must quickly return. Simultaneously, the group carrying the sedan chair suddenly stopped immediately, and a girl was approaching, intending to lift the sedan curtain to look inside. Damon Guyot urgently called after her, assuring her that a try would certainly bring her back, and urging her to keep her faith in him. Immediately, Fukvite's small soul quickly retreated back inside the wedding palanquin. Just then, the fox tribe's maid curiously lifted the curtain, peeked her head in, and softly called out to her mistress. Fukvite had returned just in time, and she calmly spoke up, asking what was happening. The maidservant listened, then retreated outside and said there was nothing, but she still wondered about the figure that had just disappeared, questioning whether she had seen things incorrectly. Fukvite maintained a stern and cold expression for a little while longer. Afterwards, she gently put her hand to her chest, breathed a deep sigh of relief, and silently chastised those people for being foolish enough to risk their lives to save her. And then, she smiled gently because she was deeply moved. Fukvite wiped away the remaining traces of tears, silently smiling, and telling herself that she felt incredibly happy. Meanwhile, the wedding palanquin was slowly advancing toward the imperial city gates amidst the blaring horns and firecrackers resounding along both sides of the road. Inside the palace, then Samthap was being helped by Head Try to adjust his attire, while simultaneously ordering all subordinates to retreat. Then Samthap still had some doubts, so he asked again whether Hetra's plan to ruin this happy day was truly guaranteed to succeed. Head Try, smoothing out the folds of his robe, confidently asserted that even though the imperial palace had many magical barriers, a few of his treasured items still worked extremely well. Then Samthap suddenly worried about long-term troubles, saying that if they only stopped the ceremony now, the three great clans would simply organize it again later. The Try replied that rescuing his master was the #1 priority. His Majesty would handle the remaining matters himself. Then Samthap nodded in agreement. The Try looked over it, then Samthap and chuckled, saying that His Majesty looked very dashing today, but it was a shame he had to marry someone he didn't love. Immediately, then Samthap pulled out a notebook and pen, enthusiastically declaring that the redders were his true love. Head Try immediately gave him a thumbs up in approval. In another direction, two figures were vigorously spurring their horses, galloping swiftly down the road. Keeling Dan urged her companion to speed up quickly to meet Fairy Time Nagayat at the entrance to Thenka. Femdich too immediately agreed. The maid-servant stepped inside, knelt down in homage, and respectfully announced that the auspicious hour for the grand ceremony had officially begun. Then Samthap spoke up coolly, saying that he already understood the situation. When the wedding palanquin was carried to the front of the main hall, the master of ceremonies began solemnly reading the blessings, officially commencing the king's momentous day. With the noble mission granted by heaven and earth, the empress officially appeared, joining the son of heaven in marriage to jointly shoulder the great enterprise for enduring longevity. May the spirits bear witness to this heaven-destined union, and may the nation always remain peaceful. At this moment, Fukvite gently stepped out of the wedding palanquin, seeing Fukvite approaching. Then Samthap proactively extended his hand to receive her according to the proper ritual. Fukvite gently extended her hand to receive his, standing facing each other. Then Samthap suddenly whispered into her ear that a Try was about to make his move. Meanwhile, Fukvite was still feeling completely bewildered. The loud cheers of congratulations outside continued to boom, praying for eternal peace for the vast kingdom. Fukvite was stunned, then softly called out to the Fox Emperor. At the same time, the representatives of the three powerful clans were eagerly awaiting the outcome. The white-haired old fox smiled knowingly, saying they were about to succeed. Suddenly, Hechi appeared, blocking the way between Fiyu and King Shanti, loudly and frankly declaring that he did not agree to this matter at all. The scene just now made the representatives of the three great families somewhat stunned. Hechi leisurely took Fiyu's hand, and loudly accused her. How could a beautiful girl like Jade and Flower wish to marry off without consulting me? This master has personally come here today to snatch the bride. The patriarch of the Fi family, highly irritated by the interruption, shouted, where is everyone? Quickly capture this savage fellow. This outburst of anger earned Hechi an additional 5,000 points added to his fury index pool. That she did not flinch but retorted to provoke the old man even further. After selling your daughter, are you now selling your honor too? Old man, let me tell you, you are disrupting social order. This master and Fiyu are already married. Don't you know what incestuous marriage is? You must be completely ignorant of etiquette. Everyone around began to murmur, and the Fi family patriarch's blood rushed to his head. He growled, what are you saying? You are wildly slandering. Your Majesty, please do not believe his nonsense. This is absolutely impossible. And with that, the fury index gained another 10,000 points. Hechi held Fiyu tightly and whispered, I say you old men are incompetent, only good at clandestine action selling your daughter for money. Do you treat the imperial palace like a gambling den or something? Fiyu suddenly asked quietly, Hachi, who are you trying to anger to death? Hachi replied, never mind them. Angering 1 or 10 people doesn't matter. I haven't agreed to marry you off to anyone else yet. And besides, the cultivation technique I was teaching you isn't finished. King Shanti stood by observing, smiling secretly. He didn't expect this young man to be so shameless. But then again, whoever gets angry first is the one who loses. As for Hachi, he was secretly excited. Looking at the system panel, he thought, I'll use the old man's fury points to buy things for myself. Thank you. Then he immediately chose to purchase a flying carpet. The system announced a deduction of 50,000 fury points. The flying carpet had a speed faster than a bullet train and could fly continuously for 1 hour. With the carpet acquired, Hachi immediately grabbed Fuyu and King Shanti and flew away swiftly. King Shanti asked loudly in surprise, do I have to go too? Hachi explained, of course, I need to use a strategy to capture someone. Your Majesty. King Shanti nodded in agreement. What you say makes sense. In the very next moment, the 3 of them flew straight into the sky, leaving everyone below looking bewildered. Only the old Fu family patriarch panicked and shouted, how can he fly up there? The bright, sunny sky suddenly began to drizzle. The 3 of them, Hachi, leisurely rode the flying carpet away. Seeing the unpredictable weather, Hachi was slightly surprised. When a fox marries off, the weather changes from bright sun to rain. King Shanti lay sprawled on the flying carpet, looking down at the chaos below, and laughing heartily. Look, they are running around in panic. This is fun. As for Fuyu, she was only focused on the hand Hachi was holding tightly, her eyes showing a hint of thoughtful contemplation. Turning back to the Fu family patriarch, he was furiously pointing at the flying carpet moving into the distance, his voice sharp. What are you all standing there gawking for? Hurry up and chase after that fox demon. That fellow is threatening his majesty. However, the crowd of fox clansmen were still busy murmuring amongst themselves. Suddenly, 2 fox brothers exchanged a look as if they understood something unspoken. One fox brother suddenly spoke up to report, Elder Fu, there is a regulation in the imperial palace prohibiting flight in the sky. At this moment, the Fu family patriarch suddenly realized it. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, cursing the regulation. This prohibition rule is truly shooting myself in the foot. How annoying. Then he turned and hastily ordered his subordinates. That person who captured his majesty must have a purpose. He won't leave King Q anytime soon. You must turn King Q upside down to search. Follow the trail of that carpet. We will definitely catch that bastard. Hurry up. Take the troops and pursue them. The 2 subordinates immediately responded. Yes, Elder. The white-haired man with a grim expression suddenly spoke up. Elder Fi, if something happens to his majesty, our plan will be greatly affected. The Fu family patriarch waved his hand and said, let's deal with the smell issue later. The most important thing right now is to find his majesty. We'll discuss other matters when we get back. The blonde girl belonging to one of the 3 great families could only lower her head and obey. Yes, sir. The man surnamed Bai had no choice but to fall silent, saying no more. Only then did the Fu family patriarch turn back to calm the crowd. Everyone, please remain calm. The 3 great families along with the royal army have been dispatched everywhere to track down His Majesty's whereabouts. We will absolutely ensure His Majesty's absolute safety and guarantee those monsters will have nowhere to hide. Scene change. Thatch's group has safely arrived at what is said to be the hidden refuge. Thatchi continued walking, receiving system notifications reporting a continuous increase in rage points. He laughed gleefully, thinking to himself that those guys must be absolutely furious. Then Sam thought, seeing him laughing constantly, curiously asked, Hachi, what are you laughing about? You keep grinning broadly while we walk. Hachi explained that having money automatically makes him happy. Thug Fight stood nearby, watching them converse so intimately, feeling inwardly surprised, and wondering when they had met. They quickly went inside. Hachi saw Fog Fight still standing motionless, so he approached and whispered, Second Master, why are you still wearing that veil? The wedding didn't happen. You're free now. Immediately after speaking, he reached out and removed the veil from Fog Fight's head. This action startled her, and she asked, why did you do that? Hachi put on an innocent expression and quickly said, I was afraid the veil would obstruct your vision. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Then Samthud, sitting nearby, smiled and said, it appears you don't know the rules of Thanq. Hachi turned around, looking confused, and asked, what rules? Then Samthud solemnly explained, in Thanq, lifting the bride's veil means the 2 people are married, whether you want to or not. That moment seals a lifelong vow. Hachi panicked and turned to Fog Fight to explain, I didn't know that. Second Master. Fog Fight blushed, simply bowed her head in silence, unsure what to say. Hachi innocently picked up the veil and said, well, let me put it back on for you then. However, Thug Fight coldly waved her hand to stop him, saying, forget it. Hachi stammered in confusion, but I didn't mean to. I really didn't know the rules of Thanq. He thought to himself, why does Second Master seem so shy now? Her personality is completely different. Where did her previous fierce and enchanting demeanor go? Then Samthud unexpectedly raised his hands to form a heart shape, saying, I was supposed to lift the veil, but since you did it, this is destiny between you and her. Your fates are now inextricably linked. Hachi panicked, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I'm an outsider, and don't understand any of this. Then Samthud burst out laughing again. But everything happens for a reason. You 2 can pretend it never happened, and I'll pretend I didn't see anything. How does that sound? Suddenly, Thugvite stepped forward. Hachi softly called out, Second Master. Thugvite suddenly knelt down, bowing her head before them Samthud and saying, Your Majesty. The maiden Thugvite pays her respects to Your Majesty. Seeing this, Hachi couldn't help but be surprised. He thought to himself, the Fox Emperor is supreme in the hearts of the people of Q. Even Second Master, one of the 4 immortals of Thuongmen, is no exception. Could this be why she's been behaving strangely all along? Then Samthip happily reached out to help Fugvite stand up. Fugvite extended her hand, and took it. Then Samthip gently said, stand up. Fugvite looked at him with a smile and replied, thank you, Your Majesty. Then Samthip said, I have met Immortal Fugvite, one of the 4 immortals of Thuongmen. I apologize for being far away, which made meetings difficult, but you have lived well over the years. Fugvite looked at him with a shy smile, replying, that is all thanks to Your Majesty's blessings. Then Samthip made a gesture with his hand as he spoke, the first time I met you, you were only this tall. Now you have become much taller and more graceful. I have heard many rumors about you, and admire you greatly. Fugvite quietly replied, Your Majesty exaggerates. She then asked, Your Majesty, have you lived well all these years? Then Samthip offered an awkward smile and replied, just so, but not bad either. Let's call it quite well. Fugvite began speaking with a doubtful tone, that she said Your Majesty didn't want to marry me, yet I received the Fox Emperor's token. Does this mean the 3 great families dared to impersonate Your Majesty to issue this command? Then Samthip held something in his hand, intending to say, I should also blame myself for not listening these past years. Before then Samthip could finish his sentence, Fugvite angrily slammed her hand down on the table. This powerful force caused a significant portion of the water table to shatter. At the same time, a surge of energy erupted from Fugvite, causing each and then Samthip to cling to each other in terror. Fugvite extended her hand to cast a spell, gathering extremely powerful spiritual energy, and coldly declared, this crime is unforgivable. Fugvite roared loudly, I will deal with this group of ruffians first to appease His Majesty's anger. She quickly spoke up to dissuade her. Second Master, stop. Fugvite snapped back. What are you hesitating for? She explained that the Fox Emperor was currently under control, so they should temporarily set aside dealing with them, investigate the cause thoroughly, and then plan later, as it wouldn't be too late. She glanced at Thun Samthip, thinking to himself, Second Master truly respects the Fox Emperor. If they play the role of Nagaitni, since he doesn't want to be king anyway, thinking this probably doesn't violate any rules, right? Fugvite looked at her hand and withdrew it. In that case, let's just use torture first to interrogate them. I am very familiar with this method. Unexpectedly, she spoke up. I suspect this matter involves lie. These words made Fugvite pause in thought. She immediately snapped, it's her again. She added that the 3 great families were not worth mentioning in front of Second Master, but torture certainly wouldn't extract useful information, perhaps not even giving them time to ask anything. While inside the palace, Enlai set a trap and captured our people. What if the patriarchs of the 3 great families were also tricked by Enlai? If we act rashly, we might miss important clues. As he said this, he thought to himself that Triniditni, having obtained Kimcht and the small bell, could now plan to go to the holy city. After hearing this, Fugvite reluctantly conceded and agreed. In that case, let those old people live for a few more days. It truly is a good deal for these immortals. Just then, Fugvite turned to Thun Samthip with a worried look. Your Majesty, is it safe here? Thun Samthip assured her that this place was very secret. First, only those I permit can enter. Second, this plan of pretending to escape but actually returning to the palace means they won't guess where we are. Fugvite nodded slightly. That's good then. Thun Samthip added that this escape succeeded thanks to the immortal fairy creating an illusion spell. It turned out that while fleeing, she suggested, Second Master, please perform an illusion spell so they mistakenly believe we have escaped from the palace. Fugvite immediately agreed, and raised her hand to execute the spell. Immediately afterwards, an image of them flying away on a magic carpet, covered by a shielding barrier, appeared, invisible to anyone. Returning to the present, Fugvite sighed, if I had known they dared to cause such trouble, I should have let them experience the sensation of being burned by fire in the illusion. This statement slightly surprised each. Second Master, are you really not sparing even the Fee family? Fugvite grew angry, her tail fluffing up, and at the same time stated sternly, King Q holds the Fox Emperor in high regard. How can they be ungrateful for the protection of generations of Fox Emperors, and harbor other intentions? The Fee family once declined. If not for the Fox Emperor's compassion, how could they be here speaking? They are simply an ungrateful bunch, completely unworthy of pity. Unexpectedly, Thun Samthip extended his hand, intending to advise her. Actually, seeing this, Fugvite suddenly changed her expression, looking at him eagerly. Please speak, Your Majesty. Thun Samthip's face tightened as he said, Immortal Fairy, the Fox Emperor, my parents and ancestors have carried a distinguished reputation for generations. Fugvite happily nodded in agreement. That's obvious. Thun Samthip then spoke in a low voice, blaming himself. However, I am not a capable king. Fugvite quickly waved her hand in protest. That's not true. Thun Samthip felt a headache coming on. He gently said, well, Immortal Fairy, it's better if I speak frankly, and have you as my witness. Fugvite happily replied. Then Thun Samthip said he wanted to abdicate, and Fugvite still responded nonchalantly. But in the very next sentence, she realized Thun Samthip's implication and screamed in panic, nearly deafening him. What did you say? Thun Samthip seriously declared, I have already spoken to Ch about this. Actually, I am not the king. The succession actually belongs to the Fox Emperor's only bloodline. Fugvite stared at him, quickly asking again, wait, this is serious. You're not joking, are you? Thun Samthip raised his hand to confirm. It's true, but Fugvite was still skeptical. The pure bloodline of the Fox Emperor. Is there anyone else in King Q who can bear this great responsibility? Your Majesty, did this decision of yours come about because the 3 great families disappointed you? After speaking, Fugvite suddenly boiled with rage, turned around and walked away, saying as she went, I will deal with that bunch. I truly cannot hold back anymore. Seeing her emotional state, then Samtha quickly stood up and suggested, Immortal Fairy, you are one of the 4 immortals, and you are also a native of King Q. Why not let you take on this responsibility? The so-called bloodline. I believe you are the one who has the ability to take charge. Otherwise, it would be a great waste, unnecessarily delaying the bright future of King Q. After listening, Higvita immediately turned away, his face contorted with annoyance, and he refused to speak. As he spoke, the short man in green robes glanced toward her, telling himself that he was perhaps pressuring this immortal maiden too much. After all, she was the head of her own clan. He needed to see who was the most suitable person. Just then, Her caught his eye, and she silently wondered why he was looking at her. Just as people had guessed, the short man in green robes stepped closer, looked at her, and revealed his proposal. You are the true disciple of the ancestor and have a connection to me. Why don't you become the Fox Emperor here? While Tr was still processing what she had just heard, Pikavit loudly shouted, Stop. The short man in green robes continued, To give it, didn't the immortal maiden give her token for to me? Anyone who possesses my fur is considered a descendant of King Q. Who could be more suitable? Though Tr was panicked and hadn't had time to object, he rushed on. This isn't the first time this has happened. My mother did the same, and so did previous imperial relatives. They all became descendants only after receiving the Fox Emperor's fur token. I am merely following in the footsteps of my predecessor. He suddenly picked up a book and a quill, his face beaming. If things proceed like this, I will have endless material to write books about. Furthermore, since she has the help of an immortal, King Q will surely prosper forever. Isn't that utterly perfect? Hearing his long discourse, Pikavit was so shocked that blood welled up at the corners of his mouth, leaving Hitra gaping in astonishment. He quickly wrapped his arms around Pikavit, and simultaneously spoke, dissuading the short man in green robes. Your Majesty, please speak a little less. You almost made my second master cough up blood. Although he said that, he secretly wondered, Fox Emperor, can you hear my thoughts? I was only joking to tease him. Pikavit regained his composure, used his hand to wipe away the blood, looked at the short man in green robes, and asked, Your Majesty, are you serious? He immediately replied, Of course, Everyone thinks I am not mentally sound, but I know myself that I am not an enlightened king and lack the talent to lead the nation. If a person like me bears the great responsibility of our ancestors' legacy, King Q will only decline more and more. He turned his back, revealing his feelings. I once intended to change and wanted to govern the land well. However, my will could no longer keep up with the times. The harder I tried, the more exhausted I became, and the more fatigued I was, the harder it became to fulfill my desires. I have failed. I have fallen short of my own standards, but I do not want to impede the progress of the people of King Q. With tears welling up, he looked at Hitra and asserted that the realm should be entrusted to someone capable of governing, not to a mediocre person like him. Soon after, the short man in green robes raised his hand high, channeled his energy, and announced, Dimnigite has returned. Powerful streams of energy were channeled into the air by the short man in green robes. The forbidden technique portal was immediately opened wide. Following that, Dimnigite, Timashis, and Linfin stepped in together. Immediately, Dimnigite joyfully rushed forward and hugged Pikavit tightly. Oh, my beloved second sister, I missed you so much. Pikavit stroked the girl's head and gently said, You only realized you couldn't bear to leave your sister when it was time to send the bride off, didn't you? Dimnigite's eyes welled up as she looked at Pikavit, her voice choked with emotion. If Hitra and I had returned 2 days later, you would have become someone's wife. She secretly smiled. I didn't want that to happen. Pikavit reached out to stroke her small face and comforted her. Don't worry, I won't listen to anyone else anymore. The girl smiled brightly and said, Now, everything is much clearer. Dimnigite puffed out her chest and resolutely declared, If second sister doesn't take action, just leave everything to me. Pikavit gently rubbed her youngest sister's head and smiled softly. This matter is more fun if I handle it myself. My little second sister isn't some weak fox. You know. Hearing the way these two sisters talked to each other, the short man in green robes and Tr both shivered inwardly, wondering, have they changed their titles to the 4 great Fins of the divine realm? At that moment, Himsht and Linhim clasped their hands and bowed in unison. Greetings to your Majesty the Fox Emperor, Immortal Pikavit, and also to senior brother Hitra. The short man in green robes slightly curled his lip as he looked at them and replied very calmly, Welcome, everyone. Himsht and Linhim exchanged surprised glances, whispering via spiritual transmission. It turns out His Majesty the Fox Emperor is so approachable. Tr also happily spoke up to inquire, Did everyone encounter anything unsafe on the way here? Linfin replied that no one had followed Immortal Dimnigite. Tr said joyfully, That's wonderful, but now that you two have returned this time, something unexpected has happened. Everything is exactly as it predicted. I suspect that the restrictions imposed upon the Fox Clan Emperor are intimately connected with Yan Li. Furthermore, she certainly cannot be separated from the villainous group of those 3 clans, although no concrete evidence has been presented yet. This direct deduction of mine is already 8 or 9 parts correct. Upon hearing this, Candace replied happily, Brothers Hiahi, just give the order. Whatever can resolve this complication, I guarantee I will follow through without the slightest hesitation. Shashi raised his hand and said that we need to skillfully make those 3 clans reveal the truth. The first step must definitely rely on second master's miraculous arts. The second step is that, if things truly involve Yan Li, then Candace and little Langdon will have the opportunity to return to their homeland, and the shackles on His Majesty the Fox Emperor will also be completely removed. As soon as they heard that, Candace and little Langdon looked at each other with delight, joy and excitement surging in their eyes. Suddenly, he continued, the connection between different holy realms is inherently unobstructed, but if you want to enter without using a travel permit, you must have direct sponsorship from an envoy of that specific holy realm. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Candace and said, Candace, although you were expelled from the Jeddah Holy Land, the blood flowing in your body is still pure and unchangeable. If you stand shoulder to shoulder with us, our chance of setting foot in the holy realm will definitely increase manifold. Although he agreed with the idea, Candace still had a slight question, and immediately asked back, that's right, brother, while we're on the topic, can you explain what exactly a visa is? He immediately explained, that is a type of travel document, or it can be considered a guarantee token that permits entry into the territory of each region. Candace clapped his hands and looked thoughtful, so that's it. The term visa truly sounds subtle and profound. He suddenly placed his hand on Shash's shoulder with delight. Brother Shahi is truly knowledgeable. I greatly admire you. Tashi smiled and waved his hand. Me, there's nothing worth bothering about or mentioning. He turned to look at everyone around him and offered a proposal. Then, without further hesitation, let's implement the first step. The scene shifted to the Fee family manor, where a large number of servants were busily entering and exiting in rotation, their hands constantly carrying things. The Fee family head roared angrily, damn it, as expected. That person used some kind of trickery or illusion. The three of us are highly renowned, yet we didn't detect anything. If this news spreads outside, I fear we will be laughed at mercilessly by the world. The blonde girl, Dachshund, spoke thoughtfully. If someone possesses such formidable skill, then it is not strange that all three of us fell for the trick. The Few family had glanced at her bitterly. Dachshund, just say Fuyu's name directly. There's no need to beat around the bush and make things tiring. Without any hesitation, Toxin calmly replied, it's simply that I was afraid you, family head Fuyu, might lose face in front of everyone. It's just, why did Fuyu suddenly turn against us, and even dare to use illusionary arts targeted at us? Before the wedding, we carefully confined her at home, preventing her from accessing any information related to His Majesty the Fox Emperor. Could it be that she already figured everything out? The Fu family had asserted. That girl Fuyu has admired His Majesty the Fox Emperor to the point of obsession since childhood, and even voluntarily returned without a single complaint. She fundamentally couldn't have guessed the conspiracy behind this, let alone escape our strict surveillance. Upon hearing this, the Bai family head suddenly spoke up, full of suspicion. If that's the case, then perhaps an outsider has intervened and caused trouble. This statement astonished both the Fu family head and Toxian. They both simultaneously stared at him. He continued, the Fu family's people found traces of an intruder from the Shenming Holy Realm nearby recently. This is truly too strange and coincidental. Toxian showed a hint of surprise. The Shenming Holy Realm, why would it be that place? The Fox Emperor's token was personally handed by us to impress Jinshin. She ought to understand the principle of not interfering in other people's family matters. The Bai family head pondered. In that case, if Empress Jinshin really got involved, what more can we say? Everyone has their own agenda. Everyone already knows this. Dakhyun thought deeply about what he had just said, and she was speechless, unsure how to reply. This really is. The Fu family head suddenly interrupted. Alright. That girl Fuyu marrying the Fox Emperor is the crucial step that helps our three major clans advance. Right now, the most important thing is to quickly find her and complete the wedding. Toxin suddenly proposed. My sister Taohua is certainly no less beautiful than Fuyu. Why must it be her? Why not use my sister to replace Fuyu? However, the Fu family had immediately rejected the idea, asserting that this was unacceptable. Toxian objected angrily. Why not? After all, my sister is also a key member of our three major clans. Moreover, she is my biological sister. The Fu family had calmly explained. That girl Fuyu is one of the four celestials of Shangming, and she is also the fatal weakness of Empress Jinshin. Through her, we can simultaneously control both the Shangming Holy Realm and the Kingqiu Holy Realm. The Bai family head suddenly praised him delightedly. Brother Fuyu, your calculations are truly profound, and your ambition is certainly not small. I didn't realize you even wanted to take over the Shangming Holy Realm as well. After chatting for a while, the Bai family head and Dao Shan simultaneously bid farewell. As soon as they were out the door, the Bai family head waved his hand and said, I am so sleepy my eyes are drooping. Let's discuss this tomorrow. As he walked, he leisurely recited a poem, a surging thirst, ambition rolling like the sea, noble qualities forever out of reach. Everything eventually fades like flowing water and wilting flowers. Dao Shan remained standing there, watching his departing shadow. She muttered to herself, cursing under her breath, but he talks a good game. But isn't he just trying to monopolize everything? If I truly trusted him, I would eventually die miserably, and I'd still have to toil away for him. Her face sullen, she secretly made a resolve. If that's the case, finding my own way out wouldn't be overstepping my bounds. Thinking this, she continued walking alone on the deserted road. By chance, she noticed the figures of Fuyu and Xiaoqi approaching from the opposite direction. Seeing the two people in front of her, Dao Shan was slightly surprised, but upon closer inspection, she saw that they were just two little girls. She exclaimed, where did these children come from? They are truly adorable. After that, Dao Shan continued on her way without the slightest suspicion. Meanwhile, after Dao Shan was out of sight, the two children secretly smiled and activated their magic. Fuyu and Xiaoqi immediately returned to their original forms. Xiaoqi said dazedly, she didn't recognize us at all. Suddenly, Fuyu reached out and pinched his face, praising him. You truly live up to your reputation as my favorite student. I trained you well in this illusion technique. Xiaoqi curiously asked, Master, is it because Dao Shan isn't skilled in this type of magic? Yu informed him. She is famously highly vigilant. If you can deceive her, it means you are fully fledged and ready to graduate from your apprenticeship. Xiaoqi adopted a flattering manner, smiling sweetly and acting spoiled. How can your disciple compare even to Master's fingernail? I still want to stay by your side and continue learning properly. Yu laughed heartily with delight upon hearing this. Haha, very well, very well. You certainly know how to talk. Next, we will enter the Fu family estate. For safety, I will perform an illusion technique. Having said this, she immediately cast a spell, creating an ethereal aura that enveloped both of them. Yu then spoke, let's go. At the same time, at the Fu family manor, the Fu family head was sitting in his study, diligently writing something down in a notebook. The content he wrote was as if he were questioning an invisible entity. He wanted to know Fuyu's current whereabouts, and what her next move would be. Immediately afterward, a line of text appeared right next to the question. The blinding spell. The Fu family head was slightly taken aback after reading it. Then he sat thoughtfully, pondering. Afterward, he put pen to paper again. She might have used an illusion to return to the Shaming sacred realm. This will delay, yes, but somehow I feel she absolutely couldn't have escaped that easily. The text reappeared. I tell you, she is scheming something. Those carrying out the action must be extremely cautious. Do not allow any mistakes to occur. At the same time, Yu and Xiaoqi had already sneaked in using a concealment technique. They saw and heard every action the Fu family head took. Xiaoqi suddenly leaned close to Fuyu's ear and whispered, Master, there is one thing I don't know if I should say. Yu calmly replied, Go ahead and say it. Xiaoqi stammered. Your father Fu understood immediately and said, Agent. Returning to the Fu family head, after receiving the necessary information, he put the notebook away into a box. Then he carefully placed the box into a desk drawer. After completing everything, he stepped out of the room. He ordered his subordinates to continue searching for the young mistress, whereabouts everywhere. He again emphasized his threat. If they couldn't find it, damn it, all their efforts would be for nothing. His subordinates immediately responded loudly in agreement. Having said that, he turned back and slammed the door shut, simultaneously locking the room securely. Next, he turned around and strode away. After his figure disappeared from sight, Dekuvit immediately looked intently at the drawer from earlier. She boldly raised her hand and snapped her fingers once to cast a spell. Immediately, the drawer automatically slid open, revealing a small box inside. Dekuvit walked over, opened the box, and pulled out the book, thinking to herself, how careless he is. Even though it wasn't locked, even if he had been more cautious, he probably couldn't have prevented this. He looked at her anxiously, his voice full of worry, unsure if this transmission channel was secure or if others could eavesdrop if they interfered with it. Dekuvit replied that she had already taken precautions against that. Moments later, Dekuvit raised her hand to form spell seals, casting the mesmerizing technique of enchantment of all things. In a flash, Dekuvit transformed into an exact replica of Master Fi, saying that everything was ready. Seeing this, Trick excitedly exclaimed, Second Master, is this just changing appearance or transforming completely into another person? Dekuvit explained that it was a complete transformation, but it only lasted for 1 minute, which was enough for their purposes. Trick stepped closer and lightly touched Dekuvit's hand, surprising her greatly. Master, he said, I want to learn this spell too. Dekuvit's face turned slightly red. She gently pinched Trick's cheek and pulled it, saying she would teach him later. But first, she posed a time-sensitive question. As she spoke, she sat down at the table, opened the book, and examined it. Then she put her pen down and wrote a sentence. Could Dekuvit possibly collude with the Tiger Emperor? Immediately, a red line of text appeared, asking why she had suddenly become so clever. Dekuvit suddenly paused for a few seconds, pondering what to write next. Then she continued writing. But the whereabouts of the Tiger Emperor are also unknown. I worry that our efforts will be like scooping water only to pour it out, ultimately leading to miserable failure from which we can never recover. The red text reappeared. Then I will consider whether our cooperation is necessary. So you want to beg me for help again? Dekuvit simply wrote, to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Then she stopped writing, patiently awaiting a reply. And finally, the red text agreed. Wait, let me contact you again later. At the same time, the figure of Master Fi was returning to the room step by step. He looked carefully around to see if anyone was paying attention to this area. After ensuring it was safe, he opened the door and entered. Master Fi quietly felt a strange intuition, as if something wasn't right. However, when he glanced around the room, he saw no strange signs, so he told himself, I must just be overthinking things. Still, it's better to be a little cautious. It's best if everything is peaceful and nothing goes wrong. He raised his hand, releasing streams of light pink spiritual energy. Next, she scanned the room to see if anyone was stealthily sneaking in. From the threshold all the way to the long bench, throughout the entire room, the old butler remained silent, not uttering a single word. Then, he suddenly approached the desk and pulled out a wooden box. He opened it to check again and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the book he had put away earlier was still there. He really was scaring himself for no reason. After finishing the check, the butler turned to leave, unaware that Fuck Viet and a try were hiding right there in his study. As for Fuck Viet, she had quickly swapped the book, a mocking smile on her face. He had improved slightly over the years, but in terms of insight, his ability was still not much better. A try remarked that time and again, He heartlessly sold out his own daughter, so his character was not much better. Fuck Vite replied, since I was a child, I have seen through his falseness. No, his hypocrisy. It is just a pity he does not know his own limits. Anyway, I have already replaced the notebook, so whatever he records in it later, we will know everything. For now, let's use the notebook we have to gain the other party's trust and see if it really is Yanlei. A moment later, she gripped Titra's hand and excitedly said, let's head back to the old place first. Hearing this, both immediately transformed into two fox spirits and flew away. In the blink of an eye, the pair landed at their familiar hideout. Just as she finished placing the notebook on the table, Thug Viet said, just stay quiet and watch those strange transformations to see what the three great families are plotting. Suddenly, she glanced around and asked, where's Dian Mikayat? Tam Ditch pointed in one direction, saying she was over there discussing the script with His Majesty the Fox Emperor. Thug Viet turned in the direction Cam Ditch pointed, and asked blankly, what script is that? Seeing this, the Tri leaned close to her ear and whispered, the Fox Emperor's pin name is the Hamva. He is a famous author and has been Gayatnis idol for a long time. Thug Viet startled, and took a step back, looking at a Tri in surprise. Gayatni, you're calling the fourth master Gayatni today. It seems I've missed many interesting things. Tetra's face suddenly turned bright red, and he awkwardly explained that because he had won a bet with her, he had to keep the promise. Thug Viet instinctively reached out to lift his chin, and softly asked, I suspect it's not just because of the bet. Is it? Tetra called out in confusion. Second master. So Thug Viet began to tease him. You and the third sister make a perfect couple, don't you? And now you've even stolen the heart of my little sister disciple. You really are quite wit, aren't you? Her words surprised both Cam Ditch 2 and T-Ling Dan. Thug Viet lightly trailed her fingertip from the corner of his mouth downward and continued. They often say male foxes are full of wicked schemes. As your half-them-cub self also learned that bad habit. The Tri was speechless, only able to stammer. Thug Viet withdrew her hand, looked at him, and smiled brightly, joking. It's all right. Don't they say that if a man isn't a bit bad, a woman won't love him? Keeling Dan and Cam Ditch both turned bright red upon hearing this. A slight smirk played on her lips. The Tri awkwardly turned to Lee. I'm going to find Higayate, the fourth master. As he walked, he grumbled to himself. Thug Viet is clearly trying to make things difficult for me. Seeing his expression, Thug Viet also burst into giggles. Ah heck. But then, she licked her lips, her face clearly showing a look of craving. At the same time, the Tri, his face as red as a beet, hurriedly opened the door and stepped quickly inside. He approached the table, hastily grabbed the teapot, and quickly poured a cup. Next, he brought the teacup to his lips and took a long drink to cool himself down. Umigaya, sitting nearby and observing his hasty demeanor, asked, you're back. Why are you so restless? Did you make a new discovery? The Tri tried to maintain his composure, plumped down, took a deep breath, and replied, there truly is something interesting, but what excites me is something else entirely. After finishing drafting the script, the green-robed person slowly put down the brush pen. Then he quickly stepped forward. He spoke loudly, thanks you for your hard work, immortal maiden. As for head Tri, he suddenly felt a mysterious stream of energy hovering right behind him. He started in surprise, and turned around, his expression full of bewilderment about what was happening. It turned out Thug Viet had arrived. Looking at him, she smiled faintly and said, my good disciple, why are you so frightened? The four of them then gathered around the table to discuss important matters. Thug Viet, holding her notebook, saying, my old man has contacted the other side again. I want to pay him a visit. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her finger and cast a spell to see through the events. The scene of the exchange with the head of the Fuck family appeared, but Thug Viet's figure was nowhere to be seen. Thug Viet, impersonating a stranger, sent a message back. It's useless. Let's talk after tonight passes. I need to rest for a bit. The Fuck family head showed concern, saying that this delay would affect his plans. On the other side, a Tri read the lines Thug Viet wrote and was secretly astonished. Second master scolds her own father without any hesitation at all. When he learned of this situation, then who he Sam front, they truly have colluded with outsiders. This old fuck god must have lost his mind. Thug Viet unexpectedly responded, I have controlled the Fox Emperor. He is no different from an ordinary person now. Even without me, there are other ways to handle him. Don't be too stubborn. After writing that sentence, Thug Viet turned to look at the short green-robed person and said, I apologize for interrupting, Your Majesty. Then Sam understood and replied, it's nothing. We should also ask a few things for clarification. The Fuck family had suddenly messaged back, alright, I won't disturb your rest anymore. I will contact you again tomorrow. After ending the conversation with the Fuck family head, Thug Viet said, he has absolutely no suspicion that the item in his hands has been replaced. Perhaps we will be able to identify the puppet master behind the scenes soon. Everyone should go to bed early today. Once we are certain it's Yanlei, we will proceed with step 2 immediately. She suddenly let out a big yawn and sighed. Alhumate, I'm extremely sleepy. Suddenly, Dean Nikayat rushed over, tightly hugged Thug Viet's arm, and whined endearingly, second sister, let me sleep with you tonight. Okay. Thug Viet only chuckled softly. Then she said in a sarcastic tone, so Hatrai will have to stay behind to guard an empty room all alone, won't he? That comment made Hatrai startle, revealing a look of surprise mixed with suspicion, while Diamond Gayat cried out in panic. What does him staying alone in his room have to do with me? Thug Viet lightly pinched her junior sister's cheek and said, this girl, it seems like you two have gotten quite close while I was away, haven't you? The embarrassed expressions of all three of them were unintentionally caught by the short green-robed person. He smiled faintly to himself, thinking, this truly isn't bad source material for a writing. I should go back and thoroughly muse over it. The affairs of those who love books aren't necessarily bad either. After finishing his calculations, he playfully pulled a lock of his hair, The end. He gently rolled it into a ball in his palm. This caused an alluring fragrance to permeate the room, which Demigite and Fikivit inhaled inadvertently, and without the slightest knowledge. Having finished, then Sam quietly said goodbye and turned back inside, telling everyone to rest, and that he would continue his unfinished work. Oh, and also, some strange things were about to happen in this Q region. Just letting everything take its natural course would be fine. He looked back with tearful eyes, simultaneously placing the hand on his back as if to emphasize, just follow the guidance of your heart. She completely failed to grasp the man's intentions and just stood there dumbfounded. By then Sam had closed the door to retire, not forgetting to send his good wishes for a good night's sleep. The three people then followed the long path back to their rooms when Fikivit suddenly spoke up irritably. Why is everything so chaotic? Do you two notice anything strange? Demigite started feeling a rush of heat inside her. She replied, I don't feel anything out of the ordinary, except that it's too hot. Take care. Aren't you hot? She turned his head blankly to look at the two girls and said, I don't feel hot at all. Demigite was panting harder and harder but still tried to pretend she was fine. Perhaps this study room is a bit stuffy. Second sister, let's go to sleep. Only Fikivit remained silent. She was gasping for breath and slightly unsteady. She suddenly missed a step, but she rushed just in time to catch the girl, his voice trembling. Second master, be careful. Fikivit was wee, her body bright red like a boiled shrimp. Tianmengayat was not much better. Her body swayed. She stood precariously, groaning and complaining. It's too hot. I can't breathe anymore. She tried to suppress her discomfort, moving her lips to whisper, I feel the same way. She wrapped his arms around Tianmengayat, panicking completely. Tianmengayat, what in the world is wrong with you? He tightly hugged his two powerless masters, crying out in terror, Hey, don't scare me to death like this. Both Fikivit and Tianmengayat had been drugged by the short green-robed man. Their bodies were burning hot, and their steps were unsteady. This sight left Hachi completely bewildered, forcing him to support both of them with his two hands. Only now did Hachi vaguely realize the problem that Fox Guy must have pulled some kind of dirty trick. He looked at the expressions of the two beauties leaning against him and quietly reminded himself, even though I'm a man, I am not an animal. His second master's two watermelons looked like they were about to slip out of her clothes. Right at that moment, the short green-robed man was standing nearby, observing the scene with amusement. Without hesitation, Hachi hoisted his two masters onto his shoulders and immediately headed straight for the bed. Placing both of them neatly on the bed, he instructed, Sleep well, both of you. I will lock the door for safety. After settling them down, he thoughtfully covered both girls carefully with a blanket. Once that was done, he was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, but just as he turned his back to leave, Fikivit immediately sat up, grabbed his hand, and pleaded, Don't go. Hachi quickly turned back, held Fikivit, and intended to help her lie back down quietly, but Fikivit arched her body, deliberately revealing her pair of long, pale legs, and begged, Don't leave, I'm so lonely, can you stay and talk to me? Hachi looked at that alluring posture and spontaneously got a nosebleed. He quickly raised his hand to cover it, worrying silently, If this keeps up, they'll turn into an animal. I have to retreat immediately, he thought, and he quickly turned and ran away. But after only a few steps, he ran into an invisible barrier, crying out in sharp pain. Ouch! As he held his face and groaned in pain, Fikivit's tails suddenly lunged forward from behind him. Immediately, Hachi was tightly wrapped by those soft tails. He was pulled backward sharply, unable to react in time. He was pushed forcefully, falling onto the bed. Fikivit suddenly crawled on top of him, making him panic. Second master, you're usually so aloof. Did that fox emperor play a trick on you? Fikivit replied, I knew everything. Hearing that, Hachi couldn't help but be stunned. What? Fikivit looked directly at him and offered a gentle smile. The moment he cast the forbidden spell, they recognized everything. Hachi felt extremely confused and questioned. Then why did you act like that? He felt Fikivit's hips pressing heavily against him. Fikivit said nothing, simply reaching out her hand and casting a stream of energy that enveloped the two of them. That misty wisp of air immediately enveloped Demigite. At the same moment, Demigite rubbed her still sleepy eyes, wondering why she had closed them for no good reason. What caught her eye at that moment was the sight of Fikivit sitting right atop Hachi's body. Demigite softly called out their names. Second senior sister. Seemingly realizing the underlying issue, Demigite sprang up and spoke decisively. That man in the green robe definitely played a trick on all of us, didn't he? She looked at Demigite with confusion. Could it be that she already knows about this too? Demigite adjusted her clothing as she replied, I have memorized every novel by that old man, plus his written and rewritten scenes like this until they're nauseating. I guess he just wanted to bring it into real life to find new creative inspiration. She suddenly pouted, his voice full of complaint. Why am I the only one who was left out of the fun? The Givit nimbly jumped off his body, and then she stepped off the bed. After that, she turned to look directly at him, saying, You need to practice getting used to this. This is Q, a place known for using mystical tricks. You must constantly be vigilant about whether you've fallen into an illusion without knowing it. She immediately sat up straight and applauded. See. Meanwhile, outside, the short man in the green robe clearly heard what Fikivit had just said and chuckled to himself. What a cunning wretch. She wouldn't give others a single chance to indulge their interests. I might as well go back and focus on writing my book, he thought, and immediately turned his back and resolutely walked away. Returning to Fikivit, she held a notebook in her hand, pulled Demigite aside, and whispered, Something extremely important has come up. The three of them went to a room illuminated only by flickering candlelight. Fikivit raised the notebook high, then tossed it into the air, and simultaneously began chanting a spell to cast magic. She announced, I have synchronously transmitted this information to my father. Starting tomorrow, we will know clearly whether the person behind everything is in lie or not. Furthermore, we can also find out tomorrow exactly what item that mysterious person mentioned. After hearing those words, Ch just stood frozen in place. His motionless action made Fgvit somewhat puzzled. What are you preoccupied with? He replied that he wasn't thinking about anything, but mentally, he was silently asking himself, if that person truly is Yanlai, how dare she show up and then Q while being so closely monitored by the heavenly Tao? Or perhaps, even if she appears, it won't matter, because during the battle of the Thingmin's sacred domain, Yanlai clearly demonstrated that she wasn't afraid of being discovered by the heavenly Tao. Maybe this is her unique way of escaping this terrifying surveillance. Fgvit moved closer to him and repeated the question. What are you contemplating? He suddenly woke up and asked, Second Master, what exactly is the heavenly Tao? Fgvit looked astonished and immediately challenged. You're asking about the heavenly Tao. As soon as she heard that, Demingite immediately interjected. The heavenly Tao is an invisible pair of eyes. It is the supreme rule and order coordinating the entire universe. The fact that this world can operate smoothly is thanks to the boundless grace of the heavenly Tao. Demingite turned abruptly and scolded him. Why are you asking about something that even a 3-year-old child knows clearly? She couldn't help but be astonished upon hearing this. So everyone knows about this. He then secretly asked the system, is the heavenly Tao that these people are talking about the thing you once mentioned? The system, abruptly questioned, stammered and dared not reply. Ch then remained completely silent in thought. A moment later, Ch suddenly spoke up and asked, have any of you ever seen the heavenly Tao with your own eyes? Fgvit pointed dazed at the sky, asserting that the heavenly Tao is always above, watching everything. Hechi, what on earth is wrong with you? Hechi grew even more suspicious in his heart when he asked his first master, and Sari. They answered very guardedly, while everyone else seemed to know. As for Yanlai, why did she want to escape the heavenly Tao? They must certainly know something. Without thinking much, he then asked, Your Majesty Fox Emperor, Second Master, Fourth Master, do you know why Yanlai wants to escape the heavenly Tao? Then Samdap replied softly, I know a little bit about it. Hechi curiously said, please explain it clearly to use. Then Samdap's expression turned serious as he said, although Yanlai is the queen of the sacred city, she is actually not a citizen of the sacred city. Hearing this, Candace exclaimed in shock, what, the queen isn't originally from the sacred city? How could that be? Then Samdap smiled gently, she is of the dragon clan. Does the sacred city have such a clan? Candace instinctively fell silent. Kalainen also looked bewildered and incredulous. Hechi looked at Yan Yu suspiciously. Second Master, Fourth Master, you know too, don't you? Yan Yu shook her head in denial. I don't know anything either. Fgvit pondered for a moment. Me neither. Every time Big Sister mentions Yanlai, she only sighs, and doesn't say a word. Then Samdap said, only I and the Golden Dragon Empress know this. Speaking of which, the Golden Dragon Empress, Yanlai, and I have a deep relationship. Her story was told by herself, so its truth or falsehood cannot be verified. They still remember that time. At this point, Samdap began to recount the story of the three of them. Many years ago, on a pitch-black night, the three sat together by a warm fire. At that time, Yanlai reflected and opened up. My clansmen and my people are all buried deep beneath the cold earth. She pursed her lips slightly. Then she suddenly turned and asked, have you ever heard of the Gloomy Land? It is a dark and hazy place. Looking at everyone's faces, it was clear that no one had ever heard of it. While watching the flickering fire, she spoke sadly. At this moment, Samdap suddenly turned to look at her, his eyes full of doubt. Yanlai, aren't you a person of the sacred city? Yanlai lowered her voice and replied, I am now a citizen of the sacred city, but I belong to the dragon clan. Hearing this, Kim Jiao was slightly stunned. The dragon clan. In the history of the sacred city, there are absolutely no records or legends about the dragon clan. Yanlai said, Jiao Mui is indeed well informed. Exactly. The secret city originally had no dragon clan. In Thuong myth and Thumka, although there are legends of the dragon clan and dragons living there through generations, they were only migrants. They were not indigenous. Kim Jiao looked at her suspiciously. Yanlai, you aren't going to say the dragon clan comes from that gloomy place, are you? Yanlai smiled faintly and said, in the past, that place wasn't called the gloomy place. It had a much more beautiful name, Home, Thoi Hung Long. After saying that, she suddenly looked up at the sky with a deeply thoughtful expression. Suddenly, images of her homeland flashed in her mind, with dragons soaring through the sky. Then, she pointed to the sky and warned, do not anger those above, or else you will have to wander like me, losing your homeland forever, returning to reality. Then Samdap continued, after that, I searched through every record but couldn't find any clues about the so-called gloomy place. Yet her expression, when she spoke, was surprisingly sincere. It seems that place has been wiped from history. As for Yanlai, at that moment, she seemed to be lost in a long stream of thought. She was trying to scavenge fragments of memories from ancient times. From the high heavens, fierce streaks of heavenly tribulation descended relentlessly upon the small village. Both the soaring dragons and the common people suffered severe injuries. Amidst the panic and chaotic scattering of the crowd, only a solitary little girl sat huddled in the middle of the path. The entire scene of chaos and crisis before her eyes was indelibly etched into the little girl's innocent eyes, and the little girl who endured that pain was none other than the Yanlai we see now. Returning to Hechi, after hearing the recollection, he suddenly remembered Yanlai's warning from years ago. Don't be foolish enough to anger the higher-ups, or you will end up wandering in exile, losing your home just like me. He turned and asked immediately, the higher-ups she mentioned, that must be the heavenly Tao, right? That's likely correct. Then Samdap replied with a nod. Hechi then hypothesized, if we dissect every word, it implies that the Hind Long villagers did something to provoke the heavenly Tao's wrath. Consequently, a cruel divine punishment was unleashed, completely destroying the holy realm and turning it into a gloomy place, forcing survivors like Yan Lai to migrate to another holy realm. What kind of earth-shattering crime did they commit that made the heavenly Tao not hesitate to resort to slaughtering an entire holy realm just to punish the Dragon clan? Thug Viet interrupted. These ancient matters will only become clear once we capture Yan Lai. Now, back to the urgent issue. Sex affairs need to be handled immediately, Hachi said with narrowed eyes. We need to overcome this time difference. First, we will hide and observe how the secret god opens that door, and then we will create a duplicate. But Diamond Guide seemed a bit anxious. She feared that altering the timeline too much would arouse the enemy's suspicion. And what does creating a duplicate mean here? Hachi explained. It means using that mystical book to forge a deception, tricking the secret god into thinking he needs to open the door early. This gives us precious time to break the gate opening spell. As soon as she heard those words, Thug Viet turned sharply and cast her power onto the mystical book. She feigned the voice of a mysterious person and commandingly ordered him to wake up and open the gate. Seeing this, Hachi sighed inwardly. Second Master, how can you treat my old man with such a lack of respect? At least act a bit more convincingly. Immediately, a response came. Wasn't it scheduled for tomorrow? Thug Viet replied coldly. Nonsense. I come whenever I please. The secret god frantically reassured her. Look, then give me a bit of time to get ready. They'll open the door in exactly 15 minutes. How about that? Fine. Thug Viet accepted his condition. As soon as the agreement was made, the mystical tablet immediately vanished. She turned to leave, announcing, I am going to infiltrate in secret. Hachi hurriedly added, then I'm coming with you. Seeing the two preparing to move, Diamond Guide also stepped forward and took Thug Viet's hand, pleading, Second sister, I want to join this trip too. Thug Viet gently stroked her hair and said softly, Little Guide, do you think we're going on a spring outing to the outskirts? Stay here and rest up. Who knows? Tomorrow we might face a truly fierce battle. Diamond Guide had no choice but to accept. Yes, alright then. Afterward, she turned to instruct Hachi. Then you must protect second sister carefully. Hachi nodded slightly and replied, I know. Despite saying so, he thought to himself, Second Master doesn't need my protection, but it's obvious Nkayat really wanted to go. Sigh. Thug Viet then grabbed Hitch's hand firmly. Then she cast a spell and said, in that case, let's head out. And so, he and Nkayat stood in silence, watching their silhouettes gradually fade into the distance. Scene change. A maid was entering at this moment, just to apply makeup and prepare everything according to the secret god's orders. The maid spoke respectfully. Master, I wish you a peaceful evening. However, the secret god was currently extremely irritable, cursing inwardly. Damn it, this feeling of having to act as someone else's lackey is truly unbearable. A few minutes later, he stepped into his familiar study. Next, the old man rummaged through the bookshelf looking for something. At the same time, Thug Viet and Hachi had secretly entered the study to observe the old man. Seeing this behavior, Thug Viet became suspicious, wondering what the hell this wretched old man was looting. A moment later, Matt then suddenly sat down next to the table and lifted up one of the table leg. Then he reached out and picked up the jade piece used to prop up the table leg. Holding the dragon-shaped jade piece, he cheered happily. I found it. He patted his head and forced a chuckle. Oh dear, why did I use this to prop up a table leg? He quickly used his sleeve to carefully wipe the jade piece clean. In the very next second, he gently pressed the center of the jade piece with one finger, and it immediately emitted a brilliant light. A secret door hidden within a restricting barrier suddenly appeared before the old man. Seeing this, Hachi was stunned. Was opening the door really that simple? Thug Viet immediately replied. This was too easy. The girl sighed, and I wasted so much effort devising schemes and plan. As for Matt then, after opening the door, he loudly called out, It's time. Why is no one here? Hey, boss, is anyone home? Seeing that the time was right, Thug Viet unexpectedly rushed forward, pausing Hachi to ask in surprise, Second Master, what are you going to do? Quick as a flash, Thug Viet silently moved toward Matt then she unleashed her magic. Thug Viet created a dragon-shaped jade piece identical to the old man's. Furthermore, she completely drained the spiritual energy from his jade piece and transferred it to the one in her hand. Laughing triumphantly, a few seconds later, she pressed the jade piece with her hand to activate the door opening. Because of this, the restricting barrier unexpectedly slammed shut immediately. This astonished Matt then greatly. Oh my god, why did it close? Why is suddenly no one coming out anymore? Seeing the scene, Hachi smiled brightly at her. Second Master, your movements were incredibly fast. However, Thug Viet replied, then you must study diligently. But being too fast isn't necessarily a good thing. Her words surprised Hachi. That door began to fade away, and then vanish. Thug Viet and Hachi quickly used their movement techniques to step inside that mysterious door. Behind the door was the Holy Metropolis, which is the capital city of Salami. Even though it was already dark, many people were still moving about in the city. Curiously, Hachi reached out to touch the surroundings but couldn't make contact, so she immediately asked, the illusion hasn't completely dissolved, has it? Should we sneak straight into the Imperial Palace? Thug Viet cautiously replied that their current clothing was too conspicuous. Let's go change clothes first. I haven't even thought about sneaking in yet. Hearing this, Hachi secretly found it strange, musing, no wonder the Second Master's unpredictable personality suits this particular style. At that moment, Thug Viet was looking around, searching for something, when she suddenly exclaimed, there it is. It turned out she had spotted a clothing store nearby. Thug Viet happily pulled Hachi's hand and led her toward it. Before long, a golden god appeared on the counter, and simultaneously, two sets of clothes disappeared. This startled the shop owner slightly. What is this? And where did my clothes go? Fikivit threw a set of clothes straight at Ich. She turned around abruptly and immediately stripped off her garments. Seeing this, Ich cried out, "Master, you act as fast as lightning." Fikivit responded indifferently, "What are you dazed for? Hurry up and change your clothes." Ich suddenly felt his face flush and quickly looked away, telling himself that her fox-like nature was unmistakable. After finishing changing, Fikivit held 2 strings with 2 melons hanging from them, turned around, and called to Shh, "Come here, help me tie these." While helping her tie the strings, she looked worried and asked, "Master, isn't it too dangerous for us to break directly into the holy land of Chidu like this?" Fikivit replied, "The higher the risk, the greater the reward. If we can resolve the trouble in the holy land of Chidu without involving them, that would be ideal. Besides, I am currently only observing." She finished tying the knot, and announced, "It's done." In her new outfit, Fikivit spun around excitedly and asked, "Do I look good?" She stared at her without blinking and replied excitedly, "Extremely beautiful." Fikivit suddenly added, "Then you should hurry up, and take yours off, too." After changing their attire and appearance, the two of them walked along leisurely. While walking behind her, she suddenly stared at Fikivit's backside, as if he had just realized something. Fikivit suddenly turned around to look at him. She asked bluntly, "What's the meaning of you staring at my butt this whole way?" She chuckled and replied, "Master, you don't have a tail. It feels a bit lacking." "Oh, it's nothing." His hesitation annoyed Fikivit. She reached out to pinch his cheek and demanded sternly, "What's lacking? Speak up." She cried out in pain. "Oh, it hurts. It's best not to say things that go against moral principles." Fikivit shouted, "Speak, or I won't let you off." Hearing her threat, she awkwardly blurted out, It's the charm." Hearing this, Fikivit uttered a soft ah. Instead of getting angry, she conjured a fake tail, pressed it against him, and wagged the tip of the tail in front of Ichi's face. He was astonished. "Master, who aren't?" Fikivit mischievously brushed the tail against Ichi's face, and chuckled. "They can't see it. Is there enough charm now?" She could only stammer, thinking to himself, "Truly a mischievous, naughty vixen." Seeing Ichi's expression, Fikivit grew suspicious. "What are you plotting?" Terrified, Ichi hurriedly waved his hands and explained, Nothing. You are my master, and I respect you immensely. How could I dare to such random thoughts?" Fikivit suddenly turned and walked away, muttering, "Enough. How boring. Move quickly. We still have to get to the royal palace." Fikivit's reaction left Ichi feeling confused, wondering, why does master seem a bit vague? Did I say something wrong? Scene change. At this moment, the outside of the royal palace was strictly guarded by soldiers. Ichi and Fikivit were hiding on a nearby tree branch to observe. Ichi remarked, "The guards aren't many," but Fikivit hesitated. Even so, getting inside will still be very difficult. Ichi suddenly looked at Fikivit and suggested, "How about we just charge straight in?" Fikivit asked back, "What do you think?" Ichi replied, "Let me give it a try." Hearing him say that, Fikivit gestured for him to go ahead. "Fine, it's up to you." As for Ichi, he was silently calling his system, "Sorry, I want to exchange for a random personal item." However, he couldn't help but be utterly shocked when he received no response whatsoever from the system. Suddenly, he grew suspicious. Why was there no response? Could this capital city really be capable of severing the communication device's connection? Seeing him standing there hesitantly, Fikivit asked, "What's wrong?" Ichi replied, "It's nothing. I'll go check it out." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew off. Incidentally, Ichi gave Fikivit a spirit fox, instructing her, "Keep this, and use it if you ever need to communicate." Fikivit stared at the fox blankly, wondering, "Damn, what is this?" She inwardly felt that the word communication sounded very figurative. Meanwhile, while flying, Ichi performed a transformation spell. In just a moment, he transformed into a very majestic fox and flew away quickly. Fikivit watched his retreating figure, somewhat astonished. When did this guy learn transformation magic? Just as Ichi plunged straight down towards the royal palace, he hit the protective barrier surrounding it. He rubbed the bump on his head, transformed back into a kitten, and whined. No wonder they don't need too many guards. A moment later, he returned, clutching his head, to inform Fikivit, "Second master, we can't get into the palace, because there's a magic barrier." Hearing this, Fikivit mused, Yanlai is far too suspicious. "Well, we can't break through the barrier right at the city gates. We'll just have to wait for her to come to Yiz." Ichi asked back in confusion, "So we have to go back?" Fikivit suddenly had an idea. "It's still 4 hours until dawn, so there's no need to rush. Let's go shopping together." Disciple. Ichi felt a slight stir, thinking to himself, this must be what they call a flutter in the heart. On the way, Fikivit suddenly cheered happily. "Oh, we're going out on the town. Going out on the town." Meanwhile, Ichi looked around and muttered, "Commerce is flourishing well, and the people seem quite ordinary. Overall, no matter how you look at it, this is a wealthy and bustling country, completely different from what Lin Dan said." While Fikivit frolicked around, stopping to examine all the stalls, Ichi was secretly worried. He kept feeling that something wasn't quite right. Suddenly, Fikivit sat down in front of a barbecue stall and called out, "Come here quickly. I'm really craving this." Ichi stepped over, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "Second master, we don't have any money from the Chidu Holy Land." Fikivit immediately took out another gold bar, assuming it would be enough. Pure gold can be used anywhere, right? Having said that, she held out the gold bar to the barbecue stall owner, and asked clearly, "Sir, I don't have cash on me. Can he use this?" The stall owner looked at the gold bar and burst out laughing. Then he replied, "No, that won't do." Fikivit stood there stunned, completely confused. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past from above. It then rushed straight towards the barbecue stall. Fikivit suddenly noticed something unusual about the wind. She quickly jumped up, pulled Ichi behind her, and warned, "Watch out. Immediately, the stall owner jumped up, radiating a powerful aura from his whole body. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into Yanlai. She smiled brightly, and spoke in a clear voice. Long time no see, distinguished guest of the Fox Emperor, along with Fang Kim Dao's little disciple, Hachi. The older brother suddenly glanced around. Upon closer observation, the surrounding characters seemed somewhat strange. Everyone emitted a white aura as if they were merely ghosts. Hachi whispered, I told you this place seemed a bit weird, thinking to himself, these things are copies of what I saw when I first arrived. Luckily, she hasn't realized yet. Yanlai also spoke up. So you've noticed the abnormalities in Sound City. I thought the scene they set up was perfect. Hachi muttered. Perhaps she saw something was wrong when the door opened. Then probably bit by bit until she was sure the second master and I had entered. It turns out we were both testing each other. Seeing them both silent, Yanlai shouted impatiently. Well, what now? Have you all gone? You speak up already. Simultaneously, she raised her hand and snapped her fingers as if giving an order. The crowd and the surrounding scenery immediately began to vanish. In an instant, only 3 people remained in an extremely gloomy space. Yanlai spoke again. You must be wondering why everything is different from what was told. Under my rule, this is a land of misery and suffering, no different from hell on earth. It's not peaceful at all. She sneered and added, I only went to the trouble of creating a scene that looked prosperous and thriving. Bugfight remained silent, looking at her without a word. She continued with an air of amusement. I like the noisy, bustling atmosphere. It makes people feel like they are truly living. Hachi also stared at her warily. Then, she turned to look at Bugfight, her voice full of sarcasm. Lady Fox, this is what they call fighting fire with fire. How does it feel for a master illusionist to be trapped in her own illusion without even knowing it? Suddenly, Hachi raised his middle finger in contempt, and said, no one bothers paying attention to shallow women. That action, and those words left Yanlai momentarily stunned. Only then did Bugfight speak up. Inly, since you've called me a master of illusions, how could I be defeated so easily? As soon as she finished speaking, Bugfight used her feet to manifest a spell. Then she turned back to tease Hachi. Good disciple, should we say someone has a good memory or a poor one? Hachi coldly replied, it's because their mind isn't very bright. Hearing this, Yanlai was slightly annoyed. What nonsense are you two talking about? Hachi folded his arms and smirked. We're saying that you are the one who fell into the trap. Furthermore, this trap was set by me, the master illusionist Humble Jr., he said, spreading his arms wide. Immediately, another restricted space began to appear, featuring enormous vortexes. These vortexes began to spread toward Yanlai. This sight caught her by surprise. Unable to react in time, she could only raise her hands to shield herself. One must recall the time back in that forest. Bugfight and Hachi had previously sat down and discussed thoroughly. When Bugfight asked, so what do you plan to do now? Hachi replied pensively, let me think for a moment. At that time, Hachi silently observed everything, and thought, the system hasn't shown any reaction at the Imperial Holy Land. It must have been blocked. As expected, this place has completely escaped the control of the Heavenly Dao. If we waited for Yanlai to go to Thunka, she might have been discovered by the Heavenly Dao first, and it would be very difficult to ask anything then. After pondering for a while, Hachi turned to Bugfight with a mischievous smile and suggested that they should lure her out. That was why the previous incident occurred. Returning to the present, as Yanlai had fallen into another of Hachi's illusion traps, he explained that since she was so cautious, she couldn't have failed to notice someone opening the door at the wrong time and intentionally passing through the barrier. Therefore, the two of them had exploited her wariness. Yanlai merely sneered and replied disdainfully, truly the tricks of I'm Kim Ja's disciple. Hachi snapped back, correcting her, I have as many as 4 masters. Yanlai said, if the Thuamin Holy Region didn't have I'm Kim Jao, I would have swallowed it up ages ago. Hachi coldly advised, Your Majesty, you have been deceived by illusions twice now. At the very least, you should learn your lesson and stop underestimating your opponent. Yanlai waved her hand dismissively. So what if I underestimate you? Unless Vine Kim Jao appears. Even if we suffer a minor setback, the final outcome will not change. Using these petty tricks to stall for time is utterly futile. That look on her face annoyed Hachi, and he thought to himself, this woman certainly has a stubborn mouth. He stared at her, his face turning serious. I don't want to fight you anymore. I want to ask you something. But Yanlai immediately replied, if you ask, am I obligated to answer? Hachi stopped beating around the bush and spoke directly. I will help you destroy the Heavenly Dao together. What do you think of this idea? Upon hearing the Heavenly Dao mentioned, Yanlai was startled and gasped in shock. What? Hachi continued, is my proposal that funny? I admit it was a spontaneous idea, but it's not impossible. Yanlai replied in confusion. Don't think I don't know. The Lamb must have told you about my past. Hachi, I will not trust anyone. Don't even think about exploiting my weaknesses to conquer me. Hachi suddenly burst out laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. So, what if he said I have a system? After saying that, he breathed a secret sigh of relief. Whew, it really was blocked. Otherwise, I would have been struck dead by lightning by now. I need to handle this differently than before. The more you invest, the greater the return. Hearing this, Yanlai's emotions fell into turmoil, a mix of surprise and extreme anxiety. What did you say? Hachi solemnly declared, I have a system. Internally, he thought, it's basically confirmed that my great master possesses a system. I wonder if Yanlai has one too. Let me probe a bit and see. Yanlai was slightly bewildered and asked again, a system? You mean a rectangular frame that suddenly pops up? That is the channel the Heavenly Dao uses to communicate with humans. Hachi immediately replied, that's right, while still feeling dazed in his mind. Why is this so weird? If it is, say it is. If it isn't, say it isn't. Yanlai whispered, don't you know that even here, the Heavenly Dao is not completely cut off. If it had caught you exactly when the barrier was weak, you would be ashes by now. Hachi was suddenly alarmed and shouted, "Oh my god." He then quickly covered his mouth, thinking to himself, isn't the imperial capital Holy Land free from surveillance? Is it possible she's exaggerating to trick me? Furious, he asked aloud, then why are you still talking about it? Yanlai suddenly waved her hand, casting a spell to summon a chair. She sat on it with a teasing smile. I was just scaring you. In the imperial capital Holy Land, something foul occasionally jumps out, but it can only lock onto a location for that split second. Don't worry, you won't die. Hachi was secretly bewildered. Lock onto the location for just that split second. What does that mean? Yanlei added, in this place, even if you speak of it, it won't cause you to drop dead suddenly. Otherwise, I don't know how many times I would have lost my life by now. Hachi breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that's great then. That's good. So, you're also a transmigrator? Yanlai slowly replied. A transmigrator? Do you mean soul possession? No, I am not. Thugfight, who had been sitting quietly until now, spoke up in frustration. Hey, if neither of you is afraid of dropping dead, then stop speaking in riddles. I don't know if Yanlai is curious, but if you want to fight, don't drag it out. If you want to talk, then speak clearly. Hachi immediately returned to the topic. Your Majesty, is there really no room for negotiation? For example, us joining forces against the Heavenly Tao, but Yanlei firmly refused. I'm sorry, I don't trust anyone. Hachi sighed. Then there's nothing left to say. Suddenly, Yanlai asked with a smile, has Vine Kim Jiao been in seclusion all this time? Thugfight turned in surprise and said, how did you know about that? Yanlei proudly rested her chin on her hand and recounted, after battling me, her vital energy was severely depleted, so naturally, she had to enter seclusion. Hachi said to himself, that's not right. My great master didn't go into seclusion because of an injury. Yanlei's information is incorrect. Yanlei recounted, a long time ago, I told her a story about my homeland. I wonder if she became suspicious. Because of that, after my trip back then, Thumb Lam and her ended their relationship. She became the empress of the Thuangmin Holy Region and was later revered as the most omnipotent being in the entire region, possessing power on par with the Heavenly Tao. At that time, I mistakenly thought she was my destined savior. Yanlai smiled and said, I have never witnessed such terrifying power until now. As soon as she finished speaking, her expression changed instantly, and she gnashed her teeth in fury. But she betrayed our friendship and joined forces with the Heavenly Tao. Petrai asked back in astonishment, wait, do you mean my Grand Master and the Heavenly Tao are accomplices? Yanlei raised an eyebrow in confusion. Isn't that already clear enough? Petrai continued to ask. I want to confirm. The three of you had a deep friendship back then, right? Yanlei nodded in confirmation. Petrai asked curiously again. Then what made you so certain that she betrayed you? Yanlei shouted irritably. What do you want? Asking so many questions. Do you think I'm making up stories to frame her? Petrai replied solemnly. Everything needs to be clarified to find a solution. What if it's just a misunderstanding? You said my Grand Master is as strong as the Heavenly Tao, so the Heavenly Tao must certainly be wary of her. If my Grand Master, Thung Sao, and you had united, you might have been strong enough to oppose the Heavenly Tao. Clearly, the Heavenly Tao deliberately drove a wedge between the three of you to weaken your power. Moreover, since you three were so close, my Grand Master isn't foolish. Why wouldn't she stand by you instead of turning to help the Heavenly Tao? This is simply too illogical. Thugfight stood up abruptly and declared firmly, Yanlei, my eldest sister is absolutely not an ungrateful or traitorous person. Yanlei laughed mockingly. Fifths, I'm running out of time and don't have the leisure to chat with you people. One day you will be betrayed by her, and then you will understand what my words meant. Petrai rushed forward anxiously. Hey, what do you mean by running out of time? Speak clearly. Yanlei revealed a face full of murderous intent. I admit I was careless and fell for your spells this time, but there won't be a second time. At that moment, Yanlei slowly vanished. Next, Petrai and his companion were flung out of that space and returned to them. Old Fuck was extremely surprised. Thugfight, why are you here? Thugfight smiled slightly. Is it really so strange for me to be here? Old Fuck clutched his head in frustration. No wonder I kept feeling something was wrong. It turns out you used an illusion technique on me. Yanlei sat down and teased. A representative of a major clan in them falling for an illusion so easily. It seems you've grown too old. Old Fuck gnashed his teeth and replied, I am her father, after all. Thugfight glanced at him. I returned to them under the orders of His Majesty the Fox Emperor, but you used his name as a pretext for your actions, which deeply disappoints me. Anyway, the illusion is about to dissipate. You will soon see me clearly. She reached out her hand and cast a spell. Thugfight clenched her hand tightly. He talked too much. I might as well kill you to silence you for good. They'll ask you again, who was the one Thumka must revere? She used an invisible hand to choke him, lifting him high for interrogation. That's right, standing nearby, whispered a piece of advice. Second master, how can he answer if you're choking him like that? Hearing the advice, Thugfight immediately let go. Because of that sudden action, he fell to the ground with a thud. Thugfight smiled and asked, so, now we can chat as much as we want, right? Ulfi clutched his neck, grimacing in agony. You unfilial child, do you think becoming one of the four immortals means you can look down on your father? Even the Fox Emperor wouldn't dare treat me so recklessly, because I am still your father. You must show me respect when you return. Victor wondered whether he should call this old man a leecher or a fool. He kept hitting his second master's weak spot. The Fox Emperor doesn't dare do anything to this old man. You annoying old fossil. It seems my previous question doesn't need an answer anymore. Vigavit turned to Hitra and said, the Met family is one of the 3 major houses supporting them Q. But for the family head to behave like this, I think it would be better for Hitra to become the family head. How dare you question me? These words made the head of the Fixie family behind her so furious he nearly spat blood. What did you just say? Vigavit continued. My good disciple will surely revitalize the clan. Don't you agree? In that case, it'd better obey. Hitra couldn't help but burst out laughing while looking at the uncle from the Mint family. Maten's face turned red with rage as he shouted, what are you people talking about? What do you take me for? The fuck's emperor is in prison and useless. I'm the true master of them Q. Hitra slapped his forehead, feeling helpless. He was truly beyond saying. Vigavit fell silent, her face clearly showing murderous intent. She used a terrifying pressure to suppress his limbs and voice. Anyone who dares to be disrespectful to His Majesty the Fox Emperor deserves to be beheaded. As she finished speaking, old Nethan was suddenly pinned down by the pressure of Vigavit's aura. He was forced to drop to his knees. While the old man was trembling in fear, Vigavit stepped forward. She threatened, I will spare your life for now. I'm giving you an entire night to figure out how to lift the seal on His Majesty. Then she turned to leave, instructing Hitra, let's go. Hitra immediately obeyed, as his second master. Before leaving, Vigavit didn't forget to turn back and remind Nethan, oh, right, tell the ONAC families, those who follow me live, and those who oppose me die. Tomorrow, I want the patriarchs of the 3 major families to kneel before the Fox Emperor and kowtow in apology. If not, those 3 families will no longer need to exist. After saying that, both Vigavit and Hitra left, leaving Nethan still kneeling there in shock. He stayed awake all night, gnashing his teeth, telling himself that he had been suppressed again and could do nothing about it, but his hatred grew deeper. That damn brat. Just you wait, you will regret not killing me tonight. The scene shifts to Sam's temple. Kimani sat anxiously with her chin in her hand, waiting. Why aren't they back yet? Not long after, Vigavit suddenly appeared and called out, Sister, Nkite, 4th Master, we're back. Kimani was overjoyed. She stood up and ran toward them, saying, I've been waiting for you for so long. You're finally back. On this side, Hitra also opened his arms to welcome her, but Dimnigite dashed right past him and threw her arms around the other person. He forced a smile as he saw Dimnigite suddenly hug Vigavit tightly. Dimnigite asked, second senior sister, has the way to open the door been confirmed? But Vigavit replied that there was no need to open the door. Hitra was surprised. Why is that? Then he felt embarrassed, turned his face away, and blushed. Once everyone had gathered, Vigavit recounted everything that had happened between her and Hitra after they passed through that door. After listening, then Sam thought deeply. Indeed, Inlai is very suspicious. Perhaps when she exchanged the divine book, she realized she had been deceived and then intentionally waited for the 2 of you at the door. After all these years, she hasn't changed at all. Suddenly, Hitra wondered and asked, Your Majesty the Fox Emperor, do you happen to have a square frame? Then Sam asked back in confusion. And, what? Suddenly, Hitra's system issued a warning notification. Host speech recognized. Host, please speak more carefully. Although he clearly understood the danger, Hitra waved it off, saying it was fine. But in his heart, he was troubled. Yenla's words about that system sounded quite strange, and her saying that time was running out left him wondering when exactly it would end, regardless of how she escaped the system's scrutiny. If then Samdap also had a system, he certainly wouldn't be able to react to sensitive topics. Besides, asking would be redundant, as he wouldn't be in this miserable state now if he knew how to bypass the rules. Gayat felt a bit restless. What should we do? If Yenlei is hiding carefully in the capital, will we be left helpless? Suddenly, the magical treasure on Hitra's person burst out, leaving Anthan utterly astonished, and immediately after, the spirit of Empress Kim Jiao emerged from that magical treasure truly strange. She looked at them Samdap and spoke gently, but Valena, it has been a long time since we last met, hasn't it? Seeing Kim Jiao, Dan Nagayat was overjoyed and asked immediately, is it you, older sister, have you finished your cultivation? Kim Jiao smiled and replied, yes, I have. Then, Samdap, who was actually Thump Lam, asked softly, do you intend to personally resolve this matter? Kim Jiao smirked slightly, thinking to herself, all the grudges with her have finally come to the time for settlement. Scene change, at a place called the Divine Hall of the Thuan faction. Sensing something was wrong, Kim Jiao said to Teham, I need to visit Thun Ka. Can you hold down Thuan Min on your own? Teham gently reassured her, rest assured, elder sister, I can handle it. Hearing Teham's assurance, Kim Jiao stood up, then it's settled. However, before departing, she was still a bit concerned, and paused for a moment. Kim Jiao caringly asked Tenham, has your illness improved lately? Tenham replied, thanks to Hitra's careful attention, I feel much better now. I haven't had any episodes lately. I think it has stabilized. That is great to hear. Having said that, she performed a divine technique, and flew away. Tenham went back to immersing herself in the book she was reading. The scene shifts to a familiar citadel. It was the magnificent palace of Emka. As soon as Kim Jiao arrived, everyone was immediately aware. She spoke loudly to announce, I have arrived. Damingayat was startled and quickly ran to Kim Jiao. The girl cheered happily. Its eldest sister. Kim Jiao rubbed Damingayat's head and affectionately scolded her. You little brat. How dare you exploit a loophole in my words to follow head try all the way to them Ka. They'll have to teach you a lesson later. Damingayat immediately ran over to hug Fuckviat and made an excuse. Everyone was worried about second sister, so that's why I came. Fuckviat smiled and added, eldest sister, they've made you worry. Kim Jiao turned and said, as for what concerns you, I will speak with you clearly later. After speaking, Qin Dao walked straight toward Thun Lam. At that moment, Dame Guyot turned to look at Fuck Vite and asked inquisitively, "What do you think eldest sister wants to say to you?" Fuck Vite seemed a bit uneasy and whispered, "I'm not sure, but it's certainly not a compliment." Thun Lam gently placed the book he was reading onto the table. He looked at Kim Zhao with a gloomy face, apologizing for letting her see his miserable state. Kim Zhao slumped into her chair with a pensive expression. "Thun Lam, you've changed too much lately." Kim Zhao immediately sat up straight, maintaining a dignified air. Hearing this, Thun Lam asked back eagerly, "Really? Is it because of age or because I've become more handsome?" At this, Kim Zhao smiled and said that she had become softer. Thun Lam replied, "And you still remain as stern as ever. You should show a little more tolerance toward your friends." Kim Zhao suddenly turned to look at Achi and said admiringly, "Achi, your level has risen again. It seems you've made very effective use of your spiritual cultivation." Achi immediately clasped his hands and bowed, not daring to forget the great master's teachings, while Thun Lam irritably waved his hand at Kim Zhao, saying, "You're completely ignoring me." Suddenly, Kim Zhao's face darkened, followed by a surge of anger. She snorted softly without saying a word. That expression made Hachi feel a bit anxious. Why the snort? Master's expression must have some deep meaning. Don't tell me I've done something to upset you. Seeing his tension, Anfuck approached and grabbed his shirt to intimidate him further. "Consider yourself doomed." Hachi turned to look at her, scratching his head awkwardly. "Master, please don't scare me anymore. Please think, what terrible thing have I done wrong?" Anfuck then said, "I'm afraid the great master has discovered your cunning heart." Hachi felt like he was struck by lightning and cried out, "No way, my loyalty is clear for all of heaven and earth to see." And Fuck smirked with delight and said sarcastically, "Really, you've conspired with the fourth master, and even became a partner to the third master, yet you claim to be loyal." Hachi quickly grabbed Fuck's hand and pulled him along, saying this matter must be clarified with the master. "Come with me quickly." Nikayet was bewildered, not understanding anything as she watched them leave together. Meanwhile, Thun Lam looked at Kim Zhao with a serious face and said, "You truly value this disciple?" Kim Zhao curiously asked back, "Is that so? Why do you think that?" Thun Lam explained, "Even though Yan Lai and I were once close friends, you have always hidden your emotions very well. I've rarely seen you smile so brightly and comfortably." Kim Zhao looked up and replied gently, "After living a peaceful life for so long, one simply becomes gentler." Hearing that, Thun Lam burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, is that so?" Suddenly, Kim Zhao casually picked up a few books on the table to take a look. She gently flipped through a few pages. Then Kim Zhao spoke up. "I thought you would write about adventurous heroes, but unexpectedly it's all about romance. This book must be about complicated love and hate, right?" Thun Lam was slightly surprised. "Does the Empress also read the books I write?" Kim Zhao replied, "I was just worried an old friend couldn't make a living through literature, so I lent a hand in managing the business a bit." Thun Lam countered, "Regardless, I am still the king of a country." Kim Zhao said, "A king in such a state, you truly are a rare breed. There will be no one like you in the future." Thun Lam could only force a laugh. "I am the weakest among the three of us. Living a somewhat frugal life is only natural." Kim Zhao was somewhat puzzled. The Fox Emperor once could cleave mountain peaks and rivers with a single sword stroke. Even if you've fallen, it shouldn't be to this extent. Thun Lam then said, "It's just because I was too dismissive of others' advice. I trusted them too much." Kim Zhao then put the book down. She then leaned against the table, looking directly at Thun Lam, implying, "Just like before, let me help you one more time. You must remember this debt of gratitude for all eternity." At this moment, Kim Zhao was having a monologue with the system, all alone in the silent room. "Kim Zhao, you have clearly found Yan Lai, yet you still intend to deceive me after all this time." As soon as the system appeared, Kim Zhao quickly retorted, "I only promised to help Thun Lam. That doesn't mean I am capable of finding Yan Lai." The system shouted in anger, "Do you dare to openly oppose me?" Kim Zhao calmly replied, "I'm just telling the truth. Why are you so upset? Are you trying to imply something to me? Don't forget, who was the one who placed you on the throne of the Empress?" Kim Zhao laughed, as if in response, "Help me. The heavenly Tao holds the fate of all beings. Why would it have any reason to support me? Besides, compared to so-called help, isn't what you're doing just holding me back?" Suddenly, the system fell silent, not uttering another word. And just like that, they gradually faded away and completely vanished. Before vanishing, the system growled a final warning. "Kim Zhao, the heavenly Tao is the law that governs all things. By opposing me, you are destroying order. You will plunge the Thuong Men Holy Realm into eternal damnation." Kim Zhao maintained a cold expression, her voice full of defiance. "Fine, then you'll just wait and see." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door from outside. Kim Zhao immediately said, "Come in." Right after, Fuck Vite opened the door and entered, her voice still hesitant and timid. "Big sister, I'm here." Kim Zhao spoke calmly to Fuck Vite. "Go ahead and sit down." Fuck Vite sat to one side, softly speaking with trepidation. "I came here to seek your guidance, big sister." Kim Zhao smiled faintly. "Are you still lingering on those words of mine that much?" Fuck Vite only gave a soft hum in response. Kim Zhao looked straight at Fuck Vite and asked probingly, "So, what has this incident taught you?" Fuck Vite looked at Kim Zhao in confusion and exclaimed, "Please explain more clearly, big sister." Kim Zhao suddenly stood up in a fit of rage. "Just because of a token, you hastily decided your entire life. This is sheer stupidity." Confused, Fuck Vite could only utter, "But regardless, it was bestowed by His Majesty the Fox Emperor." Kim Zhao rushed forward angrily and grabbed Fuck Vite's chin, her voice irritable. "Even if that thing truly was a gift from the Fox Emperor, did you not have any resistance at all? Just because the Fox Emperor is the supreme rule of Thun Ka? Fuck Vite, I am truly disappointed in you." Although she understood that helplessness was clearly written on Fugfight's face, she turned her head away and whispered, "Big sister, but I really have no words to justify myself." Kim Zhao let go and spoke. "Of course, you can maintain your respect for the Fox Emperor, but remember that respect and being manipulated by others are two completely different things. Your fate cannot be decided by anyone else. If you follow the Fox Emperor's command out of your own original wish, then I would have nothing more to say." Having said that, she suddenly became angry again. "If that's the case, then please don't let your resentment show so clearly on your face. Were you waiting for me to discover it?" With a face heavy with sadness, Fugfight softly replied, "I understand now." Kim Zhao took Fugfight's hand and advised her sincerely, "Just as I'd always tell myself, one's fate is in their own hands. Even if you end up failing miserably, it is still 10,000 times better than becoming a soulless corpse, resigned to being suppressed and controlled by others. Bear my words in mind." Hearing this, Fugfight looked up at her with eyes full of emotion. "Yes, I will definitely remember it well." Having vented all her frustration, Kim Zhao suddenly asked further, "So, what exactly is going on between you and Hichi?" These words startled Fugfai. She let out a cry of surprise. Kim Zhao said, "Don't think I haven't noticed the way you look at that boy. It's so intense that it's impossible to hide." Fugfai's face instantly turned bright red. She was so embarrassed she became flustered, her voice full of awkwardness. "I only see him as a disciple. What nonsense are you talking about, big sister?" In a panic, she scurried away as fast as her legs could carry her, muttering, "Sister, I'm going to sleep now. Good night." After saying that, she immediately used a magic spell and vanished from the space in an instant. Kim Zhao suddenly felt her head spinning. She held her head in her hands and sighed despondently. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the holy capital. Yan Lai sat before an illusion mirror and said to herself, Kim Xiao, have you finally decided to leave your lair? With the restriction binding them flame, I can monitor the entire palace. I am in the shadows while you are in the light. How do you plan to face me this time? Yan Lai irritably tapped her fingers on the table. She sat and reflected on what Atreya had once said. Everything must be asked clearly, just in case there is a misunderstanding. Thinking of that, she was startled. Why was she suddenly remembering what that brat said? Suddenly, Yan Lai was shocked to see Kim Zhao's image appearing in the mirror. She couldn't help but be surprised. Had Kim Zhao seen her? Right then, Kim Zhao in the mirror smiled gently, and at the same time, she raised her hand to wave. Then, the image of Kim Zhao in the mirror vanished, while Yan Lai, fuming with rage, let out a piercing scream. After regaining her composure, Yan Lai began to panic. Has she realized? How could that be? If she has a way to control me, then wouldn't the heavenly Dao, and must sever all ties with them Ka? At the same time, in the sky over them Ka, the restriction seal was gradually shrinking. Just as the seal closed, Kim Zhao wore a satisfied smile. Kim Zhao spoke. Yan Lai, I have already given you a gift. Why are you so heartless? Kim Zhao returned to the study to rest. She smiled softly, looking at the clothes she was wearing. The scene shifts to the main hall of the palace. Suddenly, a piercing scream rings out. Hearing the noise, Hatrai, Bugfight, and Diamond Guide approached and asked in confusion, what happened? The Lamb sat there dazed, stammering. The restriction on me has been lifted. Fortunately, Kim Zhao arrived at that moment, and said, then that is truly worth celebrating. As she sat down, she said, now that you have recovered, you should put them Ka back in order. Thumb Lamb looked at Kim Zhao with a smile but asked suspiciously, what did you do? Why was my restriction suddenly removed? Kim Zhao turned to look at him and reply, it was just a small trick. Yan Lai cast the spell on you, so the seal must be linked to the caster. When Feng Min descended into chaos, I planted a seed within her, although then Fi would sever this connection. Her casting a forbidden spell on you inadvertently created a new pathway for the seed to grow. Afraid of being discovered by me, she will surely retract the restriction. Thumb Lamb smiled gleefully, thinking that the Empress was truly unique. She reminded him of her classic quote, opportunity always smiles upon those who are ready. These words made H ponder for a moment, then he secretly glanced over at Kim Zhao. He involuntarily laughed to himself. Opportunity is for those who are prepared. This was the clearest proof that his master was indeed a time traveler from the modern age. After hearing this, Kumch seemed slightly perplexed and worriedly asked again, if the connection is severed, how can we find any leads to the imperial capital of Then? Kim Zhao unexpectedly held out a spirit stone, which astonished him when he saw that it was the travel permit. Kim Zhao nodded and calmly replied, that's right, it's not like all the clues are completely lost. The Cuvit added, explaining that this was what everyone had been searching for all along, obtained after interrogating that damned pig, and he had kept it safe in case it was needed. Without saying much more, Kim Zhao threw the spirit stone directly towards Kumcht. She added seriously, now that we have the travel permit and a guide, dealing with the pig issue will be much easier. However, we must first completely resolve the matter of Them Q. I don't want Cuvit to be burdened by family troubles. Having said that, she glanced over at Them Lamb and sternly instructed him, and you, stop bringing up the topic of the throne. Aren't you embarrassed? Deal with your own issues yourself, especially don't try to steal my disciple. Them Lamb suddenly burst out laughing, replying, I truly wanted to abdicate, but if my old brother criticizes me like this, I really have nothing to say if I don't put up a little struggle. Immediately after, he raised his hand, activated his aura, and shouted loudly, demanding that the patriarchs of the three great families come to meet him immediately. The very next second, he turned to look at Kim Zhao. All right, Kim Zhao, your disciple lifted the veil of the second master. You understand the rules of Thun Q, don't you? This matter requires a satisfactory explanation. Thus, upon hearing himself accused, Chen voluntarily broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly clarified. Hey, didn't they say that I was a person from another region who didn't understand the rules? Your Majesty, the Fox Emperor, why bring up old matters? Himnigite, standing beside him, couldn't suppress her indignation. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. He frantically waved his hands. Please listen to me first. He asked back blankly. What kind of person am I? Himnigite angrily pointed at his face and shouted. You're someone who doesn't take responsibility. After hearing that, she seemed stunned and looked at Himnigite inquiringly. Gaitni, are you alright? Himnigite was flustered, raising both hands as she shouted back. Who did you say has a problem? She quickly said in fear. A gentleman argues with words, not actions. Please listen to my explanation. Himnigite continued. How can you break the rules of them cube just because you want to? If word gets out, how can our holy realm of Thingmen possibly say that we properly educate our disciples? Having nowhere else to turn, she had to plead with Kim Jiao. First master, please help me mediate this. Kim Jiao waved her hand and replied calmly, I am the empress of another nation. I do not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. You figure it out and handle it yourself. These words made Ch completely dispirited, leaving him speechless and unable to utter a word. After that, Kim Jiao called all three people into a private room to talk. Outside, the leaves gently swayed in the breeze. Seeing them enter, she immediately spoke up. Why are you standing there frozen? Hurry up and sit down. Vivit, Himnigite, and Ichipeg, waving their hands as if stretching their muscles, saying that they had just eaten too much and needed to stand to digest, so they couldn't sit down. Kim Jiao understood everything and smiled mockingly. Why do you all look like you did something wrong? If that's the case, then each of you tell me what mistake you made. Vivit gently raised his hand. Kim Jiao then became serious, her voice slightly sorrowful. There's no need to bow your head in submission. You already know your mistake. She continued to ask. So, what about younger sister? When Himnigite heard herself mentioned, she avoided eye contact and whispered, I shouldn't have secretly come to them. Q. Kim Jiao suddenly turned toward Hechi and wondered, and what about this fellow here? Hechi put on a bewildered face, scratching his head and thinking, I'm not sure where I went wrong, but I know for certain that I did. Kim Jiao pointed out in a stern voice, your fault lies in your hesitant and indecisive attitude. You work slowly and lack decisiveness. Hearing Kim Jiao say that, Hechi immediately bowed his head and admitted his mistake, agreeing with his master's teaching. Kim Jiao reasoned, you hesitate and fear everything regarding matters that could have been handled quickly. As a disciple of the Four Immortals, you must act decisively. Such hesitation not only wastes time but also lets opportunities slip away. Do you understand the reason why you have become like that? Hechi seemed to snap out of it and immediately replied, I understand now. Kim Jiao nodded slightly and signaled, then tell me about it. Suddenly, Hechi's expression became solemn. I am not strong enough. He clenched his fists, perhaps tormenting himself. Kim Jiao said gently, you are quite right. It is precisely because you are not strong enough that fear is born, fear of failure, fear of losing your life, and you keep trying to avoid mistakes. If it continues like this, it will be extremely troublesome. Hechi listened intently with an extremely serious expression. Kim Jiao lowered her voice and asked, tell me, what is your direction for the future? Hechi affirmed decisively, I will become even stronger. Kim Jiao was surprised to hear that. Oh, alright then, if you dare to make such a guarantee, I won't say anything more. Everyone is dismissed. Hechi stood there dazed, muttering to himself, is everything exposed now? Fukvite was wondering about what Kim Jiao had just said, so he turned to Himnigite and asked, what does that word "ook" mean? Himnigite replied, I'm stumped too. I don't know. At that moment, Kim Jiao stood up, preparing to leave the spot, but she suddenly stopped, looked at everyone and said, tomorrow Thumb Lam will take action against the three great families. Just consider it entertainment. Everyone should rest early today. At the same time, Hechi realized something and muttered, the great master intentionally glanced at me. Does she want to tell me something privately? But, seizing the opportunity while Himnigite and Fukvite were preoccupied with their conversation, he immediately slipped out stealthily. Himnigite called after him, where are you going? Hechi jumped in surprise and answered, I'm going to find a quiet place to focus on practicing my divine arts. Himnigite said, and I'll go with you. Hechi immediately dashed away quickly, falling back. I need time for self-reflection. You two go ahead and rest first. Hechi walked urgently and hurriedly along the corridor. His speed only increased and never decreased. Fukvite looked at Hechi's back and said, this is too suspicious. What kind of training is it that he doesn't invite his master along? This kid. A moment later, a voice rang out, great master, I have arrived. Kim Jiao asked with a meaningful expression. Hechi, how many years has it been since you first set foot in this place? Hechi curiously asked back, you mean how many years since I came to this world? Right. He thought to himself, since the great master dared to ask that, this place must be extremely safe. Hechi replied immediately, it's been more than 4 years. Kim Jiao turned her head to look at him and said, I've forgotten how long I've been in this place. It's been so long that I can't remember exactly anymore. The scenery here was completely different from the other side. She gently placed her hand on the bark of the divine tree. Hechi asked anxiously, can we not go back? Kim Jiao smiled and said, perhaps there is still a slim glimmer of hope. Hechi remained silent and resigned. Seeing this, Kim Jiao pressed her. What is it? Do you want to return? Hechi calmly replied, I don't know, master. What about you? Kim Jiao immediately said, I want to, as well. This is the only way for me to preserve my sense of self. As the years pass, memories are gradually buried. If I can't remember where I came from, I will eventually forget who I am. You must never forget who you are. Kim Jiao looked up and advised. The two of them had now sat down together under the canopy of the ancient tree, but she asked curiously, Master, do you know what this world actually is? Kim Jiao was silent for a moment, and then replied, It is a story written by the gods. If every branch, every blade of grass, or the myriad of living beings here lives under the gaze of the gods, would you still find this world real? Every supporting character in a game, regardless of their choices, has their fate predetermined. Even if the protagonist seems vivid or the story feels real, it is only because the scriptwriter is exceptionally talented. Qin Zhao closed her eyes and said, "We are like awakened protagonists wanting to break out of this space, but perhaps in the end, we will still fail by a narrow margin." Touchy reply, "At least we have awakened. The gods watch me from above, while I am also watching him. In my opinion, that thing called the heavenly way is likely just a cowardly pervert, lurking around someone's privacy every day. He must be nothing but failure." Qin Zhao burst out laughing upon hearing this. She happily said, "You are quite right." That she nonchalantly replied, "I just say what I think. In short, you are my master here. Whoever you tell me to punish, I will finish them off. From now on, I will definitely not feel fear or hesitation anymore." He sounds like a common bandit, but I like it, Qin Zhao praised with a smile. A short while later, at the residence of the Fox King, by then, 3 individuals from the great clans had also arrived. Trembling uncontrollably in fear, Dao Tine urged, "Patriarch Mathan, go inside quickly." Bak Hein patted his chest to reassure himself. "Once we're inside, just admit our faults. Surely His Majesty won't punish us. The king is fine, but his stubborn daughter will never let me off," Mathan said, scratching his head in frustration. And so, the 3 of them were forced to step inside. On this side, the sound of rhythmic tapping from fingertips could be heard. Qin Zhao was waiting impatiently for them to approach. The 3 of them approached the throne and knelt down to beg, "Your Majesty, your old servants have realized our mistakes. We beg for your magnanimity to forgive us this once." Nat then pleaded, "Your Majesty, it is because I am old and weak that I have become muddled." Thang Sem frowned slightly and said, "Muddled? I see your mind is still sharp, and your speech is clear. You don't seem like someone who is senile at all." Qin Zhao began to use her ocular technique to see through to the truth. Just then, a boundless, black, evil aura spread from Than's hand. She thought to herself, "This Simlay girl, how am I going to explain things smoothly to her now?" Then Sam frowned and asked loudly, "Osad, are you two also confused, and in cahoots with them?" Shan Si quickly waved his hand nervously and replied, "Reporting to your Majesty, although I was not confused, I could not resist that temptation. If you wish to punish, please punish only me and spare the Bech family, because my family members have never agreed with my actions." Osan also quickly and submissively replied, "Your Majesty, I am indeed at fault. From now on, I wish to start over, and vow to serve you faithfully." Thumb Sam held his head in exasperation. "You confessed so quickly. My plans have all come to nothing now." Sure enough, apologizing immediately had an effect. Osan thought to himself, glancing sideways at Bejems. Then Miss Sam skull, "If I forgive you so easily, wouldn't the dignity of the Fox Emperor be hung outside the city gate for everyone to ridicule?" Then he turned and spoke to the second master. "Bikivit, you are also a victim. Why don't you offer me some advice on how to handle this?" Bikivit immediately suggested, "Your Majesty, punish Bejems and Osan by sending them to Blackwater Abyss. As for Mathan, strip him of his powers and exile him from the Net family." Mathan's face turned ashen. "Forget those 2 terms, but strip me of all my spiritual power." He was in shock. He had spent so many years of arduous training to reach this level, it would be better to kill him instead. Bikivit sneered, "Why kill you? You brought a wolf into the house, and harmed so many innocent people. Killing you 10,000 times would be enough, but killing you would actually be letting you off too easily." Nathan broke out in a cold sweat. "Bikivit, I am your father." She turned her back on him. "Someone who acts like a father, but has no decency whatsoever. Well, let's just consider it a fresh start." Nathan knelt desperately on the ground. Your Majesty, please say something. Although I made a mistake, I have served you for so many years. Even if I haven't achieved great feats, I have contributed through hard work, haven't I?" Then Sam looked surprised upon hearing this. The Fox Emperor seemed to be softening. Bikivit crossed her arms and replied sternly, "You are only kneeling and begging now because you lost, right? If you had succeeded and caused the Fox Emperor, your Majesty, to lose all power and be deposed, would you still care about His Majesty's life? With him, you were the one who acted maliciously first, so you must bear the consequences." Bikivit raised her hand and cast a spell. With that, whoosh, he reverted to the form of a small fox from the very beginning. His fur bristled, making him look no different from a lost house cat. Afterwards, he scurried out of the palace area. He ran while crying softly. Bikivit watched his receding back, and thought to herself, "Start your life over. This time, remember to be a decent person." A little later, in a dense forest, under a tree, a group of people were sitting, and happily eating, having laid out plenty of fruits, and delicious dishes. They were Bikivit, Kim Jao, and Dao Lam, resting together. Kim Jiao spoke up, "The civil war issue has been resolved. Mex, we need to carefully discuss the problem related to Yanlai." At that moment, Teacher was intently watching Demigite practice sword techniques. He asked, "Gite Nivi, why didn't you teach me that move just now?" Demigite spun around and replied, "Antai, I've already taught you that. Besides, when studying, you must call me fourth master." Hetrai rubbed his nose and said, "So you enjoy the story of a master and disciple falling in love?" Demigite blushed bright red from being exposed. "Antai, are you completely fed up with Lei? Quickly, offer up your Lei." He hummed as he ran. "Hey, are you trying to slaughter your own husband?" Thund Lam witnessed the scene and praised it. The younger generation truly has immense vitality these days. Thund Lam needed a moment to recall past events. Fugvite was sprawling lazily on the grass, casually snacking on fruit. Don Lam said enthusiastically. Kim Jao, you haven't changed at all from before. I think I forgot the special move you taught me. Well, right, it's the King of Fists. No sooner did we finish one thing than another followed right behind it. I just hope to be able to enjoy my old age soon, so slowing down a bit is okay. Kim Jao replied straightforwardly. Don Lam smiled faintly and asked, what if we go to the capital and successfully capture Yan Lai? What do you plan to do with her then? What do you want to do? The system reappeared. Kim Zhao replied with a smile. I'll probably just sit down and have tea with her. Instead of drinking tea, she probably prefers hard liquor, right? Besides, she's such a good cook. Why not make her showcase her skills by preparing some snacks to go with the liquor? Kim Zhao countered. Are you sure she'll cook snacks and not poison to assassinate you? This made them Lam burst into laughter. It's truly worth remembering, Kim Zhao said as she took a sip of tea and contemplated. The system kept shouting repeatedly. She's a traitor. She's a traitor. Hey no, stop being noisy. In reminiscing about old times with an old friend here, you have no tact at all. Kim Zhao thought to herself. Are you also planning to betray me? Aren't you afraid I'll punish you? The system questioned. Kim Zhao narrowed her eyes. If you have the ability, just try it. Then Kim Zhao, it's true I can't finish you off right now, but all this suppression over time must have exhausted you. Acid it. I don't mind spending a little more time. The day will come when you collapse from exhaustion, unable to withstand the pressure from the heavenly Dao. Haha. She turned to Thun Lam and immediately asked, oh right, Bachmok and Dao Sun were exiled all the way to Blackwater Cliff, and Mathan was crippled. Have you thought about the future of those three great families? Yes. Thun Lam replied calmly. Dao Sun's younger sister is Dao Ho. I've been paying attention to her since she was young, and because I personally arranged things for her, I feel very reassured. As for the Bach family, they need time to select a new clan leader. For the Mat family, just let Fugviet handle the arrangements. What kind of place is Blackwater Cliff? Is it a prison? Hatrai suddenly approached and asked Thun Lam. Fugviet reached out and picked a fruit. She put it to her mouth, chewed, and said, Blackwater Cliff. Oh, it really is a prison, a place where all basic needs are pushed to the extreme limit. On the other side, Hachmok was so hungry his lips were completely dry. Dao Sun also exclaimed in horror, I didn't expect us to be exiled to this godforsaken place. And that kid Fugviet, his methods are truly vicious. Bachmok looked down at the deep abyss below. You must survive. Continuously throw yourself into Blackwater Cliff, and use those experiences of dying and coming back to life to escape the torment of being unable to satisfy basic needs. 10 years of exile. We haven't needed to eat or drink to sustain life for a long time. Yet here at Blackwater Cliff, we still suffer from hunger and thirst. We've been starving for 5 days already, feeling extremely annoyed. The water here is undrinkable, and there's nothing to eat on the mountain. Dao Sun held his stomach and groaned. Don't mention hunger anymore. My stomach is about to be punctured by acid. Bachmok said in despair. Just jump. I can't stand it anymore. Having said that, the two of them did not hesitate to throw themselves into the deep abyss. Hachi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Was this not an endless cycle of reincarnation? How dare you use an illusion to deceive me? I thought you had snuck out of the Imperial Palace again, making me search everywhere. Demikayat panted as she caught up with Hachi. Beloit urged Hachi to go quickly. Come with me to then to practice martial arts. Kim Zhao turned to Fugviet and said sarcastically, why don't you just follow them around? Then, Fugviet put her hand to her chin and replied bashfully, I'm not that childish. That morning, Fugviet was inspecting a rare diamond in her hand. Inside the array, a man and a woman stood with anxious expressions. She turned to her master and said, Elder sister, everything has been prepared. Kim Zhao closed her eyes, focusing all her energy within. Strong winds began to swirl around the magic circle. Fugviet let go, allowing the diamond to fall. The diamond landed right in the center of the magic circle. Elsewhere, Yan Lai suddenly clutched her stomach in pain and coughed up blood. She was extremely panicked. Why am I suddenly vomiting blood like this? The magic circle gradually opened up, just like a spatial portal. The Great Master pointed forward and spoke. Everyone may enter now. Everyone began to enter one by one. The Great Master turned to the other two and told them they could go home. They shyly replied, I do, impress, and bowed. The two of them quickly stepped inside the spatial circle. The system notified Kim Zhao. Didn't you want to take me with you? Before the words were even finished, Kim Zhao walked straight toward the spatial circle without a change in expression. This action caused the system to suddenly shatter and display an error. It muttered, damn it. Passing through the spatial rift, everyone appeared in a dense forest and began looking around. Hachi was the first to speak, exclaiming, oh, everything looks so strange. The Great Master calmly asked, Hachi, is your system still there? Which caused him to jump in surprise. Hachi rushed over to cover Kim Zhao's mouth and whispered, why did you just blurt out like that? Aren't you afraid of dying? That action left the other two looking at each other, bewildered as to what was happening. Demikayat couldn't help but give a thumbs up, inwardly admiring this rare bravery. It was truly astonishing. She never expected him to actually dare to cover the eldest sister's mouth, not just her. The rest of the group also gave a thumbs up in silent admiration. It was simply shocking. Hatray suddenly realized he had acted too impulsively, and his hand covering Kim Zhao's mouth gradually loosened. He stammered, but Kim Zhao quickly grabbed Hatray's hand and said, let's overlook this embarrassing matter. He wanted to give me a spiritual elixir. My disciple was just being too enthusiastic. Seeing that Kim Zhao had cleverly covered for him, he scratched the back of his neck and replied immediately, that's right. I was afraid Master wouldn't accept it, so I acted a bit too brashly. The entire group turned away at the same time, letting out a contemptuous huff. Everyone ignored his excuses, making Hatray feel a bit awkward. The white-haired young man spoke up. This dense forest is completely unfamiliar. Let's head out first. Once we reach the edge of the forest, perhaps we can determine our current location. Tri shielded his hand and whispered to Kim Jao, has the system been blocked from the outside? She didn't look at him, simply replying, you have been here once before, it should have been clear. Then, Tri let out a long sigh and put his hand to his forehead. Just now I only reacted on instinct. I'm just so afraid of dying a sudden death. Kim Jao crossed her arms over her chest and began to speak. Without the system, you must be prepared to be self-reliant. While in the Holy Land capital, there, strength is what determines everything. Tri frowned and then nodded. Yes, I understand. A hand brushed aside the weeds growing by the roadside. It was the white-haired man clearing the obstacles. He announced, we've reached the edge of the forest. Finally, everyone set foot in Beta City, an ancient and magnificent metropolis, a panoramic view of Beta City, the second largest city in the Holy Land. Kim Jao's group had changed their attire to fit in with the local culture. Their style of dress showed they didn't look out of place at all, yet the streets were unusually deserted. The women walking on the streets often wore veils. Ling turned and said, when we left the Chaido Holy Land, Beta City was still quite bustling. Why has it become so desolate now? The white-haired man also asked, could it be that the queen has been overthrown and has abandoned Beta City? Tri reached out to touch the objects around him. He realized they were all covered in a very thick layer of dust. Rubbing his hands together, he remarked, the dust is so thick, it seems this doll has been abandoned for a long time. Suddenly, his older brother paused, as if remembering something. An old woman in that corner over there was moving stealthily, appearing quite abnormal. Noticing someone watching her, the old woman flinched. She quickly turned her back, planning an immediate retreat. Tri quickly followed and called out loudly, wait, ma'am. He launched himself into the air, then landed right in front of the old woman. This was followed by a gentle landing. Tri respectfully addressed her, excuse me, ma'am, I would like to ask you a few questions. The old woman raised her hands in a cross shape defensively, saying, questions? What kind of questions? Your voice doesn't sound like a local, does it? Tri waved his hand, smiling as he asked, ma'am, why has this Bata city become so desolate? The old woman released her hands in surprise, saying, oh dear, you two aren't new to Beta City, are you? Why did you choose this time to set foot here? Tri understood and immediately crossed his arms, thinking, it seems there's something hidden here. The old woman explained that there were monsters harassing the city, causing many well-off residents and young people to flee in haste. If you stay in this city too long, you will surely go insane. The old woman gestured and lowered her voice to a whisper, as if afraid that spirits would hear and come for her. Suddenly, the old woman clutched her cloth bag tightly. You're not thieves, are you? I don't have a penny left to pay you. Tri quickly waved his hand. Why would I be robbing anyone? The old woman turned her back and started walking away. If you're not thieves, that's good. It's already twilight. I must leave right now. You two shouldn't linger here either. Hurry and find a way out of the city before it gets completely dark. Tri looked confused. Are there really ghosts? He stood silently watching as the old woman's figure disappeared from view. The revered Grandmaster Kim Jao approached. Standing behind Heater, she asked, did you find any clues? He replied, she said the city is like this because monsters are haunting it. Staying here too long will drive you mad. And also, it seems to become extremely dangerous every night. Vigivit frowned. What kind of formidable ghost or monster could turn an entire city into desolate ruins like that? Gaming Guide, frightened, grabbed Vigivit's arm. Second sister, please stop scaring me. Seeing this, Tri chuckled teasingly. So it turns out this fourth master is afraid of ghosts. The fourth master stammered, refusing to admit defeat, saying, ghosts, what's there to be afraid of? I'm only curious, because I've never seen one before. Tri raised his hand to stroke his chin thoughtfully. According to my assessment, ghosts aren't even as scary as fierce beasts. And besides, I haven't actually encountered any ghosts yet. What if it's a beautiful ghost maiden? The second and fourth masters asked in unison. So what will you do? Tri boldly declared, if that thing cooperates, I will recite a prayer for its transcendence. But if it's stubborn, you can rest assured that I will reduce it to ashes immediately. Demigite gently reminded him, Tri, don't forget who you are. Don't let a moment of carelessness ruin this important mission, or you might find yourself kneeling to do laundry when we get back home. Tri slightly dodged the remark, and replied, my heart toward the four masters is as sincere as pure gold. Heaven and earth can bear witness to it. Vigivit covered his mouth, and chuckled. Are you sure about that? Tri quickly put on an honest expression. It's true. The first master, Hinam Shihyo, gently passed Tri and spoke up, abruptly ending the conversation. Alright then, let's patiently wait for nightfall and see what exactly happens. Kim Jao immediately suggested, let's find an inn to rest for now. The group followed the girl, walking forward in search of something. Demigite looked doubtful. Is there really an inn still open at this hour? Tri smiled and turned to reply, if there's no place to stay, I'm afraid we'll just have to wander around aimlessly. The group walking ahead was completely unaware that someone was discreetly following them from behind. This mysterious figure had listened to all their conversations and observed all their actions before gradually disappearing from sight. Kim Jao turned her head slightly. She had keenly sensed someone's presence momentarily, but when she looked carefully, there was no one in sight. The entire city was now deeply immersed in silence. Tri raised his hand to the door and knocked lightly a few times. With no reply, he concluded, there's definitely no one here. Kim Jao then spoke, it's almost dark. We might as well stop and rest here temporarily. When they opened the door and stepped inside, a desolate scene greeted them. There were no signs of life within the building. Tri took a step forward, guessing that the people running this hotel had left not long ago, perhaps about half a month prior. He reached out and touched the ground to check and confirm. Tri looked up and said, let's go take a look around on the second floor. He thought to himself, I wonder what happened to the city of Beidou. Or maybe this place truly is the ghost city rumored in legends. Tri looked at the door of the opposite room, then turned and said to Kim Jao, First Master, please rest in this room. All right, she gently replied. arranged resting places for each person in turn. Second master, fourth master, you two rest in this room. He'll go to another room, taking the opportunity to check the surrounding area. The young man with silver hair added, as for me and Xiaoling, we will stay in the two rooms right next to the stairs. Dimgite tightly closed her eyes, stretched, and softly said, everyone should rest for a while. Make sure to keep your spirits refreshed first. The darkness gradually fell over everything. However, downstairs on the ground floor, many people suddenly appeared, just like in a normal bustling restaurant. Everyone was cheerfully toasting each other, savoring meat and chatting lively. Atri suddenly woke up very quickly. Hey, what was that sound? He strode toward the window to check the situation outside. Before his eyes were three beautiful girls watching him very intently. Atri suddenly rushed outside in a hurry. It was astonishing to see the ground floor crowded with people. What is happening? Kim Zhao explained. Honestly, we don't know anything either. The fourth master said with some concern. I just finished speaking with the waiter. Right pen. The waiter carrying a tray of food said to Hatri's group with a beaming face. What would you like to have? We'll prepare it for everyone right away. The great master then spoke up. Let's go downstairs and join the joyful atmosphere with everyone in the lounge. Alright. He had barely finished speaking when the waiter brushed right past Hatri, making him widen his eyes in surprise. The waiter knocked on a room door and called out, honored guests, your food and drinks have been brought here. Thugvite sensed something wrong. It seemed to be some kind of advanced illusion. I need a bit more time to thoroughly contemplate the rules of how it works. Kim Zhao leisurely walked down to the lower floor. She told everyone confidently, as said we're here to have fun, so why don't we take a stroll through the streets? Just pretend to be locals. The more natural we are, the better. The group blended into the bustling, lively crowd, trying to maintain a relaxed expression. They followed the entrance and were stunned to see the city filled with people excitedly wandering everywhere. The neighborhood was brightly lit at that time, with a vibrant energy spreading to every corner. Tilin asked, why is it like this? Kim Zhao replied with a radiant smile. Don't overthink it. Since this place is already so lively, then we should just go for a bold walk to relax. Tiuling hesitated slightly, but the white-haired young man quickly stopped her. Just listen to the empress. Only then did Tiuling relent. Yes, sir. The group of them eagerly rushed forward. They threaded through the crowd moving along the street. Unbeknownst to them, someone was staring intently at them. It was hard to tell what was real and what was fake. Kim Zhao quickly detected that anomaly. She curled her lip contemptuously. The crowd strolled leisurely, admiring the street scenery. The senior master subtly suggested, don't turn back, just keep walking slowly. Pichi, feeling restless and anxious, asked softly, Master, so it turns out you also noticed that strange thing early on. Tiuling clasped her hands nervously. Yes, all of us feel the same way. On the other side, the second master was calmly choosing gifts, continuously examining one item. He then turned to invite Hachi to look together, but in reality, he was subtly suggesting that this was just an illusion, and until they found a way to escape, it was best to simply continue performing normal actions in this extraordinary situation. Hachi froze in skepticism upon hearing this, thinking, in a bizarre situation, why would we do something so normal? A faint black shadow was approaching their direction. It kept hovering right in front of them, forcing Hachi to act as if he didn't notice it at all. Oh, and so hungry. What should I eat now? He thought, secretly worrying about the shadow staring intensely at him. Hey, brother, be careful. Those foul spirits might get into your eyes. Feeling flustered, he blurted out a somewhat naive sentence. How about we go eat? He quickly ran in another direction and secretly let out a sigh of relief. Phew, what on earth was that? Who exactly was that trick supposed to scare? Hachi strode up to a roadside stall and loudly ordered food. Shop owner, please give me a bowl of light noodle soup. Certainly, coming right up, sir. The old man replied warmly. The six of them found seats around the table one by one, silently waiting for their food. The strange, pitch-black shadow still wouldn't stop watching them, refusing to move even half a step away. That dark corner exuded a strange, bizarre feeling. It burst into harsh laughter and transformed into a hideous shape with bloodshot eyes. The old shop owner brought out the tray, smiling cheerfully. Sirs, here are 6 bowls of hot noodles. Thank you very much. Hachi replied politely. Suddenly, he noticed the person sitting right next to him was acting very strangely. Hachi wondered inwardly, what's wrong with Nkaitani? Her face looks terribly pale. He looked down at the noodle bowl and saw things inside squirming. It was truly horrifying. Hachi, holding his chopsticks, was stunned, not knowing what to say in this situation. The waiter calmly explained, this is just an illusion. The food isn't real either. Don't look at it anymore. Remember this. In bizarre situations, you must act as if things are normal, and the most normal thing to do right now is eat the noodles. Hachi felt extremely panicked, inwardly screaming that his face was about to twist in fear. Save me. Haoling did not touch her chopsticks, and her expression was somewhat haughty. The innkeeper then came out to ask if the food suited the esteemed guest's taste. The white-haired man calmly replied that this dish was truly delicious, that it had been a long time since he enjoyed the taste of home, and then he picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Afterward, he immediately lifted the entire bowl to cover his face. Seeing this, the innkeeper burst into delighted laughter. That's wonderful. That's absolutely marvelous. Hachi silently praised him immensely in his heart. Senior brother, you are truly outstandingly talented. Hachi tried to force a bite into his mouth, and his face immediately turned pale green. That strange silhouette began to shrink gradually. Then it completely vanished into the darkness of the late night. Shinjia spoke up, confirming that the strange object had indeed retreated. Yan Yu stammered in terror. Little sister, I'd eat nearly half of it. Hachi gently admonished her. Silly you ear. No one would bother fighting you for it. Why were you so naive as to leave so much food? Yan Yu's mouth gaped open as if she was about to vomit that horrifying dish. Then she collapsed limply onto the table, saying she was about to gag. Chi immediately turned to the master to ask if he knew what that thing was. Not at all. The female master shook her head decisively. Chi gradually lost his composure and asked if they could just use brute force to level this place. But Fu Yu, sitting next to him, shook her head vigorously. She further explained that this illusory realm seemed connected to the real world, and if they used force to destroy it, it might harm the people in the real world. Moreover, she constantly felt that this place was a bit strange, and she couldn't quite articulate why yet. That white-haired man slammed his hand hard onto the table in frustration. Another trick. Don't tell me this is Yanli's scheme. The gray-haired man frowned, his face showing immense disappointment, and said, could Her Majesty the Empress really be this heartless, treating the peace of her subjects as mere entertainment? Kowloon beside him couldn't hide her displeasure either. We have been gone for so long. Perhaps Her Majesty the Empress changed her disposition a long time ago. Yanli certainly wouldn't go that far. Let's return to the inn and rest first. Let's focus on the small details to infer the entire larger picture. Perhaps we can find some interesting clues. Jin Xiao then stood up and walked toward the bar. The tavern instantly became much livelier thanks to the dancer's performance, mingled with the melodious music, and the cheers and shouts of the surrounding crowd. The old innkeeper approached the table and asked, would you like to order more dishes or drinks? Jin Xiao calmly replied to the innkeeper, bring us your specialty dishes and some well-aged wine. The innkeeper glanced at the number of people and quickly nodded, saying he would prepare the appropriate amount. This old man has noted it. After that, he turned around and headed straight into the kitchen area. Chi glanced over at the employee standing at the cashier counter. His gaze shifted again to the men at the table next to them, engrossed in their drinking contest. A burly man plunged his chopsticks into the vigorously boiling hot pot, wondering where his piece of goat meat had gone. He looked up and questioned his companions about who could have stolen his delicious piece, but everyone flatly denied it. I wouldn't touch it. Just search for it yourself. It's too cumbersome using chopsticks, so you can find it. Suddenly, he stood up, his eyes sinking in deep contemplation, and then nodded, admitting that using chopsticks was indeed bothersome. The hot pot broth was boiling vigorously, yet that old man, without any hesitation, plunged his entire hand straight into the hot pot to search for food. It's nowhere to be found. It's completely gone, he muttered frantically. It must have been snatched by one of you already, he grumbled, revealing his hands glowing red from the burn. The man next to him pointed at the old man's hand and chuckled. How can animal meat compare to the fresh meat in your hand? The aroma is rising right to my nose now. The old man raised his hand to his mouth, smiling. It looked pretty decent, doesn't it? Having said that, he immediately put it in his mouth, leisurely nibbling with great pleasure. That's right, sitting directly behind him, covered his nose tightly in fright, uttering, unbelievable. In the midst of madness, he acts as if it's perfectly normal. If the goat meat is gone, use your own for a rich flavor. Quiet calmly commented as he watched the old man gnawing on himself. Keelan felt queasy, wanting to vomit, and stammered senselessly. Come on, Keelan. Quickly collapse onto the table and sleep. Just pretend you're completely drunk. The person next to her quickly reminded her. Gayat rested her chin in her hand, watching Hitchrai, and warned him to stop looking around so suspiciously. That kind of behavior makes it easy for them to accuse you of that, and if that happens, these people won't show mercy and deal with it normally. The person opposite began to offer a plan. When I just entered, I saw a notice looking for a servant. You should try it, if you want to blend in here. Becoming an errand boy is the easiest way. He immediately nodded in agreement. He stood up and strode over to the tavern's recruitment information board. Hiring so many people with abnormally high pay like this, it's almost like they're setting a trap to lure foolish people to their deaths, he thought, silently assessing the situation. He walked up to the counter to apply for the job, saying, excuse me, sir, I would like to apply. The man sitting there immediately responded, I'm just the manager, not the owner. What position are you applying for, and what skills do you have? Hatrai confidently patted his chest and declared, I am the best waiter. Just look at my physique. I guarantee I'm extremely hardworking and enduring. Well, you look decent. Have you ever done this before? The manager asked again. He quickly nodded vigorously, confirming that he had. All right then, start working immediately. The manager finally agreed to hire him. Hatrai nodded, immediately agreeing. He quietly signaled. What's going on? The Imigayat asked, confused. Kim Dao gently explained that he had already infiltrated, and the master couldn't help but praise the senior sister for her insight. Hatrai calmly draped the cleaning cloth over his shoulder. He quickly approached the dining table and politely asked the guests if they had any instructions. He was startled to realize there was a strange figure standing in front of the shop, staring intently inside. It's true that they still don't believe we are truly residents of this place. Hatrai hesitated. The mysterious figure slowly stepped inside and headed straight for the bar counter. The female guest sitting opposite waved for him to come back. The guest signaled and called out, waiter, a bottle of wine and a plate of appetizers. He quickly replied, yes, coming right up. Here you go. This is your reward. She threw a handful of slimy, still squirming tongues toward him. The blonde girl spoke up, repeating, this is the reward money. Instead of money, she placed a strange object into Atri's hand. The tiny object rested in the palms of his hands. He quickly clenched his hand when he suddenly realized that what was in his palm was a tongue. He tried to force a smile, suppressing the feeling of disgust. The blonde girl asked back, her voice full of mockery, what's wrong? Is this amount not enough for the service fee? Atri quickly replied, yes, it's enough. It's enough. He quickly turned and walked away. He paused. He gave the reward money he had just received to the manager, saying, the guest at that table has paid, and going to prepare the food now. The manager was hunched over, calculating the accounts. The manager only grunted, without bothering to look up. He glanced briefly behind him, Then he went to another area. He suddenly recalled the image of the woman trying to shove food into her mouth. She was clearly already bloated, sweat pouring from her forehead, yet she was still grinning widely, unable to close her mouth, continuously stuffing food in. Her mouth was filled with slimy, sticky substances. She had a belly swollen like a pregnant woman, and her skin looked heavy and flabby. He wondered, it seems like if they keep eating, they'll eat themselves to death, but there's no sign of them stopping. Whether in the American restaurant or here, the food on the tables no longer resembled food. Instead, it looked as if it wanted to devour the eaters. Ultimately, what does this bizarre situation want us to do? The try walked toward the white curtain. Behind the velvet curtain, the sound of hurry, rushed footsteps echoed. He raised his hand to his forehead in thought, not understanding what that dark shadow actually was. The head chef glanced over and called out to a try, who was looking bewildered. What are you doing back there? He sighed inwardly. Just keep working normally. Just keep working normally. Then he turned back with a bright smile and said, today is my first day working in this restaurant's kitchen, so my hands are a bit shaky. It looks extremely busy inside. I'm afraid I won't handle things skillfully and might displease the head chef. The head chef crossed his arms, looking thoughtful. What you say has some merit, but hurry up and bring the food out, or the customers will wait forever. Thug Vite wiped his head with a wary expression. Hitter, I feel like these hallucinations are getting more intense. Dan Kite also rubbed her head, looking completely bewildered. I feel exactly the same way. Her eyes began to roll around, and then it grew dark. All the surrounding images transformed into gruesome scenes, full of blood and ugly, deformed bodies. She looked at the girl dancing frantically in front of her. Kim Xiao calmly observed, this condition seems more like a loss of rational control. Hatrai pushed aside the curtain and entered the kitchen area. The atmosphere at that moment was terrifying. The floor was smeared with a viscous liquid, and the two figures within looked bizarrely mutated. Hatrai swallowed hard and muttered to himself, my last bit of rationality must have evaporated. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Rationality. I get it. These hallucinations are strongly affecting the mind. Based on what I am currently witnessing, my level of rationality will continue to deplete. At a certain threshold, perhaps memory will be completely erased or jumbled, but more worryingly, behavior will become erratic or completely out of control. The system is not present right now, and I cannot change the supportive medication. I must quickly find a way to resolve this immediately. Forget it. The cook, who now looked no different from a monster, pointed at him. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring the food out to the customers. Yes, sir. Hatrai quickly replied, murmuring to himself, just keep working normally. Just keep working normally. Then he carried the tray of food outside. Dear customers, the dish you ordered has been brought to you. He placed the food tray down on the table. He took one more step forward. The blonde girl gave him a tip and rested her chin on her hand, saying, you waiter are quite prompt. The try replied, that is my duty, ma'am. She leisurely enjoyed her meal. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. Suddenly, he abruptly stopped. Feeling that he had overlooked something arose in his heart. Something was wrong. Why hadn't she changed at all? Waiter, you're so quick. Uncomplimented. Had she replied without any formality. It's just my duty. It's nothing. Please enjoy your meal, he said, bowing his head. Having said that, Hachi turned his back and headed straight for the counter. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, he stopped and thought, this isn't right. Why hasn't she changed at all? Could it be? He glanced at the three female masters sitting opposite. Then he looked over at Han again. Could it have anything to do with her? She was still calmly enjoying the wine, ignoring the strange gaze of the other person directed straight at her. He turned and walked away, bumping unexpectedly into the shadow. Hachi jumped, secretly cursing under his breath. Damn it. Just calm down and we're normal people don't see ghosts. He tried to reassure himself. Quickly returning to normal, he walked past the shadow. Please come in. Esteemed guest. The shadow still didn't take its eyes off him. Alright. 2 tails of B, half a caddy of sorghum liquor. Hachi focused on writing down the order for the strange old man. Love, and give me another half caddy of spicy pig trotters. The old man instructed. He only replied with a curt yes. Hachi's eyes suddenly narrowed, emitting a chilling killing intent. The shadow, and then that woman, ultimately, who was the key to handling everything. Hurry up and go. I'm starving to death here. The customer urged. Yes, sir, he replied, finally recovering his composure, as he took the money the customer offered. Boss, business is really booming today. Hachi ran to the counter and handed the money to the old boss. The old man replied to him, looking at the stack of money piling up on the table. Hachi covered his mouth and whispered to the old man, boss, that beauty truly has an extraordinary presence. He quietly pointed toward the table where Han was sitting. The old manager sighed helplessly. Stop fantasizing. The two of you are worlds apart. She is not someone you should be dreaming about. Is she perhaps a noble or some high official? He pressed further. The old man looked toward the woman and explained, she is the queen's attendant. Hachi couldn't help but exclaim, a superior rank is certainly different. Well, I guess I'll forget about it. Alright, I'm going back to work now. He feigned disappointment, then turned and left. This is interesting. The person beside Yanlai is the only one who hasn't been corrupted. The main reason is that this area has the eyes and ears war, is under the surveillance of Yanlai. Tra showed great interest in the information he had just gathered. Suddenly, a hand reached out, grabbed his hand tightly, and channeled spiritual energy into him. It turned out to be the master. She grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying, follow me. Tra spun around, exclaiming in surprise, Master, you, but she didn't let him finish his sentence. Kim Dao put a hand to her mouth, signaling him to be silent. She instructed him, be careful with your words and gestures. Just act like the female customer is intentionally picking a fight with you. Look at that dark shadow over there, she said, glancing toward that direction. Only then did he startle and realize the situation. The dark shadow was still standing stunned nearby, constantly monitoring their every move. The master and her disciple quickly turned their backs and walked away. Once outside the door, Kim Dao immediately draped her arm around his shoulder affectionately, looking exactly like a deeply infatuated couple. Now I can talk, Kim Dao said, still maintaining the intimate posture but beginning to discuss the plan. Cher stood opposite her, his face flushing with embarrassment. He stammered in reply, thinking to himself, Master, what do you want me to say in this situation? My mind can't think anymore, he said, blushing furiously. The master calmly instructed him, just pretend you are a waiter who was directly rejected by a female customer. This is perfectly normal. Is it really normal? Cher grew even more panicked. Kim Dao did not flinch. Extremely normal. Let's talk business. Did you notice Fang Hin Un? Trust her. The revered female master suddenly blushed. He continued, she is one of Hinle's close confidants. I suspect that losing my sanity is related to her. But master, why do I see that your form hasn't changed at all now? She smiled, satisfied with the intelligent question her disciple had just posed. When I suddenly grabbed your hand, I restored your spiritual energy, she recounted, gesturing with her hand. Cher was utterly astonished. He'd even calculated this in advance. She did not forget to remind him of the lesson. What is the dimensional treasury for? We must resupply before the Great War, mustn't we? Regardless, you must engrave this matter in your heart. The dark shadow suddenly appeared right between the two of them. Kim Dao quickly got into character, leaning on his chest coquettishly. My little waiter, will you stay with me tonight? Cher was unable to react, stuttering and speechless. You got into character so fast. He silently praised her, while she slipped her hand around his waist and gave him a pat. Cher let out an when he was suddenly attacked. He quickly joined in, participating in the counter-attack. This was completely against the rules. Kim Dao looked at him, her eyes filled with affection. Right after that, the two of them went upstairs together. In the quiet room, the young lady Ihim was concentrating on re-eating, while someone tended to the starborn plants. At this moment, Cher excitedly rushed into her room, calling out loudly, Temporary master, and back. Ihim crossed her arms and said, Come outside with me right now. Cher immediately asked curiously, Where are we going? The young lady Ihim walked straight ahead. They arrived at the plant garden called Thingqijiang. At this moment, in Thingqijiang, various flowers were vying to show off their vibrant colors under the sunlight. The two of them proceeded deeper into the thickets. Ihim pushed the leaves aside with her hand, leading the way. She casually crossed her arms in front of her chest, while Cher, following behind, looked around restlessly. He spoke up and asked, Temporary master, can these plants cultivate spiritual consciousness? Ihim replied, I have the ability to communicate with them, but that isn't considered their spiritual consciousness. Going further inside, they came across flowers hanging from windows, as well as plants grown in designated areas, and climbing vines. Ihim suddenly gave a warning, don't touch them on your own initiative without my guidance. This warning immediately stiffened Cher, who was secretly touching a purple flower behind her. He could only stammer softly, no. She turned her head to look at him, and reminded him, remember that carefully. Cher obediently put his hands behind his back, and replied, yes. He thought to himself, I'm done for. I touched it, but nothing strange seems to have happened. At this moment, Ihim began to speak seriously. The lesson I want to teach you today is how to perfectly coordinate with these plants. What she was referring to were the flowers blooming in the garden. Ihim pointed her hand towards a specific spot. She instructed Cher to sit down and cross his leg. She continued, plants are like yous. They all have their own life pulse. If you want to communicate with them, you first need to listen to them. Close your eyes. Feel your breath, adjusting it to become slow and prolonged. Plants do not communicate with words, but they exchange information through the rhythm of life. Ihim gently leaned her shoulder against him and continued, now, gently release your spiritual energy. It must be as soft as morning dew. Don't try to touch them intentionally. Let the spiritual energy naturally encompass everything around you. Cher softly closed his eyes. Following her instruction, her left hand gently held the girl's waist. Ihim sat down softly beside her, and said, don't rush. The growth rhythm of plants is different from that of humans. Their time passes much slower. It's like you are facing a misty mirror. You need to be patient, and wait for the mist to clear. Tachi sensed that countless very thin threads seemed to be gently pulling the spiritual energy within him. He reached out his hand, gently wrapping around the golden threads coiled around his body. Suddenly, he smelled an intoxicating fragrance, and thought to himself, it smells wonderful. Third martial uncle, Tachi suddenly called out when he saw the vines creeping towards Jing Han's back. Immediately afterward, she was entangled all over by several vines in the garden. Tachi said worriedly, third martial uncle, he said, I have come to save you. Suddenly, his eyebrows knitted tightly. His hand, which was about to set the vines ablaze, paused. He softly called out third martial uncle, but at this moment, his mind was already somewhat hazy. He gritted his teeth to endure, but his body unconsciously closed its eyes. Tachi fainted, collapsing into his own arms. The silent night descended upon the garden. In the garden, the vine branches had been pruned into a large, round sphere. Inside, Tachi and Jing Han were sleeping soundly, embracing each other. The roses dotted on the sphere were in full bloom, emitting a captivating fragrance. Jing Han slowly opened her eyes drowsily, her cheeks flushed red. Jing Han gently touched Tachi's face. He had also just woken up, and the two looked at each other intensely. Immediately after, they shared a deep, passionate kiss. The intense French kiss left both of them breathless. Tachi gently kissed her neck. Jing Han's hand, resting on the back of his neck, tightened slightly. Jing Han grabbed the tightly woven vines around her to keep her balance. Jing Han's body trembled. The physiological reactions made her face appear intense. As Tachi moved behind her to affectionately caress her smooth, white back. As Tachi touched her, Jing Han instinctively breathed deeply. Sounds of pleasure escaped her throat, further exciting Tachi. The two skillfully used their bodies to express their intense desire for each other. Dingha, sitting on top of him, asked, "Did you secretly touch those plants?" He raised his hand to cover his mouth, turned away to avoid her gaze, and said, "I've been found out." Third martial uncle, when did you wake up? Why didn't I know? Jinghin used his will to control the vines, making them loosen their grip around her. The girl adjusted her clothes while Hachi, sitting behind her, stared blankly. Looking at the vines, she smiled and said, "You're all really too bold." Looking at the vines hanging limply to the ground, appearing weak and sulky, they looked quite pathetic. Jinghin smiled gently and said, "It's not necessarily a bad thing." Hearing her words, the vines seemed to understand and immediately happily coiled around her. Hachi heard this too and felt relieved, thinking to himself, this might not be a bad thing after all. Third master. She reached out and stroked the vines, then spoke, "Alright, I'm not angry with you, just don't cause trouble anymore." Jinghin turned her head and said to Hachi, "Why aren't you quickly tidying up your clothes? I still have to inspect other plants." He quickly replied, "Yes, yes." She walked over to Hachi, lifted his chin with her hand, and gently caressed the lips that had just been passionately kissing her. She looked at him and asked, "Being this master's furnace, do you feel wronged or complain at all?" Hachi replied, "Your disciple dares not." She repeated his words, "Dare not." Hachi blushed, clasped his hands respectfully as if following an order, and said loudly, "Your disciple is willing." The blonde girl held her forehead as if at a loss. She smiled, looking at the people present in the room. She lightly licked her seductive, rosy lips. Her arm was raised slightly to her chin, her beauty seeming to intentionally enchant others. Hachi was cornered by Jin Dao, clutching the hem of his robe, his face clearly showing embarrassment. Jin Dao glanced around and said, "All right then." She removed her hand from Hachi and stepped forward, saying, "That woman is a close associate of Yan Lili." She deliberately let us see her, either with intent, beforehand or to probe use. Jin Dao leisurely crossed her legs. Seeing that Hachi remained silent, she looked at him and asked, "Hachi, what's wrong?" "Yes." Hachi, startled by being called, quickly replied, "Senior Master, I lost focus. I was thinking about the woman downstairs. In my heart, I thought, Senior Master truly doesn't consider me a man." Hachi went and sat next to Jin Dao. He said, "Using tonics to supplement the spirit requires time to recover. They cannot be used continuously, or it will affect the mind. We must adopt the quick victory strategy, but I don't know if that woman is Yan Li's subordinate." Jin Dao replied, "The regrettable thing is that the people downstairs are not living beings. I lean towards the possibility that this is her own intention. She is always trying to probe his, combined with the rumors of ghost disturbances. There must always be someone living who breaks into her formation. She knows we are from the outside, but cannot determine our exact identities. As long as we don't cause trouble for that police officer, she definitely won't bother to intervene." She completely agreed, saying, "That makes sense." Kim Dao rested her chin in her hand, her eyes gazing distantly in thought. She said, "If that's truly the case, why would that police officer lock people inside? If she did, there wouldn't be rumors of kneeling and causing chaos. But if an ordinary person encountered that scene, they would certainly be frightened out of their wits, which is why that man ended up in such a miserable state. Right now, I'm worried whether I'm strong enough to resist that corrupt spirit. Those people are still downstairs, and we can't expect that police officer to have disappeared by now." Tr immediately stood up. "They'll go inject them with a spiritual tonic right away." Hearing that, Kim Dao quickly stopped her. "You can't do that." Dressed back. "Why not?" Kim Dao explained. "Even I need spiritual supplements. Don't underestimate her ability to control things. She probably realized we aren't a threat, so she's gone eon as for now. If you go inject them with a spiritual tonic now, that will make her feel like something is amiss. We still haven't determined the true extent of her power. I'm afraid that if she expands her sphere of influence, she will harm innocent people. According to you, dealing with her cleanly won't take much effort at all." She sat back down with a miserable expression. "Do we really have to endure this forever?" she asked. Kim Dao glanced at her lightly. "Of course not. Quickly use the Chuan Di talisman to summon my doll. Then take her out with you. I will personally follow that woman." Tr answered obediently. The two of them walked down the stairs together. Tr placed a hand on the girl's shoulder and gave a gentle instruction. "Remember to be careful on those steps." He held Kim Dao's hand and walked up to the ugly-looking man, saying, "Innkeeper, I'd like to quit." The innkeeper responded in a reproaching tone, "You just started today and you're already asking to leave." Kim Dao threw something onto the table. It looked like the tongue of some kind of unidentified creature. Each tongue oozed a thick white liquid. Kim Dao looked at the innkeeper and asked, "Is this enough?" He quickly grabbed them as if they were gold coins and immediately responded, "Yes, yes, it's enough." He turned and said to Tr, "You must serve the customers well." Tr laughed and said yes, but inwardly thought, "Is this place an inn or a brothel? A customer taking an employee is fine with you." Then he put his arm around Kim Dao's shoulder and left with her. "Farewell." In the corner of the room, and lightly touched her lips to the rim of her cup. The figures of Tr and Kim Dao had just stepped through the doorway. Aang watched them go. Then she looked ahead again, applauding the dancers. "The dance is beautiful." Strange purple strings suddenly appeared inside the room. They threaded directly into Tang's shoulder. The dancing girls looked so captivating. They showcased their talents with graceful, skillful, and passionate dance moves. Tu Hong stretched her shoulders, half closed her eyes, looking slightly sleepy. A dark aura emanated, enveloping her, and then spreading throughout the room. The entire demigod group suddenly collapsed to the floor, as if drugged. Following his own memories, Trina realized that in this world, those with the aptitude for cultivation were not bad at all. As long as they persevered, found a good master, and trained diligently for a few decades, they could achieve great success. However, when I transmigrated to this realm, for some reason, I had no cultivation ability whatsoever. Every day, I'd just worried about making a living through odd jobs, which included sweeping. Meanwhile, those with talent focused on training, while I quietly stood in a corner diligently scrubbing the floor. One day, they excitedly ran off somewhere, chatting animatedly, and I overheard snippets. Hurry, hurry, a new master is arriving today. If we appear before them early, we'll definitely be accepted into the inner sect soon. We're truly far-sighted, he thought to himself. I heard the sacred temple has set quality standards for teaching in the outer sect. To improve the overall quality of the outer disciple area, they sent in an expert instructor, but in the end, it turned out to be a strange woman who was assigned here. The people in the room whispered excitedly. Some said she was a prodigy. I heard she's a peerless beauty. What does a beauty have to do with it? You can't even touch her. Who said anything about touching? I just want to admire her a little. Peter walked in, glanced around, and told himself, it seems there are no more seats left. Suddenly, a voice called out, classmate. I turned my head reflexively. A girl with pink hair entered, carrying a stack of documents, looking very professional. A disciple quickly clasped his hands respectfully. Dimnagite Shunshan. Hearing that title, Peter guessed who the person of the day was. He told himself, is this the new master who's come to teach? Looking at her, she seemed a few years younger than me. Yet Elderum called her Shamshan. In this entire thing mid-region, there were only 4 Shamshan in the temple who were respected to that extent. Dimnagite turned to look at Peter and smiled, startling him. Peter couldn't believe it, swallowed hard, and thought to himself, is she looking at me? The classmate beside him said to her friend, it looks like Sang, with a hint of admiration in her voice. Hey, it seems like Fairy Timnagite is paying special attention to you. I am the young master of the heavenly Saber sect, and soon I will be an inner disciple. Fairy Timnagite has surely taken notice of me. This guy who calls himself the young master of the heavenly Saber sect seems to be a bit too arrogant. The two people chatted lively and quite loudly, which helped relieve some of Hitra's boredom, but perhaps he was just overthinking things. Why did that immortal maiden pay attention to me? When transmigrating, shouldn't there be a cultivation manual? And just a useless person without any cultivation potential at all. Outside the window frame, the setting sun gradually faded, and the sky turned dark. After the stressful lesson, the students began to disperse, hurrying back to their resting places. The Tri also fumbled to stand up and prepare to leave. Suddenly, that Tri realized something abnormal. His body seemed no longer under his control. He thought to himself, I'm being controlled. It's that person Abu. He tried to glance around to see if anyone suspicious was targeting him. In the middle of the empty classroom, he sat there alone. Hitrai began to worry. Could someone be trying to capture him? The door suddenly made a sound, startling Hitrai. Immediately after his surprised cry, the door fell silent again. Hitrai looked distressed as he held his head. His body trembled violently. His mind was not at ease either. He thought to himself, I haven't offended anyone. Who would go looking for trouble with an insignificant, honest, and obedient person like me, who has no potential? Hitrai clasped his hands together and silently prayed in his heart, please don't do anything to me. Suddenly, Dimnagite appeared, her fiery figure rushing forward. Hitrai was stunned, trying to stammer out words. Dimnagite's senior sister, Dimnagite crossed her legs, looked at him with a gentle smile, and said, Hitrai fellow disciple, I have looked through your student file. Hitrai cautiously asked in return, senior sister, did you detain me here? Dimnagite approached Hitrai closely, looked down at him from above, and honestly nodded in confirmation. Yes, it was me, Hitrai immediately asked. For what reason? Dimnagite made a secretive gesture, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, because I want to help you unlock your cultivation potential. These words sounded like a joke, causing Hitrai to lean back slightly, and stammer, unlock potential. I don't have any. How can I unlock something I don't have? Dimnagite calmly replied, you do have it. She put her hands on her hips and said, the head senior sister has decided to request a teaching evaluation test for the outer disciples. If you really don't have potential, you will definitely slow down the overall progress of everyone. As the special instructor for this outer disciple course, I need to teach appropriately for each student. Hitrai looked at her finger placed under her chin, sweating profusely, and stammered, I don't understand what you're saying at all. Dimnagite raised her hand to her sleeve, preparing to giggle, as she looked at Hitrai's wide-eyed, bewildered face and said, you don't need to worry about what I'm about to do, just follow me. The sheer white silk sash gently slipped off her body. Hetchi froze, bewilderedly calling out miss. Dimnagite threw the recently removed clothing over Hetch's head, startling him into a shout. Her jade-like body was revealed, and she said not to be scared. It would be over in a flash. Dimnagite's long, fair legs stretched in between his legs. Seeing the slender fingers placed under his chin, Hetchi broke into a cold sweat, and stammered that he didn't understand anything. Dimnagite touched his underwear, about to remove it completely, then looked at his stunned appearance and said, it doesn't matter what I plan to do. You just need to welcome me enthusiastically. The pristine white scarf gently dropped to the ground. Hetchi stood motionless, stuttering as he called her miss. She directly tossed the garment she had just taken off over Hetch's face, causing him to yelp in surprise. Her youthful beauty became apparent, and she told him not to panic. It would be fine soon. Dimnagite's slender, jade-like legs slowly moved in between his. The space instantly fell silent. Only their scattered clothes lay strewn across the floor. Dimnigite's delicate hands began to gather the pile of garments. I don't know why your spiritual root is still dormant. It's truly strange. In that corner, Hachi was still reeling. He covered his face with his hand, telling himself he had been defeated by a woman. While Hachi was still dazed, Dimnigite issued him another seductive invitation. Tonight, I will wait for you at the waterfall behind this mountain. She smiled enchantingly, but her words carried a threat, saying if he didn't come, he would be kicked out. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into a red glow, leaving a bewildered Hachi trying to make sense of everything. Hachi wept softly, regretting his lost innocence, and wondering if this training ground was reputable. In the deep silence of the night by the hidden waterfall behind the mountain, true to their appointment, Dimnigite was already there. Hearing a sound, Hachi immediately called out, asking if it was the fairy Dimnigite who had arrived. His eyes glazed over when he saw her. Under the shimmering moonlight and cool breeze, Dimnigite's captivating beauty made Hachi's heart race. Seeing him standing there stunned, Dimnigite softly remarked that he had arrived early after all. Hachi quickly bowed respectfully, replying that he dared not disobey the fairy's command. Dimnigite chose a rock and leisurely sat down. She looked at him scrutinizingly and spoke up. It turned out she was following orders rather than acting out of her own free will. Hachi, worried that he had just acted too rudely, hurriedly followed the command and said immediately, I hope the fairy will be kind enough to go through the trouble of opening my foundation for me. Oh, this is more than I could have asked for. Dimnigite chuckled softly. She didn't mind at all. She just wanted to tease him a bit. Pointing her finger, Dimnigite said, go soak yourself in the water first. Soon, that intertwining of ice and fire will give you something to endure. Hearing her words, Hachi stepped forward and began preparing to take off his clothes. Dimnigite gave a mischievous wink and giggled. She snapped her fingers decisively. Immediately, 4 beautiful girls identical to Dimnigite appeared and surrounded Hachi. One of the girls even mockingly teased him, asking, Fairy, what is the meaning of this? The girls replied in unison, I alone do not have enough power to open your spiritual root, so I return to the holy palace to call for more sisters and borrow some spiritual energy. With over a dozen of us now, I refuse to believe we cannot accomplish this. Hachi tried to keep his mind steady, doing his best not to be mesmerized by these scenes. He had to escape. He had to run away quickly. If I let my guard down for even a moment. Before he could even finish the thought, Hachi was dragged and shoved into the water by the group of girls. If he wanted to escape, it was already too late. Hachi struggled and shouted loudly, Fairy, please spare me. Having a dozen people help activate my spiritual root is a great honor, but my constitution is very weak. I fear I won't be able to handle such a blessing. Dimnigite replied with a seductive gaze. Oh, you're so gentle, and in such a luxurious and ethereal place. What are you afraid of? Hachi hurriedly tried to stop her. No, wait, please stop for a moment. Dimnigite tossed her clothes behind her back. Hachi almost wanted to scream at the boldness of these women. Oh, Dimnigite, Gimbit. Various chaotic sounds rose from the lake. Boom, pro, 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 pro. Dimnigite looked arrogant, but her plans seemed to have fallen through. Why hadn't it been activated yet? Dimnigite looked at Hachi, who was face down in the water. She appeared dissatisfied and then announced, we will continue tomorrow. I will call 10 more of myself. That should be enough power, couldn't it? Hachi didn't respond at all. He sank completely underwater, leaving only bubbles that rose to the lake's surface and then vanished. The entire ancient neighborhood was suddenly enveloped by a gloomy, mysterious night. Tahom gently stepped outside. She glided past the balcony to enter the house. Following behind her was a fierce dragon, its tongue flicking threateningly. 2 maidservants bowed respectfully. The clan leader has returned. 2 servants stood on either side helping her change while one offered tea. Clan leader, please. Tahom waved her hand. All of you withdraw. I have private matters to discuss with the queen. The servants quickly withdrew, remembering to close the door. Yes, ma'am. Han reached out her hand, manipulating a spatial vortex. The vortex transported her to a horned girl sitting in meditation with her eyes closed upon a throne. Han called out to her, Your Majesty, I encountered a few matters today. Empress Yemi replied, Speak. Han recounted. Recently, some strangers from another land arrived in Brita City. I never expected anyone to dare set foot in Brita City. This has made me quite curious. However, throughout the time I followed them, they seemed to be nothing more than ordinary mortals. After hearing this, Yemi fell into silent contemplation. She opened her eyes, her sharp amber gaze fixed forward. Han, I entrusted the management of Brita City to you, yet you turned it into a ghost city. Now you bring this matter to nag me. Just what kind of reaction do you expect me to have? Han hastily explained. I have been cultivating independently, and it was hard to avoid incidents during the process. I hope your majesty can overlook it. Yemi questioned. And what about the citizens affected by you? Han explained. Those who were fine fled in fear. Those who were injured, I have locked up, inviting them to the fortress for treatment. Yemi frowned. He said locked up. Didn't you? Han quickly reassured her. Please put your mind at ease. In no time, I will restore Brita City to its former prosperity. The current state is just an unexpected accident. Everything is under my control. Hearing this, Yemi sighed softly. She said, I've been swamped lately and have no time to manage your business. You had better restore Brita City to its original state. Otherwise, I will let you taste a dish I've personally prepared. With those words, she vanished. Han was startled. Queen, you are truly heartless. Whatever. I'll go take a nap first. Han quickly climbed into bed. She stroked her hair. I'll go check on those useless people being locked up in a bit. At the prison area, a streak of purple light passed through, scanning the buildings. Hachi and Kim were crouching as if in hiding. He whispered, as expected. The moment that woman left, The illusion vanished instantly. Clearly, she is the key to this matter. He sighed warily, and began mumbling a song. But hey, Petrai gently placed his hand on Kim Jao's head. Master has been gone for an hour already. I wonder if the task is finished. That purple light turned out to be Kim Jao, which was now flying back to its own body. Suddenly startled, he sat bolt upright, pausing the arm he had placed on her head to freeze mid-air. He muttered with a flicker of guilt, "Speak of the devil and he shall appear." He turned his head, and asked, "Senior Master, have you found any clues?" Jin Zhao replied, "That girl's name is Si Honghamun. She is the patriarch of the Dangsha clan, sent by Yan Li to govern the city." After the conversation between her and Yan Li, the strange phenomena in Balta City seem closely related to the toxin she uses. I suspect this poison directly attacks the nervous system, severely weakening spiritual power. Jin Jia continued, "For now, please take good care of all your masters first. After that, we will head straight to where Si Honghamun is." But she respectfully replied, "He is." In a dense, desolate forest, Jin Jiao and He materialized. A shimmering purple light shot out from Jin Jia's palm. A majestic imperial palanquin slowly appeared, faintly visible. She flew solemnly right behind her. Scouting beams of light skillfully weaved through the balcony and entered the building. Si Hong woke up startled amidst the warm blankets and soft mattress. The attendant respectfully approached and asked, "Patriarch, would you like to take a bath?" She murmured softly, her bare feet lazily touching the floor. She was still wearing a thin nightgown, softly sighing in assent. At this time, in the private bathing area, Si Hong was being gently undressed by the maids. Her body gradually became revealed, with flawless, smooth white skin. The two maids stood respectfully to one side. Si Hong, unclothed, calmly stepped forward. She slowly lowered herself into the bathtub. Leisurely, she dipped her jade-like feet into the warm water. Then, relaxing, she soaked her entire body in the warm water. Si Hong closed her eyes to enjoy the moment of relaxation. The entire bathing area was filled with dense rising steam, creating a hazy mist. Seeing this scene, she frowned. Could it be that all the water in the tub contains poison? Hintiao explained, "Perhaps, but the medicated water in the tub seems to have the ability to restrain the toxin spread." She glanced at the servants. Otherwise, these serving girls around here would have been affected generations ago. Just as she said, the two maids stood perfectly still, awaiting orders. Jian Jia continued, "Throughout the entire journey from afar, neither the maids nor the guards have been affected by her poison at all. Inside the palace, there must be some kind of divine formation or treasure capable of resisting mental intrusion." She raised his hand to rest his chin, pondering thoughtfully. He turned and declared confidently, "With the Grand Master here, I fear nothing. If that is the case, let's restrain her right here and avoid disturbing the people of Balta City." She clenched his biceps to check his muscles. He shot a blast of fire into the sky. She hovered in the air, enveloped by magical flames. The sudden appearance terrified the maids. They dropped to the ground screaming, "Oh heavens, who are you?" She said in a deep voice, "I hold no grudge against you, but since you have caused trouble, I must draw my sword to confront you in self-defense." Facing this situation, Dane did not flinch, merely smiling calmly. She urged impatiently, "Say something quickly." Dane replied softly, "Oh." She rose straight out of the water, revealing her entire body. The girl pretended to be shy and whimpered, "Please don't kill me. I'm so scared." She pouted in contempt, still holding the flame sword but unsure what to do. She said sternly, "Stay right where you are. Don't move an inch." From the lake surface, snakes began to crawl out, slithering quickly toward them. They wrapped tightly around Hang, who said coldly, "Hey, so it was you. I was truly fooled, thinking you were just an ordinary passerby." Tang giggled slyly and continued, "It seems you have some ability. You are completely unaffected. I am so frightened." She frowned. "Stop saying such strange things. I came here for only one purpose, to liberate the city of Bordeaux. If you complain, I promise I won't harm a single hair on your head." Thing appeared indifferent. "I'm sorry, I cannot do that." Kim Zhao slowly emerged, standing right behind her. He lunged forward to choke Tang, forcing her to obey He. Tang glanced at Kim Zhao and coldly scoffed, "Since you brought an assistant, why didn't you bring a few more people? To underestimate me to this extent makes me feel so ashamed." Under Tang's command, countless snakes were summoned and rushed forward to attack. Kim Zhao shuddered and thought to himself, "What is happening? This woman." The frenzied swarm of snakes hissed, flicking their forked tongues. Tang suddenly realized, this is not an opponent I can easily deal with. Kim Zhao continued to urge, "Now, are you willing to listen to him?" The entire neighborhood was brightly lit at that moment, dazzling with countless lights. Lianhua turned excitedly to ask He, "Where is this place?" She stood right behind her, and replied, "This is an amusement park." At that moment, She sat before the control panel, calculating a detailed schedule. Next month was Lianhua's birthday, and since he had promised her a surprise gift, he wondered if there was anything suitable in the mall to exchange, as choosing a gift for a girl required thoughtfulness. The system displayed a notification, and the transaction was executed immediately. This fairytale amusement park only cost 50 rage points. He clutched his chest in pain, feeling a bit heartbroken over this hard-earned money. This was the outing he had carefully planned in advance for Lianhua. Lianhua excitedly grasped Hitch's hand and pointed ahead, saying, "Let's play this one first." It was a roller coaster with twisting, upside-down tracks. He stared until his neck went cold and his face turned pale. What was she planning to do? Fortunately, he was currently a cultivator. If he were still in his original world, his soul would have probably left his body long ago. Lianhua grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying, "Hurry up, He." She turned back and warned him, "No using your skills, okay?" Hearing this, He cursed silently. Wasn't this just trying to kill him? Lianhua stepped up enthusiastically. She quickly took her seat, As they were both buckled into their seats, Lee and Hu cheered excitedly. Let's start. While Hu Chi sat beside her, eyes squeezed shut in fear, the train carrying the two of them slowly climbed toward the highest point. Hu Chi silently swallowed, feeling incredibly tense. The roller coaster plunged down at a dizzying speed. Hu Chi was so terrified that his face turned pale, while Lion Hua was exceptionally excited and thrilled. After the ride ended, the roller coaster slowly came to a halt. Lian Hua stepped off with a radiant smile and exclaimed, "That was so much fun," while Hu Chi, with disheveled hair, struggled to stand steady. She wanted to keep playing. "Hu Chi, I want to ride those teacups over there." Hu Chi stuttered in fear. "Oh, that really want to. It spins around and revolves on an axis too." Ignoring his protests, Lian Hua firmly grabbed his hand and pulled him along. As they continued the ride, Hu Chi had to cover his mouth to suppress his nausea, thinking to himself that this was even more unpleasant than passing a tribulation. Lian Hua's joyful laughter echoed everywhere. After a series of rides with Lian Hua, Hu Chi was now in a daze, completely drained of strength, as he slumped onto a long bench. Lian Hua came forward with 2 ice creams, enthusiastically inviting Hu Chi to enjoy them. Because she was preoccupied, she failed to notice the small stone blocking the path. Lian Hua stumbled over the obstacle, swayed, and pitched forward. Seeing this, Hu Chi quickly shouted, "Watch out, the ice cream." As a result, the ice cream landed straight onto Hu Chi, forcing him to helplessly accept this sweet attack. Lian Hua slowly stepped forward to explain, "I'm sorry, I really didn't do it on purpose." Hu Chi calmly replied, "It's alright." She took out a handkerchief, slightly bent her knees, and offered, "Let me wipe that off for you." She carefully cleaned the light pink streak of ice cream sticking to his clothes. After finishing the cleanup, she smiled gently, making sure everything was spotless. Oh dear, Lian Hua suddenly noticed there was still one streak of ice cream remaining. This stain happened to be right on a sensitive spot on his thigh. Without hesitation, she immediately bent down to continue wiping. "There's still a little bit left. Let me clean it completely for you." Upon being touched in a slightly delicate area, Hu Chi startled, quickly springing up to stand upright. He turned his back to hide his awkward and clumsy demeanor. "That's fine now. You don't need to wipe anymore. I'll just go home and change my clothes." He secretly thought to himself, "I wonder how much more forward this girl is going to be." Lian Hua was confused, thinking that she was angry because she had spilled the cream, and muttered to herself, "Why is he so upset? I clearly didn't do it intentionally. What's wrong with this woman?" Han was giving orders to control the snakes, but they showed no special reaction. The group of snakes merely writhed on the ground, refusing to move forward. Han had to shoot a strange glance at the girl behind her, secretly thinking, "This is not an opponent I can easily deal with." Kim Jae's voice rang out from behind. "Can you follow his instructions now?" Han frowned and stammered her reply. "I cannot follow them right now." Kim Jao turned around and walked up to Han, making the latter feel extremely confused. Kim Jao loosened the hand that was gripping her neck. He suddenly switched to choking Han from the front, his face expressionless. He lifted her out of the water, making her gasp and widen her eyes due to lack of breath. Kim Jao coldly demanded the reason, and she struggled to utter, "Im," and he. Kim Jao suddenly released his hand. This caused Han to tumble into the water. She coughed violently, continually gasping for air. Kim Jao ignored her thrashing, and coldly issued a command. "Hurry and put on some decent clothes. Then come meet me." Hu Chi, who had been observing the entire situation, couldn't help but think in astonishment. He certainly lives up to his reputation as the great master. At the same time, inside the building, hot tea was being poured and placed on the table. Kim Jao casually took a seat, making himself the master of the house, and looked towards Han, instructing her, "Sit down." Seeing this demeanor, people were bewildered, wondering if this really was an artificial intelligence center. After Han sat down, Kim Jao spoke, "Miss Tu Hong is the clan head of the Dangsa clan. That's why people chose this place, where the temperature and humidity are just right, like in the city of Barto." Han nodded in confirmation. "Exactly." Kim Jao suddenly wondered, "Have you ever given birth before?" That question caused Tu Hong and Han to blush furiously, and they immediately denied it. "Never." No. Kim Jao, holding a certain stance, confidently asserted. "No wonder." Tu Hong placed her hands on her thighs, and said in a serious tone, "I am still a virgin. If I'm not a robot, surely I am worthy of being the Dangsa clan head." Kim Xiao glanced at her, and said, "It is precisely because you have never given birth. Therefore, the older you get, each time your heat cycle arises, the toxins spread more intensely. Do you have anything in your palace to help inhibit hormones?" Hearing her age mentioned, Tu Hong immediately objected. "Are you saying I'm getting old?" "There truly is such an item, but its effective range is limited solely to this palace." Hu Chi, who had been silent until now, spoke up to ask, "Is there any other way?" Kim Xiao leisurely replied, "Of course there is." Kim Xiao put down her cup of water, and continued speaking. "Dealing with the heat cycle issue is easy. Is it?" Tu Hong let out a chuckle. She looked towards Hu Chi with deep implication. "If it's a female snake, supplementing with young energy will resolve things." Tu Hong immediately transformed into a white snake and lunged toward Hu Chi, making him jump. What was that? Tu Hong coiled around Hu Chi, causing him to panic as he couldn't move his limbs at all. Dom, half human and half snake, used her finger to hook onto Hu Chi's chin and asked, "Do you know what mating is?" He unconsciously replied, "Yes, I know." Tu Hong continued, "Do you understand why I said robots are not worthy of me?" Her teasing tongue made Hu Chi break out in a cold sweat. Gyun Hyo, meanwhile, calmly listened to their argument. She did not intervene at all. Meanwhile, Hu Chi tried to push away the snake tightening around him, but it was useless. She commented, "You think too highly of yourself." Tu Hong replied carelessly, "This matter has nothing to do with thinking highly or lowly of oneself." She leaned close to Hu Chi and said in a gentle voice, "In any case, the mating ritual of our Tang snake clan usually lasts for an entire year. As for having children, it takes 5 years to complete. This information made Hitra's brain feel like it was about to explode. Suhong continued. Those men hear about 5 hours and get so scared their souls scatter. They are truly all useless. After saying this, she transformed back into human form, turned her back towards the table where Kim Zhao was sitting, and sighed softly. Lady Hong plopped down heavily into her seat. It seems she was also agonizing over this matter, and needed to find a way to justify herself. So, it's not that I want to harm the people of that city, but rather that the men here are completely useless. In the living room, Lady Hong's voice rang out confidently. Even those treacherous men in the tribe wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. Hitra glanced toward Kim Zhao, his expression completely unconcerned. That attitude made him feel suspicious. Grandmaster, what are you trying to imply? Lady Hong feigned a seductive look and sounded out, Hitra. Do you want to try it? Hitra looked wary. After a full 5 hours, you still dare ask me if I want to try it? If an ordinary person tried it, they'd go straight to heaven immediately. Who would dare? Hearing this, Lady Hong immediately showed a look of displeasure and annoyance. Then she let out a silly laugh and said, Don't you want to save all the people in Bet City? Now I have to succumb to this coercion, just by letting you sent me. If the coupling is successful, everyone will be saved. This achievement is quite significant. Isn't it? Cho's face darkened. He was left speechless by her utter absurdity. Big sister, who is threatening you? At this point, Kim Zhao slowly set down her glass of water. Her expression was completely relaxed. She glanced sideways at both of them. Then she raised her voice and called out, an is here. Lady Hong raised her eyebrows. In telling you the truth, it's me. I have no other choice. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered leaving my tribe and coming all the way to Bet City. I absolutely did not intentionally want to harm the people of Bet City. Do you think I don't want to find a solution to this problem? I am the tribe leader, and I am obligated to maintain the bloodline for the entire tribe. If it can't bear an heir, it will be difficult to hold on to this position as tribe leader. But where can I find a man who is compatible with me to continue the bloodline? The holy city has cut off contact with the outside world for a very long time. What other choice do I have? Kim Zhao picked up her glass of water again. She looked at Lady Hong, expressing understanding and reassurance. Lady Hong let out a soft sigh. Kim Zhao continued. In that case, it seems the only way to save everyone is through coupling, right? Lady Hong replied. You could say that. Kim Zhao decisively called out. True. Hachi slowly moved forward. He asked timidly, do we have the right to refuse? Kim Zhao did not allow him to choose. Tonight, they definitely had to try. Tu Hong immediately intervened. Try what? When did I ever agree to that? Kim Zhao gave a warning glance. Tu Hong apologized instantly. I forgot my own status. Having achieved her objective, Kim Zhao stood up straight. She walked closer and patted Hichi's shoulder. He was about to call her back, but then stopped. Never mind. Kim Zhao didn't even turn her head back, only leaving behind the sentence. Prioritize the common people. Keep it up. Her steps showed no intention of stopping. The sound of her shoes tapping rhythmically echoed in the room. Kim Zhao gave a final instruction. Prepare a room for me, and don't let me be disturbed. Seeing that Tu Hong had not moved, Kim Zhao urged her. Haven't you heard what he said? She commanded at this moment. Quickly lead the Venerable One the way. The maid replied. Yes. She pointed in one direction. Venerable One, please follow me. Hachi watched Kim Zhao's retreating figure, only managing to utter a short grunt. His expression immediately became gloomy and sorrowful. He muttered, I never agreed to sell myself. The maid walked out of the room and remembered to close the door behind her. Hachi thought to himself, why close the door? Tu Hong spoke up from behind. Being your disciple is quite difficult, is it? My life is now in your master's hands. Compared to my chastity, I choose life, but if you die, I won't take responsibility. She slowly extended her hand forward. The room darkened slightly, and she continued, Young master, come here. Hachi was truly speechless. Since transmigrating, this has been the hardest situation to handle. In facing a dilemma, save the populace or protect my chastity, the scale immediately appeared in his mind, weighing the pros and cons of the current issue. Tu Hong brought her delicate, jade-like hand to cover her mouth and softly exclaimed, oh dear. She shrugged and asked him, have you made up your mind yet? Hachi put his hands on his hips and declared passionately, what difficulty are you talking about? I have no obstacles, because I have a great love. Hachi stepped forward, firmly grabbed Tu Hong's arm, and said seriously, we only have 5 short hours left. She thought to herself, don't underestimate others. Seeing Hachi resolutely pull her outside, it seems something wasn't quite right. She lightly nudged his back, reminding him, you've taken the wrong path. It's this way. That made Hachi blush deeply with embarrassment. Tu Hong casually asked him, aren't you afraid of death? Hachi replied, I am taking a risk for my great love. She asked back curiously, taking a risk? How are you doing that? Hachi pushed her down to sit on the bed, saying, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Tu Hong lay on her side, resting her chin on her hand, and said seductively, I find you quite interesting. Honestly, I don't want to let you go throw your life away for nothing. Honestly, the residents of Balta City have nothing to do with you at all. As humans, if we just endure a little, everything will eventually settle down. Hachi retorted, both. Things have come to this point. Balking is useless. We should just fight. He thought to himself, I am the kind unholy body, and I was trained by the third master, so I will definitely hold up. Tu Hong began to speak. First, I will give you a small test. If you pass it, then it won't be too late to go to A. Thought afterward. The clothes on her body slowly slipped off. She transformed back into the shape of a pure white serpent. The white serpent advanced and tightly coiled its body around Hachi. It flicked its tongue, teasing his lips, but Hachi remained motionless, showing no resistance. Outside, under the night sky, the building remained lit up. The room was immersed in dim light, clearly highlighting the silhouettes of the man and the massive white serpent. Duon, the white serpent, continued to writhe around his body, Hachi gasped for air, his face flushing red. At that moment, Du Hong transformed back into her human form. Her face also gradually flushed red. She stared intently at Hachi, thinking to herself, I didn't expect him to have such firm willpower. Hachi spoke up and asked her, have I passed the test? Du Hong stuck out her tongue and playfully teased his chin. The tighter spirit declared, it seems you have met the requirements. Hachi reached out and touched the beautiful figure. Jie Hong was now beneath him. Hachi took the initiative and quietly asked, what must I do to merge with the Tenshi clan? Jie Hong raised her hand to touch his face. Hachi looked straight into her eyes. He just wanted to know what she needed to instruct him to do. Jie Hong narrowed her eyes. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Hachi replied, I'm completely serious about this. Jie Hong said, what if you succeed for a moment, and then abandon me? I would suffer great misfortune. Hachi didn't know how to respond to the girl appropriately. Jie Hong continued, we people of the Tenshi clan only have one male partner in our lives. If you deceive me, causing the merge to fail, my entire life will be ruined, because of you. Hachi replied sincerely and seriously, I don't just want to save the citizens of BunRv City, but also my important relatives and loved ones. Once I agree to merge with you, I will certainly not hesitate to risk my life to complete it to the end. Jie Hong asked with a hint of sadness, so, you already have a lover? Hachi smiled, pressed his nose against the girl's nose, and whispered softly, what's wrong? Do you regret it? If you regret, then please find a way to rely on yourself to save the citizens of BunRv City. Jie Hong pushed his hand away. If you cannot complete this to the end, I will kill you. Hachi looked at her. Esteemed clan chief, please begin. Hachi looked at the girl, and replied honestly and seriously, I don't just want to protect BunRv City, but also my loved ones, and the relatives most important to me. If I have agreed to merge with you, then even if I have to die, I must see it through to the end. Jie Hong pondered and asked, do you really already have a lover? He moved closer, touching the tip of his nose to hers. What's wrong? Do you regret it? If you regret it, then you can only figure out how to save BunRv yourself. Rely on your own ability. Jie Hong pushed his hand away. If you ultimately fail, I will kill you. Hachi smiled and said, esteemed clan chief, please begin. The room was now immersed in the fresh light of early morning. 2 hours later, Hachi got up from the bed. I am so thirsty. Jie Hong hummed cheerfully. Grapes, grape sugar. Does this world not have grape sugar? Not giving him time to rest, she pulled him back onto the bed, shouted loudly, hey, wait, stop for a moment. About 3 hours later, in a land bathed in brilliant morning sunlight, the servant girl stood outside knocking on the door. Sir, are you awake? Him Zhao replied that she was permitted to enter. Please, come in. Several serving girls successively carried fresh breakfast into the room. Every dish looked appealing. The food had been chosen with extreme care. Him Zhao spoke up, asking for news. Is the situation down there under control? A maid cautiously replied, it seems the situation is not very favorable. We keep hearing continuous, miserable cries of distress throughout the day. Kim Zhao immediately understood the situation. I understand now, all of you leave. You don't need to worry about serving me anymore. The maid quickly obeyed. Understood. The girls quickly bustled their way out of the room. Only Kim Zhao remained, deep in thought. Will this plan succeed? She rubbed her temples, seemingly nursing a headache. It was now nearing midnight. Ding looked directly at the man opposite her, humming softly. How is it? How are you feeling now? She sat astride him with a seductive, inviting posture. Shall we continue? And, are you still refusing to submit? Of course, we still can. He tightly grasped her neck, and laughed mockingly. Haha, are you truly not afraid of death at all? Haha, you truly are an incredibly crazy man. He suddenly grabbed her waist because of his intense exhaustion, causing Tang to startle and cry out. Through the thin layers of clothing, the outlines of the couple's bodies could be vaguely perceived. Sitting astride him, gently rocked up and down at an unhurried pace. He refused to be outdone, actively exerting himself to stimulate her body. It was unknown how much time had passed, but the two maidservants guarding the door were blushing furiously. From within the room, the continuous sounds of passionate intimacy echoed. Suddenly, a large snake appeared, and coiled around one of the maidservants, terrifying her. Oh, please don't. The other maidservant quickly covered her mouth and secretly glanced over. The scene in the room gradually became more quiet and silent. Tuhong pushed the curtain aside, and called out, bring water. The maid immediately brought the water out, and presented it. Esteemed clan leader, here is the water. Tuhong raised the cup to her lips and drained it in one gulp. She set the cup down and chuckled, her laughter sounding intriguing. The maid, blushing profusely and flustered, asked, esteemed clan leader, is there anything else you would like to command? The sound of the water tray clattering against the floor rang out. Tuhong grabbed the girl's hand, pulled her closer in a captivating manner, and whispered, if you want to peek, you should just look openly. Why be so timid? Terrified, the maid immediately knelt down on the floor, not daring to lift her head. This servant would not dare. She quickly turned around, and rapidly retreated from the room. The door was hastily closed, leaving the naked man and woman inside. Immersed in pleasure, the scene shifted to a small wooden house. Huvite blinked her eyes. Having just woken up, still looking confused, she rubbed her eyes, and asked blankly, where exactly is this place? The space of the room was engulfed in absolute silence. The only response to her question was a silent, still atmosphere, without a sound. The fifth watch finally struck, and Atrai appeared in his ceremonial offering robes and stepped out. He raised his hand to rub his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. His hand sparkled with rays of light. Unexpectedly, he had achieved a breakthrough. Atrai looked at Tuhong's face, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Suddenly, an arm pushed the door open and stepped in. The maid from outside spoke up. Congratulations, esteemed clan leader. The Tri instructed the two mates. Your clan leader is sleeping now. Wait until she wakes up to congratulate her. But the two quickly explain. Oh, we are congratulating you, esteemed clan leader. The Tri asked, confused, what is it? The maid bowed respectfully. The deed is done. Miss Tudu will now peacefully await the day of birth. You are the new clan leader of the Dainka clan. The Tri froze, stammering and unable to speak about the matter of reproduction. The maid replied respectfully that they were willing to do their utmost to help look after the young master mistress. The Tri suddenly realized the meaning was completely different from what he had thought. Flustered, he stammered, no, that's not it. Nobody told me I'd have to face such a ridiculous situation. Kim Zhao smiled brightly and approached. Ada City has been liberated. That great achievement is thanks to you. The Tri stuttered, calling out, Grandmaster, Kim Zhao gently placed a hand on his shoulder. You've worked very hard. The Tri clutched his head, unsure what to say. Oh God, how am I going to explain myself to Ngayatni now? Dim Ngayat frowned, looking at him. You scoundrel. The Tri sincerely confessed. Ngayatni, the feelings I have for you are witnessed by the stars and moon in the sky. Demi Ngayat turned her face away, refusing to look at him, and replied sadly, you belong to us four sisters. How could this happen? How did things come to this? Hetri, you truly are a betrayer. She used both hands to push him away. Don't you dare touch me. That scene made Hetri cry silently inside. Grandmaster, please come and save me. Kim Jiao immediately turned around. Turning to Demi Ngayat, she gently explained, Ngayatni, he did that to protect you. Demi Ngayat grew pensive upon hearing this. By conventional reasoning, that might be true, but my heart simply cannot accept this. Hetri bowed his head low, and sadly replied, Ngayatni, I never had any intention of betraying you. This situation was merely unavoidable. I beg you to trust me just this once. No sooner had he finished speaking than Hetri suddenly coughed up fresh blood uncontrollably, choking violently. Bug Light hurriedly ran over to support him, anxiously asking, That Tri, what's wrong? That Tri. Despite the hoarse cries beside him, he remained unconscious, giving no response whatsoever. Tian Ngayat stared intently at him. She clenched her teeth. Although she didn't want to care about Hetri, she couldn't pretend that nothing had happened. Before long, night slowly fell. Hetri slowly opened his eyes. He saw the girl sleeping peacefully beside him, her breath gently filling the dark night air. He gently reached out and caressed her face, calling out softly in pain, Ngayatni. That call startled Tian Ngayat awake. She was overjoyed when she saw he was away. Hetri then gently inquired, Are you still angry with me? His answer was a sudden, proactive kiss from the girl. The girl Demi Ngayat whispered, You have been asleep for 5 days already. The Gavit wrapped her arms around him and called out loudly, Great king. To quickly clarify, second master, please don't be ridiculous. I am not a princey king. The Gavit insisted she was Deji, then proclaimed herself me you. Gritted his teeth and said, You are just me you. Second master, snap out of it now. Without hesitation, Fikavit lunged forward and kissed him. Kitra tightly grasped at Fikavit's waist. The kiss made both of them feel intensely ignited. Only then did Fikavit release his lips. She turned to look at Kitra, muttering, If the capital falls, your concubine is willing to follow the great king to the very end. Kitra thought to himself, This second master is completely drunk, mistaking me for a king. Seeing that the other party did not reply, Fikavit asked further, Why is the great king so silent? Are you perhaps blaming me? Kitra replied, How could I blame you? Affairs of state are not the fault of one person. He thought to himself, I must quickly pull her out of this place. If I let her soak like this any longer, I fear her mind will become even more hazy and lost. Both of their bodies were still submerged in the cool water. Kitra tried to distract Fikavit, quickly saying, My beloved consort, I hear the sound of enemies attacking the city. We should leave immediately. We need to find a safe place in the capital to hide. Fikavit didn't react at all, so he called out louder, My beloved consort, or rather, my second master. The other person had already closed her eyes and was sound asleep. Kitra smiled faintly. Well, I guess he'll have to take her back for now. Kitra carried the girl back to the bedroom. He looked at her and murmured to himself, Second master, you are soaking wet. You need to change into dry clothes before you can rest. Kitra led her into the bathroom. He gently placed the girl down by the bathtub. He began removing her clothes to help her, not forgetting to explain to the deeply sleeping Fikavit, Second master, I'm just afraid you'll catch a cold. I certainly have no intention of undressing you. Suddenly, Fikavit grabbed his arm. She pulled him, causing him to flop down into the water with her. This strength surely didn't belong to someone who had just been in a deep sleep. Kitra was submerged in the water. With a splutter, Fikavit looked at him and called out loudly, Is that Kitra? He hugged her tightly and said, This situation is exactly like being completely submerged in worldly desires. Fikavit pressed close to his hand, her soft, seductive voice calling his name. Kitra. This pleasant sound went straight to his head, causing him to choke up. He was almost unable to breathe now. Help, please save me. The Gavit looked at him and asked, Kitra, are you training in the iron shirt technique? Kitra was screaming internally, Master, please stop causing trouble like this and sober up. You're not some demon. You're MC Vit, the purple immortal expert from the Merchant Alliance. He suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, Master just called my name. He pushed her away to clarify. Master, who exactly am he? She bluntly replied, How could you be Chun? You are Kitra. Han. Ridiculous. She seriously asked him in return. So do you know what you're doing? She thought to herself, what on earth am I doing? Of course I know. She leaned close and whispered, her gaze towards him full of seduction. I can also become your Tao companion, right? She suddenly bit his hand gently. This startled him, and his face flushed red. His body gradually began to react. He picked her up and exclaimed, You truly are a cunning fox spirit. He carried her straight towards the bed. then gently placed her down. He looked at her and spoke. This time, you've really hit a sensitive spot, my concubine. His reply was a proactive kiss from her. Imanigite said, you've been sleeping soundly for 5 whole days. You scared me to death. Do you know that? The sunlight gradually spread throughout the room. Pitcher was still worried. He looked at her and seriously asked, are you no longer angry with me? Imanigite let out a soft snort. She crossed her arms over her chest. Her fear of him dying was real, but her anger towards him was also very real. Imanigite's expression quickly changed, her face burning with anger. She scolded, brother, you truly are a man of your word. No one can change that. True reluctantly consented. Is this phrase being used in this situation again? True whimpered and promised. This is absolutely the only time in my life. Swear. Imanigite's face hardened, showing dissatisfaction. Are you implying that I'm not worth the effort for you to come all the way to Namteng? True innocently clarified, I didn't mean that at all, while secretly crying inwardly. And during this familiar yet confusing situation, Imanigite waved her hand dismissively. When encountering others, they are flexible and enduring, but when they meet me, they immediately deflate. How strange, is it that right? My beauty. Atreyu smiled awkwardly, overwhelmingly happy, imagining the magnificent prospect of their wedding day. Imanigite decided to stand up. All right then, since he's away, there's nothing more for me to worry about. She turned and left. A beautiful girl like me should probably find somewhere to take a stroll and relax on my own. Atreyu called after her. Ngayat ni. He secretly thought to himself, and truly finished in this lifetime. Imanigite saw Ngayat walking swiftly. She called out, little sister. Ngayat replied without stopping, second elder sister, that kid is awake now. Imanigite watched her retreating back, smiling to herself. It looks like Atreyu has annoyed little sister again. They truly are a fated, feuding couple. She walked into the room, and called out to him. Atreyu, oh, Atreyu. He sobbed, calling out, second master. Imanigite immediately said, enough, aren't you tired? Lee still so I can rest now. How has your health been lately? Do you feel completely drained? Atreyu wiped his tears, and murmured, second master, please don't tease me anymore. Even if I jumped into the Yellow River, I wouldn't be able to wash myself clean. Imanigite asked back, which river is that Yellow River exactly? Oh well, I bet you'll just say it's the river from your hometown. You're really someone who benefits from the situation, but still pretends to be wrongly aggrieved. His eyes were brimming with tears. With a stiff smile, he said, if it was only half a watch, that would be considered a bargain, but 5 watches, that's truly horrendous torture. Imanigite replied, indeed, 5 watches. That dear little sister of mine must be wondering what 5 watches felt like. Even I don't truly know. Imanigite spoke up to warn him. Don't change the subject frivolously. Your master is now red with anger, looking exactly like a pufferfish, just like in the past few days. The girl in the south has been constantly worried, afraid that something bad might happen to you. Atreyu replied, that makes sense. She's never been straightforward about anything. Imanigite suddenly offered him 2 pieces of news and told him to choose. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? He whispered in response. Just give me the bad news first, so I can prepare myself mentally. Imanigite chuckled amidst his misery. That Simahan Ungite is waiting for you in the inn lobby. Atreyu immediately sprang up. Imanigite exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god. How is that possible? A miracle has happened. Atreyu asked forcefully. She came looking for me. Imanigite smirked. Exactly. Atreyu forced a smile and continued to ask. So, what about the good news? Imanigite leaned close to his ear, and whispered, congratulations. You are about to become a father. Atreyu slumped dramatically. Second master. This news shouldn't be a reason to drive people away. Outside the door, Imanigite's loud voice called. Atreyu, answer me immediately. Yes, in here. She whirred furiously. Get out here right now. He hurriedly stepped out. Imanigite looks distressed. Explain it to me quickly. He hurriedly waved his hands in fear. Ngite ni. Tang leisurely smiled and looked straight at him. His face suddenly turned serious. Kim Zhao stepped forward and said gently, Ngite ni, put your weapon down. Imanigite was still indignant. But big sister. That woman. What right does she have? The girl lowered her head, full of resentment. I hate her so much. Kim Zhao looked toward him. Things have already come to this. Let's first ask what her purpose is in coming to find is. The setting sun had begun to descend. The atmosphere in the room was currently extremely stifling. Kim Zhao took charge and spoke up. Teng spoke. You all are in from the Azure Land. Are you? I have an impression of few of you. Don't be so tense. Although I have some impression, am not so free as to care about everyone. The one who just spoke is named H. Right. H confirmed. That's right. Teng looked at him calmly. I remember this name. The size of them. The cadet was trying his best to restrain Imanigite, who was holding a knife, and wanting to rush forward to slash Ten. She moved closer to H. The queen once mentioned the person before me. Don't look so serious. I haven't even said what I want to do yet. Imanigite flew into a rage. Stay away from him. Don't touch it. The cadet held her tightly, constantly comforting her. Little sister, calm down. Then looked at Imanigite, and Fivit, implicitly asking, are these people your family and lovers? H answered in a low, stern voice. Yes, Tenae exclaimed. I didn't expect you to have such an illustrious background. So it seems this lady is the Lytran Empress. Him Shaw. Previously, I didn't realize I was overestimating myself. H asked the main question directly. Are you pregnant? The Hang admitted. That's right. My first child is the offspring of the queen's enemy. How ironic. But they often say that when becoming a mother, a woman becomes stronger. Now I truly understand that. She reached out to stroke her belly. She looked down at her belly and smiled. It's fine. The relationship between us was one of mutual exploitation. I don't demand anything. I came here today only to tell you two things. First, about this child, and second, I will not give up the position of clan leader of the Bronze Snake clan, nor will I interfere in the grudge between you and the queen. Thank you for giving me this child, helping me maintain my status in the clan. Tang's words were nothing like what he had anticipated. Every single sentence she spoke was beyond his expectations. Tang turned to Li. I have finished speaking. It's best if we never meet again. In that case, farewell. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into a hazy purple flame, leaving Hechi standing stunned, unable to regain his composure. He raised his eyebrows, his eyes clearly showing doubt. Her straightforwardness suddenly made me feel like an outdated antique. Just as Daimon Guyat began to feel a little relief, she immediately grew suspicious, wondering if she really just left like that. She stepped forward, gently pulling his hand. How can you let her go so easily when everything is still not entirely clear? The quiet called softly, his voice full of worry. Hey, younger sister. That she offered her a reassuring smile. Guyat nii. This is for the best. Came me Guyat Preston. Then what about the child? What about the baby? He held her tightly, saying in a deep, sad voice that this whole matter was inherently a terrible mistake. She gently pushed him away, looking straight into his eyes as she questioned him. You really don't understand. Isn't that your own flesh and blood? That she suddenly raised his voice, asking her in return. Then you tell me, what should I do now to set things right? Back then, everything was purely out of necessity. I'd only wanted to save you, to save everyone. I truly never considered any consequences. When everything ended, all that remained in my mind was your image, and the image of everyone else. Hachi suddenly erupted with pent-up frustration. His hands clenched tightly, yet this intensity made Daimon Guyat feel a momentary panic, and she stared blankly at him. He held his head, continuing warily. I truly don't understand why I keep encountering such strange and bizarre things. I'd once separated from my own body, observing the soul named Hachi residing in this mortal shell. Daimon Guyat was sad and silent. Thug Vite gently lowered his face, appearing melancholic. Even Kim Dao was completely silent. Unlike usual, Daimon Guyat stammered, softly calling his name. Hachi, throughout all these years, I have lived dishonestly, rarely feeling truly at ease within myself. He had once sworn eternal devotion that he would never betray her. As soon as he finished speaking, Hachi gently placed his hands on Daimon Guyat's shoulders. He hugged her tightly, his voice hesitant and regretful. That is why. I'm sorry. Tudu had suddenly embraced her, and then, without hesitation, dashed away, swiftly leaving the area. Daimon Guyat was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. Her heart seemed to be warmed once more, and she smiled softly, resting peacefully in his arms. Hachi squeezed her hand, gently calling out, Ankayani. He thought to himself, I promised myself that no matter what, I cannot be inferior to it. Woman, can I? Hachi led Daimon Guyat straight up to Kim Chiao, declaring loudly, respected great master, I wish to be married to Ngayatni. Since that ancient time, countless years have passed. A monstrous creature of grotesque shape was ravenously swallowing its pitiful prey. Yen Lai smiled mysteriously. She rushed forward eagerly, gripping her mighty sword tightly. She plunged the tip of her sword right into the monster's crown, using all her strength to drive the steel blade deep. The bone-deep pain caused the creature to writhe frantically, struggling desperately in agony. After finishing off the target, Yen Lai gently glided down and landed firmly on the ground. She clapped her hands to dust them off, looking extremely satisfied with the recent hunt, and chuckled softly. Well, now she had a substantial meal to fill her stomach for lunch. Night had fallen deep. The firm, meaty chunks from the huge beast were beginning to sizzle over the glowing coals. Yen Lai was holding a pestle while carrying the bowl of dipping sauce she had personally prepared, using the wild berries growing right at her feet. She picked up a small berry, contemplating whether she should add more sourness to enhance the richness of the flavor. Her small hand squeezed the berry hard, letting the fragrant juice run into the bowl. In the quiet wilderness, Yen Lai's sharp hearing suddenly detected the sound of approaching footsteps. Her amber eyes immediately darted up in alertness, realizing someone was heading her way. A young couple gradually came into view. They looked like travelers. Malfit inhaled the captivating aroma wafting through the air without hesitation, praising, that really smells good. He turned back and told his companion, Him, Gao, why don't we go over there and ask for some food? Him Zhao nodded slightly in agreement. That sounds like a good idea. Thunlum stepped forward and greeted her. Hello, miss, my name is Thunlum, and this is Kim Zhao. We are just passing by and hope to ask for a bite to eat. Paying no mind to money matters, Yen Lai replied with a smile. There's plenty of food left over, so you don't need to pay anything. Just sit down and wait for the meat to cook, then you can eat. Sharing a little with the two of you is no trouble at all. Malfit immediately clasped his hands together to show his gratitude. We are truly very thankful for your kindness, miss. He suddenly looked at the strange-looking bowl of dipping sauce, and curiously asked, Are you preparing poison? Miss, Yen Lai was stunned. Poison. Kim Zhao quickly pulled his sleeve, reminding her friend that it was dipping sauce, causing him to exclaim blankly, Is that so? Yen Lai froze, unable to believe her cooking skills were mistaken for preparing harmful medicine. Furiously, who would make poison right next to a pile of food? Young Master Thunholm certainly knows how to joke. She forced a laugh, muttering to herself, does it really look that bad? Glancing down at her own dark dipping sauce bowl, she thought it still looked perfectly fine. It didn't look that terrible, did it? Realizing his blunder, Malfit quickly apologized, but although he apologized out loud, he still thought the bowl looked truly bizarre. Kim Zhao spoke up, then pointed to his little sister. You can add a few more of those tun seeds over there. Yen Lai picked up the ingredients, and instructed, this stuff is tongue-numbingly spicy, but it doesn't affect me at all. I absolutely don't mind the intense spiciness. Malf awkwardly replied, personally, can't swallow this dish. He thought to himself. The tongue seeds naturally contain deadly poison. Surely Kim Zhao couldn't have mistaken them. Kim Zhao quickly grabbed an Anne's label. She smiled and said, the dish is great. The two of them secretly transmitted a message to each other. Although the tongue seeds are highly poisonous, they can neutralize the toxins in this dipping sauce. If we don't want to drop dead from poisoning, just let her add them. Outfit, full of worry, said, her life will be in danger. Wouldn't it be better if we found an excuse to take her away? Doesn't Hein worry about hurting that young lady's feelings? That comment immediately shattered his initial intention. Sweating profusely, he turned and managed a strained smile toward Enlai, saying that he also loved spicy food, which made the young woman happily agree at once. This monster is oversized. I completely forgot to bring enough seasoning when I set out. The meat itself is incredibly bland, so I will have to rely entirely on this bowl of sauce I prepared by hand. Please feel free to speak up if anyone finds the spicy or sour beans not to their liking. Moffat hurriedly nodded in agreement. He wondered to himself if eating only meat was alright, and what kind of species this creature actually was, as it looked so strange. Contrary to his anxiety, Kim Zhao remained calm, and gently thanked the young girl. Yen Lei's hands moved nimbly, slicing the meat, and arranging it on the leaf. All three gathered around the flickering fire to ward off the cold, and Yen Lei cheerfully announced that the meal was ready for everyone to enjoy. Looking at the bowl of food in his hands, Moffat suddenly shuddered, silently lamenting that he still loved life, and did not want to die young. On the opposite side, Kim Zhao had already begun to nibble on the food. She spared no praise for Yen Lei's superb cooking, making the girl beam with joy as she covered her mouth and laughed, promising to show off her skills again in the future. Moffat swallowed hard, full of tension. He steeled himself and put the piece of meat into his mouth. With a mindset that viewed death as light as a feather, his jaws began to move as he chewed thoughtfully. Moffat's face suddenly darkened as if the sky were falling. His head spun, unable to understand what he had just put into his stomach. He struggled to swallow that terrible piece of meat, silently wondering how Kim Zhao could maintain such a nonchalant smile. Seeing this, Yen Lei smiled warmly, and cordially invited young Master Then Lam to eat plenty, as the food supply was still very abundant. Don't be so reserved. Dame Gaiet's soul suddenly stirred intensely. She felt incredibly warm and peaceful, leaning her head against her lover's chest. Patrai gently interlaced his fingers with hers and softly called out Ngaiet's name with deep affection. He calculated silently in his mind. As a man, how could I possibly allow myself to be inferior to a delicate woman? Patrai led Diamond Gaiet by the hand directly to Kim Zhao and solemnly declared his desire to marry her. Inside the villa, the electric lights were still shimmering. Dawn, deep in sleep, suddenly muttered deliriously that she would certainly not give up on chasing that figure. The events in her dream made her sob as she complained about why the other person chose to marry someone else instead of her. It turned out that his long-standing tolerance was merely a pretense. Seeing this, Patrai questioned when she would wake up and receive the answer that she herself was evading reality. Patrai still felt confused, unsure of what she had encountered in her dream that caused her to have such an inscrutable expression. Her sleep talking about marriage was also quite bizarre. Could it be that she already has someone in her heart? But few would have the courage to face the cruel punishment from the leader of the Tenshi clan. Kim Zhao maintained a nonchalant attitude, suggesting that no one could know for sure, but she would certainly return to reality soon. No matter how beautiful a dream is, the moment must eventually come to wake up. The piece of silver high above had just begun to shine brilliantly. A strange sound suddenly echoed from inside the mansion. It turned out to be the scream of Tang the moment she awoke. She clutched her tear-streaked face, her body trembling violently. My flesh and blood, my child, she screamed hysterically for help. Is anyone here? Come quickly, please. As she turned around, she was startled to see two strange figures standing there, having arrived unnoticed. Hey, why are you here? And where is my child? Victor was suddenly stunned. She has a child, he muttered. He thought to himself that anyone who could put up with an clan leader must be a true hero. Tang whispered weakly. That is the culmination of our love. Victor was dumbfounded. What are you talking about? Miss Hang, I haven't even started a family. Where would I get a child from? Tang's mind seemed to shatter, and everything began spiraling into chaos. What is it? What kind of ridiculous nonsense are you spouting? When Dao spoke to warn her, she said, Tang, what you just experienced was only a dream. Tang burst into tears, insisting, that's impossible. Sai, you are standing right in front of my grandmaster. She is not so easily led astray by you. She is currently the most powerful empress in the realm. And sat down, stunned and desperate. Could everything I just went through have been an illusion? Victor put his hands on his hips and explained, you are going through a developmental phase or flare-up. My master had to step in to contain the spreading toxins for you. Eden held her forehead, looking incredulous. That's absurd. I saw with my own eyes that she was affected as well. Drew replied. What he saw was merely a blend of reality and illusion. Since we initially hadn't found the source, we were forced to search blindly in the dark. However, since the night you crept into the inn, my master has been focused on you, so everything that followed was merely a performance, part fact and part fiction. Inferon, demanding, then where are that master and your friends? Don't try to deceive me. Sighed warily. They are currently busy cleaning up the mess you created. Your flare-up, combined with the toxin, caused severe chaos and distress throughout this entire city. Dang sadly accepted the truth, her dreams dissolving. So, they fell into your trap a long time ago. She realized, added, you should have realized that much sooner. If the opponent you are facing is that great master, then why do you need to be so roundabout? If I were in your position, I would have long been on guard, and struggled to escape this dream. Juham looked up and questioned whether she wasn't afraid that the attack would affect the people in Burda City. Patrai replied with a proud expression, impossible, he is my master, and there must be a righteous reason for his actions. Duhong scolded, a tear lingering in the corner of her eye. Dan Kim Zhao, I didn't expect your tricks to be this cruel. If you are so confident in your victory, you might as well finish me off and be done with it. Why bother doing that? Why force me to see those things in my dreams? To dream of my beloved child, Kim Jiao slowly explained. The mind dictates how one perceives everything. What you see and what you dream of are precisely what you desire most. Tu Hong said dejectedly. I dreamed of it. I have seen everything now. Kim Jiao asked. Tu Hong, do you understand the true purpose of my coming here? Tu Hong replied. I have absolutely no idea. Kim Jiao asked again. Do you want to immerse yourself in that wonderful dream once more? Kim Jiao looked at Tu Hong with eyes full of love and affection. Tu Hong said, no matter the dream, it is all the same. Then Kim Jiao, no matter what you ask me, I cannot give you an answer. Kim Jiao observed her intently, drawing closer. Kim Jiao gently wiped away the tear on the flushed face. As Tu Jung said, if you no longer long for that beautiful dream, I can show you the most horrific things you never wish to see. How dare you? Tu Hong said, feeling resentful and sulking. Kim Jiao reminded Tu Hong of the true identity of the person standing before her. I am the Empress Li Chun herself. Kim Jiao proudly declared. There is nothing that I would not dare to do. Kim Jiao gently wiped away the tear on the flushed face. As Du Jung said, if you no longer want to dream of beautiful things, I can show you the most horrific things. How dare you? Tu Hong said, resentful and sulking. Kim Jiao reminded Tu Hong of the true identity of the person standing before her. I am the Empress Li Chun herself. Kim Jiao proudly declared. There is nothing that I would not dare to do. Tu Hong was dejected, unable to believe she had been so naive, thinking everything was real. Her eyes subtly changed, and her eyebrows knitted together meaningfully. She looked at Try and thought, could I possibly wish for what I dream? What am I hoping for from this person? What a joke. Clearly, he has manipulated me and sound illusions in my mind. Try was perplexed by her inscrutable expression, wondering why she was looking at him like that. Tu Hong raised her hand to wipe a tear from the corner of her eye. She stood up, regained her usual serious demeanor, and called out, Vin Kim Jiao, I know what you intend to ask, but I will certainly never betray the queen. Even if you search your entire life, you won't find her. The two women looked at each other, their facial expressions impossible to decipher. Kim Jiao sighed softly, pondering something internally. I believe we still have a chance to negotiate. Tu Hong maintained a stern expression. Absolutely not. Kim Jiao spoke up. I want to save her. Tu Hong curled her lip into a sneer of contempt. Oh, save her. My Queen Majesty fundamentally needs no one to rescue her. In this world, if you weren't the one who harmed her, who else would be capable of injuring her? I fear that the one who wishes to take her life is none other than you. Hearing Tu Hong speak to his master like that, Try instinctively felt displeased. Miss Tu Hong, my master said that if she wishes to save someone, she will certainly take action to help. If the sovereign faces danger, a subject who knows but fails to report it is no different from an accomplice of the enemy. You should think very carefully. Tu Hong shouted loudly, stop threatening me. Furthermore, Try, you are in no position to speak to me that way. Tu Hong lost her composure, her tightly clenched hands trembling. It was all a waste of effort. Everything was pointless. She secretly recalled the images from her dream, where the two of them clung tightly together, inseparable, she told herself. But all those scenes were just my own fantasy. They have nothing to do with him. Ultimately, he and I are just strangers. Try called out, Miss Tu Hong, what do you intend to say to me? Tu Hong snapped that an insignificant person like her was qualified to look down on her. Try awkwardly wondered if the person she dreamed of wasn't actually him. What exactly happened to us in that dream? Tu Hong crossed her arms authoritatively. Kim Jiao, no matter how smooth talking you are, I won't fall for your trap. The queen's grace is immense, and I will protect her. Kim Jiao smiled faintly and uttered a soft sound. If you insist on keeping the secret, I won't force you. Try, let's go. With that, both walked toward the door, leaving Tu Hong speechless. She only managed to call out after them. She intended to call them back, but they had already turned their backs. She could only watch them leave while secretly calculating. Are they really going to leave? Try turned his head, smiled, and waved goodbye to Miss Tutu. You should catch a little sleep after being tormented by my master like that. It's easy to confuse reality and dreams. You don't need to worry about the situation in British City. My masters have already handled it. After all, the innocent civilians were blameless. Tu Hong asked blankly, aren't we enemies? Have you perhaps found a trace of the queen? Kim Jiao glanced back and chuckled internally. You will know soon enough. If you search this palace thoroughly, you are bound to find traces. Tu Hong screamed that she would absolutely not let them leave so easily. Since you've come here, I must hold you back, even if it costs me my life. Denka appeared, waiting to receive new orders. Kim Jiao snapped her fingers softly. This stopped Denka from daring to make any reckless moves. Kim Jiao leaned close and gripped her chin, her voice full of menace. If you want to die, you first have to wait and see whether I give my nod of approval. Not everyone is qualified enough to sacrifice their life in front of me. Tu Hong thought fearfully that although she knew her opponent was strong, this level of power was absolutely terrifying. Try coldly advised Miss Tutu to look out for herself instead of making a useless sacrifice. Tu Hong closed her eyes in full resignation. Kim Jiao immediately let go of her. This caused Tu Hong to tumble to the ground, where she groaned in agony. She frowned as she felt itches and pains throughout her entire body. Elder Jing Jiao stood with his arms crossed, gazing down with a contemplative expression. Tu Hong stood there, completely astonished. She thought to herself, I have never encountered anyone whose strength rivals that of this empress. I naturally greatly admire those who possess extraordinary mettle. Had she looked at this face, and felt that something wasn't right at all. Miss, your expression seems a little strange or off. The next morning, the sun was already high overhead. All three people strode out together, She yawned, stretched, narrowed her eyes, and spoke. Elder sister, are you back? Did everything go smoothly? Seeing the familiar guest, Du-han was slightly startled. Situ-han Ein, she thought. This trip seems too easy. She truly deserves the title of elder sister. Jing Jiao and Tu-hong stood facing each other, not bothering to look at one another, each maintaining a haughty demeanor, neither willing to yield. She moved closer and intently observed Tu-hong. She smiled charmingly and assessed. Hey, who is that? Why is she so cold? Truly an ice-cold beauty. She gently reached out a hand to lightly touch Tu-hong's arm. Seeing the fleeting thoughts in Tu-hong's mind, Fiat said to herself, "Oh ho, this is interesting." Tu-hong immediately kept her distance, raising her hand as a barrier. She said, "Fairy Might Vi, please do not touch me carelessly." As she saw Might Vi looking at him with a seemingly hesitant gaze and immediately asked, "Why is second master looking at me so strangely? You're giving me goosebumps." Unexpectedly, Miat grabbed Hachi by the collar and pulled him along, saying, "Hachi, go shopping for makeup with your senior brother." Hachi asked blankly, "Are there still any cosmetic shops open now?" Miat grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying, "Did you think we were just sitting around for the past few days? Of course there are shops that want to open their doors and welcome guests." Hachi sighed. He didn't forget to turn back and instruct Kim Zhao, Grandmaster, "Then let me go with Second Master." Tu-hong looked at the two of them and slightly frowned. Miat, meanwhile, was still self-satisfied. This is truly captivating, extremely vivid, and so exciting. Hachi looked at her smile, not understanding what was happening. Unsure what Second Master was so happy about, Tu-hong spoke up and called, "Empress Li Chuan, why are you leading me to this inn?" Qin Zhou immediately replied upon receiving the message. "Right now, we will begin preparing to depart." Tu-hong was stunned. "What is happening? Where you go is none of my business. I only promised to stop, not to agree to follow you." Qin Zhou asserted. "You will definitely have to follow us." A surge of anger made Tu-hong slam her hand down on the table. "Don't assume that just because you're the best in the world, you can manipulate me however you please." After hearing this, Dan Mingayat wondered to herself, what are they rambling about? Qin Zhou replied nonchalantly, "If I don't take you with me, where would I dig up clues to find the person? I bet she cares deeply for you, because everyone knows the habits of the snake clan during mating season." Tu-hong spun around. Don't even dream that he'll agree to follow. Qin Zhao instantly blocked her path, causing Tu-hong to freeze, unable to move. Tu-hong snarled, "I'm tolerating you because I respect your skill, but this isn't your territory. Even if you're an empress, you're ordinary to me. Is it acceptable to rely on strength to bully the weak?" Qin Zhao replied calmly, "I've never been keen on those noble titles." Tu-hong grumbled, "So a majestic female knight-errant works, doesn't it?" Qin Zhao smiled faintly. "I am indeed a talented woman." Tu-hong complained exasperatedly, "How can someone be so shameless? There's no dignity at all." Tim Nighaya, standing nearby, widened her eyes, never expecting Miss Tudu to be so childish. Qin Zhao smiled, "My dear Miss Tudu, if you don't mind expending effort, feel free to walk out the door. Although I am strong, I occasionally let my guard down. Who knows, if you try 1,000 times, you might just escape. Only then might you truly leave this inn." Tu-hong frowned angrily. "Even though I ended up here, you set a trap that I fell for. Your heart is truly insidious. I really misjudged you. Then, you want me to follow you, right? Fine. But don't expect me to be quiet throughout the journey. Your little apprentice. I will definitely torment him, until he is completely worn out." Dame Mingayat was bewildered, wondering what she was implying. Qin Zhao showed approval. "Excellent. I'm waiting to see how you torment him. Don't disappoint me." Tu-hong narrowed her sharp eyes. "Just wait. I've seen right through the relationship between you and him. Men are still just creatures who act on their base instincts, and I refuse to believe I can't muddy these waters." Qin Zhao appeared completely calm, patiently observing the situation. On this side, but she suddenly let out a loud sneeze. He turned to Matvite and said, "Second Master, it seems like someone is discussing me negatively." Pachu. The entire group slowly began setting off on their journey. Upon reaching a small stream, the group decided to stop and rest to regain their strength. Hachi was extremely diligent in setting up the camp, wiping the sweat from his brow. He proudly admired his brilliant result. "That's a job perfectly done." Seeing this, Dan Mingayat, who was standing nearby, invited him to spar. "Hey, Hachi, want to have a quick match?" He enthusiastically replied with great spirit. "Let's start immediately." Lady Tu-hong stood silently from behind, watching the backs of the two men as they departed. Matvite lay lazily stretched out in the tent and called Tu-hong over. "Lady Tu-hong, would you like to try some of the cosmetics that Hachi personally selected for me? This young student of mine really has a knack for choosing garments and cosmetics," she said, stroking the powder box in her hand. Tu-hong approached Matvite's tent with a puzzled expression. Why would a real, grown man care about such frivolous things? A true man doesn't always have to know only about swordsmanship or martial arts. It's good to understand a little romance. Otherwise, spending a lifetime with a fellow as dull as a log would be incredibly boring, wouldn't it? Matvite said, waving her hand and smiling. Tu-hong stared blankly, confused. Immortal Matvite, I'd hope you don't train him to become someone whose gender is unclear. Matvite remained perfectly calm, maintaining her relaxed, reclining posture as she replied, "But I seem to recall that in your dreams, Lady Tu-hong, you are actually quite fond of that type of man." Tu-hong couldn't hide the astonishment in her eyes. She started stuttering. What exactly are you talking about?" Matvite calmly responded, about a passionate and subtle dream. Of course, truly a fascinating drama. Tu-hong was so embarrassed she instantly wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Covering her flushed cheeks, she demanded, "How dare you secretly read my memories? Immortal Matvite, you really are all disciples of your Changming holy domain so shameless?" You are the one who imagined those things yourself. Great one to Han. The fox spirit's gaze suddenly became sharp and much colder. The white snake lady had no way to refute this, so she mumbled a few perfunctory words and left immediately. Fine. Well done. You rely on your greater numbers to bully the weak. You won't argue anymore. Jia, who was standing nearby and had heard the entire conversation, spoke up to remind his junior sister. You should really curb your habit of prying into other people's dreams. The junior sister simply stuck out her tongue mischievously and winked as a reply. On the other side of the stream, she and the fourth master were still diligently engrossed in practicing their blade techniques. The couple paused their match. Gayatri retracted her blade, satisfied, and praised him. Hachi, well done. I didn't expect you could withstand so many of my moves. The young man politely replied. Fourth master mistress, you really don't need to hold back against me. Do you think I'd go easy on you? The spirited young woman prepared to strike again. Hachi, watch out for this blade, she added. Don't just keep dodging like that. Hurry up and find a way to strike back at me. Suddenly, Hachi was right behind her, startling the young woman with his excessive speed. Instantly, Hachi's hand wrapped around and fully embraced her slender waist. He softly whispered, we've been training for half an hour now. Let's rest. Gayatri felt shy because of this action. Hey, what if my sisters see us? The young woman's face was now bright red. Hachi comforted her. The master's mistresses all know how I feel, but there are still strangers outside. She still clearly showed worry and spoke haltingly. Hachi turned, gently stroked her cheek, and said, let them look however they want to look. Sooner or later, a day will come when I will boldly tell the whole world that you are my wife. Lately, you keep pinching my cheeks all the time. My face is all red now. Gayatri complained playfully, both happy and petulant. That day is probably still far off. Do you understand what it means to become the successor of Thuong Min? She couldn't hide her excitement as she asked him. Hachi showed a clear look of confusion on his face. What do you mean? It means you have to fight on equal footing with the eldest master. He was stunned like a statue upon hearing this. Hachi covered his face with his hands, full of frustration. Why is marrying you and bringing you home such a struggle? Gayatri dispelled the atmosphere by taking out her blade to continue fighting. Instead of lingering on romance right now, we might as well practice a few more moves together. Only then can you hope to catch up to the eldest master's level soon. He let out a sigh, and then nodded in agreement. In the distance, Mist, who was quietly observing from behind a tree trunk, his eyes lit up with determination. Fine, this Hachi will succeed. If that dream is merely an illusion, I will use my own strength to turn it into reality.